What's up, Francis? Just waiting on some people to pop in here. It's just an impromptu, just a bullshit. We'll talk about some UFO stuff, some of the stuff we talked about here. So I'm glad you're here, buddy. I don't even know if I tweeted this, Francis. Maybe retweet it for me. I don't even think I did.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Francis. How are you doing?
Magic. I'm at work at a minute, as always. Glad to tune in, as always.
Well, thank you, buddy. I'm glad you're here.
Good.
You're working your butt off. Huh?
24-hour shift.
We'll keep working hard.
Yeah. You keep a good work up.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Francis.
Defo, keep it going, man. It's good stuff.
Thanks. I appreciate that, buddy.
What are you doing, Shane?
Nothing. Just kind of figured I'd do this for a little. Actually, I got time. Nothing but this. So I'll just do this. We could talk about UFOs, see if I wander around a little bit and talk to people. See how these other edibles hit me.
Did you listen to David Martha's announcement at Congress?
To whose?
David Martha.
No, why?
Apparently, they're opening like a worldwide UFO document library in Albuquerque.
Really?
Yeah, so that's what he wants to come on the podcast and talk about. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, right on, dude. Wait, I thought... Dude, all right, cool. Hey, who wants to co-host? It'd be really easy. I need some help.
I'm going to be leaving soon, so I can't do it. Maybe Nora?
Let me get Nora up here if you have a speaker. What's up, everybody? This is kind of just impromptu, but I ain't got shit else. I ain't got shit else to do but wander around, talk about UFOs, and maybe run into people and talk about UFOs.
How are you enjoying the conference, Shane?
Oh, it's super awesome, but one thing is my hip pain is so much so that I can barely walk 10 feet. Edibles help in all aspects, but now it still sucks. I mean, it's literally slowed me down so much. I've had to kind of rein back in, so I'm going to have hip surgery as soon as I get back. I can't walk 10 feet without just cringing in pain. And it's obvious. Anyone down here that met me probably thought I had a fake leg.
Do they have a spa at your hotel? Maybe you can get like a massage or something.
Yeah, I'm going to go down and get in the hot tub they have down here. I don't know. Everything's closed. They normally do have that kind of stuff here. But like they just understaffed, I guess. All like hard all over type stuff. So yeah, it's don't get me wrong, I'm not bitching. It's a vacation. And weed is legal here. So, and they got some good weed stores and with good edibles. Clearly, if you watched the podcast last night, you saw. But so today I actually went over to, because I promised some of the speakers that I'd buy some edibles for tonight because most people are gone. There's just some of us here. So I've got like fucking 4 brownies. I already took 1. So it helps with the pain, right? But again, it helps with the anxiety and shit though too. I had to specifically get some CBD stuff this time. I've never had to do that. I hurt so bad.
Oh, I'm sorry that you don't feel well.
It's all
My
right.
neck was like killing me yesterday too. I actually went and got like there's like this Chinese place down the street from me, and I got a massage. They always have like really good prices. It's like $60 for like an hour. But yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I actually need to get I have the freaking sports tape all over my hip and leg. It looks ridiculous. Look like a freaking robot, but it does nothing. So I got in a hot tub a couple times to try to fix it, but who knows? Shit. I'm telling you what, guys. These places. One of the coolest part is just running into people. I get more out of them and learn more from just talking to people inside than any of it. So if you guys ever get a chance to experience this stuff, I recommend it. I will say that I talked a lot of business, so it's cool. I got a lot of contacts and things like that, so we could just kind of keep working. I know it didn't look like I was talking business, but I was. Anybody that goes to these places will know that. Gerald verified too that. Wow, you're right. The connections happen afterwards. I was like, oh yeah, dude. Yeah,
Yeah, it was
you
really
get to know
cool
people.
seeing all the pictures that you were posting.
Where are you at? You guys are at a convention right now?
I'm at a convention, yes. What were you saying, Nora? Hold on a second, Becky.
Oh, I was just saying that it was really cool seeing all the pictures that you were posting. He's in Arizona, Becky.
Ah.
Yeah, so what's funny is last night I woke up, I was out there and I'm like, God, I'm hurting. So I was like, I want to go, Jared, I got to go smoke, dude. So, and then let's just say a certain individual, one of the individuals was like, cool, let's go. So we went out there, I was out there with the speaker. We were just sitting there, he's showing me his weed. And I was like, damn, you got a green thumb, dude. Dr. Michael Masters, he grows some weed, bro. That shit's, he can too. We were sitting out there bullshitting forever. It was a lot of fun. So I mean, I may have to delete this now because I said, no, I'm just fucking with you. He grows his own. He knows that shit's legit. So some of these people do their experience. I have to say, I think part of for me was like last time I ended up just kind of meeting up with people and just kind of, I was still kind of introverted, having a difficult time, shit like that. Oh man, when I got here, it was kind of like that. And then I ran into Micah Hanks and then Chrissy. And it's like old family. I was like, damn guys, what is going on? And me and Micah were just bullshitting back and forth. And that made me feel so much, more at home. And once the hip pain started, all I did was took maybe a little too much on the edible side, but shit, the extrovert came out. That's the only reason you guys got videos and shit, because literally I was everywhere, all over the place, at a freaking Halloween party, costumed up, just talking to everybody.
Who had the best costume?
Jenny from UFO Twitter did.
Yeah, hers was really cute. Was that Dolores Cannon?
Yes, I do believe so. I'm sorry. Yes, Nora, I do believe it was. It was a really good time. We all had a blast. It was just, there were so many technical issues on my side. I was like, fuck it. We're just going to do it the easiest way possible.
I didn't know that they had like the convention like at the hotel where everyone's staying at, so there's like all these like little parties and stuff. I thought it was just like panels and stuff, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, this one, this is one of the things that's new for me as well, Nora. So most of the time, the ones I've been to, people go to little parties afterwards. They're kind of offshoots and stuff. This one here just so happens like everything, well, normally would be here. You have a bar, dinner, a diner, coffee place, and then you have a pool and stuff. So literally, they'd walk to the convention, go to the room, go. I swam most of the time, like when I had between moments. But you could do all that. So you'll be sitting here after the dinner last night, the VIP dinner and stuff, and everybody comes out. Here comes Travis Walton. Everybody's coming out. I'm just like, wait, what's going on? And I was like, I was getting ready to go upstairs, and Dr. Max was like, no, you're not. Let's go. I was like, all right, dude, let's do it. So I went out there and just hung out with all the speakers. Me, Jenny, Jared. We were out there. Jared's like, you weren't kidding, Shane. I said, I told you, you can go to the conference inside and listen to him speak, or you can just wait till afterwards and really hear him speak, dude. And he was just like blown away. He's like, the difference is crazy. I said, see, I tried to tell you. That's why I just set up out here and try to take shots and stuff like that. Because, again, this is not knocking any of them. Anyone that spends the amount of time in these rooms that we do talking about this subject, I promise you could go on go out there, get ready to sit down and be like, wait, just know what he's going to say verbatim and everything he's covering. Because a lot of these conferences are kind of a layman type thing for people who don't research the subject near as much. So you'll sit in there, and especially if you watch lots of podcasts and stuff, you've heard all of it, and you can recite it and actually speak with these individuals, and they love it. Dr. Masters at dinner, that was freaking a conversation and a half, just bullshitting with him. He was cool as fuck, too. He stuck up for me. I was like, oh, damn, that's right, Dr. Masters. Oh, and he saved my ass because I keep getting hungry in the middle of the night. And Dr. Masters came through with half a burrito, and I was like, dude, what's up? So, yeah, it was that fucking cool down here. So I made a lot of contacts and started talking about different projects and stuff, and that's mainly what I did because I had to sit. One of the reasons I didn't want to do the tour, dude, I hate walking. It sucks right now. But I'll get over it. They're going to cut that bitch out. What's up, Sam? Yeah, but this room's, we're going to talk about anything. I want to talk about UFOs. That's the shit I've been loving here, too. You know, we've been experiences, UFOs, it's different sightings, any of that shit. That stuff here is cool, but I missed you guys, actually. I was feeling down. I was like, fuck it, let's start this up. Because then I can talk about both. Here it's kind of in between and all that. I'm just like, oh, trying to figure out.
Did you talk to anyone that, like, you learned anything, like, new or interesting from?
Oh, dude, yeah, James Fox. So he said I could only tell my close friends. You guys are my close friends, so we're good. I swear, you're my only friends, so this makes sense. He said,
your secret's safe with me.
All right, cool. So I'm downstairs, and I'm sitting in the foyer, and then I was sitting drinking coffee, eating eggs for breakfast or some shit. And Chrissy's like, Jane, what are you doing eating by yourself? And I was just like, oh, I didn't even see you over there. She's like, well, I'm doing some business stuff. Come sit by me. So I was over there bullshitting with her. And then I was bullshitting and bitching about my freaking camera and shit. And then Micah comes in, and Micah's bullshitting with us. And he's like, dude, you can use my stuff, whatever, we'll figure it out. I was like, all right, cool. And then in comes James Fox with his coffee, and I'm just sitting here. And these guys are journalists sitting beside me, and he's like, hey, I got my little press thing sticking out, my little dinky press thing. I was like, what the fuck? And he goes, hey, guys, I'll tell you guys something, but yeah, keep it here. And all I could think is, what the fuck is going on? He's talking about his movie. He's just like, just tell your close friend. So they have the footage, is what he was saying. Not him, but the footage does exist. It's been verified. It's just getting it because it's crazy. So you guys are like Moment of Contact a lot. I enjoyed that shit. But you got to remember, too, these movies are made to a lot of times to bring people on board who aren't as versed in this subject as we are. I keep stressing that because sometimes people get frustrated. But I promise you guys are smart AF on this subject. So I'm actually just chilling. I ordered me a pizza because I ain't got shit going on. I'm going to wait until this evening when I'm sure the goodbyes come up, whoever my friends are, whatever, and maybe I can get them into space too. But I got some edibles I'm sitting here chilling with, so you guys need to tell me how much I need to take. I'm not sure. We'll vote on that.
How much you need to take or how much you can take?
How much I should. Hey, you know what's fucking crazy? Here's the thing, too. Some people be hating, right? Like, there's basically somebody be hating because on the fact that I'm down here. Let's just say he's an angry little butthead, right? And so he's bitching about it, and it has none of my guys in the podcast, just somebody that's usually in these rooms that's all of a sudden angry all the time. And I'm just like, what? Do you realize this is my motherfucking vacation I paid half for? Motherfucker, I said, this is a podcast, my podcast, and I'm on with two other people. I talk about anything I want to talk about. I said, including psychedelics, all these. I ain't apologizing for shit, dude. I can't walk. This shit helps. And I was just like, what the fuck? I guess I want everyone to understand one thing. I'm not going to pretend to be anybody I'm not. This isn't about, hey, all of a sudden I'm Mr. Professional Podcaster. No, dude. I'm Shane, and I'm just trying to podcast. That's all I'm doing. So let's be very clear. The Roswell Daily Record just sponsors us, but this is me, Toby, and Mike. So any problems I deal with them, right? That's what I want everybody to be clear. And I have no chicks, nothing in this game. I should have said chicken, not chicks. But anyway, I have no reason to do this other than, I get shit. I'm getting my Social Security, not my Social Security, my veterans disability is finally fixed after I went to so that's a thing. That's super awesome. And it's like, I don't need anything but just to do this. It helps me. As you guys can see, I start to get a little bit better at it, a little more comfortable at it. So this is just helping me, man. And everyone needs to understand I do this because it helps other people. I've learned from all you guys. So I just don't want anybody thinking, oh, here he is being a superhero. I am not that. I'm a failure. But, dude, I don't fail as bad. Let's say.
For your veterans disability, if you ever need help with that, let me know, because I used to work in veterans aid for like 5 years, helping getting them the aid and attendance benefit. So if you know any other vets that need that benefit, you can send them my way.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. And yes, I actually do. And damn it, Nora, I literally just went to Boston. I wish I'd known that. They fucked my benefits up right before the pandemic, right after I was at Left Wounded Warrior, because they send letters out to homeless veterans. And of course, I wasn't at home. And so they messed up and they took 10 years of benefits when that's not what they're supposed to do. So basically, it took $40,000 every month. I didn't get a check during the pandemic. Just got that shit fixed at Boston, though. They said, we'll get it done, taken care of, and they did. I wish I'd known that. And then talking to vets down there, they said the same thing, that this shit happens all the time. So I'll let people know.
Yeah, and then especially if they have to have a couple things to qualify. They need to be they had to be active in like wartime. So, and then also if they pay for like medical care, like that stuff is like reimbursable as well.
Right on. I'm glad you said that, because yes, I will take you up on that. Like even now, I'm sitting there pacing. My leg hurts so bad I can't sit down. I got bandages all over my left leg. I've got a damn knee brace on. I've got insoles in my shoes. Shit, I don't know what I'm missing, man. A parachute. That's about it. Wind lift, I don't know. It's getting bad though. So, what do you guys want to talk about? Let me eat a little food and I'll walk around downstairs, see if there's anybody down there. Somebody else speak so I can eat.
I don't know, I'm just chilling on a Sunday. Drop my kid off at grandma's for a couple hours. Husband's at work, chatting UFO stuff. What's up, Tech? I haven't heard from you yet.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Hey, I wanted to ask you guys a quick question. It's kind of on topic, but since I've been getting into this UFO Twitter, what's with this guy Stephen Greenstreet? What's up with this guy? Like, I'm watching. Is he like a professional troll? I mean, and I'm not trying to be negative, but it just kind of seems like he's just shitting all over people who seem to be actually, like, he's really got it in for, it seems like, for Brandon Fugel. And a couple other people. I just follow him just to watch it, and it's just an incessant spew of negativity. Anybody can give some background?
I mean, I think you figured it out pretty much on your own, bro. Yeah. So that was pretty good description.
I mean, at least Mick West is like quasi-professional about it. He's just like he's the ultimate doubting Thomas. But this Greenstreet dude is just non-stop negative. It's pretty bad. So I was just wondering if others have made the same observation. I'm sure you all have, but
yeah, he's like, to me, he's like really erratic. I don't know, like he kind of reminds me of like a crackhead or something.
Straight up, it's his job. His job to be a troll. That's all it is. He's the anti-everything and being it like a jerk. He plays a role. That's why he also wears it. I mean, obviously, he's just going to be shit because he knows shit gets him clicks. That's all it is.
That was kind of my read on it too, Shane. I was just like, dude, like if at least, you know, if he's trying to advance the whole topic, that's fine. There actually is room, in my opinion, in the discussion for people who are a counterbalance and are like, hold on a second, you know, I have an actual legitimate counterpoint here, but this dude just seems to be like nonstop negativity, personal attacks. It's just more of the drama that I don't think adds a whole lot of value, and it doesn't get us close to knowing what's going on.
My favorite comment by him is when he called Dr. Gary Nolan homophobic, and Gary Nolan was like, "Dude, I'm gay. Like, what are you talking about?"
I saw that too. That was ridiculous.
I was like, "Oh Lord."
Eating a brownie. 1 second.
Is it a regular brownie? Is it a special brownie?
No, it's special.
Nice.
There you go.
Anybody want to be a co-host up in here?
I don't think I can today because I'm gonna have to take off in a little bit.
Yeah. Well, this is a good brownie though.
Did you get a chance to meet up with Eric and Eric? Shane?
Probably. Wait, what? I think that's who I met downstairs. Yeah, and I talked to him for a bit. There's just so many people and their names are. Oh, wait. Oh, I know who you're talking about. Yes, I did. We're gonna move on. Eric Adventures is straight up cool.
Yeah, we got a chance to talk to him for like a minute in Spaces the other night, and he was really cool, real nice guy. His case is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I had my first space the other night, and Eric Mitchell and his buddy popped in after coming back from Skinwalker Ranch. That was definitely interesting to hear what he had to say.
I have no clue. Like, I talked to him this morning, I do believe. I think. He was, I don't think he, yeah, man, I think that's who I talked to this morning. He was wanting me to get my camera and microphone to do an experiment.
Yeah, I didn't even know who he was at first, honestly, when he popped in. And then I just did a quick research, and I was like, all right, that's pretty interesting. He had some good things to say, so.
I think, Tupa, didn't you work on like a movie that's coming out about him?
%. 100%.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear
Yep.
me?
Sam, are you there? Okay.
So how is everybody?
Every time it's like silent for a long period of time, I think my phone is like glitching.
Yeah. So I'm trying to think. So I don't know. Maybe if somebody tonight is able to host one, I can co-host or something like that. That way I can wander around and see if I can get other people on.
Earlier you were talking about that film footage. Is it like craft footage or is it like entity footage?
Of the body. And he talked to a couple other people too that interacted, and so because I asked actually, hey, did anybody else get sick and die from touching it? Because you know, obviously he said there's doctors and all that kind of stuff, and he said no, not that I'm aware of. So who else? Oh, Aerial Phenomenon won an award. That shit was tight. Randall's cool. So you guys get a chance, you should follow him. And he's got some projects he can't really say a lot about. I was trying to get out of him, but he wouldn't talk about it.
Yo. Sorry about that, guys.
Hey, what's up, man?
What up, dude? This sounds like a blast. I wish I could be there. Not only because I like hot tubs, but like old people are so funny. It sounds like you guys were some of the younger people in the crowd. That's really fun.
Dude. Yes, dude. We were so young. It was like, let me put it this way, guys. We need to start our own fucking conference because, again, or start becoming speakers at these things. It's the same people. They're all, hey, don't get me wrong. It is what it is, and I'm thankful. But There's no new topics, no people bringing up these new things. So yeah, dude, you were right, and I'll tell you this too. Jared
Wait, you were the youngest one there?
No,
really?
Jared was. I think like Jared was. Wait, who was one of us was there?
I believe it,
dude. Dude, there was. I mean, as far as speakers and things like that, they're all up there. Jared was shitting himself.
They're all gray beards and shit, dude. It's a whole thing. I mean, it's not a young man's game. We are doing a lot by introducing this to like social media in the way we have been. You know, UFO Twitter was, by the time I found it, was not really reaching out to newer audiences. I'll just put it that way. I don't think there was much appeal there for people who were just kind of like killing time, you know, and like, oh, I'll check this out outside of like the realm of like ancient aliens and stuff like that. And so, yeah, it's, you know, I think we're on like the new wave of it.
Yeah, it's time for the elders to pass down the torch, huh?
I'll say this again before we let Tech talk. Let me say this one more time, guys. Do you realize what we are capable of with the amount of resources we have in these rooms, the people we have at the touch of a button, these spaces, these resources? They're doing that, the same stuff we do, just not as grandish and not as easy with all this stuff. This is like, we're doing it. We're literally doing this. Conferences online is what we're doing. Spaces for these topics is essentially a conference. That's what I'm trying to say. And our shit's on point. Believe me, I don't think these people that come to these places would be as much of a level. So whenever I go sit by speakers and stuff like that, and I try my best not to, you'll often see like the speakers are smart, super smart, obviously. So when you'll see other people interacting and the questions they ask are definitely different than what we would ask, you know, and it's kind of like, oh shit. And then they start talking, and the way they talk to each other, end up having to talk is more of a general terms type, because again, these are kind of layman more people. So it takes about 5 minutes for you, one of us, to talk to them, for them to realize, oh shit, this is a real conversation. Jared realized that. I kept telling him, dude, the speaking of the stuff's cool. Come afterwards so you can really talk. And then he was out there. He sat down with John Ramirez for like 20 minutes and was bullshitting with him, and then went outside and talked to Dr. Masters for a bit with us, and you know, the future human hypothesis, and they were just bouncing back and forth. And he before I left, he's like, oh, dude, you were not kidding. This is crazy. The stuff we talk about. I said, we just talk about aliens. No different. We have a party and talk about aliens. So it was straight up cool. Go ahead, Tech.
Thanks, man. Hey, I just wanted to ask, so like, what was the highlight, and was there any new information that all of us who are tuned into this stuff every day on UFO Twitter, is there anything revealed that we're not aware of yet? Anything interesting? Or
you know what? Not that they would just generally tell, but I'll tell you what, some of them are still here till tomorrow. So I will literally ask them. I'll keep the space going. We'll do something going, and I can easily set my mic up now and just ask. If I see them, we can ask them fucking questions. Would anybody be interested in that shit? It'd be set up just so you could hear them, and I'd tell you who it was.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome.
All right, but yeah, nothing really. And I'm glad you brought that up. Damn it, I'm a journalist now. I should have been talking to Micah to see if he's heard anything and known anything. We were so busy eating fucking nachos and bullshitting that we just. He's like his favorite case, then I go my favorite case, then Chrissy go her favorite case. It was the craziest thing I've ever. It's exactly what I felt I needed, and exactly what we do in these places, but in person. So yeah, the people are cool too. So I'll do that tonight. Actually, that's an easy thing I can do. Just set my little Bluetooth mic up as I roll into people. Because Randall actually was like, dude, just come up to the room if you want to talk. I was like, dude, that'd be cool on a Twitter space or something. I'll just kind of hold the mic. So I can do it. I just gotta let the brownies kick in a little more so I can be that social butterfly.
Yep. Dude, that sounds so dope. Walking around with a mic, you know what I mean? Remember to protect your sources, and also badass. Dude, I was running around town the other day. I just had a ton of stuff to do. And every time I had to stop and talk to somebody, like at the counter, I would ask them, you ever seen a UFO? And I got some of the craziest stories. And I was like, man, if I would just threw up a camera real fast, I was like, all right, you could post like 3 of those a day. Because people have stories. They just never talk about them.
Super correct. I love that. I actually have done this before. Like, I had to go to, sounds weird. Okay, I had to go to a funeral a couple months ago, and there was like this big party afterwards where everyone was like celebrating, and like so every person that I like talked to, I was just like, so have you ever seen a UFO? And you just get some of the most random answers. Like some people are like look at you really crazy and they're like, no, but I have like seen a ghost, or I've seen this or that, or yeah, sometimes I saw this but I don't know what it was. And then other people are like, no, like that doesn't exist, like shut up. Like it was just like wild getting all the different answers, so I love that you did that.
I mean, it's when it's like super passive, like people will just tell you because they know they're not going to see me again. You know what I mean? And this one story I got is like this guy and his buddy were going down the freeway, and there were people on the road, and ahead of them, like right above the road, but still in the sky, it was like a really bright star. And then it started to like move around and then darted off. And it did this weird thing where it dropped a little bit and then darted off. And he said that everyone on the road could see it, and everyone was flashing their lights and like honking. People were freaking out. So it was a mass sighting that I'm sure no one really talked about. We never heard about, but still significant. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I love those stories because those are the stories that like don't get printed in the paper and stuff, right? You're not like reporting it to anyone.
Yep, you're just listening, and like that's the cool thing is like you never would have got that story. This is an interesting thing about stories and people, not every worthwhile story floats to the top and makes itself visible. There's no protocol that says the value of a story determines its publicity or whatever. That's actually not the case. I mean, anyone can take any shit story and then blow it up and turn it into a media thing, as long as they have avenues and outlets to like talk from. And platforms and stuff for people, or it could catch on. But there's probably, we're looking at the tip of the iceberg when it comes down to stories, just because we're only looking at the ones that were reported. And among those are people who reported nonsense just to report, right? But these incidences are happening to people all over, and like shit happens to me all the time. I don't even say nothing. You know what I mean? It's just like, oh, okay, cool, move on. If no one else saw it, then what the hell? Well, what's the deal? I was this is so random, but I was at a coffee shop the other day, and I popped up Open Spaces about like hip hop and Wall Street, and a crow and a squirrel started to play in the park across the street from me, and they were like, jumping around and like this. They were clearly playing. The crow would fly up and fly down, and I didn't record it. Someone was like, "You should record it." And I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm just gonna let this be a thing that I saw. Because otherwise, I'm gonna like post it and hope that get shared. Keep checking on it, and like basically the value of the event would be determined by how many likes I got on it. And I was like, nah, it's fine. It's fine just being there. And so there's probably a lot of those things where people just see something weird, like, you know what? It's fine.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when something is like special to you and you don't want to like water down its like value by getting everyone's like naysaying or opinions, or like, oh, well, what if it was actually this, or what if that? Like sometimes you just keep it to yourself and it's, it's for you.
You totally. Oh, we got some hands up in the room. We got B, and then we got Neanderthal. It gets me every time, dude. I love it. What's up, B?
Neander's first. Go ahead.
Nice.
Hey, so I'm just wondering if anybody knows of any good events coming up that people are going to on the West Coast, like out here in the Pacific Northwest specifically, besides like the McMinnville thing. And also, Shane, if you hung out with Michael Masters, is that dude a stoner? He seems like such a smooth stoner.
Oh, dude. Yeah, so I met up with him outside, and I was like, hey, I was telling somebody, I was like, hey, I can't walk. There's no joke. If you guys saw a video of me right now, it's embarrassing to me. I hurt so bad. So I'm out there, I said, I got to go smoke. He goes, what are you smoking? I was like, I got to go smoke for my hip. I got some stuff, some infused I picked up at the heat. He goes, let's go. So we went outside and bullshitted, showed me his plants that he grew. Yeah, he's a cool as hell stoner, bro.
Yes.
He's awesome. And he's smart as hell. Then now let me talk to UFOs. It was just like, this is amazing. Who could ask for anything better?
That's awesome.
Also, real quick, man, whenever you get out here to Oregon, like, I can help you out with so much of that stuff, brother. So just hit me up.
Nice. All right.
Drew, what part of Oregon are you in?
I'm in Eugene, man. Love your shit, Dupa.
Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm up in here in Vancouver, dude.
Oh, damn! Just up in the Couve. That's not far.
Up in the Couve. If you're ever up this way, let me know. An
Definitely.
event on the west side would be a really cool move. I'm super down with that. I don't know of any. I know that there's an event in December in New York again, but other than the McMinnville thing, and that's kind of a minor one, and it's centered around one case, you know. But there's
Check this
a
out.
lot of.
Sorry, I got him into Sam.
No,
Sam.
please.
Samuel, my son. I did not mean to step on you. Go ahead. Sorry, the brownie's kicking in. Go ahead, dude.
Oh, hell yeah. No, that's good news. No, I was just saying that there's not a lot of main events up here in the Northwest, and there should be, especially since it's like a capital of a lot of really weird paranormal stuff. I'd like to see more events go on up here. It's not something that just materializes. It takes a lot of work, which is why I have so much love and respect for Jay and James for putting that together over on the east side. But, I mean, if they could put something together in the middle of Manhattan, I imagine we can put something together over here in Portland. I would imagine it'd be easier and cheaper and, like, you know, more accessible, but I'm not sure. I would love to talk to them about it. I've never done this before. If someone were to pick a name out of a hat for people who would set this up, I would not even be in that hat. It's not. I'll come up with the name of it, but I would love to find some very organized, diligent people who would love to like set something like that up in here, because yeah, it's a very friendly city for tourism and for visitors, and for an event like this, the Northwest is just popping. So I know that there's a ton of people up here already who wouldn't even have to travel outside. But yeah, Phoenix.
Dude, I'm super down to volunteer time to help with anything like that. If anybody starts it up, like.
So check this out. This is what I was talking about earlier when I was being a jerk and I stepped on soup. Some of us are trying to work on something like that. Now we have enough people, and actually kind of a way it does. I think some of us were talking behind the scenes too about this whole damn thing, because there needs to be one for experiencers. So it's not something that's out of the reach. And I know that now, you know, people have connections. Think Toby, he knows people. He's putting on one, what's it called? The Roswell incident. And I can't remember when it is. I think we're putting that, I'm helping do some of that. So, and I made a comment, it needs to have experiencer shit. Like, there's experiencer workshops here. This is the reason I stayed an extra day. Most people don't. So you go in, interact, and talk, and do these things. That shit's tight. So I think there should be an experiencer festival, you know? Nothing like Burning Man, you know, nothing like that. Just chilling where we talk these topics and, you know, resources, and just do what we do in these spaces. Because most of the time it's dedicated to, you know, speakers talking about and giving nuts and bolts facts and things like that. Maybe we just need to have certain speakers and give somebody their, you know, Diane Pasulka book moment, you know, when they hear like, oh shit, that happened to you. I know when I was in my experiencer spaces here, like the real life spaces, I should say, when we're talking, I told a little bit of my story, and then somebody mentioned, what, you saw these? And we were going back and forth, and a third. Just so much of that happens, and it's crazy to connect on an eye-to-eye level, because it's just like these people get me. So this is the other reason I can go anywhere else, even around veterans, and say I can't be this social. These people, man. When I say these people, I mean the weird people, the good weird people. It's so much fun because every topic's covered, and they get especially experiencers. They get what you've been through. Doesn't matter how different the experience is. And you'll see it in their faces when they tell their story and the pain that they've lived through and this and that. So it's kind of super cool. Yeah. What I also say this, keep doing what you're doing. Astral spaces on RVing and precog. There's no shit like that in the world. That shit needs to keep going. That's basically just one of these, I was telling everybody earlier, it's like having a festival online or a Congress online. It's pretty much what it is, but you're getting way more stuff and more interaction, and so keep doing that shit, Astral, because that's some of the funnest stuff. Tube spaces, in my spaces, all these people that run these spaces on the topic, especially if you're going to sit in here and you want to talk about UFOs and things like that. And we actually, some people, instead of taking just to say, hey, I'd like to do something about it, we're trying. Some of us are really trying this in here, putting a message out there, so we can do that. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't do shit or there's nothing you can do. All you can do is either volunteer, try to find somebody. Hey, not everybody needs somebody, but you can be a voice. You could help in these spaces. You could do all these different things. So let me get you up here, Astral. Dude, I think I prefer spaces to podcasts. And podcasts is so fucking hard. I hate looking at myself, so I have to have a light right in my eyes. If I don't have to look at myself, I can be myself, dude. If I'm seeing myself, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing right there? So that's the other reason it took me so long to do guys' videos.
I feel you on that, though. Like, podcasts are great, but when you're on it, you're constantly, like, looking at yourself. There's constantly, like, you don't know, like, what's going on. It's like, and then you're nervous, too, because people can see what every eye movement. You got to be super engaged. Like, I'm usually, like, cleaning and stuff when I'm doing spaces or doing something else, drawing. There's no way I could do that on a podcast. There's no way. And that's not to say that podcasts, that's what makes them great. That's what makes them so engaging. But these spaces are somewhat like, I don't know. It's pretty dope. Like I engaged a lot of people through these spaces that I met with in New York, and it was like just, saying what's up. Like it was way better. And I felt like people thought they knew me a little bit better too. Because it's just, you can access that so fast. Just bam, you're on the spaces. You pop in. You have something to say, something to add. Pop in, pop out. It's such a low stakes type thing, but we're using it to its full effect. I think about this topic. But yeah, it's a good point, Shane.
Thank you, Sam. Go ahead, B. I know you had your hand up for a bit, and we'll get to you, Randy.
Oh, yeah, not a problem. I love listening to you guys talk, but like you're making the entrepreneur come out now. It's like, hey, Sam, Astral, you guys like make me a shirt that says, I can see your living room. Ask me how, and I can start talking to people, people about RV and stuff out in public. But the idea of having that camera and just asking random strangers, have you ever seen a UFO? And getting that would be an amazing show, especially in Portland. You have access to some of the greatest, weirdest people around, man. You've got to do it. But like, if you have a camera out, you're going to change some of the people's stories, right? So you're going to have their permission, and they're going to be kind of bashful. You could do it like a hidden camera thing, but you'd have to gray out their faces and identity. I don't know which one would be better, but man, one of those got to happen. But I need that shirt.
Why don't we all do it and make a compilation?
Woohoo! Yes! I love it.
Randy, you're up.
Shane, you bring up a good point about experiencers. It's be great to have experiencers where they meet with other experiencers that you have a safe place where they can open up. I'm 63. I've told you that I kept this stuff to myself. I didn't tell them move on because everybody wants proof. And when you're an experiencer, it's, at the time when you've been abducted, you don't have a camera. Back when it happened to me in 66, there wasn't cell phones. And like Kent, he always wants, proof, and he says, like, I've been waiting for 30 years. Well, I've been waiting for 50 years. And it's like when I get in these groups, sometimes I feel like, okay, I feel intimidated. Like everyone's, we want, a picture. Even if you come up with a picture, people dissect it, and just like, they criticize every little thing about it, and it's like, oh, geez, and so then you want to go back in their closet and just like, okay, I'm going to go back to smoking my pot. I'm going to get back in my closet and just be secluded from the world. But if you get around like people that had similar experience, they accept you. And it's like, this has been beautiful being in this community, UFO Twitter community, and you have all accepted me. But it's nice to be able to share that with others that had similar experiences because they don't judge you and they go, yeah. And they kind of almost like remind you of some of the experiences that you had that you've almost forgotten. And it's beautiful. And Shane, I feel for you, man. I was a gifted. I sent you in your DM, so help you with your hip, man. It's like I love you. I know, man, the pain of my hip. It supports like 75% of your body's weight, man. And it's okay. We all need sometimes a little support to lean on others, and a cane. Sometimes when you're in airports and stuff, and you're walking, and you're moving around a lot, man. It's just nice to have a little cane. It's kind of like, you know, we all have a shoulder sometimes we need to lean on, and it's okay to have a cane. You know, I've at airports, I've asked it for assistance to have a wheelchair. You know, so just say, hey, I'm a vet, man. You know, I've served, I've done my time, and you know, I need assistance at the gate. You know, a wheelchair to take me from gate to gate, man. We owe that to you, Chase, man. Just, you know, don't feel bad, the stigma, man, that goes with it. You know, just say, hey, I need help, man. And there's people that are out there that are willing to help you, man. And don't feel guilty for asking it, man, because, you know, you shouldn't be at this point where you're hurting so bad because you're moving around and trying to get to event and from airport gate to airport gate, man.
I appreciate that, Randy. Thank you very much. B, go ahead.
They make awesome canes now that encompass like a samurai sword. You know, you can like have a samurai sword tucked away in a cane and be like badass old man and nobody know. So there you go.
And put one of those crystals you keep finding on the top of it.
That's crazy.
You can make one into a bong.
You could keep your weed in it.
It's a big hidden hookah. I know that I'm gonna have to get a cane maybe just for this little bit, but I'm past that. I have to get my hip replaced, no doubt about it. The cane, even with a cane, I can't walk. That's how much pain I'm in. Every step, and I'm like, this is ridiculous. So that's part
Get
of
it replaced.
Whatever.
Get it replaced,
Yep.
Shane.
As soon as I get home, I'll have to, because I've got. I mean, that's part of the reason. One of the reasons I was when I first got here, I was like, shit, dude, I can't keep up with anything. But I ended up just chilling with them anyway. So I've been to most of these. Like, again, guys, these speakers are smart as fuck, but you guys are all super smart. Stuff that you know, I promise you, be coming to these conferences, just talking to them, and everything they talk about, you already know. Because again, you actually research the subject, you watch podcasts, you go over these different things. So you've seen all these different speakers talk there, and you know all of it. That's so cool. Trust me, knowing that all my Twitter friends are pretty much on par with the levels of like John Ramirez and all these other guys. They know this each story behind them, so they take a piece from the puzzle. That's the coolest shit. Go ahead, Tech.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask real quick, and Astral and I had talked about this in one of the spaces he had recently. Is there some kind of online repository that basically is tracking all of this stuff in terms of phenomenon and where it's happening, what's happening? I know there's the Black Vault from whatever his name is, Greenwald or whatever, but I've been following him a little bit on Twitter as well, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. But is there some kind of repository that folks are using to post all? Because I'd love to have a look at it if it's there.
I'm making one.
You are?
Yeah, I'm making a timeline for all this stuff. A visual, interactive timeline. Stuff you can search. It lays it all out in front of you. Zoom in, zoom out. Relevant, more relevant things go to the top. Zoom in for less relevant things, but it would all be along a timeline. It's not. I mean, it's in construction, but because I couldn't find anything like what you're talking about, that wasn't on some really old website looking thing, like really antiquated, like Web 1 type stuff. I just had to try to make one. So if you want to check that out, you can just go to my website or whatever and check it out. But yeah, it's a labor of love. And I know that there's some other things. Like there's actually another UFO timeline being made now, and the website's active, and you can just kind of scroll through it. But it's not like an interactive visual thing. It's just kind of like the names of the events.
Yeah.
Dope.
Yeah, and because one of the things I was wondering, and that I think would be really interesting, is there's a lot of, obviously we have a lot of anecdotal evidence and stuff, but if we were able to have discrete actual data sets that were inside of a database that could be data mined or have some AI basically applied to it to try to start looking for some patterns and commonalities in there, it would, again, I've talked about this before, it would allow us to bring a little more of a scientific approach to bear, and maybe that would help uncover some things that are not immediately apparent by people just trying to do free level association in an unstructured manner. So
I think that's what Valet is working on right now, but at least he was with Bigelow. They were doing a database and AI aggregated so that it could scrub the data. And that's kind of what, like a meta-analysis of all the stuff that's going out. So there's like people individually, like Dean Radin on his webpage has a bunch of articles that pertain to psi, but like somebody could definitely do it for UAP and of like legit stuff coming out in an organized fashion. Not, like Toop's got timeline, definitely that shit's going to be tight, but like behind the science of like the articles of where it currently is and what's officially been published and shit like that. Like, I don't know if there's one out there. That's a good question.
Yeah. I was thinking about like, we talked about this, Astral, like something that, that's got multiple inputs coming into it, like people reporting things and then other things that are happening in the area. If it had all of that information, perhaps it would be able to start establishing some correlated events that are common in a repeating pattern across the board. And again, that would allow folks to focus in more accurately on what's actually going on and happen and potentially predict if and when some of these things are going to occur. So I just think having things like that out there, I think would be extremely helpful.
Yeah. Hey, Tech, I can kind of comment on that a little bit. So what you're talking about was attempted by Bass with Bigelow under the OSAP contract, and Jacques Vallée was actually helping out with that. Exactly what you're saying. They were collecting all these reports worldwide. I believe Jacques said they had about 200,000 cases. They were trying to catalog them and use AI to search for data and correlations and match things up. However, once Bass went down or the OSAP was canceled, Bigelow took all of that and just never released it. He's holding on to all those files. The only other thing I'd recommend is you could build something based purely on MUFON and NUFORC and UFORC. They take all the cases that are submitted to them. It'll tell you what city they were in, what date, what time, the description, if there's video or not. I just don't have a tech background. I don't know how I would make a program or do anything, but that would be a good open source area for somebody to try and start building what you're talking about. But you need a membership to MUFON to access their files, and I'm not sure about the other one, NUFORC. I haven't spent much time on that site.
Yeah, I mean, because that's what you just described. I mean, I'm always looking to improve my GitHub profile, and I'm a developer, so I do all these projects for fun, and I've been looking for one to work on, and I just haven't seen out there a real single version of the truth that kind of pulls all these things together. I know, obviously, I'm aware of MUFON, but like you said, it's behind a paywall to get access to all the actual data files and all of that. But regardless, it would be great to have one single area that was taking as much of a scientific analysis on it as possible to kind of figure things out. Because again, I know I've said it a few times, but I feel like the less I appreciate, and it's not to downplay anyone with their reporting, but the more concrete things that we have will scientific actual data points that could lead to reproducibility, etc. That, in my opinion, leads us quicker to the truth, and can factor out some of the things that might be a misidentification, etc. So, right,
and also, I think it's totally a worthy pursuit, and somebody who can do it should do it, and I'd love for that. But also, I'd be wary of drawing any specific conclusions, just because it's only as good as the data coming in.
Right.
And if you got to assume less than 10% of UFO sightings are actually being reported, probably even smaller than that, it could really skew the data you're getting, and you might be drawing some false conclusions from it.
Right.
You guys should look into Enigma Labs. Enigma Labs is doing this. They were mentioned in Bloomberg, but they are working on this issue, and they're using AI. And they're, I think they're launching an app soon. So it's something to think about, but check them out.
Cool. All right. Thanks, guys.
I was trying to share a link. I don't know. I can't comment on your space, Shane, but it is with UAPDB. That's UAPDeltaBravo.com. And they have, it looks like, updated list of conferences, books, cases, documentaries, in the news, research news, sci-fi, and stuff about UAP that might be helpful there.
Nice. I'm checking it out right now. Thank you.
All right, guys, what I'm doing right now, I'm just out walking around. So what I'm doing, I took a blunt. I'm walking downstairs slowly, crippling. There's Ben and Jordan. Going to help me figure out how to get over here. I'm going to smoke on this. I scouted Travis Walton was out in the lobby. I'll see if I can get to talk to him real quick or any of the other guys. But the later it works here, the later it is, the more people it'll start showing up. So that's what I'm going to do. I got to try to keep my phone charged and I just be like, hey, you want to talk real quick? Some of them have Twitter, so I'll walk them through how to get on the space. And that'll be my little press thing I get them to do because I couldn't get the other shit. Some of them, they'll do it. Random. So just keep this shit rolling, whatever. I guess we'll change the subject when people get in, and I'm like too.
This is dope. It's like exciting.
Yes, Kane. Thank you very much, Kane.
You're our guy on the street.
The high guy on the street.
Boots on the ground.
Hey, let me say this again.
Blunts on the ground.
One of the things I want to make very
bars
recorded. People in here. Hey, can you hear me? Did you lose me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We have people in here. I don't want people in the mistake. Like, no, I'm just going to be myself, podcast, all that shit. I'm not trying to be anybody else. So, again, I smoke that shit. I eat that shit. It's for reasons I'm not going to explain. And so a lot of times people get shitty about it. I guess people kind of bitch at me, whatever. Fuck them. I'm going to be myself. That's it. I already fucked half my life off being someone I wasn't supposed to. So that's all you're getting. I'm going to probably embarrass myself quite a bit, but that's all right. I don't mind doing that shit. It's a lot better because you notice that I'm getting more comfortable. First of speaking, being on podcasts, shit like that, socializing with other weirdos. So I just keep doing this shit. And I appreciate all of you guys for helping me out. I'm going to smoke this. Somebody else take over. Hey, Astral, why don't you co-host for me, bro?
I love you, Shane. Hey, I got to go real quick, but I'll pop back in later on. Good luck trying to catch Travis.
Who else? Who else? Like big names were there? Was Elizondo and or Nolan at this one? Or I think Jacques Delay was there, if I'm not mistaken.
No, this is a totally different event. This is
okay.
Let me put it to you this way, bro. I know which one you're talking about. That's the kind of place I love to be. Those are the speakers I would sit in on the whole time because that's stuff I don't know everything on type thing. That's the less than layman type place you go to, right? Where they're just dropping some stuff that we could follow. I'd love to go to that. This is a little more of a general terms, like the speakers are like Walton. You've heard about his case. So you got Travis Walton, James Fox premiered his movie. So these are things that are a lot of times people in these spaces who are super intelligent researchers know way more than what's going to be put out these spaces. So that's why this place here, the Congress, is cool because it's built so basically it's all intertwined. So you sit down at dinner, hey, they're there. You'll talk to them. So I recommend everyone, if you get a chance, thank them for this shit because it is one of the nicest festivals I've been to, and it's more about the people, right? Connecting with people, and you're just staying in the same place. It's like a Disney World for weirdos, the good weirdos. I had such a fucking good time, man.
That's awesome. All right, cool. Thanks.
That's what I would get excited about, though, is really the networking, I think, that goes around the events. If you hear probably like Shane, a lot of the like you were saying, a lot of the information, I think we've heard a lot or already, would know in terms of documents or stuff people are talking about. But it's like the networking where it's like a sense of community, and then people start working together, shit like that. It's awesome. Zim, hey man.
Yeah, so somebody's take over. I'm smoking a blunt.
Cool.
What's up, Zim? All right. Astral, man, how you been?
Chilling, bro.
Dude, dope.
Yeah, but what you were saying though about doing like an event, I think that I liked the 1-day event. I probably would like prefer a multi-day, but something where, you know, you get people together and then you have good speakers. Bro, I've planned a couple of conferences actually, and would love to help with that shit, bro, for real.
I would help with that too, because I used to do that in my role at my previous company I was at. I used to plan the annual users conference and all that, and got speakers and accommodations and all of that. And more importantly, I think it's a good thing would be to kind of bring folks in across the spectrum. So, you know, you get some of the nuts and bolts and some of the woo and some of the, you know, I think it's very important to have an even distribution there so that you can get a wide variety of ideas and perspectives. But I'd love to have some, you know, one-on-one conversations with some of these folks, because I suspect that they're going to be much more apt to open up on a one-on-one than they are posting on Twitter or here, you know, on a podcast, etc. So I think that's one of the things, like you said, network building. It's a great function of all of these conferences for sure.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I think me and Dr. Masters are besties now, man. I think we find something or some shit like that. We were just chilling. It was such a good time, dude. And I couldn't even begin, dude. Every time he was introducing me to people, you know, it was all good. All the speaking and stuff. It was the afterwards, like, because you were there and you got to ask people questions. So yeah, that'd be my kind of thing, right? So, and I even had, like, if it was Pacific Northwest or depending on where this was at, I said Pacific Northwest. I was gonna say the Red Lion Inn, because they have big conventions surrounded by hotels, and I forgot I'm banned from all those properties, I think, for life. That sucks. My past sucks, man. I can't go to Walmart. I can't go to a Red Lion, I don't think, dude. I gotta get that shit fixed.
You're not missing much with Walmart, bro.
or Red Lion. I think you're good.
Yeah, true.
You're good.
I tell you what, you don't know that until all of a sudden you can't go on any Walmart property ever, anywhere, including Sam's Club, because you're a jackass in the past. I'm like, shit, man, maybe they fix that shit now. Because it sucks. Because somebody will go get some at Walmart. It's like, I got to dip out. I can't even go on the property. I ain't taking a charge now. It's been too long.
I think you're fine now. I think there's a pre-COVID and a post-COVID security policy.
Oh, bro, no.
Could be wrong.
It literally said 99 years. I'm not fine now. It said, the paper I signed said 99 years. No, it's in print.
Oh, man. I don't even want to know what you did. But that sucks, man. That sucks. Dude, I think the Red Lion has pretty much gone under, though. Like, it's not like DoubleTree. But there's a Red Lion right over here, like in the Washington-Oregon border. But it's like old school. And then it just burned down like last summer too. So I think it's a remnant of our past. Is Zim ever going to pop in here?
Take over.
All right, cool. I got you. Holly, what's good?
Hey guys, I'm good. We've just had an event in the UK, one of the Awakening ones, and like it's just so great when the community can get together. And it's like 10:15 here in the UK. I've just got home and I'm just filled with like so much. Like I'm just energized from being with like fellow weirdos, hearing some great people speak. It was quite cool to watch Richard Doty be a bit shifty. So I just think it's like, I just really just loved hearing how you guys were like, let's do an event or a conference, let's do something, because it's just mad important to get together when you can. And I'm just dead energized that I got to see all my weird mates, and a couple of people from Twitter that I didn't even know came over. Like I didn't know on a personal basis. We got chatting today, and it was just good to share some soul.
That's awesome. And you're gonna have to probably share a little bit more details about some of the speakers and what you heard. But yeah, I love the networking, man. I'm all about it.
It was cool. It was a good day. It was long but good. I found Rick Doty spoke, Steve Merra, and Whitley Strieber. Oh, he is such a sweetheart of a human being. But it was a good day. It was quite weird meeting Richard Doty in person. I don't know what I believe and what I don't believe. So I asked him quite a few questions, and he just looked at me like I was insane. So I'm still processing some of the answers, but it was good. It was really good. Yeah, I enjoyed myself.
And I saw all that info that Doty's been releasing recently, and I too find it difficult to know what to believe or not, considering his background as a disinformation agent, and now all of a sudden he's willing to divulge all this information, and it's like, really, are you sure? If it was true, is he not in violation? How is that not in violation of a non-disclosure agreement with the government? So I try to take it with a grain of salt with what he says.
Absolutely. At one point today, he was on the stage, and I'm a public relations person. That's been my career. I know when someone's lying to me. I know. I get it. And he at one point went, "Oh, but this is classified," and carried on. And I was like, "Dude, can you hear you? What?" And I kind of looked over at Dan Signal and Vinny Adams, and I was like, he just said that's classified, but he stood here in front of 200 people. Dude, pick a lane. It was just a bit what is the truth? But when I spoke to him up close and personal, he was like that I asked him about his take on heists and consciousness and and he changed the subject and said, my allergies are really bad, the weather. And I was like, ugh, yawn, and I just skipped off.
I sometimes get the feeling that Doty is still working for the intelligence agencies, and he just gets involved in some of these things, doing not reconnaissance, but basically feeding information or disinformation. I just find it very hard to believe anything he said, given the whole history with the Dulce area and all that. But but that's great that you got to speak to him and get some FaceTime to judge his actual reaction to some things you were saying. That's really interesting.
It was just, he changed the way I'm quite not aggressive in my questioning, but I'm from the north of England. We say it like it is. There's, I'm just going to be who I am. I'm not going to change just because I might have, you might be somewhat, whatever. You're still a normal person. So I was quite pointed with my question, and he just changed the subject as quickly as possible. And I was like, dude, whoa. And he changed the subject that quickly. I got a lady that comes to some of my C5 meetups. When she asked him a question, he was all he didn't want to engage a bit more. So I don't know if I ruffled him it was a bizarre interaction. So I scarpered as fast as I could.
Did you ask him about that list of the Area 51 visitors that he just released, where supposedly Art Bell was one of the visitors, and all these other people were being divulged? I just find it hard to believe that he would be able to divulge such a thing, which I would think would be classified in public. So yeah,
I didn't ask him that question, but Vinny Adams did earlier in the day. So I'll probably let him share what he said to him. But I think it was we were all kind of looking at each other like, yeah, okay, awkward. So yeah, he was a lot smaller in stature as well. I expected him to be, I don't know, he just was not what I kind of expected. But hey, are we all? But yeah, it was weird.
Say, listen, don't repeat this shit if I tell you guys this. I know it's recorded, so it doesn't really matter. So, speaking of weird, now listen, guys, just like these spaces, you got to be kind, right? I always try to preach that. I do that shit in real life. If you don't believe me, let me tell you a story. Oh, my Lord. So I'm standing there with Jared. God bless that kid. And we were standing right there, and I'm looking, kind of looking at the bartender. I'm trying to figure out, hey, I'm feeling super guilty because she was working her ass off. They're understaffed, and I think I stiffed her. And I was like trying to figure out how I could make it right because, that's not the kind of guy I am. So I was tipping her huge, just like, hey, what do I do? And this woman walks up and says, hey, you. And I was like, who, me? And I was like, yeah. She goes, I saw you were in the prophecy when something about tarot. And I was like, wait, what? The shirt father figure. And I was like, all right. So me being the dumbass me says, do you want to sit down with me and Jared? And she's like, yeah. So we sit down and immediately bad fucking vibes, man. And I'm like, what is going on? She looks at me and she says, do you believe in Jesus? And I said, wait, what? And she says, what about sacrifice? And I said, wait, what? And she kept saying stuff like that. Then as Jared and I sat there, I'm looking around and I'm like, dude, what's going on here? I'm trying to be a good guy here, trying to be kind, because I didn't quite understand what it was. She just blurts out, I'm celibate. I'm married. Screams that shit at me and Jared. And I look at Jared and I'm like, what the fuck, dude? This is insane. So I didn't want, again, I'm Shane. I'm going to be kind. So I'm like, all right, cool. You don't got to worry about that shit. And as we're sitting there, I look Jared in the eyes and I see him say, well, I'll be back. He bolts. And then I'm just me right there at this goddamn table. And I'm like, oh, fuck no, dude. What is going on? And as I'm sitting there, she keeps looking at me. She goes, so what do you think about sacrifice? And I'm like, what? And I'm like, I'm going to go get my food, okay? So I start to get up and she looks at me and gives me the oddest look, like literally she was play acting a role or a part. Now, this is going to get weird here in a second because she goes, oh, was I just not cool enough for you? I said, what the fuck? Is she on mushrooms? What is going on in this situation? So I start to get up and walk away. But just then, they forget about my superpower, which is hypervigilance. So I'm paying attention to everything. Dude, there's this creepy dude here with her. Dude, there's some kind of a fucking game going on there. And that's what I read instantly. My hair stood up and I knew. The way he turned his head to stop to look at me, and I've seen him doing that same game on multiple people. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? It was insane. Absolutely insane. And the best part is my wingman bolted on my ass. I was like, oh, shit, what do I do? Because I'm not going to be an asshole. I wasn't. I just tried to do my own thing. But, yeah, you just got to be careful, kind of be kind, and guide people to other places. If you got to, get your ass to safety. Go ahead, Zim.
Yeah, I was out with my wife, and I'm your age-ish. I'm in my 50s, and my wife as well. And last night, that sort of scene happened with me too. It's like everyone that came over was older and older. I'm talking to a lady that's 81, learning the banjo, for the last 2 months, and like all these, I'm like, so I finally turned to my wife, and we just slowly noticed it. I said, hey, you notice how old this table is where we are? It became a gathering. But people by the time people are that old, man, they get set in their ways, man, and they have their angle. She came in there with her angle. You got to learn your game. You got to learn about Elvis and Frank Sinatra and stuff to go to these shows, I think.
Dude, I do love, that's why I fit in so well. One of my favorite musicians, Frank Sinatra. I'll actually be listening to that on my iPod. I don't know why. That's probably freaking why I get along with all of them. Although no one swims like me. I'm the only person that's like, let's go swim or get in a hot tub. Everyone's like, hell no. I was like, dude, it's like 80 degrees here. No one will fucking swim with me.
Yo, Shane, did you go out and do a CE5, bro? Did you go out with like Jared and them? Did you all go out one night?
So check this out, bro. Okay, this is the real deal here. So I didn't have to go do a CE5. We wanted to, but the lights here, first, there's one you could pay for, but I actually brought this up at one of the convention or the experiencer talks here. I said, my shit's been continuous. And I said, listen to this. I've always said it's been with my emotional output, up or down, happy or sad, which I'm very static, had a good time, had, stress, but good time. But I was sitting out there with Jared when he just got here. And as I'm sitting there looking at Jared, because there's an airport right by, right? So there's aircraft everywhere. And I'm watching them. You could see them. But right now there was no aircraft, no big deal. As I'm looking at Jared, the only way I noticed this pulse is because it swept across my fucking eyes. The red pulse one time, and then it was gone. Didn't, no other lights anywhere nearby, no blinks, nothing. I can't say, Jared, turn around, look around, see if there's any aircraft, look to see if there's shit, you see anything, because the sky was big enough that one blink, there should have been more blinks. You see what I mean? It should have blinked once. We would have seen it go at least 3, 4, 5 more times before it went out of peripheral. Because no, it wasn't a blink though. It swept across both my eyes. And I said, Jared, turn around. Do you see anything? He's like, no. I was sitting out there by the pool. And I went in the next morning and I said, this is crazy. I said, I don't get it. I was talking to the one who's leading it, Gwen. I said, who would you tell this shit to? Right? I said, everywhere. It's stuff like this. This was just the same shit. I just told the story about how oh, shit. So check this out. It just hit me. I just told the story that same morning, for the first time in a group of all them, with Gwen and all them, about how I first saw them with that happening, with lights sweeping across my eyes. Just like, it looked like a laser going one eye to the other. It's not like a flash for both eyes. It looks like it's sweet. I mean, you can see it directly. So basically, the only time you see it, it hits one eye, then it's the other. So it's like just a real quick sweep. I can't even begin to explain it. And that's how I started seeing that shit, right? And that's what happened. And I just talked about it that morning. And then that night it happened. That's fucking craziness. I swear that shit is nuts. And I hadn't even taken anything yet. Smoked anything. That's before I found out bud was legal here. So it wasn't that, guys. Let's make that clear. That's amazing.
But it's interesting though, bro, that you talked about it earlier and like synchronistic moment later. This shit crazy.
Yeah, I don't get it, dude. And some of this shit's crazy. Go ahead, B.
That's like confirmation, right? And it does get like that. I'm sure Holly can talk to this too, and a couple other people in this room too. It becomes almost like second nature. It's like something's wrong when you don't see them, because like every night of the week, me, my husband, my son, somebody, there's one in the sky right there, just hanging out, but they're always around. But who do you tell? But nobody. But I would, man, I'm getting so excited thinking about you guys taking on the conferences and doing that kind of stuff. If there's anything I can do to help with that stuff, let me know. I'm so down. But if y'all do that, please do the experiencer and the music, and bring the jam fest. Everybody have a flow session. That would be amazing.
Check this out though. Fortunately for you guys, I'm such an idiot that everything's on Twitter. It's so much easier to just do my little shitty live stream on Twitter and all that stuff, right? So I promise you guys, we'll get this shit going. I told you already that we have the capability of doing it. Why not? The stuff we talk about in these spaces is what people need. You know how many people don't have this, like Twitter spaces, or don't have the groups? And the groups don't have the resources we do, or because the amount of connections you make with this is crazy, right? So I don't know why we don't just keep doing what we're doing. This is my favorite shit right here, because I love hearing and interacting with you guys. So actually, what I've been rolling around doing is getting people, on our podcast, but they also have to do a goddamn space, because run well, you guys getting asked questions pertinent to the topic is cool. Even people who aren't involved in the topic. So yeah, this is my home. I prefer this shit. I just, I guess it's just a thing of, oh, by the way, Sam, I'll give you a tip. The best thing to do is put your light source so it's right in your eyes. You can't see yourself on the camera. Then you're good. That's all I do. And I'm like, cool, just be myself. And then I can't go back and watch it though, bro.
Thank you, Shane, for being real with us, man. We love you.
But somebody else can go right now.
No, Zim, what's up?
So, Shane, 2 weeks ago, I brought this up a couple times, guys, but it's Spaces. It's always a different group. That some of us have heard this, so I apologize. But 2 weeks ago, it was a Friday night. My wife and I were out watching the sky, watching the horizon, and we saw the blinking lights all started happening and all this shit. And I came in, and I think you asked me, "Go, did you take a picture?" And I'm like, "Shit, I didn't. I said my wife had her camera up. She was going to take a picture of the pretty horizon. It was like a moonrise, but wasn't happening yet. So anyway, Friday, it's been 2 weeks. What happened is we were looking at what was probably Jupiter, and then lights started dancing across the whole sky. And what I saw were lights going fast, like far away on the horizon. And this shit happened about 30 seconds, and it died down. And as we were watching, I said, "You're seeing this?" He goes, "Yeah, they're blinking." She described it with me. I thought I had no photos. Friday, she digs her phone up and goes, "Look, I did. I had photos." So she had these 2 photos. She had what we think is Jupiter, and then when it started dancing, it's like 4 lights start popping off of it in this next click. And then, because it was all going on, instead of taking pictures, she drops the phone down and starts looking. I don't know how, with this room, I don't see where I could post them, but it freaks me out that all this stuff. How long have I been in this UFO stuff with you guys? I don't pull my phone out. My wife had it out, you know?
I've seen something like that. That's so interesting. It's like one of the only weird things I've ever seen, like kind of recently. And it was this, I thought it was a star. And you know how like stars like twinkle, they have these like bars of light that come off them. And then it looked like there were like several little points of light flying off of it. And I was like, I don't know what the hell that is. So I'm going to check out. But yeah, I've seen something like that. That's interesting.
That guy, Just My Videos, he has something similar from a year ago in October, I think, or in September. I was looking at his stuff, and it's like, it happens for like 30 seconds. Maybe it's something reflecting on satellites that we don't usually see. But what my eyes told me were things were moving real fast. But I don't know if that's just the effect, because they're strobing like, right?
He might be talking about the spastic ones. I actually just threw up a video yesterday, about 45 seconds, and I've got quite a few of them. But there are 2 different things. One, Sam, you're talking about with the color sparks just off to the side of the stars. I've seen those too. Those are really neat. But I think y'all are talking about 2 different things. I think it kind of looks like sparks of electricity or static electricity just pop, 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 pop. Just real spread. Yeah.
And all across the horizon, but low, not up high in the sky, but across the horizon before the moon rises. So I'm thinking it could be an effect of the moonlight that is hitting them, and we don't see the moon yet. I'm trying to make it natural, you know, but it was wild.
Well, check that video out, if you will, and tell me if it resembles any what you're talking about. I'm trying to place it, because I haven't seen those very much, and I've been doing the initiated whatever for about 8 years now, right? But the spastic ones seem to be on the rise. A lot of people are seeing those, and I don't know what to make of those.
Hey B, can you go through your equipment, like bag or briefcase, your pack, and what you all bring out with you? I thought that was interesting what you posted.
Oh, that's the Psionics Aurora Pro, and it's kind of, you can put on a rifle. I never use that. And then the black flashlight's a UV, which I don't use that because things get weird. And then the silver one is my laser. I promise I've never blinded a pilot. Promise. Pinky swear.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, August. I know you got some equipment too. Randy's got some equipment, man. I know that.
I apologize. I didn't really want to derail the topic. I just want to say that it's a beautiful thing that, when the universe speaks to you, and just happens that, like, Shane and I just crossed paths, and here I kind of reach out to him, but he's kind of like changed my life in this positive way after losing my son here. Shane being a vet, I want to reach out to him, but it's like, he's changed my life in a positive way. And I thought here I was kind of trying to help him, but he's really made a positive impact in my life. And many of you have. And it's just like, we have to sometimes, like I said, get away from artificial EMF energy sometimes, and to listen, try to center ourselves and listen to this, the universe, and it's like, you guys have made such a huge impact in my life. You guys are all amazing people, and it's just like, wow, we could change this world to this. I tell my son that sometimes, we can't see everything that cameras or different creatures can see. We can't hear everything that other, entities can see or cameras can see. And it's like, we need to keep an open mind sometimes. And other humans can see some things that we cannot see. And because they see something and don't capture the evidence, we have to kind of keep an open mind and don't, frown down on them, and Shane's able to see things that we haven't seen. And that's great that he's gotten a camera, and let's support him. And just as a beautiful community. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, let me say this though, guys. I love those kind words, but you've got to remember, I'm human too. I tell you, I'm only just being myself. So there's going to be lots of shit that a lot of people don't agree with. Not intentional. I'm kind. I do I'm the same person I am here, but sometimes I have fun. So I'm just chilling right now down here.
Oh, we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. We all fall and get up, and we just get back up and try and do our best.
Okay, right on, man. I don't want people to put me up on no pedestal, nothing like that. I'm just a human trying to figure out who the fuck I am and what this shit is. I don't know as much as anybody else, so I just happen to be in the right place at the right time, and I want to talk about this subject, and this is how I do it. So it is what it is. And I appreciate that. The support is the shit. The only reason I'm doing podcasts and shit, dude, I'm a little coming out of my shell like a social butterfly, just sitting out back doing spaces, waiting on people to roll by. So, this support and shit, it's something different. I get it. People are trying to what kind of a lazy ass podcast, dude? I'm not trying to be nothing professional. I'm just my crazy self.
My point, Shane, was how the universe brings you and I together. Not so much that you being a great person. It's just that we need to listen to the universe, and it's kind of like how this miracle happened, how you and I just happened to cross paths. Is a beautiful thing. Yeah. So that's what I was making.
I'm glad I met you too, Randy. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm glad I met you too, brother.
Yeah, me too, man.
So, B, are you up?
Shane, you smoked a blunt with Dr. Masters, so that deserves hero status in itself. So yeah, totally gelling. Thanks for sharing that with me.
I want to smoke a blunt with Joe Rogan. I want to eat it. I want to eat some brownies and smoke a blunt with Joe Rogan. I think I'd have a good time and talk about UFOs. I was thinking about it the other night. I said that'd be cool as hell.
Dude, I want to trip with McKenna. What are you talking about?
I know. I can dream, though, because I'm sitting there, I'm like, dude, doing this shit with these guys is fun as fuck, because that's what we were doing. Some amazing stuff. Just people, nothing illegal, just people having fun, being adults, and it was super awesome. It was one of the greatest experiences of my life. So it's like this everywhere, but it's usually kind of people meet at the conventions, and they go out about there. But here, dude, if you can, I'm in no way affiliated with Karen and Alejandro, but you need to fucking retweet them, and people can bitch all they want. This is a great event. The stuff you can do, the people you can talk to, I'm talking everything all right here. I'm telling you right now, do me a favor, retweet, because they gave me an experience of a lifetime. This is all I can think about. This is how every convention should be. Different people I get, you change that to taste, but where you can interact with all these people, because that's all they are, they're people, and they'll sit there and talk about these things with you all day and all night, and that's fun as hell. So Yeah, retweet them. This shit is amazing. And it's International UFO Congress, and just tell them that UFO Congress, because this shit was hot. And this is what I would, if I could put one together, that's what I want right here. Because it's like a space, the whole place, just walking around talking to everybody about anything you want. Although, don't tell anybody this crazy shit. I'll tell you another crazy story. So at the end of the day, after someone took some edibles, I took some edibles. I definitely took some edibles, and someone else. And I was like, dude, where are you going? He goes, I want to go talk to John Ramirez. I said, now? Right the fuck now? You're crazy, dude. He's like, I'm good. And he comes back up and he goes, dude, I think John Ramirez thought I was an agent. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, what did you do, bro? He's like, I kept picking my phone up, looking at my phone, setting it down. And I was laughing my ass off. I said, what the fuck, dude? That was like it was one of the greatest experiences I ever had. I was like, you're lucky to get shot. That's all I could say. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, why would you go now, dude? It's because they're here everywhere at all times. So even when you're upstairs and if the bar is open and there's people down there, dude, it's a get together. Just adults having a good time. And it was a blast, but I could not believe that shit happened. It freaked me out. I was like, oh shit. You got a 3-letter org with our name on it now, man. What the hell are you doing? I will also say that talking to him face to face, his story is quite intense. Just watching him 5 feet away, and and shit, it's like that for other experiencers, right? You go in these places, it's really cool having these spaces, but there ain't nothing like sharing an experience and seeing the look on people's faces, and you're like, oh man, I felt that. I know that shit right there. I know that feeling that other people won't believe, but goddamn well it is, and your life's changed. Seeing that shit, and then watching people connect because of the look alone, it's just kind of like, oh, wow, there needs to be more of these conventions for experiencers, right? Panels and stuff like that. Because the more we talk, it's kind of like almost like A and NA. It seriously is. So the more we talk about it, the more people kind of realize, oh, shit's real. I've got family members that are this and that. So, yeah, that kind of shit's important, but there's not enough of it. It's kind of here, hidden. And it's rather powerful. Man, all I know is before I went in, I knew I didn't really know shit. But now I definitely know I don't know shit. Shit about shit, right? And I got a lot of research to do and literally learn more from you guys because I'm just amazed at the depth and these experiences are real. So it's in my head it's still valet or it's possibly Keel because they're so in depth and they're so real and they're so different and they just keep hitting me. I'm like, oh man, and it just takes my breath away because I'm like, this is to see these people speak for the first time too is kind of crazy because it's literally dumping so much off. I was just kind of like, man, when I first did it too, it was, and I love these spaces, but man, just seeing people's faces and when people look at you and then they connect instantly like with something and they raise their hand and they start interacting about, hey, oh yeah, I saw this and I did that, and then you kind of make friends based on that, and you start realizing, oh damn, all these experiences have things intertwined, and I don't know why there's not a large set of data with just it can be anonymous data taking all these into account, man, doing something like Keel did on a larger scale.
Yeah, bro. That's I think what somebody who was it? Was it John Lucas was just talking about with and it was troublesome to hear, bro, when he was talking about like Bigelow taking that the data that he collected and like not sharing it. And I think, man, the unfortunate thing of what's happening is that people sort of like talk about collaboration and transparency, but when it gets down to really sharing some of this stuff, is people are really protective about it and don't all the time want to do it. And I think that's going to be hurting the field a lot coming up, unless we're able to sort of like push these people like, hey, like release the data. We know about that, you have it. And I think like if we switch it to like, instead of all the bickering online and like point it towards a direction that's going to be worthy for people to pay attention to, I think that'll be the best use of the UFO Twitter initiative or whatever,
Yep. For real, that's what we should be using this shit for. So, I mean, we're here. We can collaborate. There's so many things we can do. So, go ahead, Astral. Take over for me, please. I'm going to sit here for a sec.
Yeah, well, I think too, one of the interesting things, Randy, that you said was you talked about like having the experience, and just for the experience. And I think too, somebody was talking about like they didn't bring out their phone, and I've had that sort of experience too, where I feel like the reason why the experience is happening is because my motivation is not to document and show off the actual experience to everybody else, and it's for me to really engage in the real experience. And so I think there's some sort of aspect, it seems like, that of like, if you go out with like the sole purpose of documenting and posting it on social media and saying, I found it, look at this, then it doesn't seem to show up as much as if you just genuinely go out and try and have the experience.
Dude, you know what? I think that's exactly right. But you know what it sounds like the most to me is a good idea. Like, you never really get them when you're trying your hardest to like get them, like inspiration or the solution to a problem. You get it when you're out like living, when you're out just doing something else, and then your brain's allowed to like put it in the background and use some other type of problem solving while you're just doing whatever. It's like, oh, this is like that, and you're like, oh shit, it is. So it's interesting like that. But I totally agree, man. I'm gonna roll out. I'm gonna get my daughter some ice cream, and then I'll check back with you guys in a little bit.
Hey, Astral, Astral, this kind of reminds me of what we were talking about in your RV space the other night about the more you try to the harder you try for something, the lower the probability is that it's going to occur. And I was talking about that. There's that theory from a guy that I'm real interested in his philosophy that talks about something called the psi uncertainty principle, where basically if you're trying to make public things that are, if you're doing it for the wrong reason or trying to divulge things that are perhaps not meant to be widely consumed, you have a much lower probability of being able to kind of catch the lightning in the bottle and actually record empirical measurements of these type of things. So it's interesting to hear that seems to be a common experience.
Yeah, B, go ahead.
Oh wow, yeah, it really is. I stopped taking the camera out with me, and I kind of felt selfish about it but then again, looking at it from my perspective, I went from the atmospheric stuff to the up close enough to touch stuff and all the other the stuff that we don't talk about in public, because people are already questionable enough about our pictures and our videos, right? How do we talk to them about the other stuff? But it's watching them back off to the atmospheric stuff with my husband and my kids came out, made it in my interpretation an acclimation in ways, or more of a quantum entanglement of what somebody is able to take on with free will. And my husband's cussing at the Xbox, but I think maybe that has something to do with the camera too. It's like something knows that the mass isn't ready for that, and maybe that the stuff that we're seeing and the things that we're doing is part of a transcendence, really. And I don't know, it feels like it's supposed to be on everybody's tone or keel, but that we are shifting the boat.
No, for sure. I think there's like, if you even look at it, other podcasters, researchers talk about like a grassroots type of movement to it, to where if they wanted to, they could just start having experiences with people who have millions of followers and are famous, and they could start talking about it. But it just doesn't seem the case, to where it's more of like this grassroots sharing thing of knowledge, more intimately than just seeing a video and believing it. So I think there's more, and now you've got it to where evidence, whether it's video or anything, there's so much special effects technology now that I don't even think people, even if it was deemed the real evidence of a ship, it would just be so underwhelming to people because of the technology and what they've already seen from things that are created.
That's like a good old Polaroid
I just
camera.
had an idea. I bet you we could, just between all of us, put together just a, for now, between the people we know, a virtual UFO Twitter type symposium where we get our guests of our choices in these spaces, all the bunch of us, and just have Adam do something completely different, like a just big, huge podcast. Just throw it as one big thing. That's an
Well,
easy
bro,
way
I
to
think
start.
AMAs, dude. If somebody is up for coming in here and enough people like post it on their page and we're like, hey, can you come into our Twitter space and tell us about what you're doing or tell us about this? And they have live interaction. Like, you kind of get a gauge for if they're willing to be heads up with people anyway, because I feel like no matter how big somebody is right now in the field, they're not bigger than that. They're not big and too big enough to come on Twitter spaces. And like, I was just on a Twitter space last month with Jay-Z and fucking DJ Khaled. Like, and so like somebody's not, to me, big enough that, but you'll get a gauge if like we wanted to see somebody in this Twitter space.
You know what, dude? Yeah, you're right. Some people don't even know what it is or how. Randall.
Oh yeah, some people don't even have Twitter, for no doubt, for sure.
No, I know. I 100% agree with you. No, I'm not saying that. You just made me think that I was just sitting here like everyone will do it, dude. It's just a matter of asking them and teaching them. You know what I mean? You're right, dude. This is an easy way to get people to interact, because I was thinking about that the other day. Yeah, there's all kinds of people that are doing it, but I think a lot are freaked out and don't know what it are, because like Randall didn't even know what it was, like James Fox and them. I think I was sitting there thinking that's why I said we should arrange something like that, because big problem is these guys want that kind of exposure. They want to talk about it. And I said, it's an easy way. I don't think they understand how easy. Dr. Masters actually told me, he's like, oh, wait, it's just that? After I explained it to him, because he didn't quite understand what it was. And I said, it's just coming in. It's just like a town hall, whoever runs it. And so that's part of it, Astral. We just need to get a way to add them, get them in, and
to present them and to ask people to come in and, giving them an expectation of what they can experience. Yep. Yeah.
Guys, this is bomb. Anyway. This is fantastic. If I can, I just, it's so strange that you mentioning this. I was chatting to some guys, a bit more of an older demographic, and he was like, well, what's this spacey thing on Twitter? Like how do you get involved? Like, can I pay? And I was like, dude, it's so simple. You can meet the best people. You can debate the best topics. You can share some soul. You can just like vibe. You can just listen in. You can participate. I have learned so much. I've made friends. And I think if we could like take the like mystique away or make it like how simple it really is to do something like this, I really think you could get some quite cool, relevant, knowledgeable people on a space and just get more people involved in creating dialogue. I think it would be awesome.
I agree. And I agree with both of you, because guess what? It's mainly, I didn't realize it was that, because we're in here a lot. So we're like, when I first got on Twitter, I had no clue what a space was and how to interact in it. So I also jumped in some space. Most spaces aren't treated the same. Most spaces aren't like ours. Trust me, they could get crazy. You know what I mean? So jumping in some spaces, people are like, nah, I ain't having that. I'm getting the hell out of here. So it's important that we keep doing what we're doing. Like all the people up here that we normally speak with that are rational, that's always awesome.
Yeah, I agree. I'd say that was just a learning for me, Shane. Like, I found Twitter Spaces when I was in the hospital, and I said this to Sam on DM the other night. For me, I found my people. I was able to just like listen in and just feel part of a community, and I didn't even realize there was mayhem going on in other spaces and stuff. But these spaces create something really special, and if it can stay authentic to that specialness, I think it's a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, the great thing about these spaces too, Shane, is like before this, think about, at least for the UFO topic, that you basically had to be this person that was talking to other researchers over email or phone, and then a couple times a year going to these conferences like the one you're at to go to the after parties and get some of the insider knowledge. But with these spaces, it's almost like the equivalent of having a UFO conference every day. Yeah, we don't have like the big name people coming in, but so many people in these spaces are familiar with all the historical cases and the topics. And then we have Astral coming in, knowing all the good stuff about remote viewing and that side. Then we have people that can talk more about the consciousness, or even like the quantum physics aspects of this. And it's like the amount of learning we're able to do with these spaces are like exponentially accelerating. It's pretty incredible.
Reminds me of crypto, honestly, man. In Telegram, that's where I think people too in crypto, mainly crypto projects are over there, but they have the same thing. It's like voice chats. You jump in, you could actually even go on video there if you wanted to with the smaller group, but it's like the ability to ask those questions that you really want to know and then get the answer in real time from people who are really educated on stuff that you want to know about. And then you just get into a conversation where you can go deeper and learn about different connections and ways that all of this stuff is really connected.
Hey, you know what? I ain't gonna lie, dude. I've been down for a minute. I miss this shit so much because it's been a minute since I got to do spaces. I'm not kidding, because I've been traveling from Boston and shit. This shit's fucking the shit I like. So this is one of the important things to me too. Dude, I'm telling you right now, we have the capability to read these spaces. What makes them different is not only is it vocal recorded, but you can use this thread as resources, right? And basically archive everything you're talking about. So that's the coolest part to all of this. So if you think about it, when we go to these places to do personal face-to-faces, they don't have that. They're not handing out paperwork after paperwork. And with this story that they have, they give them a link and stuff like that. So I learned more in the precog space with Astral RV that I'm so interested in that. That's all I think about all the time. Just doing more of those spaces. So if you're in here, make sure you follow him too, because I've literally been waiting on those every time I've had crap internet. So I'm ready to get home and do those.
That was going to be one of my questions. Was if you have a schedule or something that you're doing Astral for those types of events.
Man, I'm trying to make an app, really. So I'm looking for a mobile developer to work with. But yeah, I don't know if it's just going to be a regular schedule. I've just been doing them on Thursdays. But what that ions test run through that they have, I thought was pretty cool. I actually did that yesterday, where they have like 5 or 6 different side tests that you can do on their website or whatever. I thought that was cool. But yeah, I think the more that you're like able to interact with it and see that there is ways to test yourself on it is cool.
The micro telekinesis, the bubbles, the circle. That's my favorite. But I'm not gonna lie, the first remote viewing one I did scared me, dude, because I seen it like exquisitely. I like I questioned my screen. I was like, my screen, something was wrong with my screen. I was seeing a bleed through or something because it was just so weird. But I think that's the Gatsai or the Sileron.com. I think it's the Gatsai, but it's through that. I swear I'm still trying to find the proof. But the way that Dr. Nolan was talking about Dr. Aiden, right? But the way he's talked in other talks too about getting the base work set up to start these experiments and the groundwork set, and then find Dean Radin and Dr. Wall and all those guys in between all these other places like My Brain and Me. Did you do your MRI? Please do your MRIs. If not, then you can reach out to them and they can help you find research studies that can help you get the MRI for you, and they will piece together a 3D representation of your wetware. It's really cool. Go play with your noodles. But yeah, Ions is great. But if you go to the app, is that going to take away the social interaction of it?
No, well, I think you could build on it too. I want to get in Nora's thoughts because I know she jumped in here. Hey, Nora.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to say that I really enjoy your remote viewing spaces, and the more that you do them, the more, once I look at the picture after you revealed it, it kind of like makes sense of the images that I was seeing. It's kind of like figuring out your own mental symbology. So I think that's really cool. I appreciate you doing that.
Oh, thanks. And I wish there was a way that we could really keep track of it. And that's why I want to put like an app together, because I think that just for if I was remote viewing or doing this over multiple trials, that I would kind of want to know my percent, like my batting average or something, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But I just popped in to say that I got to take off again. Sorry, guys. Bye.
Hey, real quick, before we get to OpenEye, I was going to say, these spaces, one of the main reasons they're so awesome, the exchange of information. If you guys want to ask yourselves, what can I do? Just don't even worry about retweeting. Get in the thread. Everybody post at least one link, whether it's a favorite story, a favorite article, to have something to do with this topic. Just post that in there. It goes with this. That's all you have to do. You don't have to like. I don't give a shit about any of that else. So just put something that you like want to talk about in that thread, and it has nothing to do with anything but archiving it. That's all you got to do. Don't give a shit about the retweet. Go ahead and OpenEye.
Yeah, I think we need to do a simulation conference. I mean, a lot of people haven't thought about that yet. In remote viewing, Astro, I tell you what, this is a good exercise because you're going to need to do it. This is one of the main steps of astral traveling, or, is you have, that movie Metrics where you go into the room and you got machine guns, you got bazookas and stuff. You have to do remote viewing like that because, I mean, there's a lot of dangers out there, man. I've did remote viewing and I see what's out there. And it's very, if you leave the body in astral travel and you don't come, and they kill you, you're dead. I mean, no bullshit. I mean, that's how it is. So, and that movie Metrics is a great tool. I mean, if you want to do remote viewing, try to remote view some machine guns or hand grenades, because I've done it. I actually had to do that to save my life many times, or even have a knife,
All right, OpenEye.
So,
thank you for sharing that with us, buddy. I was just laughing at the fact that I'm trying to figure out, as you were talking and saying this about the demons, I see Francis giving thumbs up. I don't know if he's accidentally doing it or on purpose, and it was making me laugh, right?
Well, he brings up a good question, bro, because would you be able to have a better hit rate or do better if you had an emotional reacting target? And so if you look at if you look at, Shane, you mentioned precognition. If you look at the most impactful precognitive study in the past 20 years, it's from a researcher named Daryl Bem. And basically what he did was he had a computer program, and he would have a left side and a right side. So you would pick which picture you thought it was going to be on, and then you'd guess the left side or the right side. So half of the target set was just regular pictures, like a ball or whatever, a tree or just nature. The other half was erotic pictures, bro, like weird shit. And so what the data showed was that people more so were able to or not able to select the erotic pictures because they got their emotional reaction when they learned it was that picture. So that's kind of and nobody's really replicated it, which people talk about replication problems, and nobody's really disputed it. So it's just kind of sitting there for the last 10 years or so, and has just, people keep just referring to it, and nobody's tried to debunk it either. So it's kind of crazy.
Wow, that's crackers. Astro, while I'm here, I just thought the question popped into my head, and seeing as we're information sharing, what's your kind of take on? Well, a friend of mine's, she's been remote viewing for a really long time. She's submitted one of her superpowers, I would say. And we were chit-chatting in the wee hours the other night, and she was telling me that there's certain places that she can't remote view into. There's some kind of, she explains it, that she just can't penetrate. And I started looking into this, and apparently it's a thing. And I just didn't know that, over some perhaps military installations. She was trying to get somewhere out in the cosmos, and she couldn't. Do you know about this? Is it a thing?
Yeah, I've heard about people, and also when people are have out of body experience or talk about astral traveling, I myself haven't even that much experience to where I could speak on being able to test that, but I've read a lot of people that talk about sort of limitation that they have of how far out they can go from like Earth, and then they talk about being like in a place or going and traveling to an unfamiliar location, but they get a bad vibe or they're just not able to go into that location and sort of see what's going on. But yeah, I don't know if a lot of the remote viewers actually, I mean, I haven't really heard them talk about that with respect to that, like not having access to places. But I wonder too if like there was a defense type of way to prevent people from doing that.
That was like her take on it, and she's at that part in her journey where like everything's a massive conspiracy, even if it might not be. And which is cool. We're all learning, we're all growing, we're all evolving. And her take was, I'm being stopped. And I didn't want to start looking into it that much that it became like obsessive, because I can get right down a rabbit hole. But it would be an interesting element to it if there was a blockage or a stoppage that was purposeful, perhaps. Oh, I don't know.
No, definitely. Yeah. And I think just the ability to maybe construct something like that building wise so that you can't go in, or if you're able to mentally do that, like I want to have that protection code.
Yeah, for sure.
Holly, I have a question. When you go out, can you kind of explain your like process when you do heists? And like, do you go out with a small group of people? Is it different every time? Do you go out to the same location? Can you kind of like give us a little bit of background on what you do?
Yeah, sure. So I was talking about this Saturday, on Amy's show, Alien Girl 111. And she asked a similar question, and how our group does it. We have a lot of new people coming into the group quite often. Just because people are discovering the topic, yada yada yada. So what I like to do, and experience dictates, we don't just kind of get together in a random place and sit there and meditate and hope. I like to get people together, normally through a Zoom or a Teams or what have you, just so we can meet each other. I don't want to stand in the middle of nowhere with complete strangers. I don't fancy like being serial killed or anything. So I like to get the groups together before we go out. We just meet each other. We share some tales, experiences. We perhaps, we'll do a small meditation together, or just to vibe, just to feel each other. And then we tend to do that once. Then a couple of days before, we think of where we're going to go, I like to keep it really democratic. Like, I'm not the leader, like not at all. I'm just helping to facilitate. We tend to find areas that are known for sightings, or we like to look at locations that have sacred sites near, or ley lines, anything that's got a bit of energeticalness, if that's the word. And then we hopefully get together a couple of days before a location is selected in the north of England, and we do the whole coherent thought sequencing. So we will get on a Zoom, we will all go into a really quite easy meditative state using breath work, and in vector where the location is. So we're all coherent together in that desire that we're going to be at this hill on the 15th of July at 7:30 p.m. And then the actual field work, it's like session itself, when we go out to do some heists, we tend to get out for about 8 p.m, 9 p.m, and we will gather in a circle, and we don't do Gria's meditations anymore. We don't really even use the app or anything anymore. We've developed our own protocol over here in the UK. So we tend to stick to our own version, really. and it's a meditation that's, you know, very easy for beginners. You know, we're not asking anyone to do anything super wild. It's just getting into a grounded state, being open, you know, open heart, open mind, really clear, positive intentions. And then we do the whole vectoring of we're here, you know, come see us type thing. We just try to keep it really about good intentions, a coherent group that has a good vibe. And we know from experience that when a group vibes together, and I know I'm sounding totally woo right now, but when a group vibes together and there's some strong bonds of peace and togetherness, we tend to have more success of a sighting or an experience happening in that way, if that kind of explains it a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for that, for sure. Hey, B, you have any thoughts?
Definitely, and it actually ties back into your spoon bending with the joy. Holly, bringing that joy in. I'm sure when the team, when they're laughing and just cutting loose and having that's when the good stuff happens.
It really does. And, you know, we've had, like, I live in England. The weather is like, I'm sure it's a conspiracy against fun. Like, it just hates us. And we are so dependent upon the weather out here. It's just the way it is. And we took a team of people up to the Welsh mountains. And when I say it rained, it was biblical. Like, I didn't even know rain existed like that before. It was horrendous. But the fact that we could laugh about it and we could, like, share soul with each other, and it was what it was. The experience, yeah, we couldn't sit out under the stars and do our thing, but we were able to laugh and joke and bond more, and it brought us together more for the next time. So, you know, it's definitely about having just a positive outlook on it. And I believe, in my humble experience, that they, whatever they are, respond much, much more to that positivity.
Yeah, I agree. And I personally haven't heard of or had a negative type of experience, just because with the groups of people, it's just such a good vibe. And even if it's not successful and having anything happen, it's usually mostly ends up just being a great night of sky watching and conversation.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And it's interesting, on our first big one, when we were just laughing and enjoying each other, is when we captured a ball of energy on film. And it always struck me that we were so busy vibing and just like, wow, this is incredible. And then we captured, and I believe it showed itself in that way as a result of the energy that we just put out. We were just so there in the moment and just enjoying, like, just being and, you know, having fun. And we were rewarded with this ball of energy that kind of morphed into a face at one point as well. And I'm happy to share the image of that with everyone. It was remarkable.
Absolutely. That sounds great. Open eye. Hey, man. Oh, sorry, Holly.
Oh, somebody else is talking or what?
No, go ahead, man.
Well, I'm trying to raise an army of like metric people, like the movie Metrics. My life has been built around that movie, okay? It's like my story. My name is Neil, too. But the only reason why they named him Neil was the one, the only one. And I am the only one that sees with night vision. I can see through walls. There's only one. It's me. So I know this story 7 years after it was, in 1999 when it came out. 7 years after that, I woke up in 2006, 2007. It happened. Exactly 7 years after that movie. That movie was a prophecy. It really was. I don't think y'all understand. It's a prophecy, and it did come true. And I am the one. The
So
only
wait,
one.
let me ask you, because you talked about the simulation hypothesis. I have a question though, because you also referred to the Matrix, the movie, and that this somehow prophecy. My question is how's the Matrix structured in your opinion? Is it that we are souls taking place within and are able to insert ourselves in this physical simulation, or are we the players on the outside of the simulation just controlling these avatars? Or are they non-players, and we just all for a
Well,
couple people?
all right. The thing is, they didn't tell you about the story about. They remember Morpheus said, "This dude saved us." Okay, this person, and he could do everything that Neil could do. Okay, that could be me. But they need to go back further back before the Neil thing happened, where Morpheus got saved by this guy. Because that's what's going on now. Because no one's awoke like me. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to activate you. With the Open Eye Project, it activates you. I know science, how you look, peripheral vision, there's science to back it all up. Looking through the eyelids activates the third eye. I know all that stuff, how to do it. I mean, I could talk to a dead fish in the fish market, and he's still alive. He's talking. His mouth is moving and everything. But you can't look directly at him. You have to use peripheral vision. You look to the right or left of them, and you start to see them that they could talk, like a dead deer. I see, I went on the side of the road and I parked, and I thought the baby, the deer was pregnant, and I brung my knife. I never cut anything. It was like a virgin blade. And it was very sharp. So I went to the deer, and she said she needs to go help Sirius. And the thing is, there's a good Sirius and there's a bad Sirius. Every name, what they do is identity theft. This simulation is identity theft, okay? You have to understand that. You cannot trust no one's name or no one's image, because they stole my image.
Okay, hey,
it's all real, y'all, man. It's really real.
I'm not saying it's, no one's telling you it's not. What I'm saying is we need to keep getting around the room. I just want to say a couple things. Then Astral's going to take over for a second. I was going to actually mention, I love these spaces so much that I'm so comfortable in these spaces. I think I'm going to just kind of wait, because there's some people downstairs I was mentioning earlier. I'll just kind of keep this open. I'll go down there and say, hey, you want to see what the power of these spaces are? Like we just talked about. So I can
bring somebody in here, man. Introduce them.
I will, because I know at least 4 of them that have Twitter accounts, and it's just a matter, hey, you got earbuds too. I know you do. I saw you on your phone. Don't you lie? They'll be down there for the last night, and I'll do that. That's our shit right here. We got this. That's where I think this shit, once they realize the power of this, I mean, when people start, that's what I'm saying, guys. Cutting edge. That's super awesome. Open Eye, I'm glad you were talking. We'll get back to you real quick. I wanted Astral to bring up one thing, talk about this. This is very cool. I can't find anyone that besides if you do the reading research, that knows as much about RV precog as you. I've learned so damn much from you that when people talk about it here, I'm past that, and I'm like, shit, that's how we're going to do? That's it? If you guys like to do RV spaces and stuff, especially live, he does some cool ones. We got all kinds of people in here that are speakers. Make sure you follow him, because this is actually my favorite shit. I do podcasts too. I ain't gonna fuck with that right now, though. I hate being on camera. It's hard enough, right? I like being in here, though. You don't have to look at me be goofy. I can talk all day long. So I'm glad everybody's in
bro,
here.
that's how I got so into it. Is it became my favorite thing, is all this stuff, just astral projection and remote viewing, precognitive dreaming, lucid dreaming. I'm like, just to be able to explore those topics yourself right now, and the knowledge that's out there. But then you have all of these people that are like actively working on methods to not only test it, but like experience it more so than you can already. So it's like crazy the time we're in right now.
So what's funny? I actually had to come upstairs because I'm doing this, and I'm gonna get so excited talking about this with you guys that I'm loud as hell, and I'm out there just as we're talking about these different things. It's like it's like we're friends, just all sitting around, and it's super cool because it's just like the in-person stuff, right? But the exchange of knowledge here is so superior. So all I'm asking is, I don't give a shit about likes or retweets. That's not my thing. What I'm saying is, please put one piece of information about any subject related to phenomena in there. And maybe that's the one that someone clicks on and like, oh, this shit? I've seen this shit. That's all I ask. No big deal. I don't give a shit about anything else. So go ahead and take over, Astral. I'm going to try to chill for a second, charge some things so I can make sure that if I go downstairs, you can hear them.
All good, man. Yeah. Hey, B, what's up?
I am trying to find it. I just posted about it yesterday, and I found out about it from Darren, Exo Academia. It's a nootropic that is helping more vivid and lucid dreaming. And I'm trying to find it so I can put it in here.
I've seen that be myself about. Literally just seen that about an hour ago.
My wife just got some in the mail. I'll text her to find out what the name was.
Oh, I'm gonna go look myself. But you take it and then you wake up. You go to sleep, I think, then wake up and then take it, and then it all. But I think it's over the counter stuff as well. It's not. I don't think you can get it in the UK though. I think it has to be prescribed. I'm gonna go check. Hang on.
Hey, Astral.
Help you. I will help figure it out. But I just found it, but it's not letting me post in the chat here. It's only...
Yeah, I tried to post in the bottom right, and it just shared the link, which is fine. Everybody can. I'd encourage you. But I posted something up top. Maybe if the speakers can post something up in the nest up top, if you want, that could be fine.
Fabulous. I'll post it up there.
Yeah.
Astral, I missed what Shane was saying. Is that what he was talking about? He wants everybody to post something in the nest right now?
You know what I was thinking, guys? This is so silly. It didn't even hit me till, because I'm here for the podcast, and I'm grateful. I'm going to keep doing that shit, too. But I was literally pitching without even thinking about the spaces to all these people. I'd be on them just here listening to randomly throughout the time. They'd ask me, what are you doing? I was just telling them, pitching them here and there. And I didn't realize how many didn't know. So, yeah, that's kind of cool. This whole thing that we do, I think I probably learned more from this, just from every person having hey, yeah, read this. Oh, think about that. They do this in person, but usually in groups, and it takes a little bit. But the frequency and the length of time we can get information to and from each other is insane. Resources and all that stuff. So, dude, this is cool. And I appreciate all you guys being here. And I'm not going to hog being a host. I like to listen to other people. Besides, I'm trying to charge my shit so I can go downstairs and see if James Fox and them down there when the bar opens. I want to go chill.
Well, Holly, I think you made a great point earlier, too, when you talked about, like, people who are not even on Twitter or are inquisitive of what's going on. And I think if we can, like, bottle that up somehow into, like, some sort of FOMO, to get people like, oh, I got to get on Twitter to get to this space or something,
Absolutely. And, I think for some people, when they're like getting into the phenomenon and they're discovering new bits and bobs, it's just a great place to as a resource. And for me, it's not scary to sit and listen and to talk and to find out stuff. And I really think these spaces build community, and it builds community in the right way. You can feel people, and I just think, some technology is not great, but some technology is awesome, and technology that gets us to have talking dialogue community, I just think is really special, man. I really do.
Hey, B, is the stuff you're talking about called atomic ornis? That's what my wife just got in the mail yesterday.
It is not. If you look at what Astral, I don't think it is. It might have some of the ingredients, but it's not. It's marketed differently. But if right there in the nest under Astral, if you pick him up, I posted it under his. I posted the pre-sleep treatment. It's a study analysis, and it's lucidamine, galantamine, lucid dream induction and super nootropic supplement. I posted both a study and the link to Amazon on it.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I've just found the post. Yeah, I'm gonna go look myself.
I've got all kinds of adventures lined up. I'm gonna go. Yay.
Hey, Open Eye, what's up, man?
Well, I'm trying to relate to y'all. I want y'all to see something. I mean, when Neil and them people were sitting in that chair, that's remote viewing. They were plugging into the metrics, right? The simulation. You see what I'm saying? It's the exact same thing. But what I'm trying to tell y'all, none of the remote viewers like Dr. Greer or whatever, he's teaching people how to go into this realm where you could get your ass killed. I'm trying to tell you, you need to learn how to get a gun or a tank. Look, I could get a tank. I could go over there and get a tank, dude. No shit. I manifest a tank, and all them spirits start freaking out. Oh my gosh, he got a tank, and they start running and shit. Or hand grenades and shit. I have done this already. This is not my first time.
What does a tank do to spirits?
Oh boy, they run. They run.
So it's just like really scary for them?
Well, a hand grenade's a lot scarier because it's close and personal. If I get a hand grenade and I pull the pin, you know, if I blow myself up, I'm not gonna die. They gonna die, you know. So, but what I'm saying is, I'm the first one that's telling y'all about remote viewing. You don't want to leave your body. You want to learn how to get the gun or the ammunition or have a knife. The best thing to do is have a pistol, a lot of ammunition like the Wild Wild West, you know, all the bullets and stuff. Have it on you at night. I think every man needs to be sleeping with a gun strapped to your waist and a knife, because you could cut ropes. If you have to save somebody, you need a knife. You know,
I will say, I think sleeping with it would probably be a little uncomfortable, especially on your
Well, I mean, if you want to protect your wife and your kids, I mean, if you want to be stupid, you could just be stupid, you know. But if you protecting, look, I'm protecting myself, but if I'm protecting my children and my wife, that's a different story. I don't give a crap if it's uncomfortable. You know, you could look. They got these certain strap guns with a holster that you don't even need a belt. You don't need the belt, but you could hook it to your like a loop or something on your pants or whatever, right?
I do want to preface. You mentioned Stephen Greer and remote viewing. Stephen Greer wasn't in the remote viewing program. He recently talks about remote viewing. I don't even know if he really talks about it in the sense that it actually is, but all remote viewing is, officially to the term, is a way that you test clairvoyance in a very structured format, and that you can get results for in data. So remote viewing is not like a method. Like astral projection is a method that you use or a practice that you do to achieve an out-of-body experience. But when you're doing like remote viewing, you're trying to identify a target. Like, I don't think you're trying, and this is just my opinion on it, but I don't think you're trying to go and battle somebody and there's some sort of metaphysical war taking place in some other realm where then you're like, that's a whole different thing, bro. That's not remote viewing. And again, that's just by the research that I'm going on of people who invented the term, like Hal Puthoff and Russell Targ in the Stargate program. B, hey, let me jump over to you, and then we can get around the room.
Yeah, I wasn't comfortable leaving it at that astral. I do apologize. But the entities, the Merkaba, the light, the whatever these are that interact. I know you said we're not hearing that you're Neo, but you're also not hearing you're in a room full of people who are having peaceful, loving, kind interactions that are profoundly changing their lives in 100% better ways. I am a woman myself, healed of grandma tonic-clonic seizures, migraines prostrating so bad that I wanted to shoot myself in the head, severe gastroparesis, thyroid goiter and nodules, interior and anterior. Me and my family and everybody I've known have done nothing but be grateful for these interactions that we're having with whatever this phenomena is. And I just beseech you to look, because we're talking about completely different things, Neil. We are.
Well, I think what Greer mentioned too in his interview or podcast recently was that negative aspect to it, and that all of the ET, ultra-terrestrial, alien presence is all positive, and that all the negative is like having to do with humans. I think even that thinking kind of goes against the grain of experiencers in the dynamic and the spectrum of what people have been experiencing the past 30 years. You know, if you look at like the free research and some of the other research that's been done, it's been about 75% have been interpreted positively, and then 25% have been interpreted like abductions and more negative aspect.
Well, I don't agree with Dr. Greer at all. He does not know. He is ignorant and unknowledgeable of. But then again, I do agree with him that our language is our barrier for this conversation, because everybody's calling it aliens or ETs, and there's ultra terrestrials and interdimensionals and elementals and things that we don't even know that we don't know, but there's energies too, and yeah, absolutely, yin and yang, polar, positive. It's all energies too as well. But I couldn't let it sit thinking that what he's teaching is to reach out to these demonic things, whatever they end up being, which is another whole conversation too, because it turns out that we've got all these different groups, right, that are basically doing the same thing, but we've got different groups thinking that they're dealing with different biological beings from different planetary star systems, and they're all filming basically the same things. But when they turn the cameras off and the stuff gets real in their face, and you start having the more consciously binding kind of experiences that you do, a lot of it kind of looks like it's a feedback loop with the belief system that the people hold, whether it's Lyrians or Syrians or Pleiadians or, you know, whomever, because I don't, as far as I know, it's just like elements of light. I don't know where they're coming from, but I haven't seen any cat people anyway. But belief is a big thing, and I feel it's important not to believe that it's all the same thing.
Well, you know how the Vikings talk about folding a boat and putting it in your pocket, okay? These realms are like that, okay? One time I saw a tank fighting. You know, this tank was on top of a mountain fighting, and I brung a hammer. I got a hammer on. No, this is the spirit world. I took a hammer and I beat.
Hey, bud, I want you listen. You've told us this story. It's recorded multiple times. So let's move on. Let's talk about something else, right? We encourage you to be here, but we don't want to hog this. We want other people to talk, brother. All right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't tell y'all about the tank. What I'm saying is, I know how to beat a tank in the spirit realm. I could take a hammer, like Thor's hammer, and just slam on that tank. So I don't think y'all understand the capability of the mind and the soul if you have this capability. So if someone brings a tank, I mean, I could take my hammer and just beat the shit out of that tank, you know, before it could even roll off the platform, you know.
Hey, real quick, dude, let me interrupt you here. All right, I gotta say something real quick, just because I'm going to charge my phone for a little bit, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this space open. So, open eye. Take a breath, man. I get it. We're all here to share, but when we're just trying to keep the conversation moving, we don't want to hog this in any way. It's very, very important, right? Shit, you know, one of the things I talked about here, this is what I wanted to say. That in these groups that no one else talks about, take a guess, mental health in this. No one. I'm like, they're scared of that shit, right? They know better than, I'm like, really? No one talks about that. I'm like, damn, we're way ahead. So, yeah, I was talking to him. I was like, that's one of the things I've preached to, you know, all my mental health people, which we should all take self-care, man. It's a deep topic. Because, again, sometimes as we intertwine through this stuff, it kind of messes with what's real and what's not. I just told them today the hardest part for me at one point was determining which part of my reality was broken and then break again. And I was like, wait, what the fuck is going on, dude? And it's just like, this can't make any sense. So, and this is on top of it. I mean, the shit that I was already going through trying to crawl out of shit, right? I talked about that here, and people just like, wait, what? And the continued experience, I was amazed that when we were talking about it, people just kind of sitting, some of the connections and stuff. I was like, this is crazy. So I have no clue what's going on, but something's here. That's what I told them. That's the main thing. I said, look, I can show you videos. I don't give a shit about the videos. I got a better camera. I'm going to try. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is I know I'm not crazy. And I got enough to show that I'm seeing something. And so people have a hard time arguing with that. And then I told them too, I said, you know what else we need to change up is, as we're in this group area, I said, we just need to change up how we tell people. So like we talked about in these spaces, and I referenced Gary Nolan, of course, and I said it was just the words we use, and they were just kind of like, oh, cool. So it's a slow trickle of information we've already got X amount of time ago. So these spaces are freaking amazing. Now, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually charge my shit, and if I see anybody when I'm running downstairs here, I'll keep this going. So you guys keep this conversation going. Don't let anybody hijack or be jerks. Co-host, you can mute or whatever. If I see somebody, I'm going to have them jump in. So just remember, you got this.
Get us somebody good, Shane. We want like James Fox. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, Shane. But James Fox, like right now, go.
What I think is interesting about somebody, I guess like Doty, or even anybody who's like a whistleblower or somebody who's come out with information, is I feel like they struggle after they come out to sort of stay relevant and to have people still want to know more information from them, even though they've sort of blown their source almost in a sense. So like they can't go back to the position that they were in before whistleblowing and learn more information. So now they're like on the outside, I feel like, almost, for some of these people, and they try to like stay relevant somehow by sharing what they feel would be new information. Like even with Greer, he was sort of after like the Disclosure Project, and he worked to get all those people out. He wasn't really able to go back into the military and get that same access after he kind of came out with all that stuff. So he didn't really have the same, I guess, access to, I feel like. Maybe he did. Maybe some of these people do still have that access point to the information that they get.
I struggle with this one because, you know, if you've taken information from places and brought it into the public arena, you know, you're either very, very brave or very, very stupid, either. But, you know, you're breaking relationships and trust bonds, perhaps for the greater good. Totally get it, you know, totally. But once you've done that, you can't really go back. So that, like, you know, how does that work? And I think with Greer, you know, I think that's why he comes across as a little bit angry sometimes these days, because perhaps his positioning and his bonds might not be what they were back then. And it must be a really frustrating, redundant at times place to occupy, because there's only so much old stuff you can regurgitate and repackage if you're not having the same, you know, secret conversations or you know, feedback from sources on the inside because you've whistleblown. It must be quite tough, actually. Like seeing Doty today, like he didn't have the air of an extremely confident guy. He looked nervous, and it was just, I don't know, it just felt weird a little bit.
No, I think that I talked about this too. It seems like these guys who have been in it for a while, and now there's like an impasse that's happening. They're not giving any new and groundbreaking information. They're just recycling their old stuff, and they're not gaining anybody new that's interested in their stuff. It's just all old people that are like, okay, well, you're not giving us anything new, so let's dig into this other stuff that you don't want to really talk about anymore. And so when it's like an impasse that's sort of happening right now with a lot of these guys, I feel like.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Jim Semivan said it on Andy's podcast, like on that UFO podcast, like 2-3 nights ago. I'm not doing any more podcasts for a while. This could be my last one, because there's nothing, he doesn't have anything new to put into the conversation. And I respected that, because he could just keep doing the same circuit, the same trail of podcasts and, what have you. And I respected his kind of like, I've got as far as I can take this conversation right now. And I think that's quite a brave thing to do as well.
Yeah, and it's like a very human concept to be scared of losing relevance. And you see that with musicians and artists and celebrities that might have been at the height of their career at one point, and then 10 years go by and they're not really producing anything new, and they're just kind of scared of people forgetting about them.
That's a great point.
Well, I want to tell y'all about the mole thing. I mean, alien implants and the moles, okay? It's kind of like witchcraft. I had a couple moles on me, like these hang moles around my eyes or whatever, and they like hanging, like, little bitty things. I mean, and today I've been looking at my back, and I never seen this mole behind my back. And I finally saw it today, and I took my knife, like an army knife, and it's sharp. And I just took it, and I took my mirror, and I bend it where, my car mirror, where I could see it. And I took my knife, and I cut it off. Well, what they did was they put their blood, I found out they put their blood in that mole, so I couldn't curse them. So the curse wouldn't fall on them, because as long as their blood was on me, like on a mole or whatever, and this was a big mole on my back. It wasn't a hang mole, well, it was hanging out, but I took my knife today and I cut it off, man. No shit. No, look, I didn't feel a thing, man. I saw that damn thing with my fucking army knife I had, and it fucking worked too. And then I burnt the blood. Anytime blood comes out of you, you have to burn the blood too. I found out you have to do that. And it was a great thing. And yesterday I went to Goodwill. I found 3 cups. And it reminded me of the 3 cups I saw in the stars that it's immortal cups that they would drink out of. And I said, darn, I got to get these cups away from them so they don't have it. And I had, they had 12 stars, like these candles. And I took a photograph of it too. And like I put it on a piece of styrofoam, and I put all the 3 cups in the stars in this piece of wood thing I got. And I looked at the time. You know what time it was? It was 3:20 yesterday. That's my birthday. So I stood upon this platform that I put all, the stars and the cups, and I stood upon it, and I put my footprints in it, mushed it in there. And I said, that's my birthday, 3:20. And, I was so glad that I got the cups back from the evil ones. See, the evil ones are stealing these immortal things that we have. And until y'all understand that they have been stealing for a long time, and the only way to get it back is to take it back, And there's ways to taking it back, like the keys.
Hey, Neil. All right, I appreciate you being here and sharing. Let's be one. She's got her hand up, so thank you very much. No, I appreciate that.
Definitely. I also appreciate it, and I don't want to be rude at all, but Shane, I'm really excited about what you're doing, right? I would love to see, because I know we have people in the community that can, we got post-production, we've got musicians, we've got videographers, and people that can make like a little short of different spaces to kind of show to these people that we want to get in here, right? For your spaces, and not like a commercial out for the public, because we don't want everybody, but get these guys up in here. But we should probably try to get the conversation in case you're stepping up in there. I'd love to know who else is in there. Also, please ask John Ramirez. He had spoken about he had met his wife on a website for experiencers. There's a lot of people that want to know what the name of that is. But yeah, I vote for keeping the conversation cool and kosher for them guys to feel, in case you're out there, you happen to bump hips and ouch, one of them, they're not going to be intimidated to come in. Don't bump hips.
They were. I think the option's going to be, and I'm sorry, I got my headset charging. I think the option's going to be, hey, a lot of them have a Twitter, so I think it's going to be easy. Hey, man, this is the plan. I'm going to sit down there for a little bit. This is going to keep rolling. So hopefully Astral can stay a while, because you guys keep talking, keeping the subject going like normal, respectful. Don't let anybody hog it, or you get moved down. Any disrespect and people are out, period. Because my plan is, hey, guys, wait, come here. I want to show you something. I want to see how easy it is to interact with your fans. I don't want them to jump into a damn shit show, man. I'm not even kidding. You got me, guys? It's just a minute. I'm not going to have my phone, so I trust all you. We're going to talk about our own stuff, just like normal. I'm not saying anything else. Keep it at normal. We're good, because I want them to jump in and be like, whoa, this is cool. They don't know about this shit like what I was talking about earlier. So I'm not going to have my phone. I totally trust my co-host. You mute people. You remove them. If they disrespect, if they hog, it's just make sure we keep this shit going respectful. You guys get it. All of us here, we're not into that shit. I just want to make sure they didn't jump into a fucking math shit show. That'd be my luck, right? People flinging shit. But here goes. Let's go. So I'll be back.
Luck.
I'm just going to go down there and see. Wait, because I have to eat anyway. They all have fun.
Are you going to eat nachos?
Oh, I want nachos.
B, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but I put it back down because I forgot my question.
You know what? Someone asked me about today, and I know it's a cut topic.
Yes, I'm going to get nachos or whatever. Dude, shut up.
Nacho. One of the sort of older demographic guys that comes to my groups, he's just discovered.
I'm going to let these guys, Holly, Astral, it's yours. So take over. Just keep it rolling. As long as one of you can stay, if one of the other one dips out, just kind of keep it civil and keep it going. If you have to mute people, kick them out, whatever, it's up to you. I'm going to go down there, and I'll just be trying to dip in with anybody that I see walking around, any of that shit.
I feel like you need a theme tune as you're walking down. You need like a theme tune to like dun 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 dun. I'm going to make you one. Okay.
What were you just saying, Holly?
Yeah, I was just wobbling on, and I know this topic comes up quite a lot in other like arenas. But one of our older guys was like, "Hey, Hall, like I've got these gateway tapes off the internet, and like I'm gonna do them." And I was like, "Oh, here again." And I don't know what your take is on the whole gateway and experience, Astral. I don't know if it's something that you've looked into or you know much about, but I think it's always like a really interesting topic of conversation, the whole gateway stuff.
Oh, no doubt. I've always been a fan and interested in what Robert Monroe was working on and his work into like binaural beats. And so you mentioned too that like you guys didn't do the CE5 stuff associated with Greer when you were going out and kind of did your own thing. Mm-hmm. I kind of had that happen as well, where I just started making my own music that was like soundscapes with like binaural beats embedded underneath.
Awesome.
And so I would take that out with the groups that we would go to. But yeah, I think like we're approaching to where it's like, I think the gateway experience is going to like expand into something like a physical device. I feel like that's where Monroe was really trying to go with it, was like a combination of like audio and like vibrational or sound, where like you just have an out of body experience from doing this.
Oh, totally. We I'm pretty close to their UK rep, an absolutely awesome, wonderful, just beautiful diamond of a human being, a guy called Luigi Scaragella. He's very Italian, but he's actually from the north of England, and he runs a lot of the Monroe Institute's residential programs here. And they did something in May of last year where they've increased their soundscape, so that the special beats that the Institute have produced, the certain hertz, the binaural, the whole shebang. And when I spoke to Luigi on it, they call it space tourism. So they can go into such a meditative state now that using these soundscapes that he giggled with me. He was like, "Oh yeah, some space tourism, and we get to interact with these entities." And they were doing a study of kind of like how heist works and their sounds. So it's something I really want to pick up with our group again, because think how powerful that would be. Like the Monroe Institute's legacy and history and all of their kind of review and experience, plus our intention. I just think it would be really magical. And for anyone who hasn't like clocked on to like Bob Monroe's work, I really would encourage anyone just to pick up one of his books or even just give it a YouTube, because he did some phenomenal things. He really did.
I just saw recently that the Monroe Institute had an event called it was like Cosmic Consciousness event, and it was like groups of CE5, and Chris Bledsoe was there and different people, and I don't know exactly what they did, but it had to have been cool.
It was, well, we started speaking with them sort of last year at some point, and I Luigi's through another kind of group that I'm involved with anyway, and this seems to, like, there's a definitely desire to how Heist and C5 and what they do like pigeonholes together, but I think it's really exciting, and it's reminded me to pick up the conversation here again. But there's something was happening, with the CIA when they did the Gateway experience and looked into it. So there's certainly something happens when certain sounds are used, and for me, I think that's possibly one of the next discoveries as such in our evolution, that sounds as well as light is going to be, it's going to be certainly prolific in this journey that we're all traveling.
Absolutely. I'll get down to John in just a second too. And what is interesting too is they studied. There's a document that has been released that goes into a couple agents or people who went down to study the Monroe Institute. The next year after that, they started the Stargate program, the remote viewing program. So I thought that was interesting too. But yeah, hey John, what's up?
Man, you guys are killing me. I tried to drop down the listener so I can get some work done, but I had to jump back up here. Yeah, dude, I just started going down the Robert Monroe Gateway Experience rabbit hole like a week ago. And I just finished his second book in his trilogy, Far Journeys. I don't know if that stuff is true that he's writing about, but if it's not true, it is an incredible work of fiction. It's just a great read. And if it's true or not true, the way it lines up with the different circles and layers of consciousness and spirit, and how there's non-physical entities and non-physical systems, and how it all ties in together, it's just a fascinating way to view the universe and our life, even if it was fiction. If it's not fiction, it's even more incredible. But yeah, I got the first wave 1 and 2 tapes, just ordered them, waiting for it to come in, but I found some online that I started listening to. And then what you were talking about, like the whole body experience, I saw a few weeks ago down in Newport Beach, California, there's this place that offers something where you sit in a chair. I'm not sure if the chair vibrates, but what they do is they do binaural beats through headphones, and then they put this mask on you that also has like LED lights or some sort of light system that's synced up with the binaural beats.
Oh, is the table like strung on the ceiling so it's like zero gravity or something?
No, from the pictures, it didn't look like it. It looked like just a regular, like nice chair you recline in. but it's supposed to help induce out-of-body experiences. I was thinking about signing up for it just to give it a try, but that's what I thought about. But yeah, gateway experience, Robert Monroe. It's a cool rabbit hole to go down.
Hey John, I am in possession of pretty much most of the tapes. If you I've got them stashed away on a Google Drive, so if you want to just drop me a message, I'd be happy to share them with you. But I would offer some caution, because not caution is probably the wrong word. I've been leading meditation groups for a number of years. I'd like to think I kind of have a small grasp on it, and the tapes, I did them really, really quickly, and I got really bad migraines. Weird stuff was happening that wasn't my usual weird stuff, and it kind of freaked me a little bit, to the point where I did speak to Luigi and said, you know, my head hurts and I'm not sleeping properly. And his response was, this is extreme training for your brain and your consciousness, and you can't, you can't go at it like doing 2 tapes in a night. You've got to really like feel into it and work into it. It's not going to happen overnight. So I just any caution for anyone who, yeah, of course, look at it and get into it, but take your time with it, because you're really working with a whole new part of your consciousness and your subconsciousness that perhaps you might not have before. So that's just, do it safely than quickly.
Yeah, I really appreciate you saying that, because one thing I've been trying to figure out is like, how fast should I be progressing through this? Like, should I be spending 2 weeks on one tape before I move forward? But yeah, I mean, like just the other night, I was still just doing the orientation tape, just did it a few times. And on the 3rd time I did it, I didn't have any out-of-body experience or anything like that. But what I noticed is, normally when I close my eyes and you kind of have that filter or screen of just garbled lights, nothing really makes sense. This time it started to actually fade away. And it was almost like I was traveling through space with like stars flying past me, except I was wearing super dark sunglasses. But I thought it was really interesting, because I'm like, this is not the normal close my eyes and just have garbage lights flickering everywhere. This is organized something that I'm seeing that's a little clear. But I'm also kind of hesitant to do the gateway stuff. I'm not sure if it's kind of what you're talking about, but I'm not religious. I'm not like, oh, these are angels or demons, but I do feel like there is some interdimensional aspect of this phenomenon, and there is probably some negative energy, lower dimensional beings out there. And I'm kind of scared of going down the gateway process for the same reason. Like, I don't want to do an Ouija board, or I'm nervous of doing CE5, and that I don't know if I'm emotionally grounded enough or have a strong enough spirit to ward off. And I'm scared of inviting some sort of negative entity by opening up these doors, if that makes sense. I don't know if you can speak to that, Holly.
Yeah, I can. And, curiosity and fear can sometimes intertwine. And often as humans, we can be led by curiosity, and then fear meets us halfway there, because we've got very curious on something. But in my humble experience, I don't ever attempt any C5 heist or any gateway type stuff without making sure I'm quite ritualistically grounded. Gosh, that was a mouthful. So, I really meditate on being grounded into myself, my sense of self, being grounded into the earth. This is just, and quite often when I'm at any sort of heist or C5 event, I won't have my shoes on at all, so I can feel that ground under my feet. And intention is a massive aspect to any of this. What you put in, you're going to get out. So if you've got to be very positive, not in the cheesy kumbaya sort of way, but you've got to exude from your sense of self and your consciousness good, and what good, and it will come back. And we would be fools to think that everything's peaches and cream and there's dancing kittens and rainbows and it's all wonderful. There's duality in everything. There's good and bad, hot and cold, light and dark. But if intentions are pure and good, I think you're going to be more all right than not all right. And to your point, John, on length of time, I found that the slower I took it, the more I understood when it was time to move on. And that sounds so mystic and cryptic, but I had a sense of knowing it was time to progress when I took it real slow. And I went right back to the beginning and just hemi-synced for like a month straight. And I started to yield a much better experience, very, very slow. And the Institute recommends very, very slow unless guided by one of their practitioners. So just take it real slow and know thyself as you do it, I think would be my humble advice, perhaps.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Holly. Yeah, the other night when I was doing it, I kind of, as the filter was going away and I'd seen a little bit more, I started having that kind of fear response. I felt it going up in me, and I just kind of repeated a mantra to me where I'm like, I'm here to learn and observe. And it kind of took my emotional state and almost more of an objective curiosity. Like I was just thinking if I see something scary or something beautiful, it doesn't matter. I'm just here to learn and observe. And I felt like that really helped calm me down and get me in a more positive space.
Oh, absolutely. And we just have to take care of ourselves when we're doing these things. And there's nothing wrong with just checking in with yourself as you're going along this journey. I don't believe there is a handbook actually for the gateway tapes, but do things as you feel comfortable. And we are built with an inner guidance system for a reason. The ancients knew it. I think we're relearning it. If something doesn't feel right, it's because it's not. And trust yourself. You know you better than anybody in the universe, hopefully. So just trust you. And if something's feeling like, woo, stop. If something feels okay, I can follow this, do it. But it's knowing you, But good luck with it. And if I can help with those tapes, by all means, I'd love to share them. So, and that goes to anyone in on this conversation. If I've got them, I'll share them.
Absolutely. Thanks again, Holly. I just sent you a DM. So, I really appreciate all that insight.
No probs. Hey, B.
Holly, I just posted and I tagged you on it, and I just found something that Dr. Burks wrote, and that is a space that needs to happen. If you reach out and get him, and he seems like he's open and willing. I just saw James Lindoli reached out, and he agreed to go on to engage in the phenomenon again. And he's really open about Twitter, but he just doesn't know about it. But check that out. I just put it under Astral. Your link. I'm sorry. I'm kind of scuttering it, but it's the only way I can post it here for right now. But check that out.
I will do. I spoke with him 2 weeks ago, and I said, "Oh, Dr. Joseph, your name keeps coming up on." I think it was me and you that were talking. Well, I think you spoke about him on one of Tupa's spaces a couple of weeks ago, and I messaged him and said, Dr. Joseph, the kids are speaking about you, sort of thing. And Twitter was, I think he got a bit confused between a hashtag or so. Anyway, but he seems really open to talk. So, if there's a desire for that, I have no problems in giving him a message. But he's one cool, awesome man, and he's a beautiful guy as well. So yeah, I can reach out to him, no problem. And if he's speaking to James, I'm sure he'll be quite happy to speak with us.
I went there looking because he had a post. I know Dr. Greer, causes a lot of dust in the community to come up, but I did notice that he said that he was in Washington, and I do know from my time working with that team that he was in Washington a lot, and I don't know why, and I'm ever curious. But Dr. Burks also posted about involvement with the agency with CIA. I mean, he blurted out quite, and I'm looking for his post. I was going to put that in there. I would like to know more information about that and how they became.
I'm gonna drop him a message and just see and feel him out and see. But he's he's just a beautiful soul, and he knows so much. So I am gonna head over to his DMs right now.
He is amazing. He's the only old school OG that I can name out of a crowd that is really, he's still so he's objective, and he's not into any dogma or swayed any way. He's still open minded and curious and phenomenal human being. I couldn't agree more.
Hey, I saw Ghost Mine popped in, man. Hey, what's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to pop in on a few points here. There's one researcher that I've recently started following, and I think that according to what I've heard, I had to come in late because I just woke up. But according to what I've heard since I came in, her name is Amelia Busse, Busse. Her website is paranormalprofessional.com. That's where you can find her YouTube channel and all of that. But she's doing some heavy research into all aspects of UFO, UAP, and the phenomena that goes with that. She is a contactee. She does EVP sessions where they speak back to her. According to what all that I've heard from you guys so far, I think that y'all would be very interested in her work, and it could help on a few points. I've had experiences myself, and I just have a lot of questions about them so far. I photographed like alien greys on my front porch. There was a whole year where I could go out at any point and sit in my rocking chair in my yard, and I would see these lights. I mean, I'm talking about like 100 lights at one time, and they would stay there. They would change colors, and they would just go away. Like they would fly so fast in any direction. You know, they would just go away after me being there, watching them for hours. And at any point, at any night, I could go out there and they would show up. Things like that. And you were talking about the astral entities. I have witnessed black masses. I've photographed them in my investigations. I live next door to where a lady, she died when I was young, but I do know about her that she was very mean. And I could sit out on my porch at night and look up at that house and watch a black mass come out of that attic and just fly up into the air. I've watched it wrap around that house. It was really amazing to watch, but I'm a sensitive, and I just got the sickest feeling. My body would get sick when I saw that black mass. And it's happened every time I see these black masses. I witnessed one in my front yard like a year ago, and I seen it several times, and it was taller than the trees, and when it would pass by, I would get that same feeling, and a feeling of doom and foreboding. I have had contact with a lot of entities because, you know, I do ITC research, and these things, you know, I've had the feelings. I've had positive feelings. I've had negative feelings. You know, I've been in contact with negative spirits by accident before. It's just a whole different world when these black masses come over. And I don't know.
Do they happen in your waking state, or is it in the dream state?
No, this is all waking. It's all waking. I've photographed them. I've, you know, I was awake when I was sitting on my porch. I actually photographed that from my neighbor's house, and I think they're dangerous, and even a non-human being. I'm not sure, but, you know, I wanted to tell y'all about these experiences. I also sat on the front porch, and I I know this skyline very well. This time it was over to the side where I would see those lights, but I was looking forward, and I was just sitting there thinking. I had a lot to think about, I had a lot on my mind, and I was staring into what I thought was the street light, because there was a street light there for years, and I thought this was still the street light, but after 3 hours of staring at this thing, it suddenly lifted up, and it started coming toward me, and I'm like, holy crap. I thought that was that street light. And I walk out, and I could see the sky a little bit. There's a space under, we have trees surrounding us. I mean, a lot of trees. And there's a space between these trees, and I see this thing, and it's low, and it's coming toward me. And I walk out into the driveway, and I look up, and it's a bar, and it has like these orange lights on it. They look like, I call them orange wart lights, because like if you're driving down the interstate or something and you see those trucks, with those orange flashing lights, they were that exact color. I look up, and it has like 6 or 8 of them in a row, and it looks like just a bar, and when it gets directly over top of me, the thing just disappears. And that freaked me out. The people that I told, they said that I was hallucinating. And I'm like, okay, I don't have a high fever. I'm not on drugs. Tell me how I was hallucinating first. Because I wasn't. These experiences like that, I was driving down the Highway 24. It's right at my house. And I was like, maybe 6 miles down the road, I was coming home. And I look over, and this field, it's been a fallow field for years. I live in farming country. This is all country. Here they got dairy farms, their wheat farms, a lot of farms around here. Just
Can I say something, Ghost? Can I say something?
Sure.
Francis, I live in the country. I'm not down in any way.
Hey, Francis,
What
yeah.
I'm saying is,
Sorry, you might restart because I couldn't hear the first half of that.
I live in the country. You think it was a white mist? Maybe a black mist.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out a little bit. Can you maybe get closer to your mic?
You think it was a white mist rather than a black mask?
A white mask on a black
A white
mask?
mist. A white mist.
Oh, a white mist. Got you. You can continue, Ghost.
Okay. I was driving down the road, like I said, about 6 miles down. I was coming home. I look over this field, and as far as I knew, that had just been grass. They had just covered it over with grass. There was a tree line of pine trees there, and this goes back into real country. I mean, this is just little back roads, and it leads to a lake down there. But what I saw just before the road would lead to the lake, it was huge, man. I have seen all kind. I mean, I've been outside a lot most of my life, and I love the stars. I look up, and what I saw in that field, I can't even describe it. It was not, it was not an airplane. It was not a 747. When those jets fly over our house, they're already way up in the sky, because the closest airport that they come out of is a 45-minute drive away. This thing covered that whole field. It had to be 2-3 miles long, and it had white and red lights over it, and it wasn't moving. It was just hovering there. So, all these experiences, I really can't put them together, and I'm ready to start talking to some researchers about them. I haven't had any UFO or UAP experiences in the last year, but I can tell you the research of Amelia Busey, I haven't even spoke to her privately yet, but I think I'm going to. Her research is kind of hitting home. She talks about, she has EVP sessions with all kinds of entities. She calls them galactic entities, to angels, to ETs. And what they got to say is really phenomenal. And I've also experienced some of those things, you know, and I photographed, like I say, the great alien. I photographed him on my porch, and that photo just disappeared. I have no clue what happened to it. But that one photo disappeared. I have most of my photos from my research. But that's what I had to say, and I appreciate you letting me speak, and, you know, I'd appreciate any insights that you guys might have.
I appreciate you bringing that story up and going really into detail about that. I really haven't experienced like dark, shadowy figures. I've heard about it, but through lucid dreaming, not in like a physical form. But yeah, it's definitely interesting too about the sightings that you've had, and I think a resource that a lot of the people are looking for is a place where experiencers can go to get to know that they're what they say is going to be turned into useful data that can benefit the field. I think that's something that is needed too. But yeah, I'll check out who you were talking to, who you were referencing. She sounds very interesting.
Hey, Nora.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me all right?
Loud and clear.
I wanted to ask anyone in the room, what do you guys think about asking permission to film these entities?
I am in our groups, especially in sort of actually across the UK, it's something that's part of our protocol. One, I think it's polite. Two, it sets intention. Three, the times we have caught footage is because we've we have stated that intention that we are filming, and we have our cameras, and when we have caught light or orbs or, you know, craft or, you know, the various things that we've seen, it's normally been when we've put that intention out there. So, you know, if it provides I hate the word success, but in this context, but by asking, it seems to work more for us. So it's something I certainly prescribe to. And, you know, I like to be polite to these, whatever they are.
So I was going through that haunted house. I was like going into rooms, and I was like, mentally, I was like, if you guys don't want me here, you know, throw something or make a noise or something so I know. And then, and that was said mentally, not like physically. So I always ask because I feel like it's probably a better idea to ask. You're less likely to get a malicious reaction or vitriol reaction, I guess is the word. I don't know.
It's a great idea, though. I mean, to just, why not? if you're kind of planning on it to try to do it, I think it would be courteous. It would be nice to ask before, and who knows if it has an effect. I think, yeah, just what Holly was saying of her experience of, you know, doing it beforehand might just be that breaking that barrier, that you know, of just that easy question to do. Something that simple.
We kind of know as well, like, and, you know, forgive me if I'm not being biologically correct, but when we're in asking in state of gratitude, don't we release a different hormone that like does something to our hippocampus in our brain that puts our body into a different set of like homeostasis, and it reduces our anxiety, it calms us all down, and I think that can't be a bad thing as well, to put our bodies into a relaxed state when we're, investigating the phenomenon. I think the most, if you can be as cool, calm, and chilled as possible, your emotions aren't going to heighten a situation too. But I could be completely wrong, but I believe there is something in that. Some kind of hormone does get released, but I don't know. I'll need to double check that.
No, I think too, like when I first started doing the CE5s and going out with groups, I think it was more of a selfish thing that I wanted them to experience it, and it wasn't mutually genuine. So like I was like, you guys got to come out, like you got to come see this, and it wasn't until people were like, hey man, what are you doing? You think you can take us out, or like we can go? Like I feel like that was more of the vibe that was needed instead of like pulling people to show them.
Oh, 100%. And again, it comes back to that coherence of a group. If everyone's just on the same vibe and feeling it in the same positive way, I just think it promotes goodness, and it sets a standard as well.
Yeah, I mean,
I gotta jump. Sorry, I gotta jump off real quick. But thank you guys for having me on, Shane. See you, and Holly. Good talking with you. See you guys.
Take care, Astral.
Take care, Nora.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, like when we're talking about like intelligent entities, I just think like, I don't know, like would I want someone filming me without my permission? Like I don't really even like people taking pictures of me and stuff, so maybe they don't like being filmed.
All right, I'm back real quick. Sorry.
And then you post pictures with the alien eyes, though.
So check this out. Hold on.
Sorry.
Don't mean to step on anybody, but I'm the host. Does anybody else want to help me? Chase, get up here, run this place for me right now, because I'm going to bring this downstairs. There's people downstairs starting to have the beers, so now I'm going to bring it and start explaining this shit to them. What happened to Astral?
He said he didn't like that Shane dude and just dipped.
He's like, yeah, the guys from downstairs, upstairs.
Here we go, okay? So I'm going to let these guys run it pretty much like the same. Chase, you know what's up. So here's the thing. I'm not going to be talking so much because I want the earbuds out. I'm going to kind of just let people and just say, hey, dude, get on your Twitter. Pop into this shit. So be ready.
Because you're at the bar?
What's that?
Because you're at the bar?
No, yeah, I'm going to be down at the bar. You're right, bro. I'm going to be sitting at the bar just waiting. Just kind of listen like a creeper. Say, dude, just jump in here. Listen.
Where's Travis? Did you get Travis?
Which one? Travis who?
Travis.
Walton.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, check this out. Synchronicity, brother. Guess who I just rode the elevator with? What the fuck? I was just in the elevator with him coming up. I was like, hey, Travis. He goes, it's Shane. I was like, from last night, I was talking to him. What? I literally, 3 seconds ago. Whoa, dude. Yeah, that's crazy.
Brilliant.
Okay, guys, take over.
Oh, Daniel's coming up. I want to hear his Bigfoot story.
Straight up. Let's start talking about... Hey, when I'm not in here, here's my rules, okay? Holly, Chase, all you have to do, Nora, guide this shit, all of you, just enforce it. I want you to talk about the subject here. That's what we do. We're sitting downstairs having beers. They don't want to hear people argue and tell... So just start talking about the subject, interact, and doing it probably. Don't say your experience is the all. Do what we do normally. That's all I ask. I'm going to be away. I'm going to say, hey, if I see James Fox, if they do, just jump in there real quick. I just want to see him to see that this place is pretty badass, so they know there's a place he can come. It's real to love. Right, Chase? Go.
Hey, Daniel. How was Jefferson, Texas?
Hey, Chase, everybody. Great. I'm actually on my way back right now. Yeah, it was a good time. We had a conference. From a boat outing out at Caddo Lake. It's the only natural lake in Texas. So pretty nice scenery. It's got those old cypress trees with the Spanish moss. Looks really creepy. Kind of spooky. But yeah, it's great. Hey, Shane, does Travis have his mustache back yet? All right, back to Chase. Go.
That is a great question. I do not know. And I like the pictures of the trees you posted. They were very, very creepy looking. But also beautiful.
They call him the Caddo Critter.
Oh, that's spooky. So did you find Bigfoot?
Oh yeah, didn't you see my video? Took a whole horse and buggy ride to make it out there.
A horse and buggy, like the Amish?
Yeah, kind of like yeah.
I've not actually seen your video yet. I want to post it up top, maybe. Let's see if I can find it. Nora, I love that you changed your profile pic.
That is a cool pic.
It still looks the same on mine. Did it go through?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Is it the alien sunglasses?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I guess it went through.
It's Brill.
Your true nature is showing.
She's not hiding anymore.
Like, where does one get those glasses from?
I got them at CVS, actually.
The dope. I like them.
I like how you got them from CPS.
Yeah, they were like on clearance, and they were the last pair. It was like $3. I was like, you're coming home with me.
Hey Z, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing pretty good. You know, can't complain. Anything interesting
Yes.
happen?
Regarding what?
That's the question.
Well, I spent 3 days trying to solve the long living.
Z, right as you were getting into the
Technology
interesting
working
story.
in that mystery part of the land.
Interesting. Yeah, you got cut off a little bit there, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying. Neat.
Well, basically, we got some high-tech cameras, and we measured because we sometimes catch, like, apparitions or like shadow people around the barn or around the fences near the forest, but that particular part of the land which I talked about, like, it doesn't work. Electronics doesn't work. Anything. Like, I don't know. We approach it like maybe 50 feet away, everything stops. So I just have no clue what's happening.
Yeah, that's strange. Have you ever tried taking what is it? EMF readers and maybe like radiation readers and stuff like that out there? That spot?
Oh, we tried the EMF, and every time it goes off. Like, one time it's just shut down. And yeah, there is something there, but we don't know what exactly. And also, yeah, by the way, we found a hole with how to say this, with two crosses in the hole, but the hole was white and crosses were dark, black. So I don't know what's that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that means.
I don't know if some spiritual people know.
Does anyone here know anything about why a cross would be black?
What did he say? It was a white hole and a black cross?
Yeah.
Yes. There's
White
two of them.
hole and two black crosses.
What do you mean by like white hole?
Literally, it was like, it seems like the ground was dig up and then basically painted white.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yay, great. Another thing having.
Sounds like lime. Somebody dug a hole and put lime. You know, lime is white.
Yeah, I know,
Okay.
but the thing is, nobody.
It wasn't like salt,
comes.
was it?
No, it was like how do you call that one? The like the paint for the houses, but it's like a primary color. But we don't use it. It was like a basic, like cheap stuff. Nobody around us used that stuff.
That's an interesting. That's interesting. What? And the two black crosses?
Yeah, and one is like I don't know. Wait, let me calculate this because I use metric. One is one is 5 inches and another one is 12 inches.
5 and 12. With a white grave?
No, it's like a round, literally a round hole, like maybe 10 inches deep.
Did it look fresh or old?
Oh, fresh. But the thing is, nobody was on the, as we know it. I mean, no human was on the property.
Are we talking what area? Where?
Well, it's on my ranch. There is a particular part of the land that is known that have some activities, but we don't know what, and the strange footprints and like animal don't go there. When we go there, we feel all kind of stuff. So it's like just a particular part of the land.
I didn't hear you before, Big C. When did they appear?
Well, this appeared like in the night, like between yesterday and today, like in the night.
So this recently popped up.
Oh yeah, this is the newest.
Wow.
Do you have a picture of it by chance?
That's different.
I'm trying to find it, but I'm in the city now. But I'm gonna ask my sister if she can find it, because we every time we go there we took like hundreds of pictures just trying to catch something. We go around 3 a.m. and then we go around 10 a.m. just trying to find the difference.
Could just be like maybe someone going out in the woods and doing like rituals or something.
No, it's on my land, and the particular part is fenced off with an electrical fence, really big one.
Oh, okay. So it's like an enclosed private property.
Yeah.
So you got a farm?
Oh yeah, I have a farm around 40 acres of land.
So the black part, it's like it was like painted on to the ground.
No, the like when you dig a hole, a round hole, and then like it was, the paint was, but it looked so clear. It's like I don't know, perfect spherical like shape. I don't know how to explain it. Like if you, I don't know how to explain it. And the crosses were lying on the, like, you know, lying in the hole, but the crosses were black from a black woods of some kind.
Blackened by maybe whatever force did the circle.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just saying what I found like around 3 a.m. on my farm last night. So yeah, I'm pretty weirded out myself.
Yeah, man. I'm not gonna lie. You should probably put some cameras on your property.
But I can't. You see where what?
Whereabouts in the US are you?
I'm in Serbia, my man.
You're in Serbia?
Yes. That's Southeast Europe.
What kind of history is associated with your property? Like who lived there before you and stuff?
Well, it was in one point of the time. It was how to describe it. It was like a training ground for artillery guys, military guys.
That makes sense.
So there's probably some history there.
No, yeah, but we don't know quite much of the history because those parts of the land where the ranches are, because it's a whole community, it's not well known what happened like before 1930s because there is no document of it.
World War II, stuff like that. So the land that you own, this is a new enigma. This is a new thing for your family.
Yeah.
Have you ever found like any other objects like on your property, like digging through stuff?
No, yes, digging through, yes. We found rifles, we found ammunition, I don't know, we found part of the tank and all this stuff.
Uh-huh. Did you find anything with this hole?
No, I mean, this hole, as I'm saying, it's like pretty new, but we found some. Yeah, like it happened maybe like 12 hours
Dig it
ago.
up. Maybe they're trying to show you something. Dig up the hole, see if there's something there.
No, what I'm saying is, there's a lot. I'm not going to go deep on this. I'm not going down the rabbit hole here. But what I'm saying is, what I've been studying, as everybody knows, Dorothy Isaac, about you can only mine crystals from certain parts of the world. And the crystals power the light ships.
Oh, okay. I mean,
this is what I've been studying. So I'm thinking if more people as Shane, everybody, Chase, everybody has been speaking about, we should get together and start, speaking about what is going on.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there is also
that to me is interesting. And then when Ghost said about the mist, I knew right away what that was because I've been studying Dorothy, who came from Scotland. I'm in Scotland, and I knew, and I thought, wow. So it's still happening.
Oh, stuff's still going on. Yeah, I do love the Dorothy Isaac story too.
The guy, you're actually speaking the truth. I'd imagine the circumference of this, circle. There's never been World War II anything found near it in Serbia.
Oh yeah,
Who do you
yeah.
guys think is like the next Dorothy Isaac?
Who, Francis?
Maybe.
So, this circumference where on your land, right, there's been not any World War II relic found in it.
No, it's not from World
Not
War
Russian,
II. No.
not American, not British.
No.
Guys, get an enigma. That's an enigma.
That's an
That's all
enigma
I'm
for
saying.
sure.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Also,
maybe some people are like
engulfed Europe, including Serbia.
maybe it's like some people are sneaking on your land that you just don't know about and doing some weird rituals.
No. You see, that's the thing, because this part of the land is not near the gate. It's like in the basically towards the middle. Like it's like maybe 20 feet with 40 feet wide, and around this part that is I don't know, unavailable for anything to get through it, but the around fences are protected with electrical fence, and also dogs go around it. So
can I ask a question? How are the animals behaving?
Oh, animals don't go in that section at all. We had a horse. I mean, I have 5 horses, but I had a horse that walked through into that part accidentally, and he just froze in the middle. We needed to get him an adrenaline shot just to move.
Mm. What about other dogs barking in the night?
Dogs don't go near it. It's like they know the circle, and they bark around from 2 a.m. to 4 a.m.
10 a.m.
How do you feel when you go near it?
Kind of strange. I don't know. It's an uneasy feeling. That's like somebody is near me, but I don't see him.
Ah. How's the family? The children?
Well, the children don't go in that part because it's a little bit further in the place. But family, like my sisters, feel very stressful and very.
How's the family? Do they sleep at night?
No, we sleep well. I mean, it's 40 acres of the land, so it's like not near the house.
And the dogs and the animals behave.
I would suggest looking more into the history of the artillery training range you said was there, or anything you can find out about the property, because maybe there's just stuff that went down on your land, and unacknowledged burials or something going on, and just find out more info.
Yeah, that's true, and we did that. We know that there were around 25 deaths in that on that land because of malpractice and all that stuff.
Maybe in that spot, why don't you make a little headstone in honor of all the people that died on the property, and just place it there, and then see if the energy shifts around, see if it's more calm or something. Maybe they just want some respect or to be acknowledged.
Well, thank you for that. I never thought of that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure. But thank you, Nora.
I'll try to work this one out. See, I'm in a different investigation. I'm on my own journey. Completely different from everybody else's. But I see the traits. I see these things. But was it ever a mining area?
Well, no. In On our farm it was not, but in the neighboring farm it was.
So it was a mining area.
Well, yeah, in the neighboring farm, but
That's
not
all I
on
just
our
wanted
land.
That's all I just wanted to know. Really. Thank you, my man.
Okay.
You have done
No
well.
problem.
You have done well. Brilliant. Serbia? Whereabouts in Serbia?
Yes.
Whereabouts
What?
in the area in Serbia?
Well, in the north part.
The north? Serbia.
Yeah. Yeah.
And good. The same as Scotland, the same as somewhere else, Greece, whatever. Connections with Greece?
Do I have connection with Greece? Well, my neighboring.
That area, Serbia, Russia, whatever else, even before it, there was always connections with Greece.
Oh yeah, I know some of the history with it, but yeah.
So when was this? Was it this year? Last year?
Wait.
This was
what is the question?
He was wondering when these crosses appeared, I think.
Oh, last night.
It appeared last night?
Yeah.
Last night's creepy.
That is creepy.
Well, you see what I'm dealing with every day.
Mm. Well, at the end of the day, what I see is what I'm chasing a different road from everybody else. But your story, I'll tell you, thank you very much. You're telling the truth. I understand. Totally. This man's a good man, by the way.
Thank you, man. You too.
He's a good man. He's came up and told us what's going on in his property. He's came on and we can pinpoint things like Dorothy Isaac told us there was mining. If you read her book, she told us all these things. There you go, guys.
There's what? There's 9 what?
I'm saying Dorothy Isaac told us the truth.
Oh, Dorothy's not lying. Yeah, Dorothy's not lying.
Read the book. Read the book.
I do need to read the book, actually. I haven't even read the book. I've just watched the videos I have.
Honestly, you need to read that book and then figure out mining, figure out my family were miners, my grandfather, and it's just amazing.
Since we're on the topic of like Serbia and Scotland, what's everyone's like favorite international UFO case?
Well, ask the MOD. Nobody's allowed to speak. The Ministry of Defence, they'll not like to tell you anything. They won't speak. And they have their famous guy anyway. What's his name? XRAF. He lives in America now.
What was the question again, Nora? Sorry.
Oh, I just want to know what's your favorite international UFO?
I would say Roswell.
Well, okay, that's not outside of America, Francis. That's in America.
That is America. That's it. Roswell. Only. There's none really outside America but Roswell.
Yeah, what about Rendlesham Forest though, Francis?
I would say...
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorites too, Holly.
Yeah.
Nah.
What about Calvine?
Nah, I don't see that.
Oh.
Nah, I don't see that. See, that's all you richies shouting and bawling about whatever, and then you'll get ejected to America, but you conjured it all up in Rendlesham Forest.
Funny. Guys, I'm gonna have to jump off. I'm up literally in about 5 hours. It's 1 a.m. UK time, so thank you so much for having me. and have a really awesome rest of the night. Take care.
Hey,
Listen, that
thank you,
guy
Holly,
said,
and we'll see you again.
can I
Big
just
love,
say
take
something
care.
before everybody goes?
Well, nobody's going. It's
I'm
just
never
Holly
going,
going.
Francis. It's just me going. I need to get my beauty sleep.
Make sure that
But
guy
thanks,
from
guys.
Serbia gets support.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Holly, for helping out. I appreciate it. Come back. We'll do more.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Shane back for the bar.
How'd you know? I'm just sitting here, so I'm not going to keep going. Ain't somebody else to run. Anybody else? Let's see what we got going on here. Daniel, I need you to co-host this shit right now because we're going to be talking the topics. I want
Daniel's
somebody
driving.
to-
Oh, Shane is back.
That's what I
Yeah,
said.
Daniel's
come back.
driving, so he might not be the
Anyone's
best to
Nora. You want to
co-host.
co-host? Anyone.
I don't know. Nora's got the alien eyes, so.
Anybody want to co-host? I need Nora. Be nice.
I also have alien eyes, if you think about it.
I can do it for like an hour, Shane.
All right, let's do this. Not gonna be sitting here just chilling, waiting on the dinner to open up for food. Because Mike is doing an interview with Leslie, right? Mike is interviewing Linda Leslie. Yeah. So when they're both done, I'm gonna see if they'll both come on here. I'm pretty sure they have Twitter, so I'll just say, hey, just put your phone on, push that button right there, dude. So I got actually Jenny's helping me right now. So we're just gonna sit here. She's gotta go do something. I'm gonna take care of it. So chill. Everybody knows the rules. Chase, Nora, take care of this.
I'm making some muffins. They're going to be delicious. Nora, what question would an alien ask a human?
Why are you like that?
Why do you have so many movement groups, and what is that about? Because I think some people are confused about it, not just aliens.
I would bet that anything they would ask us would be more rhetorical because they probably already know the answer. Although that said,
Do you know the answer? Do you know the answer of why we have so much freaking movement groups?
No, I don't know the answer to that.
You see?
I thought you were an alien.
Probably they don't know.
No, I was the throwaway alien. It was trash.
Right, tell me. I'm listening.
Yeah, you're saying something before, though, Josh?
Oh, I was going to say, but if they were to ask a rhetorical question, I think it would be something like, or to ask a question that they actually kind of wanted an answer to, I would think it'd be something like, why are we so short-sighted as a species, right?
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Why everyone assumes that they're like smarter than us. Like every abduction story I've ever heard, like people like always like remember what happened to them after these like supposed memory wipes. So like to me, I think their tech is actually not that good. It's like wonky.
Well, to me, it's like nobody's giving anybody a chance to speak. So carry on, Mr. Serbia.
What?
I think I've
Dave,
got
I see. I see your hand.
Yeah, I think I've got a good question that they might ask. Because they could actually get something out of this. They might ask us, why do we think that they are here?
That's a bit
Socratic, maybe?
introverted. That's an introverted question.
I would say
yes,
because they want something from us.
Why don't it be you and say, why are you here?
No, I think it would be an interesting question. If I were an alien and I already knew enough about the species I was looking at, I would imagine they would know pretty much everything already. Sort of like if we studied a species that was less sophisticated than us, that it might be interesting to them to get our perspective and find out, you know, how we feel about it or why we think they're here.
maybe
Well,
there's still some unanswered questions, you know,
why
like
don't
even
you
though
ask
we know a
yourself?
lot of things about like animals, like a cow, for example, like we don't know like what a cow thinks about, or like does a cow dream, or like, you know, do they like mentally communicate with each other? Like there's still a lot of things we don't know, right?
That's what I mean. I mean, if you could communicate with your cat or your dog, wouldn't you be interested to know what they think about something, you know?
Then that's
Yeah, it would
definitely,
be like
well,
perspective questions, right?
there you go. There you go. You've answered the question yourself. Right? We should be speaking to Mr. Serbia and saying, can we know about this hole on your property? But you keep jumping in and saying, blah, blah, blah.
I wouldn't ask them that. I would ask them where they come from and what is
I'm
their
talking about
specialty
everybody in
on
the
their
community
planet.
here. So the
Well,
circumference of this circle that you have on your property, right?
yeah,
We also know you're in Eastern Europe, right?
Southeast.
That's there. We also know the animals keep away from it. But certainly all the humans want to talk about it and have opinions about it. But nobody is saying, let's go investigate it. Let's go help this man. Let's go help this human being, his family, whatever else, and chase it away.
I mean, listen, that's all cool and good, but it's like we've been living with whatever this is, and we see like entities all the time at our farm, so we just used to it. So I'm like, this is my like I can give you a tour, and it's like a fun fact about it. So I mean, I don't mind it being there. You never hurt anyone.
Well, and so Francis, it might be kind of asking like the same question, being like, why are you where you're at right now? You know?
Well, I'm too old now. You're the young generation. You should
No,
be
but I'm
doing
saying
that.
it would be like an entity coming up to you that's not from here, being like, why are
Listen,
you where
man.
you are?
Listen,
You know?
see if an entity came up to me, I'd knock it out. Trust me.
What if you
I'm
can't
the guy
knock it
with
out?
Jesus marks.
There's
There was
Dorothy
no
talks about some of
chance.
those.
No chance. I worked
Francis
40
said he's
years
just
of my
going to
life.
deck him.
Aye.
How are you gonna, Francis? Tell me how you're gonna deck a light being.
Listen, no, I would never deck a light being.
Mind
No
punch.
A mind punch. Well, you could say that. But at the end of the day, is this. We protect each other. We protect their families, your neighbours, everything else. Even Joe Murgier said that on his posts. Whatever. You protect each other. Whatever else, Jim Semivan said that his family was terrified by things. And yet, here we are saying, we're not going to do nothing, but we're laughing. There's a guy from Serbia, and you're thinking, come on. We need to educate each other. Chase is right, everybody's right. We need to get together and make sure everybody knows what's going on.
Hey,
This is why
Big
we need
Z,
to keep these things.
you're really close to Romania, which is like known for a lot of like vampire mythology. Is there any like Serbian mythology that we should know about?
That's a good question.
Oh yeah. And, I mean, there is a lot of like cross-reference with witches and like original tale of Baba Yaga came from Serbia, and people here believe that one of the first original vampires came like from Romania and Serbia, and they together made like the how to say it, the species of vampires. So there is a lot of mythology around that in my culture.
Can you explain to us what the story of the Baba Yaga is?
Well, the story was basically that she was the in old times, because I mean Serbia is very old, and she was like how to say it, the seer for the common people, to guide them in first, like to guide them and to protect them, but then she was robbed of her happiness, and somebody done her wrong, and then she basically went into the dark arts, to say it like that, and she became like an immortal witch, and she terrorized the people and the land, and she moved from place to place, and basically she became the spooky thing in the night. She would like abduct children. She would abduct lonely passengers going through the woods, and just like eat them, or or if my grandparents believed that if you go like into the mines, like old mines, and if you disrespect and you disrespect the sites, you will have a curse on you and your entire generation. So it's like it's very, very deep in our culture, and basically became the tale of Baba Yaga, which was passed to the children, that she hated, and basically she because she stand for good at the beginning. She in the tale it was, if you steal, if you lie, if you do those things, Baba Yaga will come at you at night. So, and I know every single kid had that story told by their parents. So it's like, yeah, basically that.
Big Z, don't forget about her chicken leg house. No, but did she become like the hag that like sits on you in the night?
Look, can you just be quiet so we can ask a question?
Wait, Francis. Just for me to answer this. She became the entity that will come after you if you like, not just even in the night in your house, but if you like get in the fight with your friends and go home alone, and you're near the woods or near some forested area, she might abduct you. So it became a scare tactic, but also she's a part of the legend.
Yeah, we have actually something kind of similar in Morocco. Her name is Aisha Khandisha, and the story goes like she was a real person, and when the French came and invaded, her husband was like a soldier and he got killed, and then the French like killed and like tortured her. So like her spirit, she was like a really beautiful girl, so they say like her spirit like wanders the forests and like the coasts and like abducts like men and stuff.
Big Z, have you heard about like Baba Yaga like being able to move through mirrors and stuff like that?
Can you repeat that? I didn't hear.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had heard anything about like related to Baba Yaga, about how she's able to like move through mirrors, or like like that's how she can kind of get from her dimension to ours, something of that nature.
Well, that's the to say it like a little bit a newer version, but Like the thing I'm talking about is like the old stuff, like 500, 700 years ago, you know. So it's like really old stuff. It came from like mythology of South Slovenians that are like our ancestors. So it's extremely old stuff.
Thanks for sharing that. That's really cool. Ghost, I see you have your hand
No
up.
problem.
Want to add something?
Yes, I got two things actually. I'm researching vampires, and I can't see who's speaking, so if the one speaking would direct message me or email me at ghostmind.net@gmail.com, I
So can
would
you see?
really appreciate it.
Can you see Big Z?
No, I can't see. I don't know why this thing isn't refreshing.
Big Z, can you send Ghostmine a DM? She wants to chat with you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you. Also, the second thing I wanted to tell him is here in South Carolina, this is a big legend, and this so reminded me of what happens here. In the paranormal circle quote, you know, we're called the Baba Yaga state because there are many very creepy encounters with Baba Yaga here, especially down toward the lowlands and coast. So if you want to look those up and read the legends, I think you might enjoy them. I have also, in my investigations, I have found certain Baba Yaga cases. The main thing that she does here is called sleep paralysis. And when she does, she basically sucks your soul, is what they say. But in a lot of cases of sleep paralysis, she is seen, and people from all over the country find out that I'm from South Carolina, and they email me about their own Baba Yaga experiences during sleep paralysis. So I think she is a real entity here. Too many people have contacted me for help with this, and I have been successful in some cases. In South Carolina, they say she is the old hag, the witch, and she steals children. She goes to naughty children, you know, things like that. But it's worth the read, and that's about all I had to say about that.
Oh wow, that's cool. We'll check it out. And sorry guys, I see the hands, but I just wanted to add, in about Baba Yaga in our literature, it's she also has end screen. Yes, she is described with like a wooden house on the chicken legs, literally in the books and in the tales. And also, she abducts children and mostly young men because she was wrong from a young man when she became a witch. And also she's like in all mythology the most famous killer because she will represent her like old frail old lady, and then it's like beneath it it's like a powerful being. And there is a also there is a in our my culture there is saying and basic, and to translate it it makes sense in my language, but it's like beneath a witch 1,000 powers lies. So it's like came from that. And just one more thing, she's famous by the also again in my culture she's famous by the doing the things like when she abducts young men because she don't she's searching always the one who wronged her, but that's not possible to find. So she will give them like riddles, 5 riddles, and depend of how smart they are, she will in like 1% of the time she will release them. So they're like there were survivors to say it that told the story of abduction of Baba Yaga. So yeah, that's
Wow, that's awesome. Thank you for
Michael's.
telling me all
Yeah.
of that. That goes, that goes so deep into what I've actually been, experiencing in the cases that come to me. Thank you for sharing me that.
No problem. Thank you.
Hey, we got a couple new speakers in the room. I want to welcome Esther, Eric. I see Daniel has his hand up, screen Eric. So why don't we just go Daniel, screen Eric?
Sure. First, a comment to Ghost being in South Carolina. You've probably heard of the Bishopville Scape or Swamp story of the Lizard Man, which came up in the 80s. Not exactly related to what you were saying, but since you're there,
Absolutely. Yeah, I've researched that a lot. I hope to go to Bishopville one day and investigate it, actually. People will call me crazy, but, I didn't ever claim to be sane.
Yeah, interesting case. If you guys haven't heard, it's a pretty cool book my buddy Lyle Blackburn wrote called Lizard Man, and it's about this cryptid case of some kind of reptilian humanoid that seemed to be encountered in, it's called Bishopville, but it's in Scape or Swamp there in Bishopville, South Carolina. My other comment, and I can hold on this for now because I know we have other hands, but Nora, you mentioned other out of the U.S. UFO cases, and I was going to mention the 1974 Cayami UFO crash incident between the Texas and Mexico border, but I'll hold that thought and we can get around to the rest of the hands.
Yeah, thanks for that, Daniel. Screen, go ahead.
Thanks, y'all. Ghost Mind, I shot you a follow. I don't know if you don't mind saying your email again so I could shoot you an email. I'm definitely interested in the Baba Yaga information regarding South Carolina. I'm in Charleston, and we're on the 33rd parallel, lined up with Giza, the holy city. So we're on big energy line here, and a lot of people don't talk about it. So if you have information, that would be awesome.
Yes, I would love to speak to you about that. It's ghostmind.net, just like my name on here, GHOSTMIND.net at gmail.com.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah, because I've had some experiences with like Baba Yaga, like trying to take my life force, whatever. And that's why I asked the questions about the mirror and stuff. So I'm very interested. Thanks.
Anytime.
Eric? Hey guys, Shane, I just want to ask real quick, are you going to be around tomorrow or when are you leaving, brother?
I don't know if he's actually in the room listening right now, Eric.
Okay.
His phone was charging, and but yeah, he pops in every once in a while, so you're bound to hear from him here in a minute.
Okay, so if you guys are, if this space is over in 45, I doubt it's going to probably go more than 45 minutes, but this is a little self-promo. It's pre-recorded, so you can listen to it anytime. And I sent most of you links to the World Bigfoot Radio, and I've got video in there with testimony. It's only about 70 minutes, so if you guys want to hear some really good Bigfoot stories later tonight or in the near future, check that out.
Hey, Eric, can you tweet that link out and send it to me, and then I'll post it up top here?
Okay, yeah, I'll tweet it and I'll tag you in it, and then you can post it.
Yeah, that works great.
What's your YouTube channel? Because I was trying to find it the other night and I couldn't find it.
It's called eTalkin, TALKIN, because I'm joining this network called eTalk Radio, and and I decided I'm gonna do my own show. It's gonna be called eTalkin on eTalk Radio. But anyway. So yeah, I'll let you guys talk. I mean, I just want to say one thing real quick, that Randall Nickerson, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, at the 2022 UFO International Congress, where we're at right now with Shane and the group, he won the Researcher of the Year And about 5 years ago, when I was in 2017, when they had the UFO Congress, Sean, who was it? It was Tom DeLonge had won it that year. So anyway, this guy, I talked to him for about an hour today. He spent, no BS, over 800, I think he said $840,000 researching this story in Africa, South Africa, about the 66 school children that witnessed this landing in the schoolyard, and the ETs that came out of the craft and came onto the schoolyard. And in his presentation was phenomenal, because if you don't see the presentation, it's hard to visualize how this could even happen, and how the teachers that were in the classrooms wouldn't have seen it. But the way he diagrams it and explains it, it's a phenomenal story. So if you get a chance, in my opinion, this might be the best UFO landing, ET landing interaction story in the history. And I don't say that lightly.
Are you talking about, is this Ariel or is this something different?
Yeah, the Ariel phenomenon with the school children in 94. That means 66 school children saw these things come out of the craft and onto the play yard. Seriously, it's not a BS story. It's real. It happened.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite international cases too. So that's a great one to bring up, Eric. We got Big Z, and then Esther, and then back to Daniel.
And Nora, to answer your question from earlier, I think actually I want to take back my previous statement, and I want to move it back to the aerial school phenomena, because that is actually my favorite. And not in America. Big Z?
Yeah, I love that. I researched that thing that you guys talked about, and I mean we can talk about that. But I just wanted to add one more thing, because somebody asked about also the vampires, and there is a guy that one of the first vampires. I mean, the first in my culture. He died beginning of and the end of the 1600s, beginning 1700s, and most of the people believe that the spirit of Vlad Tepes or Dracula or the original vampire came to him and pronounced him to be the vampire in this area. So there is a story, everybody knows this, when the villagers opened the grave, the guy had fresh blood in his mouth. And they tried to burn the body and everything, but he just disappeared.
Hey, do me a solid real quick. I don't mean to interrupt. Pay attention for Chrissy Newton, Micah Hanks, just in case they pop in. Bring them up to speak. So.
Shane, Eric has a question for you.
Shane?
Are you there?
Eric was wondering when you're leaving UFO Congress.
Tomorrow morning.
Is Shane back?
Who wants to know that?
Hey, brother. I was going to say, are you going to be here tomorrow, or when are you leaving?
What the fuck? Who wants to know that?
It's Eric, the Awakening Man.
Eric, he said he's leaving tomorrow morning.
Okay, thanks.
Daniel, you're a vampire. Do you want to share any stories with us?
Yeah, silver only works sometimes.
Well, not in this case. But yeah.
That was a quick response, Daniel. I'll give you that. I think it was Esther, though, first. We haven't heard from Esther.
Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on.
I'm new to Twitter. Yeah, the sleep paralysis, I had that in high school. like a few times. It's terrifying. Like I thought I was dead because I was awake but couldn't move. It's terrifying. And my favorite international UFO case is also the aerial phenomenon with the schoolyard in South Africa and the 1897 Aurora crash in Texas. But somebody brought up light beams, and I can share a little bit about that. I have seen those. If anybody's interested. So
Yeah, go ahead.
okay. Was around 14. I went to church. We had um, this evangelical come in. You know how they'll do the thing they do, and I got saved. Um, I talked to Jesus, and then as soon as I stood back up, I saw these two huge figures at the front of the church. And I started freaking out and crying because I thought I was losing my mind. They were about 10 foot tall, and you couldn't see features like on their face, but they were just a whole different color of golden light. And they just stood there. There was two of them. And then I saw them again. I was around 25, and I was at a funeral. And this lady's service, like the whole front of the church, they were just all standing down there. And I don't know if those are guardian angels. I don't know what they are. They're light beings. They are associated with religion. I hadn't figured that out yet, but I have seen them. They are real.
Can you describe to us a little more about what they look like?
Yeah, there used to be a Sylvania commercial on for light bulbs, and there was like a family of people walking around, like a mom and a dad and two kids, but they were just made of light. Like it's just a different color of golden light. And I can also see that color around people. Some people see auras in different colors and stuff. I don't. All I can see is golden. A lot of that stuff I try to ignore because, I try to stay in the reality, but you can't see like eyes or a nose or a mouth. It's just a glowing figure. I didn't get any kind of feeling other than they were just I
Do
don't
they
know, maybe
do they see you like back when as you notice them? Do they notice you too?
I don't know if they could see me or not. I guess they could. I mean, they were there. I talked to the evangelist when it was over because I was crying and I was with my grandma and my other grandma and my whole family, and I'm like, I'm losing my mind. And he says, no, they're guardian angels because other people see them. He said he had never seen them, but other people had. They're just really tall, really broad, and they don't move. They just stand still like a statue.
Wow, that's incredible. Thank you so much for sharing. I see a couple hands popped up. Maybe they have some questions for you. Chase, who was first?
Yeah, and Esther, if you wanna follow Daniel over there, he's actually writing a book on Aurora, so I think that's something you might find interesting. And I think we're even doing a trip at some point with the Rosdale podcast. So yeah, it's a really fascinating. But I think it was actually Daniel next, and then Ghost in the Screen.
Well, I'll let anyone else go if they want to comment on that, but I'll bring up some of those other international cases.
Ghost, you want to comment?
Yeah, sorry, I had trouble getting back to the screen. I was going to say that I've heard things like that when people get saved or when people have, a deeply spiritual experience. It has to be genuine. They see these light beams, and according to what I've read from multiple sources, these are ET beings. Now keep in mind, extraterrestrial means not of this earth. Some researchers say like the angels are extraterrestrial. The biblical account gives many extraterrestrial experiences simply because they're not of this earth. I've heard them called Nordics too. It's very interesting that these light beams, come at those moments. So yes, I believe in angels, and angelic sightings. I've seen one myself. It's just amazing to me. That might be a point of interest if you want to research that also.
Screen?
Thanks. Yeah, I had a question for Esther real quick. It kind of reminds me of I don't know if we've got any Harry Potter fans in here, but the Thestrals, they pull the carriages. You can only see them if you've like experienced death or whatever. So you're basically saying that you see dark beings and then you also see light beings as well. Did I hear that right?
I started seeing light beings when I was around 14 when I got saved, but I have visits from the grays. So, I get downloads in my sleep. There's whatever is about to go on. I think a lot of people have been brought here to help with it. I feel like that's something I'm supposed to be doing. Because when you start seeing those things and those things start happening to you and you can't control it, you just wake up in the middle of the night because it's like holding your foot, I mean, I just try to, figure out what I can and try to share what I know. But, a lot of things take years to trickle in to make a full picture. And that's why everybody has to work together because everybody has the different pieces of the puzzle. The physics researchers, the engineers, the psychiatrists, all of them, and the experiencers, and they all have to come together because the researchers, maybe never saw anything, and then the experiencers, maybe don't know if it's good or bad or how to stop it from coming in. We had our house blessed. It was haunted. I think that probably came from playing with a Ouija board at an overnight thing when I was 13. And
I hear that a lot about the Ouija boards, actually. One question
yeah,
about your dreams, though. Yeah, you mentioned, I understand what you mean by it takes a lot to kind of like unpack them over time, what they even mean or whatever. But what do the downloads you get? Would they have anything to do with like energy or making the world a better place or like apocalyptic scenarios? I hear those three pop up a lot. That's why I was curious.
it's like really it comes kind of like a package, and it's right before I wake up. I guess that's how I remember it, but the images are like personal to you. Like you remember seeing these images that you're being shown, and it's really fast, and it lasts about 30 seconds, and then you can't go back and access them. But you might be in some kind of environment or around a certain person, or and they bring something up, and then the answer pops in your mind for them. So, um, I'm still learning how to work with that. That's been going on about 2 years. And so I can't access it and look through it and try to figure it out. But if something is needed, and a certain person needs to know that, it'll get triggered and I'll tell them. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. If you were talking to me, I was soaking all that in.
You're welcome.
Daniel?
All right. Hope my signal holds up. I am driving, but I'll just mention mainly one case, but another if you guys are interested in the Ariel. the school kids case. There's another kind of similar case from 1989 in Voronezh, Russia, and this deals with kids who saw some kind of strange entities who came out of a craft as well, Voronezh in Russia in 1989. But the main case I was just going to mention, which I don't know if a lot of people really are familiar with, this was relayed to me by Noe Torres and Ruben Uriarte, who wrote about this in some of their books, but it's a case in Cayame from 1974, which is in Mexico, and it's past the Texas border, like from El Paso. So there were some objects being sighted on radar south of Corpus Christi, and they reappeared on radar not too long after south of El Paso, where a civilian aircraft was also downed. They found these objects to be stationary on radar, and the U.S. radioed into the Mexican officials in the army there and basically said, hey, we can help, let's provide some assistance so we can take care of this. And they did not correspond with them, so they just kind of took it in their own hands. And so the U.S. was tracking the Mexican army and their retrieval of these objects. And so they apparently loaded them up, including the crashed plane along with a disc, on these trucks. And they started to drive. And after a short distance, they weren't moving anymore. And the U.S. noticed as they were tracking these guys that they weren't getting any response. No one was moving, and something weird had happened. So they go in and they leave Fort Bliss here in Texas, send some helicopters over, and find out that everyone on the trucks had died suddenly, and they all stopped moving, and something serious, very serious had happened. But they recovered the objects, apparently destroyed all of the Mexican material, debris, everything, the vehicles and bodies potentially, and took everything and decontaminated it to bring it here into the U.S. And not really too sure exactly what happened with that craft, but that was first documented in the 90s as the Cayame UFO crash retrieval incident in 1974.
Wow, that's really freaky that everybody died on there. I wonder, like, who's in charge of the jurisdiction of, like, crafts, like, when the U.S. Army just shows up in Mexico and, like, takes over? Like, I don't know. Isn't that weird?
Probably super illegal.
Yeah. We got a new speaker, Loyalty. Let's hear from you. And then, Esther, I see you have your hand up, too.
You're my boy!
You're my boy, Blue. I'm just here
My
for
boy,
a reading.
Blue.
Hey, what up, Logan?
What's up, big dog?
Hey, I just need a reading. I need a reading, please.
Oh, man, I miss you, bro. Where you been?
Man, dealing with this woman, you know.
Man, that's hectic. I saw that. It's crazy.
You saw what?
The text message you sent me?
Oh, yeah, man. I had to call DFAX on him. But I'm gonna try to pull it back because I don't want to hurt the kids. So I'm gonna call them in the morning and just try to pull that back because I cried all day, man.
Dealing with some lady troubles?
Huh? What'd you say?
I said, are you dealing with some lady troubles right now?
Nah, it's the kids, not the woman. I'm not worried about her. I miss my kids, man. I just want to read it. Can somebody read me, please?
Like a tarot reading?
Yes.
Okay. Let me pull my cards out. You want me to do it on here, like in front of everyone?
Yes, please. And
okay.
Be honest, please.
Isn't Thoth like Thoth? I feel like I have like a list when I say Thoth, but whatever. Thoth? Oh god, it's horrible. So he created like these tablets, right, to like predict the future. And I guess that's where like the tarot comes from, right?
No, I think the tarot comes from the future.
Logan, I've never heard that, but that's super interesting. But no, I know exactly what you mean when you say his name.
There's a lot of different discrepancies on the origin of tarot. Some say that the monks, when the Library of Alexandria was getting raided, they created the tarot to preserve like some information. And then there's also like decks that arrived from like the Italian like 17th century that were like super fancy for like wealthy families. So it's kind of like I don't know, there's discrepancies. I'm sorry, what?
They did it to like protect information, like in the tarot itself. Like they encoded like hidden information in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's like one theory. Yeah. But I see
There's
Esther has her hand up, and Logan, you kind of jumped in. So let's hear from Esther first.
That was my reading?
Yeah, space, whatever.
I just wanted to briefly mention that none of the downloads, the gray visitations, none of that happened until we had a close encounter, my son and I, and it was like a really close encounter. I don't know, it flips something in your head. I don't know, exactly how. It's electromagnetic fields and stuff, but none of that stuff started until I was exposed to that, other than seeing the light beings. So that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's entering the screen.
My bad. I was typing something up. That's very interesting what Esther was just saying, right? Because you hear people kind of say that a lot. Like once you experience it, you can't unexperience it, or they had an experience and then they started seeing more and more. Like you can't unsee it. Or like I think Tupa talks about it, like the kind of the arrow between Fed and X thing. Once somebody points that out to you, you always see it now. What if it's, we know we're like tuning forks. We sync up with each other if we're around each other long enough and stuff. So what if it's this like you got so close in proximity to another being or something, and then that's kind of what actually makes you aware of it, and that's why different people have different experiences, and often it's the same in families because they live in the same area, they're in the same spots. I'm just spitballing here, but I just see that's a common thing amongst a lot of this.
Yeah, isn't that like kind of what the hitchhiker effect is too?
Yeah, exactly. That's a great one.
Yeah. Okay, Loyalty. I pulled some cards for you. I pulled 9 cards. 3 of them were from the major arcana. You got Temperance, Death, and the Lovers. So it's patience, transformation, and harmony. And then you also got 3 spiritual cards: Passion Ignited, Partnerships and Alliances, and Stand Your Ground. You had 2 cards that had the number 5 on them, which is like obstacles and challenges. One of them was for your financial and material changes in your physical world. And then you also got a green one for emotional loss in your like emotional world. But just have patience, because all the other cards were like stand your ground and like firm foundation in your like physical world. So I guess this is just a time of transformation and changes for you. So the patience card is temperance. So you just have to have those qualities to get through it.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Dang, tarot's so interesting.
Esther?
So it's going to be a long journey for me, huh? Nora.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy. There seems to be like a lot going on for you. So this is like an ending of like cycles and kind of like rebuilding your life.
Yeah, somebody hacked my... man, everything is just going wrong right now. Everything going wrong.
Well, it sounds like you just got to be patient, and I mean, that's the biggest thing, I guess. And
Yeah, I mean, just stay strong and lean in on your qualities, man. Because like we all fall down, but we don't just like lay there. Eventually, you got to roll over and get up, right?
I'm confused right now. I don't know which way to go. People giving me bad advice, and I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Well, just trust your intuition and do what feels right to you. Because like no matter what anyone else says, you're gonna like know what's like right or wrong for you.
Yeah, I guess.
It could be a positive turning point for you.
I hope so. I
It could
pray
be.
it is.
It could be.
Well, thank you, Nora.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Anybody who wants to hear my experiences and stuff, it's episode 51 on UFO encounters worldwide. So thank you all for listening. I'm gonna hang out now and just listen.
Yeah, thanks for sharing with us.
You're welcome.
Will I get my kids back?
Oh, I can't tell you that, man. That's something you gotta like work out with, the people. Nobody's gonna be able to tell you that,
Yeah.
hey, Logan.
Hey.
We were talking about vampires earlier. Do you want to give us a little information about vampires?
Talking shit about vampires again?
Yeah, what's
bro.
it like being a vampire, Logan?
Always hungry.
I just wanted to say, often when I don't know which way to go, I just run in circles until they don't look like circles anymore. But how's old vet doing? What's Shane doing? He's been quiet. I'm like craving a check-in from him.
I'm eating nachos right now.
Oh my god, you want these
I'm listening.
nachos?
I'm
You
just here.
have
I'm
nachos
seriously letting you
every
guys run.
single
I'm
day
eating
that
nachos,
you've
waiting
been
for
there?
everybody else coming down. So just kind of chilling. It's probably loud in here right now. So.
He's in the hot tub? What's up, Shane?
Hold on, let me go to someplace quieter. I was trying to move someplace quieter anyway. I was just talking to the waitress. Give me about 3 minutes now. I'll talk to you.
I love how he responds immediately. He's like, I'm here. I'm listening.
He's literally, every time we talk to him, he's been eating nachos or chicken wings.
Oh, I knew it. I was just listening to him 20 minutes ago talking about eating nachos. It was that other episode we did the other day when he was there eating nachos. And now here he is again.
Dude, I'm eating nachos right now. I'm trying to move it on my plate. Man.
Hey, what's your
Look,
favorite
I
thing?
don't judge me, man. Let me get my nachos and move them somewhere quieter so I can continue this, and then I'll be here for a bit. Just kind of doing this, so we'll talk. 1 second.
I'm on that Patron right now. Y'all drink Patron?
Oh yeah.
Shots.
Let's believe that.
With lime, though. I gotta have the lime.
Gotta have the lime.
And the salt, but you gotta have the salt too.
See, I don't like the salt.
Really?
No, man. Brownies.
Edibles?
Oh, painfully. That's it. 3 brownies.
No, sir.
I'm talking about it again. 3 brownies. Let's just
No,
say
sir.
they're close to 100 each. We're not talking about it again. Let's move on.
So loyalty, are you interested in UFOs?
You don't think you understand? I'm bone on bone.
Well, no, I've been studying UFOs since I was a kid. So,
I'm not
yes.
telling you that. What I'm saying is this. I'm bone on bone, so I'm having to take this shit. It's crazy down here.
Shane, can you hear us?
So what do you guys want to talk about? Take
Can
it
you
over
hear us, Shane?
to somewhere quieter.
I don't think he can hear us, Chase.
Somebody might have been talking. I might have been stepping on him. So let me know, because you got to remember.
Shane, shut the fuck up right now.
Shane, can you hear Nora?
I'm dying.
Really?
You're stepping all over Nora.
Nora, I'm so sorry. I can't hear anybody besides Chase.
It's because I have the loudest voice.
Must be horrible.
I gotta quit drinking.
Hey, does anybody want to go to that movie tomorrow? The movie premiere of James Fox's new movie. Anyone in Hollywood that want to go? Hollywood area? I have an extra ticket, so who wants to go?
I want to go.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I want to go.
Just send me a DM if you're in the area, please. Just let me know.
What's the area?
Yeah, I heard Discord wants to go.
Discord?
What?
Anyways, yeah, the premiere for I can't remember the name of the movie, but you know the one, the new James Fox one, Moment of Contact or something like that. You know, it's gonna be in Hollywood, so tomorrow. So if you're gonna be free, let me know. Send me a DM.
Is he streaming it?
I'll be in court
Anything
tomorrow.
else, or
I'll be
is
in
it being
court
released?
tomorrow.
It's gonna be in the movie theater, so I don't think he'll be streaming that.
Yeah, I'll be in court tomorrow.
You could though.
Oh, I thought Loyalty was about to drive overnight.
Nah, I gotta go to court in the morning.
Yeah, and probation unless you leave.
Good luck, bro.
I ain't got no probation.
Oh, for real? Damn, lucky.
Lucky.
I'm always on probation.
Nah, he did his time though.
Yeah, but they still keep.
I've been clean for 7 years. I ain't been pulled over and nothing.
It's just California thing, I guess.
Yeah.
Logan, what'd you do to get on probation?
I robbed the bank.
I'm a bad boy.
Bad cowboy.
Bad boys, bad boys.
What you gonna do?
I changed my
What's
life.
funny is he wasn't joking.
Yeah, I changed my life though. I changed my life. I changed my life. I'm glad I did.
Now, this is a story all about how my life got flipped, turned upside down.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, no, that was like one of the craziest stories I've ever heard. You know.
It's right up there with Jane and her getting a machete thrown at her while she was naked.
Yeah, I mean, it's on paper, you know.
Is it loud here still?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's not true or nothing. I'm just saying it's it's wild. Like that's like man.
It's not too loud, Shane.
Let me finish my macros real quick.
My God, not the nacho.
You gotta go find someone interesting and be like, hello, come
waiting
talk
here
to
for him.
Twitter people.
I'm waiting.
Yeah, because I have
share
nobody.
nachos and share stories.
I have nobody. Nobody in my life.
Wait, what?
I have nobody. I'm alone.
What kind of Twitter people we turning
That's
back?
a song.
I'm alone now.
Yeah.
Lying lonely.
Some of them come by. I was going to talk to Alejandro. I saw him a little bit ago. I'm not sure where he went to. He was
Rojas?
sitting up at the bar and it was too loud.
Can you still not hear me, Shane?
No, we can't hear you.
Alright.
You can't hear me?
Well, I'm gonna go.
No.
I gotta give my kid a bath anyways. I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye, Nora.
Good job, Shane.
Nora, you
Bye,
changed your
Nora.
back.
Huh?
Changed your picture back.
Oh yeah, I didn't like the other one. It's too alien-y.
Oh, the glasses?
Yeah.
Hey, what is going on?
Nora's
How many
leaving
guns-
I
because
have
you
no
don't
idea.
listen to her.
Chase, how dare you?
Yeah, Shane, you ran Nora off.
Shane, I need to kick you, bro. Sorry about that. No disrespect. Get out of
Oh,
here.
dude, let me leave and come back. I'm sorry, Nora, dude. I'm seriously not.
Yeah.
You're not.
No, you can't leave. You're
Let me
gonna
leave. Wait,
ruin
let me
Lacey,
leave. Come back.
Lacey, you can't leave. She does that all the time. God love Lacey.
Speaking of Lacey, I'm pretty sure when she goes to mute people, she's accidentally removing them from the space some of the time.
That's so funny.
And then she falls
It's
asleep.
very
with him,
easy to do.
All right, guys. You take care. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening, and keep your eyes on the skies, I guess.
Later, Nora.
Peace.
Oh, shit. Monday. Oh, damn.
What's happening Monday?
It's a great question. What is happening Monday, Logan?
Nothing.
I guess nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
Logan, what?
Technical difficulties. What's up, Ocean? I didn't see you yesterday.
No,
What up,
I was
old vet?
gone for a bit.
Old vet, Chase, Ocean, Scream. What up?
All right, guys. I'm done with those
What up,
nachos,
Lalo?
so let me put my other earbud in, and then I can talk a little more. Those nachos were gone.
All right, you're gonna have to go on an adventure for us.
I'm editing right now, editing this movie.
That's what up. I do love nachos, though. I'm still tripping about what happened at Big Z's place.
Yeah, I kind of want to. I don't know what's going on there. That's weird. He sent me a video of a orb 60 miles roughly from his farm. You know, it was filmed in the city. It's like, dude, there's something going on there.
Would that orb have fit in the hole?
No, it was the like a bright orange light, like a sphere, like flying in the circles around the city, and like people just started recording, and at night time, and it's lasted for like 24 hours, and at night time it just stopped in one moment and separated into 4 little dots, and then went on the separate ways in each like direction: north, south, east, and west.
Get out of here, bro. That is wild. Nobody got like if it happened for that long, nobody like set up a good camera on a tripod or nothing.
No, I mean I sent the Chase. I can send you. I don't know. Twitter doesn't allow me to upload it for some reason, but
Yeah,
Chase,
mine's like that right now too. Sometimes it does that depending on when you set it up.
I sent a short video of it just flying around, but there's videos, but I just I had that one saved.
Cool. That sounds amazing.
Oh, Taylor.
That's wild.
Yeah,
Is that what you guys are? What went down at Big Z's place? You guys talking about this huge orb or something? I didn't hear about it.
No. Last night. Last night we went on inspection of the farm, because I mean we do it every other night, and I found in that mystical part of the land, we found like a circle, spherical hole in the ground.
Part of the land, mystical part of the land.
Yeah, we call it like that because there is a part of the land that it's kind of, to say it, unusual, because it's like cameras or like electronics doesn't work there.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's just a part of the land, and we found the hole, like it was perfect circle, spherical. It's 10 inches deep, and it was white with 2 black crosses in it.
Like it's scratched into the dirt, or you mean like they were like the crosses?
The crosses are from almost from coal, but it's like they're wooden. They're like oh yeah, right. I remember how to describe it. It's like basically if you burned a tree and then like take like carve out 2 crosses, and that's how it looked like. Sorry, guys.
You didn't take a picture?
Yeah, my sister did. I texted her to send me, but it's 3 a.m. here, so
Yeah, we might not get that today.
yeah, not today, but tomorrow, yeah.
Yeah, like
And fuck
literally
you
just
guys,
happened.
fuck you guys, I'm talking about this shit, and 3 a.m. is coming up. Yeah.
Spooky.
It's so weird because you know that kind of like how you said the stuff doesn't work there and all, and the crosses reminds me of like kind of like two magnetic fields or something.
Oh, we found in those spots, we found pentagrams like 2 weeks before that. So yeah, that's also a thing.
Z, I feel like someone's sneaking onto your property and doing some like ritualistic.
But Chase, it's just not possible because and that the place, the land is in the middle of the property almost, and all around it we have like motion sensor cameras, electrical fence, and 5 guard dogs. So, but in that part of the land, nobody comes in. But all around it, it's like covered.
Yeah, he's got to cover like Jurassic Park around there, bro. How was the pentagram? Was that like also like burnt wood or whatever?
Oh no, it was like just how to say it, like in the dirt, but it was like in the grass. When you like get a knife and just cut it in the grass, it was small, but it was like 5 inches in diameter.
That is weird, unless your sister's messing with you.
Oh, they are too scared of that because they got too scared when we played with the Ouija board a few years back. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay away.
Y'all play with Ouija boards?
Nah, we did.
That sounds bad.
Oh, you don't know the half of it.
Oh my god!
You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Oh well, yeah. I mean, first few times we played, and let me just say it for the sake of the story that all of my family are believers except me. I'm the black sheep, and I wanted to experience that and to play with it. And the first few times,
You're the black
What?
sheep because you don't believe. That's fucking hilarious.
yeah, yeah, basically. And also, first few times nothing happened, and like the fourth time, stuff started to happen. We invited something, um, in and oh yeah, we were stupid enough to do it in the living room, and then. I think we invited a demon because when I didn't say goodbye because I was cocky bastard, and then she started to happen. The haunting started to happen all around our house. My sisters started to experience sleep paralysis, and they will all see just one entity. Like the entity was like hunched over, or like a black figure with long nails and white eyes. And they were describing all the same thing, but in the different times. And our living like we would hear the dogs stopped going into the we call it the hunter bar, where all of our weapons are like for hunting, and I would find like all the uh, glasses moved to one side, like then uh, our glass door would break like every week, and like there would just be like how do you call the spider web breaking in the glass. It will happen on our glass door, going from kitchen to living room, and also the shit would follow me because I would see the shadows like at the night, or I would every time the 3 a.m. came, and I would stay awake, and I would joke about the demon stuff and all that. I would next day I would wake up with scratches or like on my hands, and yeah, that shit was happening for 3 months, I think. Also, I tried to get rid of the Ouija board that we played on, and I threw it in the trash. And I remember it, and I was home alone with my girlfriend, and we were in the living room, and I just heard something fell in the kitchen. I went to the kitchen, and Ouija board was out on the counter and like clean and everything. But I remember like throwing it in the trash half an hour earlier, and I was home alone with my girl. So, and the dogs were like scared shitless, and they wouldn't go into the house after 5 p.m. So, yeah, so we needed to invite the priest and all that shit to do with our house, to cleanse it, to do it all. And I got yeah, I get rid of it. I buried it. I put the salt around it, all that stuff. And but I think we opened something because we still see some shadow people around our bar, which is like a few hundred yards from our house. But yeah, that's basically it.
Yeah, that's kind of scary. That's why I don't mess with Ouija boards. But I guess I will mess with a demon, apparently. I don't know. I forget if it was Loyalty or Esther first. Let's go with Esther and Loyalty.
Okay, if I could just offer some advice from 12-year-old me, don't ever, ever, ever touch a Ouija board ever, because it opens a portal and you can't control what comes in and out of portals.
Too late for that, Esther.
But it might not be too late for some other people.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And they say don't burn them because, then it does smoke and stuff in the air. So it's real and it's terrifying. Don't do it.
Loyalty?
Oh, yeah, I know.
So I got a story, right? My friend, he got some visitors the other day, and it was an old man and two people. The two people stood at the door, and the old man came in and he took pictures of the house. But he said his face was so wrinkled, and the color of his skin was, you couldn't tell if he was white, Mexican, or whatever. And he said it might have been a what you call them? The ones
The Man in Black.
No, what are they called?
The entities.
Yeah, they're
the Feds.
Nah, these bigger than the Feds. They're bigger than the Feds.
The demons?
No, fucking the monsters, the ones that's underground. The lizards.
The reptilians?
Yeah.
What you mean reptiles?
Oh,
I think they like to be
damn.
called
I would have said Men in Black.
Yeah, they searched his house, and then they left. They took pictures.
Reptilians in black.
Yep. He said it happened the other day.
Hey, you know what I was trying to say the other day about like what happened to like all like the advanced technologies and stuff. You remember what I was trying to say about that? You know, maybe not.
Who,
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, so like in the story of like the Mahabharata, is they're talking about like these blah, blah, blah. Whenever I say Mahabharata, I just like start losing my shit. You got most like these people in their tongues. Like, these guys, so the Vimanas are talking about like all these ships and stuff, and like they have all these cultures talking about all of them. Like they're just Vimanas, they're pulled by horses, and that's how the gods moves from like the earth to like their heavenly realm. So in Mahabharata, there's like these advanced technologies that are used, and what's like interesting about them is that they're activated by like some kind of this mantra or some kind of intention that got this like weapon to work. And so get rid of like these weapons. It's like said that these Krishna asked like the children of the weapon bearers like not to be taught the mantras so that the weapons would be unusable for future generations. They even say like in some stories that like they were thrown into like the ocean. So like I think what we need to do is like figure out like these mantras that were like hidden from us. Like maybe that's like the Holy Grail or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he was a traveler. He stayed a traveler.
That's like the missing ingredient to like all this like shit that's like I don't know. But like how do they do it? Why did they do it? We need like that activation like password.
Yeah, it could just be as simple as a frequency, right?
You remember when like they were in Lord of the Rings and they had to speak like the special code to like get into like the dwarves lair or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. I could get down with that.
Yeah, why not? Voice is powerful, man. It sends out waves, dude. Like it's a physical thing.
Yeah, look at in Egypt, right? They're always using the Ankh to like study people's mouths and throats and like in all the pictures.
I'm finna show you something.
I think I don't think anyone's talking. Is anyone talking? I just can't hear it or something. I was just gonna say that's what I think. Like
Is it loud behind me?
What?
Who's behind you?
Behind me?
No, you sound good. You got to go on an adventure. You got to find the most interesting person in the room besides yourself, and you got to go talk to them.
I am. I will. Shit, they're all interesting.
That sounds like a party going on. I like the music.
Oh, that's just the outdoor patio.
Oh, I can't
That's all
post
that
it.
shit is. I'm sitting out here right now trying to find a quiet spot. Inside, I was sitting with Jenny. We were bullshitting. She took off. So I was talking to the waitresses. I was trying to get some more nachos. I just destroyed those things. The food, I love it. I can't help it. So,
Hey Shane, did you do any recording with your like new camera?
yeah, I did.
Fuck yeah.
Didn't even live though, dude.
That's all good.
And here's the best part. That camera can be modified. I talked to UFO Joe, so when I get back, I can get full IR capability on that shit. I can pay for it. So, yeah, straight up. I took photos, did a bunch of shit with it, messed with it, but I figured I wouldn't learn it hardcore just from coming down here.
Look at that picture I sent you. Old
shit,
vet.
I literally had to learn it all in fucking shitload amount of time. I'm not stressing about it, so I'll just take some photos and I use my phone and take some fucking photos. Like today, I brought up my shit with it. I didn't bring my gimbal that I purchased either down here. So, just more shit.
I know it sounds stupid. Just YouTube it though. People like they know the ins and outs of everything.
For real, people learn a lot on YouTube.
Oh yeah, but yeah, straight up. All you gotta do is
check your DM. Old vet.
I use my phone for live as much as I could. It was stressful as fuck, dude. The internet sucked. So if I didn't have, I mean, literally, the internet was so bad that I was just getting pissed. Like, just disconnections constantly for everything. And I was like, fuck it, I'll use my phone for all of it. So, I got about a dozen or so videos and shit with the other one setting that up. That's kind of cool too. Taking it out at night. It's the only thing that sucks because it doesn't have higher capability. So when you point it up and shit, it kind of gets blinding. But God, during the day, dude, ask Jared. That zoom is tight, dude. Straight up tight. So.
Yeah, the zoom is crucial, right? Because I've got a pretty decent camera, but the zoom sucks.
Yeah, it does. So if you take the zoom in when you do it, it depends on this camera at least. The autofocus is pretty decent if you're trying to do stuff like this. As long as you have it on, like, what is it, a fluid head? Is that what they call that shit? So I was just messing with that, trying to figure all that shit out. I learned some, and then fucking some stressed me the fuck out. Trying to do the mic and shit was really pissing me off, dude. I was like, the sound sucks. I was about to kick myself in the nuts over and over. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I paid for half this fucking shit, this vacation. I said, I better.
If you kick yourself in the nuts, please record that. I want to see yourself being kicked in the nuts by yourself. I would love to see that.
I can do it.
I'll film in it.
I can do it, bro.
4K.
It was getting stressful. It was getting stressful as fuck. And then I was like, okay, what do I use that I can stream live to that sounds all right? Twitter sucks. But then again, I was like, fuck it. I don't give a shit. So, yeah, it was kind of cool.
Oh, shit. Look at this. Dude, Eric is on fucking World Bigfoot Radio right now.
Yeah, he said he was going to be.
Damn, is that live or is that like pre-recorded?
So it's a premiere.
You think it's live? You go over there, dude.
It's pretty.
So they talked about. They basically what they did is they just said.
Yeah, he did. Go talk to him, dude. Or is it just a radio show?
Yeah, so it's a premiere. So he's on there though.
Oh yeah, it's not live or anything.
I thought he said he was going to be on it.
Yeah, no, he's on there talking and chatting. So he's doing the comment section. So yeah,
go build the fucking rig that I bought for it. None of that shit. I was like, holy shit, this sucks because the microphones were shit. Couldn't get them to work. I was like, finally, I figured this out. So if you use my phone, I found some lights and I had help from these guys. It was literally, though, I don't know what I expected, but I still got it. I learned actually shit looks like I threw it in the fire. So I literally brought brand new boxes of all the equipment I purchased that goes with, the camera on top of the mount and all that shit. And I'm like, fuck, dude, I hadn't even put it together. You can ask those guys. They're like, holy shit. So I'm sitting there trying to put it together, trying to learn this shit. And I'm like, this is fucking stressing me out. I couldn't get the camera to connect to any of it because it kept disconnecting. I was like, dude, I'm going to lose my fucking mind right now. So I was like, let me just do this. So that's why I said it was a Twitter. It's going to settle, bro. I wasn't going to kill myself with that shit. It was a good time, though. I tell you what they do have here, guys. I don't know if you joined us. I don't know, this morning or when I first started this. They have in-person experience or groups. That shit's tight. So I'll say that one of the things that I've not experienced in Twitter Spaces is like when you see someone tell these stories, just like, oh, there's no, you get it. You felt those feelings. I keep telling people that. I kept seeing that over and over again. I was like, that's intense. It's a little bit different than in these rooms. So, somebody else go ahead. I don't know if I'm stepping on anybody because some people keep cutting out. So that's why I'm keeping quiet so I can find decent internet.
Loyalty, you had your hand up?
Oh, check your DM.
Shane, honestly, I'm really excited for this camera. That'll be really dope. Do you have a tripod for it yet? Shane? He got distracted with the nachos. Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's going to film with that stuff. Hopefully he can get some better pictures of the orbs he films as well.
Dude, the Roswell UFO Symposium podcast uploaded Shane Goes to UFO Congress episode. I haven't seen that. Have you seen it?
I watched it last night.
You got it, Chase?
I'm sure I did. I'll look. Let me
pull it up on my computer. Yeah, so what is that symbol supposed to mean?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Where did it come from?
That's the guy that I was talking about. That's the guy.
Wait, I'm sorry, I missed it.
Well,
you wanna,
it was recorded. It was recorded.
You want to repeat the story real quick? Just give people like a quick synopsis.
Dakota, you can't be setting off bomb sounds in here.
No, I don't want to repeat it.
That's fair.
Shane will get
Yeah,
mad at
it
you.
just looks
You
like to
say
me
it.
like regular
I don't mind,
occult
but
stuff.
I just he'll get mad.
Occult? You say?
Yeah, like hidden stuff. Like they got the cross things, like toroid. Some other stuff I can't even remember now. Oh, the twin pillars. Some other stuff. Flower of life. All that's like occult stuff.
Interesting. I'm still doing my research on them.
How you doing, Goat?
Yo, how's it going?
Oh, same old. Can't complain.
Just chilling, listening into the convo.
Word.
Yeah, we were talking about ghosts and ghouls earlier. I think Logan might be watching Eric's thing now.
Nah, not really.
I can't hear screen, so I'm gonna leave and then I'll come back. Sorry for talking.
You don't hear screen? Aw,
No, I've been
boy.
looking at captions and now I'm just like, ugh. So, yeah, I'll be back.
Daniel went out and was looking for Bigfoot too this weekend. So, I don't know. You guys think we'll ever actually meet a Bigfoot or anything like that?
That's such an interesting subject. But sure.
It's kind of like asking, will you ever meet the Incredible Hulk? Maybe they're just like people that turn into big feet then turn back,
Like shape-shifting reptilians.
Where feet?
Yeah, I mean, will you ever see the Hulk? Well, you might meet, Bruce Banner and never know about it.
I just never get into a rage like that, so I don't ever transform, I guess.
Hulk smash!
I think you also have to be exposed to gamma radiation.
I'm so happy right now.
What's up?
Me too. You know what's trending right now? MILFs.
What? MILFs?
Hell yeah.
I know mine's trending. she been trending for quite a few years.
Yeah, that's how you end a divorce, maybe.
Nah, she hacked my accounts and everything. She stole my money out of my bank accounts, and man, she just went crazy. Like,
Man, why does every divorce end like that? Hey, sorry, Esther, you have your hand up.
Yeah, Bigfoot, it seems like there would have been remains found if they lived here all the time. And I never could figure out the connection between the UFOs and the Bigfoot, but then it's like I think it's like a Chewbacca.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There very much could be.
I think it's another race or species. I don't think they live here all the time. But I think it would be like a Chewbacca. Yeah.
Esther, you can also look up the Wild Man, and that'll give you some older information on Bigfoot.
And Screen, if you get the chance, look up the story of Zana. It was a wild woman they found in Russia. Sure.
I will definitely check that out.
Yeah, it's ZA
Thanks.
NA. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think I'm familiar with that, but I'll brush up on it.
It's just really interesting. She was covered in hair, fur. They took her back to the town. She was living in the woods, super strong. Um, I guess it could be a remnant of the genetics, but the only way I can connect Bigfoot to UFOs like people do is if I see it as a Chewbacca. So
Yeah, George Lucas, a lot of his stuff is interesting, right? From Star Wars to Indiana Jones. A lot of it could possibly be true in a weird way.
that could have been planned.
Ocean?
Oh, hey. Yeah, I'm listening. Well, I just wanted to add real quick, too, that, like, the First Nations people of Canada, especially, like, BC and Alberta and stuff, like, they have, like, mythologies and, like, dances and, like, traditions that are around Bigfoot. And you can find examples of this in other areas of the world. And to me, it does sound pretty wild, but also, like, possible that maybe, like, there is, like, some type of subterranean species of creature that, like, I don't know, uses caves or something that we're not aware of, or has some type of technology where you don't often see them, or I don't know, it could just be like some type of mutant, but I'm not really sure. But it does make sense that they could maybe use caves and live underground.
I think it was Andrew in the screen.
Yeah, Ocean, that's a good thought. Now that you mention it, that would explain a lot. And to speak to what you were just saying, Esther, I think that there's kind of a counterpoint in what you said. If there were enough of what I understand is there may be all kinds. We've got Yeti and abominable snowmen and all, just there's different big feet, which I would think would just go with the country you're in and the area, because I think a lot of cultures have this tradition, and they may a lot of times be associated with the mountains and so forth. But you would expect sooner or later for there to turn up some forensic evidence. You would expect fur, you would expect bones, you would expect something. So the counterpoint to it, and I'm not saying this is the only place I've heard it. I think the place I've heard this explanation was Sue Walker, who deals with the Ponti, who are supposed to be extraterrestrials who are actually here. But I think her explanation was that there are ET races that manage the big feet. Long story short, they're kind of like some of the workers that are able to. I think what she's explaining is that they're kind of almost. I don't want to say this the wrong way. Like they have control over their actual physicality, so that they can kind of help them to avoid us, and that in cases where we would have otherwise encroached upon them, like maybe killed them or capture them and that kind of thing, like they would literally probably just dematerialize them or morph them out, which I realize sounds kind of strange. Like, yeah, but what's stranger than what we talk about in here and what the extraterrestrials can apparently do? So that's just something I would actually ask, is if anybody else has heard of that. I don't see Daniel here at the moment, but a lot of times people, oh no, he's listening. So sometimes people talk about this idea that, beaming people up and down and all of that. I think, Esther, you just raised a very good point, which is where's more of this evidence. But just to bring in another issue, there seems to be enough evidence that's been suppressed thus far that there were giants not so far away in humanity's past. Whether we were the giants or whether they were just here with us, that's in all the different scriptures, and I think we will find that there's material evidence for that. So I'm not saying that there's no such thing as Bigfoot bones, but you would have to wonder if that's been carefully covered up, or if it gets mislabeled or considered along the lines of, what am I trying to say, like giants, or just deformations, or malformed humans or whatever.
Yeah, I do agree that there probably real. They may also be interdimensional, um, come and go how they want to through portals. And I also find it interesting that the ones who live like in Alaska, they're covered in white. And the people that are Asian, the ones they report, have Asian features. So um, I guess there's more work that needs to be done into that subject, but it's so hard to predict it or catch it. When because people say they're psychic and they know you're coming. Like you can't catch them. You fade off into another dimension, whatever it is they do.
Yeah, and I was talking a little bit to like Eric. He comes on every once in a while, and he showed me some interesting videos where it seems like they like sleep. So it's kind of interesting. I don't really think they're interdimensional, but I do think they have like psychic kind of abilities to at least determine where kind of predators are, and I guess we would be those kind of predators. But let's get to a screen, and then
like making up all these stories about this Bigfoot creature from like all these different places. Like they could be invisible, they could be psychic, they could have like see-through hair. Like we're just like throwing out all kinds of like crazy ideas because it's so like bizarre, this creature, right? When like the whole time it's probably just this like psychic phenomenon just fucking with us.
Screen.
Yeah, no, I think Logan has a good point. But also, like that picture Layla sent us, and it's got the twin pillars like the Masons do, and it goes back to Egypt and stuff. When you talk about the wild man, like all the way back to like the First Nations people and stuff, like Ocean was talking about, they're depicted between two trees, kind of like the twin pillars also. And we know that goes back to like kind of like the unseen world, and like how do I explain it? Like the supernatural in a sense. And it's just very interesting because if you think about it, it's possible there's a version of human that's just like so into nature and stuff, that they're better with their senses and stuff like that. And as far as like the remains not being found, if they're in the most remote regions anyways, we find animals all the time we thought they were extinct. And also if they have the ability to go get their people when they pass away or whatever, and do who knows what with the bones, they would disappear. But even myself, I don't go far enough to find bones in the woods. If I did, I'm not picking it up. If I see hair that I don't know what it is, I'm not taking it in to get examined. So do we really take this stuff and look for actual proof that much, or does it just get overlooked?
What do you think, Sam?
I think there's a handful of things going on. Good talk, by the way. Nothing in a forest will ever fossilize. The soil is too acidic. Along with that, creatures come around and take the bones. Everything decomposes pretty quick. So all the fossil records that we have of all the animals, that's why we only have like a 1% fossil record, is because there's a lot of places where just shit is not fossilized. So we're going to be missing out on anything in a forest, right? Especially densely forested. So there'll be no record of any apes that like hung out in the forest for a while. It took them forever to find a panda. It took them forever to find a gorilla. You guys can probably hear some sirens. They're looking for something over here too. But I saw a photo. There's only one photo I've ever seen that intrigued me about, or a series of photos intrigued me about the Bigfoot issue. And there's this one, I think it's in the Florida Everglades, and it's clearly what looks like an upright chimp from the back. And then it turns its head towards the camera, and it like has a very distinct looking head, in that it looks like it's wearing an ape suit. It looks like a really weird Sumerian god wearing an ape suit. So something to think about. I'll find those photographs. If anybody here has seen it, I would definitely check it out. It matches what Bledsoe said about them.
I would really love to see those.
the siren just passed. Okay, so yeah, you got to check it out. It's the most intriguing image because it, for me, it answers questions like, is it an ape? Is it a whatever? Cool. I'm happy to find, a new species of hominid living in the forest up here. I'm down with it. I would love it. But this image that I've seen, it doesn't fit that. It looks like a weird, like elongated skull type head. You know what I mean? The profile is really weird, really, really unique looking. It looks almost like the elongated skulls of like Peru and stuff. And it's just in this weird chimpanzee suit. And you got to wonder, like, that's exactly the description that like Bledsoe said, I think, was that these are like Martians or people from other places who have limited access to this world to, exercise their karmic debt or whatever, get that out. Because their world ended very quickly, and they're all in shock. So there was an avenue made for them to incarnate here, be brought here by UFOs, to kind of like live out these little lives. And they might act as zookeepers too. I mean, this is what Lou Elizondo said too, right? Like that he brought up the zookeeper theory and the reference to the panda exhibits, how, to disturb the pandas as least as possible, this very sacred, revered species of animal, they go through like really crazy steps to make sure that they're not disturbing them as they go through and clean their cages. One of those steps is to dress up like them, and they need to see and shit. So when the zookeepers dress up like them, their whole face is exposed and they're just in there wearing these suits. And that's kind of like what it looks like in this photograph. It's a trip.
Certainly possible. Daniel, you just came back from a Bigfoot conference, so what's up?
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon. I think there are many different outlooks, just like with UFOs. People have different ideas about what's going on. There are a number of traits reported that are pretty consistent. The conical head is one of them. But, I mean, aside from a lot of the conjecture about like paranormal or seemingly some kind of unnatural quality like that these things might possess, that seems to be a very like subtle or minor feature in most reports. And the different outlooks of like the Aper outlook versus Woo or something more like interdimensional Bigfoot or something, is kind of prevalent because they ask these same questions like, where's the remains, where are the bones, where's the physical forensics that can be done, and all of these things are being done by a lot of people. I think that there's a compelling enough amount of anecdotal evidence that could be a very convincing case by way of you've got physical trace evidence from tracks, what some people claim as hair, blood, scat. There are vocalizations recorded, so you have these audible forms of documentation, as well as eyewitness testimony from thousands of people. And I don't think it's all the same thing. And in my view, I think that there is a real component, like an anthropological component to what people are experiencing in other places around the world. There's also a misconception that like the Yeti is white, mainly because that this thing is covered in snow and people kind of perceive it to be like white hair. But there are reports of some of these creatures or whatever they are, these people with lighter colored hair or fur. So I think that there could be something like very strange about what we're dealing with, and we just don't understand it scientifically. But I also think that there are probably a number of issues that we're dealing with relic hominids around the world. Orang Pendek in Sumatra is a great example. There's this, and this is something that is also seen with Homo floresiensis, which is Hobbit Man, and also in Indonesia. This is something that some people suggest could still be around and in these remote places, somehow just avoiding human civilization and contact at all costs. But I mean, there are a lot of these really bizarre stories, and I think that that's really all they are stories, because It's hard to convince anyone of any of these things, but I think that there are people attempting to do the work, and there are people conceptualizing in this field. But yeah, cryptozoology is very, very interesting. It's very divided.
Certainly interesting. I think it was DeGoat, then Esther. So what's up, DeGoat? What do you think of Bigfoot?
Oh, I had my hand up before we got on Bigfoot, but since we're here, the cone head thing is really interesting. I think there may be some linkages there. I have no clue what Bigfoot is, what it isn't, but I would say if they have found a way to hide from us, or to at least skirt all of our attempts to detect it, they're probably way smarter than we're giving them credit for. Maybe, or they're just really damn lucky, or they don't exist. One of the three. I would presume to say they don't exist, because we would find like a random Bigfoot body laying down somewhere, right? It's like struck by lightning if they're out there or something. And the whole thing about the decomposing of the body. If you actually research into how bodies decompose in nature, there will be trace evidence of it somewhere somehow, unless they bury their dead or something. But then we would find grave sites or something. It's just the fact that we have just so little evidence is either it doesn't exist, or it's some Illuminati type stuff where it's just we will never find out. One of the two, but I have no clue.
Sweet. Yeah, I don't know either. I've never seen one. So, and then Intel, I see you down there requesting. I would love to accept you up, but for some reason, Twitter is doing its thing again and won't let me accept you up. So I apologize. I don't want you to think I'm being rude by not accepting you up, hopefully. But Shane, if you're there,
down for now if you want.
well, it's not. It's not
I'll
that.
go down. I'll go down.
No, you don't got to go down. It's not that.
It's
if they leave and come back, it fixes it sometimes.
Hey Shane, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, can you make me co-host real quick?
Who? Chase,
Shane,
who was the person?
We might need another co-host because I'm not able to accept. Okay, sweet.
You got to bounce and come back in, so that way. Wait, I think I can't co-host you back up, right? Doesn't it have to be Shane or?
Yeah, it'll have to be Shane, but we'll cross that
I
bridge
can't
when we
hear
get there.
Jake, that's why I'm not saying anything.
You said what?
All right, there you go.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good. Now, I guess on the subject of Bigfoot, I'm not sure if you guys can still find the video, but a while back I really got interested in the whole Bigfoot sounds and the Bohemian Grove sounds, and there was a specific instance in the there was a thing that Alex Jones did. I don't know how real that stuff is, but there was a specific instance in the Bohemian Grove where there were people who were making these loud sounds. I don't know if you guys ever listened to those things before, but there were some loud sounds. And then if you go to the Sierra Camp sounds, when those things or whatever are making those sounds, the sounds, if you put them up next once to another, it's almost the same vocalization between the two. And the interesting part about that is both of those sounds were recorded in California, and they were I forget how many miles apart they were from one another, but they were really, really close. They were in that high Sierra area, Bohemian Grove, and where the Sierra Camp sounds were both recorded. I believe that there are spiritual rulers in this world that control certain parts of the world, and this has been going on for thousands of years. If you are someone who follows like the Word of God in the Bible, it talks about principalities or certain princes that control certain parts of the world, and there's this battle between good and evil going on that you can't see. And I don't know how much like governments know about like this type of stuff that's going on. I'm not sure if they themselves are deceived and they think they're being secretive by hiding that type of stuff from us. But when it comes to Bigfoot and like spiritual stuff going on in the world, there is absolutely so much stuff that humans don't understand. And I'm of the camp that there's spiritual entities all around us. I mean, there could be things that look like Bigfoot walking around. We couldn't even see them with our human eyes, just because of the plane of existence that we live in. So that's the kind of going back to originally what I was saying in the beginning. There is some sort of parallels between the Sierra Camp sounds and the Bohemian Grove sounds, and I encourage you all to kind of go back and look at that, and because it's really cool too. In the Sierra Camp sounds, there was a documentary where people they were being talked about, like, oh, you know, what about those sounds that you recorded back in the day? And they were talking about how they saw these strange lights or whatever, like in their camp, and they saw them like moving through the camp. And I was like, wait a minute, hold on a moment, wait. So there were strange lights that they were seeing in the sky, and there was like these weird lights, these things were moving around their camp. So there is some sort of crossover between the spiritual, like ghosts, spirits, whatever, UFOs, Bigfoot. I mean, it's all connected with one another. We just can't see those entities. So that's all I got. What do you guys think?
Let's see what Esther thinks. Esther?
So I think Tupac made a good point. You know, it could be a very, very ancient species. They thought the coelacanth fish was extinct long time ago, and then they found that, I guess, maybe around 10 years ago. And it's also interesting to note that in Africa, a lot of the tribes tried to describe and draw giraffes, and people made fun of them and didn't believe they existed.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, and then I think it was Sam who was actually telling me that people didn't know gorillas existed till like the 60s and thought it was made up. So now you can go on tours to go kind of find them. So, you know, you never really know. Daniel?
I want to say, like, Tupac, like, he was right too. Like, when he said that, you know, reality is wrong, dreams are for real. That's what's up.
Daniel?
Yeah.
Alex Jones was right.
So I'll just mention quickly when my phone dies. Yeah, you have this study of what's called ethnozoology, which is where people within various cultures around the world are familiar with their environment. They know about the species, the wildlife in which they inhabit, you know, in this area, whereas other people, foreigners, don't. And so this is where you have the challenge of, you know, Westerners or European people not knowing about the silverback gorilla, but the people who lived in the proximity of this gorilla already knew about it. And so this is a challenge where you have a bit of you know, discrepancy in historical record or documentation of what's accepted, what the consensus is on what exists and what's out there. So ethnozoology, I think, is a counterpoint to a lot of discoveries, scientifically speaking. But who was it? They were just speaking on, I think it was Intel was speaking on the Sierra Sounds. That was captured by Al Berry and a guy named Ron Moorhead in the 70s of these vocalizations. Some people call it samurai chatter, which might be kind of derogatory, but it's got this very strange gibberish sound, which a cryptolinguist, Scott Nelson, tried to decipher, and he never really figured anything out. So it's still up for debate. There were no sightings associated with these vocalizations. It could very well have just been fabricated, but it's still on the table as what's considered a, you know, supposed vocalization made by something. So I interviewed Ron. I got to get together with him a few years back, and we talked about the Sierra Sounds. And since all of that, he has a different view on a lot of things. But you know, it's interesting to see. I think what his
Daniel, the Bigfoot's got you.
So,
oh shit, I forgot I'm co-host. Taylor, Taylor, what's up?
I was just thinking about the Bohemian Grove and how fucking awesome Alex Jones was for that. And I'm just wondering how I'm ever going to live up to his, like, standard. Maybe I should do a podcast like Alex Jones.
You know what's crazy? Like what Elon Musk just tweeted, like, I don't know, yesterday, the day before, something like that he's going to pay all of his legal, his legal bills.
No way.
Yeah, Elon Musk's going to take care of it.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about
That's fucking awesome.
we're talking about cryptozoology and aliens. So let's kind of stick to that.
I wanted to contribute. It has to do with aliens. Have you guys ever read that Bible verse that said, "Be not forgetful to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some have entertained angels unawares"?
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, so in the Bible it says that. In that single verse alone, you can take from that. I mean, if you have faith in that verse, you can take from that if you can show hospitality to an angel, that would mean that angel would have to look like a human. And in order for that person to look like a human, I mean, that angel would look like a human, and that would bring in the whole aspect of like, okay, well, how many of those angels are walking amongst us? How much influence do angels have in our society? How much influence do they have in our society? Where are they? And the simple answer is they're all around you. They're all around you, and you can go out and seek the Lord, and you probably able to find some. You could probably find some of these angels in a lot of homeless camps. When you go out and you seek the Lord, and you just want to go give and want to go do something for the Lord one day. I mean, there may be some sort of spiritual thing that may happen where the Lord may reveal to you, like, this person that you're about to help out, like this person is an angel. So I just wanted to bring that to you guys' attention. It's kind of giving credence to, I've heard like, oh, where are the aliens, or where are they, like where could they be in the universe? And it's like, well, I mean, the Bible kind of tells us they're here already. They're already here. They're already
in
here.
homeless camps.
I would say that peering over what the scriptures say in the Bible is that when it says, "Be not forgetful to show hospitality to strangers, for by doing so, some have entertained angels unawares," I would imagine that they'd probably be in homeless camps, because that's an area where you can go extend your hospitality to someone that you just want to go extend your soul. You want to go do good for the Lord. And these angels, and the word says that every angel is a ministering spirit to those who will inherit salvation. So if you're just going out and seeking the Lord one day, I mean, God can send you an angel that looks like a human. I mean, you could be driving down the road and there's just this
I think
random
that's an
person
interesting conclusion. It's an interesting take on it. There's like, it's just a theory. I can't disagree with that at all. But I do think
Imagine this.
There's a lot of like logical conclusions that are built upon other logical conclusions. Like, if that's what it means, then that means this. You know, if that's what the Bible verse means, then that means we can find him in homeless camps. Like, those are some really bold conclusions.
So I think
you can also look at the Book of Enoch, where they came down and made it with.
So I think what he's talking about is an alien would, one, probably be a great actor. Not an alien, sorry. I guess an angel. If these things are what they say they are, and can probably deal with homelessness, and you'd be able to find...
Hey, Chase, did you unblock Taylor?
Yes,
Finally.
because I'm tired of jumping down every time I co-host.
I was going to say, like, how's this happening? I just realized. That's cool. Good
No,
for
we
you.
love each other.
But my point, I think Intel was trying to make, was that you don't know who is or isn't, one of these beings. And so, I mean, I kind of agree with his assumption there that, that you'd probably find a lot more in homeless places, because I think
best case scenario, what he was talking about was that angels might present themselves as people in need in order to draw out the best of us as an interaction. At worst, it was the implication that homeless camps are full of angels and aliens, and that's the reason why they're there. I just wanted to obviously there's
definitely true
for sure, but I think at best is a good thing. It's like, hey, be wary. The people who need help might be there to offer you something. My aunt, she said something once, and she's like, if someone asks for your help, it's like a blessing to you. Because that's your opportunity to give help to somebody. It's not often someone asks you for help. And that's how you can, that's you doing that as a blessing. Like, so them asking for it offers you a chance to be a good person, basically. And so, I agree with all that stuff for sure.
And then I do want to add to that, Sam. I think we should do things, we should help people without expecting anything in return. And I think that's a big aspect, at least from my understanding. But let's go, I think it was DeGoat, then Taylor.
Yeah. On Intel's point there, I think if you were an angel, right, and I guess kind of going to Tupa's last point there, and you wanted to, weed out the best of us, or the best in us, rather, what facade would you put on? I mean, would you show up to someone like a billionaire, like, hey, be nice to me, I'm a billionaire? Maybe. Or maybe that's how you get into those positions, or other avenues, what have you. But I definitely think that if we talk about the fallen angels a lot. I don't think people read the Bible deep enough. Some angels fall, and other angels kind of leap down in an attempt to try to, stir some stuff up positively. But I definitely think that if you were a being that didn't have to eat necessarily, you didn't really have to drink water, why wouldn't you just disguise yourself in the least approachable manner? And then those who approached you would be the ones who would approach the least of us that are approachable. And by default, those would be the people who may have the best intentions or the best qualities amongst us and all of humanity, potentially. Or they're just my head in the clouds. I don't know.
May I add something?
Go for it.
Okay. In the Bible again, in Matthew chapter 25, towards the end of it, in the verses, there's this judgment, and Christ is separating the wheat from the tares, which means he's separating the sheep from the goats, basically the good from the bad. And those who are he places them into two sides, the right and the left. Those who are on the right, he says, when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was a stranger, you took me in. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was sick, you came to me. When I was in prison, you visited me. And these people, they're like, Lord, when did we see you hungry and give you food, and thirsty and give you drink? And then the Lord says, whatever you have done to the least of these, you have done to me. And then he says that same thing to the people on the left, except it's the opposite. He says, when I was hungry, you did not give me food. And the people on the left, they go into everlasting torment, but the people on the right go into eternal life. So going back to like angels disguising themselves as someone who's homeless, it would, according to what the word says, it would further what God would expect of humans to do, as having his angels be those that have nothing, they can't pay you back, like they're not ever going to be able to pay you back. And like, what is your heart going to give to them? Like, what's in your heart, basically?
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think we went down a wrong alley, did we not? I mean, I'm all for like angels and speaking about love and all that, but I was just getting chastised a minute ago for like not talking about crypto terrestrials.
What's Shane up to? And then I don't know who's next.
But yeah, I don't care. Talk about whatever everyone wants to talk about. I'm cool.
Sorry, I'm brushing my teeth. I think it was Esther.
Hey, what kind of toothpaste
I
do you
literally
use?
just did that.
Use Colgate, or you use like some of that like sensitive gums kind of stuff? I'm trying to find a good one.
I got
Yeah,
this
I
new
use
Polish
Sensodyne.
dentist, and she suggests you don't use fluoride, just for the record.
Oh,
So
right. So that's the kind of thing I'm looking for, like fluoride-free kind. Like, which kind's good?
Tom's toothpaste is pretty good, pretty down the middle.
That's fluoride-free?
Charcoal.
I'm sure it is.
Charcoal.
Charcoal? Oh, you know what? I heard putting like baking soda like on top of your toothpaste is pretty good too.
Yeah, all you need is
You're thinking of
activated
corn. You're thinking of
charcoal,
cornstarch.
baking soda, and coconut oil, and then maybe like mint essential oil, just like a couple drops to make it minty.
But yes, I think Logan was right. Let's try and keep it crypto terrestrials. I know the Bible does talk about these things, and so I'm not against going into it, but I don't want to go into religious philosophy per se.
Yeah, if it's in the Bible, we just definitely can't mention it.
So, Esther?
We talk about demons an awful lot. I don't see why we can't talk about angels for once, you know.
We do.
Wait, Esther is a person in the Bible. Does that mean?
What is going on?
I was just going to say that Taylor's right. Lucifer was the highest angel that was casted out. He wanted to overthrow God. But Jesus came under a new covenant. And I'm not going to get all preachy, but Jesus took the people that everybody hated. He took all the people that nobody, like they didn't fit in anywhere else. You know, nobody wanted them around. And that was his main thing, was just to love people where they're at. And you can't ever underestimate the power of just planting a seed of love, and that's not going to hurt anybody.
Yeah, and I think love is very, very important. I think we should love all people basically, even when they're difficult at times. Andrew?
Especially when they're difficult at times.
It's true, because some of us don't want to be difficult, but some of us want to be heard. And that's what I just want to point out is, I wouldn't have said anything else on the subject, but I know that Intel, you brought it up, and for 10 minutes we've talked about it. So I just want to remind people, even if I'll tell you, I could tell you 12 times. I could tell you 12 times in the next 2 minutes. You won't believe me, and I don't care. But if you'll listen, I'll just tell you what I've studied and learned. And since we brought up angels, if you do look at the Eastern traditions, their term for angels is Deva or Dewa, and it translates as shining ones. And if you study these teachings that are very, very ancient, they will tell you that the number of angels outnumbers the number of human beings by more than 2 to 1. And they'll tell you that there are approximately 60 billion human beings. It's not a number that never changes, but they'll tell you that in the history of humanity, there are approximately 60 billion human beings, but there are 140 billion what we call angel souls. And their term is Jiva, which basically means the life or the divine life. And the reason you only see approximately, at this point, 7.7 billion human souls, which is probably the most we've ever had in the form at any given moment, is that we're at the time in human history like no other. Most of us can bear witness to that from our own perspective, and that the entire planet, as if we're the only people in the cosmos, which includes the angels, are going through a transformation. And even if you had civilizations in our past, which probably can account for most of the things we've talked about, former presentations of humanity, some of whom were furry, other presentations who may have been tall, maybe we've even been short in the past, I don't know. It seems like our stature is diminishing. Others would say no. I don't have those answers, but I know that these traditions study all of this, and they teach us this. And you can study the writings of all these different scriptures. What you're going to want to do then is look for the evidence. And we've given such good examples for the past 15 minutes of where you can find that evidence in modern life. So if you go down the road and you get to know one homeless guy, or you go to the soup kitchen and you volunteer, or you look in your family and find that person who's a little off, and maybe they've been talking about crazy things for their whole life, like aliens and demons and stuff. Good God, What if you realize, yep, those opportunities have always been here, and people in my family probably don't believe when I say I remember all these past lives, and they're just like, that guy? Sure thing, pal. You're mentally ill. Well, that too, but I'm not a liar. So I have to kind of reconcile all that. Sometimes I do feel very alone, but I just know if I come in here, I listen, I hear people talk about all this stuff. That's good. I don't mind the cryptozoology, whatever it is, but I think when you can see that there's evidence of this, I'll give you evidence if you ask, because I'll tell you about my whole life of knowing these people who I've known in the past and
Can you
seeing
talk about how you were like a 13th century monk? Sorry,
yeah,
sir?
Andre de Montbard was one of the founding members of the Knights Templar, and that's me. But I'm just trying to point out that we can trace our history. We know where we were, a lot of us, and when you have these things like deja vu, or when you have some of these dreams where things are coming through, and you're like, what was that all about? And I think somebody recently, Logan, even asked this question. He said, what's the most amount of time that you spent in one of these weird, like a dream encounter or something where you were like in another life? I've realized recently I have felt like I've lived lifetimes in just the past few months and dreams and stuff, and I just couldn't phrase it at that time. And what it speaks to is that I think everything that's been said in this room so far, and probably most of the ones we've been in, even when somebody just comes in and says, yeah, I had this UFO encounter and the orbs came out of the sky, every bit of that is a piece of the truth. It's a piece of the puzzle. It's a piece of a mosaic, I like to say, and we should never discount it. It's just we don't want to let someone steer us down the road of, and we could talk about fluoride toothpaste all day, or we could talk about angels, but we'll eventually bring it back to what we're really all here to do, and that's to share our stories and just see if we can find the meaning there and see kind of how it all fits together. And I just think we don't want to shut anybody down, but we also don't want to railroad we want to come and say, well, we're going to talk about this now because we're all here to do the same thing.
Talk about Hello Toothpaste. Thank you, Hester, or whatever. Wait, hold on. Hello Toothpaste. It says black paste equals white teeth. Hello activated charcoal fluoride-free toothpaste from Hello. Thank you, Hester. Hastur. Thank you, bro. Anyway, sorry.
I wanted to comment on the Eastern traditions. In the Bible, it talks about 3 men from the East, like 3 wise men. If I'm not mistaken, they came from the East, and they came before this king named Herod, and they said, "We saw the king of Israel's star from the East," and they followed this mysterious bright object. I don't know how they knew that it was the king of Israel's star. I don't know if some sort of being spoke with them and told them that it was his star. Like how would these kings from the East, who are not anywhere involved with Judaism or involved with the Jews, how would these 3 kings from the East, they have their own religion, they have their own way of interpreting things in the world. How would these people know that this star was was the king of Israel's star? And I mean, this star led them to where Jesus was going to be born. Like there are, like you said, there are so many accounts from people in the world, all over the world, who they testify about these beings, or these lights in the sky, or these beings that have come down from heavenly places, and they have different names from them. They take different forms, different shapes. I mean, Lord, the evidence is everywhere. I mean, you look at the pyramids in Egypt, I don't know if there's pyramids in Mesopotamia, but there's all these resemblances. And I kind of want to draw this back to there's a spiritual kingdom with princes ruling over certain areas, and they speak to one another. They speak to one another in civilizations throughout time, and they've spoken to these people in different continents and have given them this information on how to build this stuff. I mean, maybe researchers will be like, how is this possible? How are these people like building these structures? Well, these beings from spiritual dimensions or wherever they're coming from, they're talking to one another. I mean, these spiritual beings, they can speak to one another from thousands of miles away, or however it is in the spiritual verse. I don't know how it works, but I do know that there's communication, and they speak to one another. So when we look at the Bible, it talks about principalities, like a prince of Greece, a prince of Persia. I mean, there's princes of the United States, princes of Ukraine, princes of this, that, and whatever. And it's like, how like,
So I think we need to use our own discernment when talking about what these beings are doing and saying, because they were around long before Christianity, long before the Egyptians. So that they've been here for a while, so that there's what's in the stories. I know are real beings. I'm always curious, why they don't come explain themselves a little bit better. But I do want to get to Martha because she's had her hand up, and then we want to get around to, I think, to Goat, then Nora. So Martha.
Oh, hey guys. I do think angels have a place in cryptozoology. Because who knows that Bigfoot's not an angel? I'm just gonna lay that out there, and I'm done now.
He could be. Nora?
Yeah, I've been listening, and I just wanted to point out, I think it's important, if people want to discuss, angels and the Bible and, God and Jesus, it's important to include them in the conversation, because, you look at the U.S., the majority of people in the U.S. are Christian, and involving them in the UFO community and discussing these topics is important to just progressing the whole topic in general, I think. So, I don't know. I'm enjoying it. That's all I wanted to add.
To go?
Yeah, I forgot what I was about to say. Gosh darn it. But I think it was something that Intel was talking about with the, initially, with the, where they got the information, via this orb about the king. Can you just say it really quick again about, the prince of something? If you're listening. If not, that's chill. I'll just keep on going.
The principality. So multiple princes. I'll just make this quick. Multiple princes are principalities.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I don't really know a lot about that. I would just say that if God is real, right, and is this ultra-temporal, ultra-dimensional type of entity, I could imagine that God could be just pulling a lot of strings, like an octopus sticking its leg up in the water, all 8 of them. They look like 8 little nubs, but they're just connected to the octopus, Maybe it's just this, God, if you will, finally stepped. But this thing is kind of going off the rails. Maybe I need to actually show up for once. Maybe that's kind of, maybe he's here all the time, but in a more present type of in your face kind of way. But I don't know, it's a possibility.
Yeah, God could be talking to you right now. Through anybody. God can speak through anyone to talk to you. And I would not discount the fact that he's present.
Well, he's never spoken to me. We'll say, Andrew.
Yes, he has.
Well, I would.
Are you listening, though, Chase?
if I can make a point, I think she does. I think she speaks through a lot of us a lot of the time, and there's the real message: is today are we going to listen and hear pretty much God as she speaks through as many women and men as you'll meet, probably through extraterrestrials and Bigfoot and other beings as well, including the nature spirits. The one thing I forgot to say earlier that would have meant more if I said it then, but it means something now too. In the Eastern tradition, the Deva or the Devas are called the Shining Ones, but they are never associated explicitly with humanity, and that's the key point. There may be 140 billion of them, which makes a total of 200 billion in this solar system. The first system, there were said to be 100 billion, and there are 3 solar systems that go through a cycle. Just like a human being, we go through evolutionary progress. In the final system of the 3, there's supposed to be 300 billion. So it's 100, 200, 300, and that's the total number of what we call souls. Remember, the soul would be like the energetic component. That soul is never destroyed. The soul is it's like the police say, we are spirits in the material world. We are spirits in the material world. So people who would pursue that, rightfully so, we would all ask that question. Yeah, but isn't spirit, supposed to be either perfect or closer to perfection, which does get into theology. I know it's a keg of worms and a can of nails. But if you say, hey, we're already perfect, then that's sort of silly. That's clearly not the case. Not in this world, we're not. So it seems that we're here, and we often agree that life is a lot like a schoolroom. maybe it's more like one, and it really is a schoolroom. So that takes us full circle to where we were a while ago, and we can go back farther. But when we started to say that maybe it has as much to do with how we treat one another, are we? You can use the term minister, or you can just say, are you reaching out? Are you reaching out to the people in your family, to the people in the community, to those who clearly need us? Sometimes it's just the people who want to hear that there's someone else out there who have had some of the most amazing and sometimes terrifying. Honestly, I'm just going to tell you, if I've ever had dream paralysis, sleep paralysis, it's so far back that I don't remember it. I've been through some terrifying shit even recently, but that makes me truly, my heart comes awake to try to sympathize with people and know what that must be like, because I can relate from other points of view. But the thing I wanted to say about the angels is that in the East, when you look at Taoist art, that reflects their understanding that the angels are in the trees, like naiads and dryads, and C.S. Lewis talking about, C.S. Lewis, who's very, very Christian and theological, he's talking about all of these spiritual presences that are still in this world, but they don't all of them come rushing to our aid, and they don't all of them interact with humanity as if that's the reason that life exists. For the human kingdom, I grant you, our relationships and our interactions are important with each other, with nature, with the divine, if there's a divine, and if there's demons, I just say, let's understand them, let's manage all of that, and as the case may be, cast those out that would manipulate us, because that happens. But I also say that we also have to, thank you for saying that, Nora, and others, we have to keep an open mind and never get derailed, but also try to continually integrate and just see how these things really do. They fit together, or if I may say so humbly, I don't think that they would be there in these other traditions, in any traditions. And my tradition tells me that the three wise guys, and I don't mean any disrespect, I just say that for humor, I think they've come back. The Theosophical Mahatmas, to me, were the three wise guys. So you get Masters Moria, Kutumi, Dwalkul. I know those guys. I believe they're here. I believe they're real. And you can say believe, but I've known this most of my life, because I met one of them when I was 3 years old, and I know them today. It's just that they're working with humanity. They work with the most senior of the angels, and these are the ones you can trust. And I got a lot more where that came from. Say it again?
Angels you can trust will not sit there and talk to you.
Angels that you can...
They're on a mission, yeah. They will actually purposely not even tell you their name, just in fear that you'll worship them instead of God.
And I knew that Taylor would make that point, and I'm glad she did, because what will happen is, I think a lot of times that's how the spirit, the greater spiritual powers work in the world, is they don't come and set themselves up and beat their chest and all of that. What they do is they'll drop a hint, or they'll come and move an entire community, or they'll move people in that community to do the work. And it's not that they're not there guiding us, and it's not that they're moving with us, but trust me, they aren't limited to or by the physical world, to or by the astral world, to or by the world of mind, even higher divine mind. They work in spiritual worlds where, honestly, as we would put it, there are no limitations as we know them, and that's what allows them that capacity. But remember, they don't come do things for us. They move us and work through us. And then, as Taylor says, they will disappear because they don't need the credit. They don't need the worship. They don't need, I don't mean to say praise, but they could use the acknowledgement, and then
they'll be like, do not praise me. Like, they'll be like, stop.
So we got a
they'll
few...
literally stop you. Come on, Chase.
They'll
literally stop you. Oh my God, dude. And they'll say, stop worshiping me, like, immediately. Like, that's what they'll do.
Yeah.
And they'll usually just come back, hey, you're going to be pregnant in a month, and they just pop out.
I'm pregnant right now.
Congratulations. I think Martha was
Ocean, you had your hand up.
Oh, okay. Well, all I wanted to say real quick, you're talking about princes, like multiple princes. I just wanted to say it's common in like Norway and Sweden and Finland and Denmark, like the whole Scandinavian area, like the really like ancient like names and stuff. Like every single son that was born would be a king. So like there would be a king, and then he'd have like 7 sons or 7 kids, and they'd all be like kings and queens also. And then all of their children would be kings. So it got very like messy. You know what I'm trying to say?
Things did get messy for sure. Martha?
Hey, I just had a quick question for Andrew. I like the way that you paraphrase that, or maybe multi-paraphrase the whole situation happening here, because I hear a lot of people, wanting to speak about their truth, and the reality is that each of us has our own truths, whether we know it or not, or want to know it or not. My question is, did you say how many souls are there? Did you actually say a number?
Yeah, the esoteric tradition, keep in mind a handful, like a few hundreds or maybe a few thousand at most, have truly graduated. Heracles or Hercules would be a good example, and then few others. But it's 60 billion who are supposed to be cycling through. Yes, I'm a believer in rebirth, but I think that Christ taught rebirth, and I can tell you how and why. It seems very clear. And I'm just going to answer that it's 60 billion on our planet in this cycle who are apparently not bound to the wheel forever, but we're undergoing the evolution together because that's by design. That's just what I studied. I cannot prove that, but there's at least 7.7 billion of us. That seems clear.
I heard 60 billion and then 7.7 billion, but what happens when we run out?
I don't know what you mean by run out.
What if there's not enough souls?
Enough souls for what?
Bodies.
Okay, we've got 7.7 billion bodies, but we've got 60 billion souls. So the souls are going to continue to evolve until we all reach liberation. And although that's the plan for this planet, my understanding is we're about halfway through the cycle. And that means that if we don't blow ourselves up or completely wipe ourselves out, remember, even if there was a Lemurian civilization ended by volcanism, it came back. Atlantis may have been ended by flood, but we're back. And in the future, our trial by fire, one way or the other, will probably reach population reduction again. But I predict we will come back because I don't think we're here as anybody's pure laboratory experiment. I don't think it's by random occurrence. And I think that the goal is, remember, the soul is indestructible. So what happens is the souls are essentially the true self. That's who's looking for the evolution. Souls aren't already perfect. They're simply in tune with the spiritual kingdom, and they don't violate those spiritual laws, but it doesn't mean that there's not disagreement on the soul plane. It just means you can't kill each other there. You work it out through human experience. So there's not really a danger. The only danger is that, see, at this point, more souls than we can really, it's not that we can't accommodate them. We could feed every man, woman, and child on the planet. We all know that. And we could have decent food, clothing, shelter, all that good stuff. It's and a role, a job. We could do that. Last night it got emotional and I was over here rambling about money. It's not that we don't use money and can't use money, but we kind of are at a point where our crisis is really human survival and being all on the same page, acknowledging what you just said. No two of us will ever see fully eye to eye. So how do we see beyond all of that and then unite in such a way, which I think is increasingly happening, that we are contributing to solutions as well as we can. Always, I'm not worried. What will happen is if we wipe ourselves near out and don't do it even through nuclear war, we don't want to reduce the number of bodies per se. We just want to manage the resources appropriately, which includes our human bodies. That's the greatest resource we have. Otherwise, we're back to the world of the soul. And if the soul doesn't need the incarnate experience, then why are we here? So
can I ask you guys a question about angels since we're on the topic?
Go for it.
Does the Bible say that you can ask the angels to do things for you?
I'd like to answer that question real quick. I'm sorry for butting in. We're not supposed to, according to what the scripture says, for those who follow the Lord Jesus, we're not supposed to pray to the angels or talk to the angels, nor even make communication with the dead. Like, God wants us to just speak with Him and His Son. It's different than if God sends you an angel. You're supposed to test that angel according to what the Word says. So if that angel...
How would you test it?
If he's showing up to you and he's telling you that everything you knew about Christianity, everything you knew about all these other religions, they're wrong, and I alone have the truth. The Bible warns us that if anyone preaches you a different message than what we have preached to you, let him be anathema, which basically means they're a heretic. So that gives you the indication that there would be people coming in the future that would be approached by these beings or whatever, and they would be preached a different message than what was taught.
I'll be honest, it kind of sounds like the same message I left from. I think anyone claiming to have all the answers is wrong, and I wouldn't trust any being that comes to me and tells me that. So, yeah, I don't know. So, Andrew?
Yeah, can I jump in on that? Because I'm not going to name names. The reason I don't is because if a person's not here, and if they are, I'd rather not engage them. But without naming a name, some of us were here.
Andrew, I know it's about me.
No, but some of us were here last night, and an individual did come in that I had not seen before. The individual claimed to be in touch with lots of species of aliens and to be able to communicate with them, and spoke about things that are legitimate. For instance, decalcification of the pineal gland. That's a legitimate third eye. It's still there. You can see it externally in reptiles. We know there is a pineal gland. This is not mystical information or something science can't confirm. We also know about fluoride. We even mentioned fluoridation, all that stuff. I can't say the word. What I don't really fully understand is where to go and to mess with that and how all that plays into things. I have some idea, some understanding. I know about the chakras and all that and Kundalini, but and I think a lot of us are going through Kundalini activation and development, and this is stuff that is serious and it's real. But if someone comes in and starts to say, just as a small case example, hey, I can do this, I know all about the aliens, I know about all the different groups, and you get this frequency and the vibration, and it all sounded kind of interesting, and all right, let's do some questioning, and we did that last night. We did it, and eventually I lost my shit and left the room, and that was the right thing to do. If you ever reach the point, okay, you know what, I can't handle this, instead of going freaking out and calling bullshit, which I did. I said it out loud twice. I regret it. I apologize. But that's what the guy was. He was just talking bullshit. He was making it up as he went, and he was mismanaging all of us. Just I don't know what you call that, except was it COINTELPRO? I don't know. I don't want to ascribe motive. All I want to point out is it's exactly what we just said. You test the spirits, and that means test each other. Do it gently, do it reasonably, use good humor, use benefit of the doubt, use love. But at the end of the day, you don't have to call somebody a liar. And if it reaches the point where you're like me and you forgot your best lesson of all is your peers, the people in this room. I love every one of you, including the people who just walked in, and anybody who's down here just taking names, trying to say, well, who's the psychic in the room and who's the experiencer, so I can go scoop them up later. I'm gonna come back and question them. And there's people that will mismanage all of us. I know that. That's the nature of this world. That's what we're here to do. We're not here to sharpen our tongue or just our wit is better, but ultimately we're not here to use one another. We're here to become better people. We do that through all of our experiences. So I think that the best of the angels won't test us in that way. They'll test us by asking, by presenting to us the challenges of what we could do in our environment or in our personal lives sometimes to improve, and then they will test us on a larger scale by seeing how well we can integrate that or take that out into the so-called marketplace, or let's just call it the agora. Every one of these spaces is an agora. When we get together, we're doing that. So just to speak to the other part of that I think you're okay. It's okay to ask for the assistance, in my humble opinion, of the angels. If you're keeping in mind, I just think there are angels, specifically one group are called the healing angels, and they will work with some of the great ones, or the ones I call Mahatmas, the elder brothers, the masters. There's different names for them. They're just advanced people, advanced souls who, some of them may not need to reincarnate, but I think they do sacrifice their own. We all have our pleasures in life and the things that call us to be better people, but they've already answered that call so fully that the elder brothers, or whatever you want to call them, they work with, in many cases, advanced angels. And so what they're doing is they're trying to assist us all. And if you pray and ask for that assistance, who knows whether it comes from a Mahatma, who knows whether it comes from the Christ, who knows whether it comes from an advanced angel, or who knows whether it comes from a neighbor. Who knows whether it comes from a neighbor up the road, like, who reaches out to the homeless person and says, hey man, can I get to know you? Can I help you? What can I do? That kind of thing.
I agree with you there, Andrew. I want to get real quick to some hands. I want to welcome Buddy. Hey, Alien Protocols. What's that?
Hey, brother. How you doing? How's everyone tonight? Sending my love to all. I only had a tiny little thing about the religious point, because it is a really important point, and it's in general. And I think it's a reasonable argument for all religions to be able to accept God's creation being more dynamic than we could imagine. You know, it's kind of arrogant to think that we know the extent of all creation and what it's for. And I think the Catholic Church and other religions are starting to embrace it, and because it's pure logic. They had to do the same with Galileo. And I think pure logic and, science really helps us in many ways. It doesn't have to work against religion. It can work with it. And I'm Christian, and that's how I look at it. I look at God's dynamism as, so much more than I could imagine. When I was a kid, I didn't know what the heck my dad was doing. When I was like 4 years old and he went out to work or do this or that, or magically do this with this device or magically do that with the other device. But ultimately it was for my...
That's a good point. I want to get, I think it was DeGoat next, and then Intel. Okay. DeGoat?
Yeah. Trying to think about how I'm going to say this without offending anybody, but I tried to look at all the religions kind of on an equal footing, and I definitely think that there are good qualities to all of them. There seem to be a lot of through lines, in all of them. I think that there's something to learn, thematically from all of them. But I think the one through line is that there does seem to be God is the best term for it. Some people think of God as like this human-looking figure standing up somewhere. Some see it as more of a force. Some see it as pure love. Some see it as, all the atoms embodied in one soul or consciousness, what have you. But there does seem to be, the Matrix is alive. That's the best way I could put it for people who even aren't religious. And that seems to be the case. And it has, it has motives, it seems. Not necessarily saying because the motives usually is, and noted in the bad context. But it does seem to have goals that it's trying to achieve through humanity and through nature itself. But I try not to get too specific in like the Christian or the Catholic specifically or the Muslim religions. They all seem to have a lot of truths in them. I don't think we should, cut any of them off at the knees.
I think it was Intel next, and then Kent.
I think Kent is first, so I'll wait until Kent goes.
Oh, thank you. Kent?
Yeah, I think if there's an omnipotent creator, which would mean a universal food chain, I think we'd be so far down it that they'd barely know we exist.
That's possible. I think, it could be. Andrew? Or no, Intel, sorry.
I guess before I go into some other things, there's like two things I just want to bring up. But first, I just wanted to kind of touch on what Alien Protocol was talking about earlier. And I forgot who else was talking about it, of being accepting. This isn't meant to offend anybody, but it'll probably come off as offensive. I know you said you're a Christian. One of the things of those who follow Christ, something that's really important and something that God really, really, really hates, is when we sin, like disobedience, like thoughts of murdering people, thoughts of stealing from people, those types of things. Those are just some examples of things that God does not like. So we have to be very careful when it comes to accepting what's right and wrong in the world according to the Word of God. This is just something that clearly lays it out in the Word of God. And if we start making excuses as to why these things are okay, it's okay to say, we have these thoughts, we have these things, but we don't have to give in to murderous thoughts. We don't have to give in to these evil thoughts that we're having. I mean, let's face it, there's evil in the world. We don't have to give into that type of stuff. And in the Christian faith, when we accept Christ, we receive something called the Holy Spirit. And we do believe there's spirits in the world, and we receive God's Spirit through His Son, and we say, you know what, I don't want to be a sinner anymore. God, can you please forgive me? And God promises that we'll be sons of God, and promises us eternal life. That's just the faith that we follow. Now, two other things I wanted to bring up. It has to do with the Nephilim, and this, I know some people were talking about the Norwegian. Was it the Norwegian faith or Norwegian religions? I forget what they said, but it's really interesting that the Bible talks about the Nephilim. It talks about the sons of God, or the beings from heaven coming down, and they went into women because they saw that they looked fair. And that's how the Nephilim came about in those days. And the Nephilim, they're basically this breeding between the heavenly beings and earthly women. And it talks about them being men of renown. And there's a really, really well-known commentator who he really kind of goes into like UFOs and the Nephilim. His name is Chuck Missler. And he kind of ties it kind of together as to like who the Nephilim are, kind of explaining like the Nephilim may be coming back one of these days. But he's like I don't know if he's a physicist or not, but he gets into like the science of the universe, and he just kind of explains just things in just such a remarkable way that he ties together science, which is absolutely true, and he ties together what the Word of God says, and he just kind of explains it as to how like science is kind of just catching up to what the Word of God says, and it's like, wow. But that's all I wanted to say.
So my personal belief is that all these books, whatever religion, were all written by humans who have flaws. So if there is a God, it's probably not going to be found in one book and one interpretation. That's I think the main thing, sticking point for me at least. But Andrew?
Wait, I have a question about that. So, do you think God is intelligent? Like, our creator? Like, you think he's intelligent, right?
Well, I don't necessarily think there is a quote-unquote creator like you do, but it would be... I don't necessarily say... It wouldn't be intelligence to me, but it would definitely not be stupidity, if that makes sense.
No, not really, because like
okay, so yeah, let me.
And I think that he's able to sustain his word, like through scripture. And
yeah,
that's what
but
the
every person.
The Dead Sea Scrolls showed us that the Old Testament was very accurate, even though it's been translated. It's still very, very accurate.
For only 2,000 years, but humans have been around for 200,000 at least.
How do you know?
We can do dating, and there's evolutionary.
Do you know how they do that?
Are you talking carbon dating or radio dating? Radioactive dating.
I'm talking about carbon dating.
Yeah, it's carbon dating.
Yeah, how do they do that?
I think it's what is it? Carbon-14. It's a rare isotope that's formed up in the atmosphere, or something like that. That plants take in, and then once the plants.
So you're saying humans after the monkeys were here 200,000 years?
Yeah, they were actually. Modern humans were here almost 300,000 years.
So I don't even know if we found a link between humans and monkeys yet.
You're not gonna. If I could jump in there, you're not gonna, because they're not looking at the right pictures. We're trying to create a missing link that doesn't exist, and I would suggest that the human family as such is 18 million years old. And I think that the records will prove it. What you can't see today, you'll see soon enough. I have great confidence in that. But if I could
did monkeys build Göbekli Tepe 12,000 years ago?
That's exactly right. If we think that a bunch of apes can I'm not trying to say that there's not something there. Teilhard de Chardin got in big trouble with the Jesuits for talking about Peking man, and I don't know if they excommunicated him. I think they did, actually. But I'm very interested in the progression of all of this, and I wanted to acknowledge what Intel said, also what Buddy said. Good to see you. Because
careful what you say about apes, because my uncle's one. So just be cool.
I know. But I mean, what I'm trying to say though is
I'm trying
that
to slow down my heart rate.
there's a great reference that was just made to these cycles in the past when I think by studying that we can learn more about today and learn more about how we got where we are today, not failing to acknowledge that, remember, we can't change the past. We can talk about it, we can study it, and we can learn a great deal, especially as we combine, in my opinion, and I just wanted to make this clear, a lot of people are stating this, I'm a perennialist. That's what I believe. I believe you'll find a little bit of the truth in this scripture. You'll find a little bit in that scripture. But Chase, if you can find God in a book, man, you show me that book. Because if that's your God, I don't want to know your God. My God doesn't live in a book. My God doesn't live in any book. And when you hold up a book and say, this is God, then I have to get
That's
upset.
not God. Are you kidding me? You think the actual book is God?
Exactly. And so people want to
No,
hammer
but it's God's word.
Okay, so we got some other hands in here, and Andrew, I don't think any book is God. I want to make that very clear. I think it's people writing the books, so it's just people's books. Yeah, we can go into my religious philosophies if we want to, but yeah, let's get to Esther.
People wrote every book.
Okay, so addressing the Nephilim that bred with the human women, that's what the flood was for. That bloodline no longer exists.
Yeah, and I do think there's some credibility to like the flood stories. I think there probably was some massive ice melt and probably lots of floods. And so, of course, humans would have written that down. But I'm always very cautious when, we can sometimes kind of get lost in one specific translation, I guess. Kent?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just to back you up, Chase. I mean, just remember that you're using the King James Version of the Bible, which was authorized by a king to suit his personal taste because he wanted to get divorced and stuff.
Yeah, that's probably I think I read the NIV back in the day, but yeah,
That's where it says do not divorce in the King James Bible.
That was probably written by King James, right?
It's kind of like a kid who's 4 years old trying to write a book about their father's life.
Very good analogy, mate.
Let's get to Intel.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of touch up on like the translation of the Bible. So King James, just kind of a little the history of it. When King James had the translation for the Bible, he was a king, and he had a whole bunch of people who were really, really smart in etymology and like collecting all of the books of the Bible, or the letters, as you were. So basically, you get thousands and thousands of these letters that were transcribed and were copied down by hand, by man, and you bring them all together, and you have different codexes. Like I think there's a Codex Vaticanus, and then there's different codex. But basically, looking at these different codexes, these different letters, and trying to find, okay, which ones are the real ones, which ones are the false ones. And the way that you can find out whether or not something's false is if in that manuscript, if it's saying something that's contrary to what the majority of the letters are, then we can kind of discredit that. For the most part, humans have been trying to make sure that the Bible, the Word of God, has been intact. And not only that, but I also believe that there are angels that have made sure that the Bible, for the most part, has been translated correctly throughout the ages. Yes, there are certain translations that they just kind of go out, they just completely forget about grammar and being translated from the Greek, or from the Greek to the Latin, or from the Hebrew to the straight to English, or from sometimes, you have those people, they want to take what the Greek says, translate it back to Hebrew, and then translate it back to the English.
it can get really crazy. But there are people who are really, really, really smart that know about grammar. And what King James did is he got all these really smart people together, and they were proofreading their work. They would be, I mean, these were very esteemed people of the day. They weren't like secret people trying to just change the word of God. I mean, they really loved God. They really wanted to make sure that the word was going to be translated in a correct way. Yes, there are people out there that they don't want the word of God to be published. But when it comes to the word of God, we have to remember that according to what we believe as Christians is that people were under the influence of God's Spirit, and when they spoke the word, when the words they spoke, or when they wrote them down, they were under the influence of God himself, giving them the words that they needed to say and the words that they needed to write down. Basically, whatever they were moved by this entity, this creator of everything, to write down the words that need to be put down on the paper. They gave themselves over to this loving, caring spirit who loves them, and they wrote down instructions to other people and what they needed to know. So, like all throughout the Old Testament, you have people who were under the influence, the prophets. They were under the influence of something called the Holy Spirit.
You told me earlier, though, that you had to test these beings, especially giving information. Do you think that they tested these beings properly?
Is this going to be a long lesson?
No, I'll make it short, guys. I know I'm going into this into like a sermon right now. But
hey, hold up. Is that Raider? Raider, hold on. Is that Raider? Raider? What's up, Raider? Is that you?
What's up, guys?
Hold on. Are you the Raider? Are you a different Raider?
There's only one.
You don't quite sound like the Raider right now.
I don't know why.
My bad. Never mind.
I'm sorry to interrupt. When it comes to testing the spirit, what that means is if someone comes up to you claiming to be a Christian and they say, you know, I'm not a sinner, I've never sinned in my life, then that's obviously false. That's obviously false according to our faith, according to what we believe is that everybody has sinned. Every single person, even if you have the Holy Spirit, you've sinned, you've fallen short. Got to ask for forgiveness. So if someone comes up to me and tells me that, and tells me, we don't need Jesus, but they tell me they're a Christian, I'm like, the Word of God says that anyone who does not confess that Jesus is the Christ is an antichrist. So testing the spirits in context is that's what it means. It's you're testing the other person's spirit. I mean, people can be under the influence of evil spirits, and they can be under the influence of the Holy Spirit. It just depends. So that's what it means to test the spirits. I hope that clarifies.
I do always wonder what Jesus would say if, you kind of called him or someone else an antichrist. I don't think he's ever stated that, but sorry, I'm getting caught up here. Let's go, I think Taylor, then Andrew. Taylor.
I think I put my hand down because I totally forgot. Actually, I was going to mention how every book ever was written by a human. So whenever you're saying that, what was written by humans, it wasn't written by God. Every other book was also only written by humans. Does that mean that we need to discount them and different belief systems?
No, it means we need to put them on the same level of credibility, basically, in my opinion. They're all
but the shit
right
has
there.
come true. Whenever prophecies come true, then you start to look at it a little differently.
Yeah, but there's also scientific reasons you could technically foresee prophecies, and
there's not.
It kind of is, but
has there ever been like any other book that has had like more prophecies come true than the Bible? I think not.
I would question how you define a prophecy too.
What's a prophecy? Name one prophecy from the Bible that's.
Let me go ahead and define what I'm talking about, and it goes, "These nuts."
Name one prophecy from the Bible that's come true.
Whenever Christ was going to be born.
Where is there evidence?
Can we circle back to UFOs?
I would like to answer that, Taylor, if you don't mind.
So let's go Alien. I agree with Alien here. Let's circle back to UFOs and get off the religious topic. It does get a little heated at times. So I personally am done talking about it. I've said my opinions and had my discussions with people. So let's move it back to UFOs. Let's other beings, and if you want to talk cryptozoology, let's talk cryptozoology. But let's try and stay away from debating religious ideologies.
Can I just jump in, Chase, and say, see you, mate? I've got to shoot off. We've got to go down to the immigration today. So have a great day, guys, and may all the angels come and bless you. Sorry.
Bless you,
May
brother.
you
Bless you.
fly on the wings of angels, Kent.
Take care, guys. Have a great day.
We'll catch you. Esther?
Okay, so when somebody witnesses a UFO, they watch Ancient Aliens, and then they think, oh, well, people back then just thought the aliens were God. That's not true. There can be God and aliens because God created us. He created everything on the earth, all the fish, everything in the ocean, everything on the earth was a creation. And he could have created millions of worlds. So when it comes to people new in the UFO field, it's important that they know they don't have to choose between their faith or their religion and aliens, because they can coexist.
And that's a very good point. And I think Taylor brings up the Nephilim quite a bit. So
No,
I
bring up who created the aliens.
Oh yeah, who did create them? I think it was Tall Whites, wasn't it?
Yeah, who created them?
we're not getting into we're not gonna do this.
Yes, we are.
But Tall Whites is
we can make Taylor. I will do another space with you specifically about religion if you want, but we are not doing that in Shane's space. This is Shane's. This is Shane's space. Let's just kind of.
So Taylor, all the angels were created by God, right?
Absolutely.
No.
What are you guys talking about?
Not true. That's just the hypothesis.
This is religious theology and theory, which is great. But to build off of it and to think we're going to land on some type of factual scientific thing, those are two different conversations. And likewise goes with the sacred nature of the Bible. That's in the stories and all these other things. The idea that it could have been inspired, I'm with it. But when it starts to get into hey, this is what the angels did and what they are, that's a whole different conversation. It's like Bible study stuff. If we're going to keep it into the what ifs, we don't need theologians in here telling us what an angel is. We need people with an idea of what it could be. So try to be open to what this thing could be, as opposed to trying to dictate what it is to specific sects of specific religions, when there's all different types of definitions for these things and all different types of religions that actually predate Christianity. So it should be looked into.
Yeah.
That's all that is true, but the point is he could create anything. He could create other worlds with other beings. That's the whole point.
So let's give a chance for Ray to speak. He hasn't had a chance to speak yet.
Thank you. So Tupac and Taylor and Nestor, here's the thing. Let's be real. You guys Taylor and Nestor are given the Western version of history, which is 100% Christian theology, which doesn't account for the other 6 billion people that live on Earth, right? So when you're talking about extraterrestrial life and you're talking about paranormal and you're talking about spiritual identity, it transcends the Christian religion, right? So it's easy for you guys to say angels are floating around and Jesus is everywhere, but that's cool. But the reality is, when you talk about aliens and you talk about extraterrestrial life, it transcends all of that religious nonsense. And anyone that has a rational mind understands this. Like, everybody that just thinks so narrow-minded is so brainwashed by your own religious identity that you're not
atheists are brainwashed.
You're not open to
Closed-minded thinking. Closed-minded.
You're closed-minded because you think only you think through the eyes of your religious upbringing. I did too. I used to be Christian.
No, I don't. I didn't just
I used to
land
be
on
Christian.
that.
Taylor, can you let him finish,
He's
please?
attacking me, bro.
No, I'm not attacking you. I'm not attacking.
I just want to say,
I don't really like using the mute button. But if we're gonna have any sort of discussion, I think we need Sam. I like the idea with the hands. Let's stick to the hands, and let's let each of us talk to fruition, please.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me finish. So all I was saying was, I'm not attacking Taylor or Esther. All I was saying was, it's easy to identify with the religion you were brought up in, and ignore the fact that outside of your own religious upbringing, there's a whole other identity outside of that, which is what's the truth. And it's not your upbringing, it's what the reality is. That's all I was saying.
So let's go to.
Can I respond to that, or
you can respond here in a minute.
Address me. Do I have the ability to respond?
I think he was not technically addressing you. He was just saying in general. But you can respond later. You can put your hand up and defend yourself later.
My hand was up, but my hand was up, and I've never got called because I had to stop somebody that was attacking me. So it's probably my turn by now, but whatever.
Are you in the bathtub right now?
Of course.
Let's go real.
Taylor, I was making a general comment.
Let's go real quick to Cabra, and then we'll go down to Intel, and then Alien.
My hand has been up before.
If I might point something out, I had my hand up before anybody else here. You passed me once. I'm going to say it. God is bigger than your religion. If you're proselytizing, you're proselytizing. And if you're witnessing, you're witnessing. And I'm sorry I'm saying it, because I only wanted to ask a while ago what Shane thought about it.
I don't know what that word means.
It means you're coming in and telling other people what to believe, and you're saying things like, this is the word of God. Well, I happen to believe in Krishna. I happen to believe in Buddha. I happen to believe in paganism. I happen to believe in alien religion. I happen to believe in God. But I don't believe it when you come in and say, this is how it is. And I'm sorry. But I only wanted to a while ago, and I can't tone it down now, but I'm the one that kind of gets us off track sometimes, but I keep looking up. Shane's he's the guy that's hosting the whole space here. He's quiet. He's just a man of love. He's back there keeping it real. He doesn't butt in. He doesn't even, he's letting, other folks roll with it because he knows that they can manage it all. And if I would have asked a simple question, because he will never make the waves, but brother, please calm these down. I would just ask this. You don't ever tell us your religious philosophies and all of that, but I've never once heard you say, well, this is my faith, because I know it. I know you're a man of love, but it does say OldVets, UFO. UFO Congress, UFO Twitter, and that's what I see. I see paranormal. I see science. I see technology. Every man and woman on this planet is going to have faith. They're going to have something they believe in, however they show it. But hey, Shane, if you want to jump in and just say, well, I just think we can all get along, that's good too. But if you wanted to share, hey, man, I believe there's a spirit within all of us and it's just dying to get out, I'd love to hear what Shane has to say.
I agree with you, Andre, 100%.
I'm here, bro. I'm here.
Those edibles are kicking in. Shane.
Are
you eating nachos right now?
I can barely walk. I'm laying on my floor. My leg hurts so fucking bad.
Bro.
Dude, it took me forever to get up here. I'm like, I gotta get on the airplane and I'm gonna carry that shit. And I'm gonna say this. Andrew ain't wrong, man. That spirit's in all of us. Every bit of us have a piece of this puzzle. So let's keep sharing it. And I'm gonna keep laying on the floor. I'll get back in a little bit. Let me put my earbuds in. I'm just laying on the floor rolling in pain.
Hell yeah. Sorry about that, Shane, man. And I agree with Andrew too. I'm glad you said it. I also want to say this, like in defense of Christianity and religions and people's faiths and stuff. Like Raider, I agree with what you said, but how you delivered it, there was direct language in there that was derogatory to people who have faith, and
No,
just be mindful of how you phrase it. Like you called it. No, no. I'll repeat what you said, and you could tell me if it sounded like it was bad. I mean, you said believing in someone's religious nonsense. Was one of the words you said, and so I just want to say I'm not like I said I agree with some of the things you said. It's just the way it was delivered. It could come across. It could make someone defensive over their own faith, which is going to bring out the strongest defense mechanisms in them. So I'm all for science, but I'm also a man of faith, and I just feel like we can't raise one up above the other, and we can't put religion down in order to validate science, and vice versa, right? Because it's going to cause waves. But they need to kind of sync up. You know what I mean? Like, they can work hand in hand. There's a place for faith. There's a place for science. There is damage that has been done by people who think religiously and behave religiously and don't really think critically about what's going on. But that's true in all faiths and stuff. And so I think religious thought can definitely be detrimental, but it also has its place. And so I just, in defense of religion, just the language sometimes can come across as like religion's the lesser of the two when it comes down to like its value to humanity. But I think they're equal.
it was more of the proselytizing version of like when people say that the truth is this. That's where I was disagreeing with Esther and Taylor, is where they would say the truth is in the angels. The truth is in, and my whole point was like, that's not an opinion. That, so like, it's not an opinion, it's not a fact, it's a belief structure, which I don't disagree with. Everyone is entitled to belief, but it's not a truth. That's where I was disagreeing.
So let's get to some hands.
You mind if I raise my hand and speak? Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. Damn it.
Yeah, you're not muted, Logan. You silly goober. Intel, you've had your hand up for a minute. Sorry if I skipped over you.
Hey, that's totally fine, my friend. Kind of responding to like the truth. This reminds me of that time when Christ, he was standing before Pilate, the governor of, I believe it was the province, and Pilate asked him, "What is truth?" And in the scriptures, Christ himself said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." And that was the early, and I also want to respond in the same breath, talking about the Western view of Christianity. Yes, there are some bumps in the road in Western Christianity, but when we go and we do research and we look back to what the early church was, like thousands of years ago, in the early church document called the Didache, you get an insight as to how people believed, and how they believed is they believed there was a way of life, and then there was a way of death. And in Christianity, in the kingdom of God, that's in the spiritual realm of God, there's almost like this way of, it's not double talk, it's kind of double speak in a way, but it's like when Jesus himself says, "I am the truth," then in the scriptures, when you read where it says something about we are followers of the truth, you just take the word Jesus and you just replace the word truth with Jesus. So there was this way that when Christ came, he spoke in certain ways and describing who he was, like he was something that the world didn't know and the world hated. And once he went into heaven, he poured out his spirit. He basically poured himself out into those who believed in him. And then the world hated those believers because the world hated Christ. So you see what I'm saying? So if the world
sounds
hated
like
Christ,
Tom DeLonge.
Oh, I'm not Tom DeLonge.
I'm saying that sounds like Tom DeLonge.
oh, yeah. And I also wanted to respond as well. I forget who was saying something about they say I'm a pagan, I'm this, I'm that. When the Apostle Paul went out, he didn't start just slamming on people's religions like the Greeks in Athens. I mean, it would be totally something. He'd just going up to people saying like, "Oh, the Princess of Diana is like just terrible. Just doesn't exist." No, he looked at a statue and he said, "Oh, I perceive that you people are very religious, and I see a statue to the unknown God, and I'm here to declare to you who that unknown God is." Like, he didn't come out and start saying everybody was wrong. He was declaring something that he saw. Like, he's testifying to the things that he's seen and was told by Christ, and he was just sharing them with everybody. And he was doing it with love. And many people didn't like that, because when they heard him, he wasn't speaking ill of them. He was just giving them what he was told to go and tell people. And he got flogged, he got beaten, this is a guy who was killing Christians. I mean, he was going to people of all over the world, different faiths, and he was telling them about what he was told to go tell. And then God, whoever believed, God would pour his spirit out on those who believed in him, and they would experience something completely, like they would be born into the kingdom. This spiritual thing would happen to them, and they would be what we Christians we call, when someone becomes born again. That's when someone's spirit is touched by the Spirit of God, and you get born again, and it's you realize that everything in your life that you've been experiencing, there's reasons and there's explanations for them, and you get this fellowship with the creator of everything in the entire universe. And it's some people experience this loving oil sensation. I mean, it's every believer can testify to this. It's not just one person making up all this stuff. Like, it's a personal experience that the person themselves has to go through. You can't, it's like, well, prove it to me. Well, it's like almost.
I do agree with that, and I think the phenomena actually has a lot of parallels in that you actually almost have to experience it for yourself, and that there are some cross parallels. So the phenomenon could be an aspect that we just don't know yet. So let's move around to some of the other hands. And I honestly lost track of who's next. So I'm going to go down to Square Heart down there.
How does my hand keep going down?
I get skipped. I was just right after Intel. Okay. So to respond to Intel, as I was going to a minute ago.
Hey, dude, Square Triangle's been up for forever. He's never even talked yet. Let's just hear him out.
Where's he at? Oh, sorry, I apologize.
It's all good. David and Sky, how are you?
Oh, hey, sorry, I didn't catch the Square Triangle. I'm Square Triangle. Good to be here. I agree with what someone was just saying about the kind of the parallel relationship between experiencers that have a real event and religion and being born again. I was raised Pentecostal, and my wife and I had our first big experience about close to 3 years ago, and subsequent experiences very, very often since then. And it's really interesting because we have experienced this feeling when we're outside in the field and we see this orb come down, where it almost, I know from other experiencers that I've talked to in different groups that I'm in, it's almost in a way, it's almost like a religious experience when it happens. The feeling that comes through, and then when you start experiencing interaction, responses from the orbs and stuff, moving or twinkling or responding to music or something like that, is very much almost like a religious event, right? And I started digging down, and I started reading all the different, going back all the way, to Epic of Gilgamesh, and seeing how there's a flood there, and then there's a flood in the Old Testament, and looking at all these different parallels with with religion, and how so many religions have very similar stories that they're telling. And so I've often thought to myself, and I'd like to see what other people think. I've often thought to myself that perhaps many of the religious texts are basically, you know, if you think way back before all this technology and stuff, there might not have, people might not have known how to interpret visitation from, you know, orbs or extraterrestrials or flying ships, where perhaps it was written and personified in a different way in order to explain it. You know, one example would be like, you know, the book of Enoch and, you know, the dream sequence. And to me, that sounds like he's, you know, flying along with different extraterrestrials, perhaps. I mean, it's really interesting to me, the correlation between religion and the experience or the phenomenon. So that's basically all I have to say.
Well, thank you for that. And I will say, I think the people back in the day were witnessing a real phenomenon, and the only way they knew how to describe it was basically through religion. So that's basically my understanding. I want to give a chance. I think Pseudo V, you're new here. How are you?
Sorry, yeah, I'm new here, and I've been looking for a space like this for a really long time. I don't really know how to use Twitter that well, I guess. But ever since I discovered spaces, I'm like, I wonder if there's a space like this. Okay, you guys just got me all excited about stuff because I have so many questions. And I mean, I don't know. I feel like some of the connections that I make in my head are kind of odd. But okay, so let me get down to it. Oh, by the way, it's nice to be in here, by the way. So
good
anyway.
having you.
So I have this, so I research stuff. I don't know if I told you. So I research stuff, and I've been seeking truth about, some of the texts in the Bible and cross-referencing between different Bibles of that are written in different languages and from earlier, whatever. So I have a copy of Holy Bible, the Ethiopic version, and you guys were talking earlier about, God created man, God created this, God created that, and me, I believe in higher authorities. I do. I believe in higher power. I believe in God. I believe in, I believe all that fun stuff. I believe all of it existed, all of it. But if I look in the first Genesis, book 1, so the book that I have has, it has some of the stuff that's not in the new Bible. It's got the Apocrypha, Enoch 1 and 2, and Jubilees. Anyway, Genesis. So listen to the words. I'm going to read to you some of the things, but listen to the words and think about the simple definition of what they are, and tell me what you think, okay? So he said, and God said, let the earth bring forth a living creature after his kind, cattle and creeping thing and beast of the earth after his kind. And it was so. And God made the beast of the earth after his kind, and cattle after their kind, and everything that creepeth upon the earth after his kind. And God saw that it was good. So what do you think about that?
Where's that from? Again, was that Enoch, or was that pseudepigrapha or apocryphal writing?
This is Genesis. It's page 1. Like,
oh, I'm sorry.
Like, page 1 of the entire book, and it's like So the paragraph that I am reading out of, or that I just read out of it, is Genesis 1:24. And I mean, I don't know, the way that he explains it makes it sound like he's talking about, you know, he wasn't the only one there, right? That something else existed, you know.
Well, the Elohim were there.
What's that?
That's a plural word for God. When you see in the Bible Elohim, it's plural of Eloha. So Elohim is plural, and when you look at this specific commandment, look at the wording as it's translated. Thou shalt have no other gods, plural, before me, which is to suggest that we are the beings. Here's another one, right from where you're reading. It says, in whom or in him we live and move and have our being. And every time I read that and ponder it, it's as if it's saying that we live inside of a greater being. You can call it Gaia. I would suggest that's a very feminine presentation, but I would say that that's acceptable. That to me is easy to understand. It's like we call it the Mother Earth, and that seems to be a universal affirmation. But regardless, the implication, if we are living and moving and having our being inside of a greater being, is that greater being, for all intent and purposes, is either God or God-like. But also make another distinction. There's one between God, thou shalt have no other gods before me, and then there's a very specific reference to the Most High God. And what that says to me is that there must be some.
Because if you're quoting Exodus versus Genesis, the Elohim, or plural, like El was a singular. So, but Yahweh, thou shalt not take Yahweh's name in vain. Like, you start the Elohim and the collective were in in Genesis stuff, but Yahweh wasn't. That name wasn't given till later on.
Well, if I could just jump across the name, not to say that the names aren't important, but to me, it's more the idea. Like when you're talking about the creation of these things that crawl, and we have, the oceans, and we have the evolution, as we know, we have amphibians, we have reptiles, we have a lot of diversity of life on this planet. Undeniably, even from the scientific point of view, there's a distinction. Insects are very unique, even with all their diversity. Birds are unique, even though their feathers and their scales relate to the reptiles. So, what does that tell me? It tells me that if there is a mirroring on our planet, which I think there is, perhaps it's a stretch, I grant you, but it's keeping in line with what was just asked. Perhaps even our local God, who says, "Thou shalt have no other gods of these other planets, of these other revolutions out there in cosmos, maybe in our solar system." Maybe that God is saying, acknowledge that the majesty and the wonder of creation is already here. It's here. You don't have to look out there. Shakespeare says there are more things under heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your highfalutin philosophy, Horatio. So I think that's what our attention is called to. Not that we shouldn't explore the topic of this room and why we're all really here in this room, but I think what it speaks to is that as we're coming to this from all these different religious lenses, and I know it's not really a room on Christian theology or Judeo-Christian theology. Nevertheless, we're a lot of Westerners here, not all of us necessarily, but these things speak to me of this notion that the diversity of cosmos is here, and that's in every world scripture in one way or another. That's just how I try to tie some of that together.
Thank you, Andrew.
Very nice.
Yeah, so I really don't want to stay on this religious topic much longer, so I want to give just Taylor and Intel the chance, because I know that they have some pointed opinions, and so I want to let them at least finish speaking. So if we can kind of wrap up the religious aspect and maybe go kind of more into UFOs, that would be really appreciated. So, Taylor?
You can let Logan go first.
I sorry, you said you wanted to wrap it up, and I didn't mean to try to make this a religious
you're fine, Sita. We've been doing this just for a while, and we typically talk about UFOs, not religion.
Well, no, this is the point was, what if they weren't alone? What if there was aliens that or well, what we call aliens.
I completely believe whatever they were experiencing back then, we are still experiencing now. It's
Yeah.
just our definitions of those.
That's
I
my
think we're getting
point.
wrapped up in.
That was my point. I was just so excited. I didn't know how to make it properly. So please continue.
Yeah, and thank you for coming out.
Where did that guy go that I needed to respond to for the past 20 minutes?
He probably got tired of the religious talk.
Are you kidding me, bro?
Intel?
Yeah, I guess, kind of wrapping up a little bit. I just wanted to kind of respond in regards to, like, the names of God. The Jews, they had a lot of names for God, like Yahweh, Elohim, El Elyon. And there was a prophecy that talked about, there was a prophecy in the Old Testament. The Jews, they obviously knew their scriptures. Of course, the Pharisees did. Those are like hardcore Jews. And there's a part in the scriptures where Jesus is saying to the Jews, he says, before Abraham was, I am. And he was basically saying that he was Yahweh. And there is an Old Testament scripture that says, unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and he shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father. And even when his disciples came up to him, he was saying, they were saying, show us the Father, and it'll be enough for us. And Christ looked at them and said, have I not been with you so long that you don't know me? And he was basically telling them that he was the Father. Like, he is the Creator incarnate speaking with them. And when you go back to the Old Testament, like Elohim, it's plural. It's that Father, Son, Holy Spirit. An example would kind of be like the sun. Is the light that comes from the sun, is it still from the sun? It's the light that comes from the sun. And that's kind of an example of God's Son is that light that comes from him. He's that word that came from God into the world. That's just the first thing I want to say, wrapping that up. Second thing is, we talked about angels earlier. Angels, like, where are they? I mean, honestly, we could have angels in this chat right now talking with us. Third one, it has to do with UFO abductions. And there's this guy named Chuck Missler. He kind of talks about this, and he says that, this is what he says. He says that out of all the abductions, there's not really any reported cases of Christians being abducted. And if there are, those Christians willingly... I'm not sure what that is right now. I just wanted to kind of finish up, and then maybe you could explain what Ganga is. What Chuck Missler was saying is, he was saying that out of all the abductions, there is not really any reported abductions of Christians, unless the Christian themselves said that they willingly went.
You can continue. Just finish up until I don't know what you're saying.
Background music, but what I was saying with Ganga and Ponte are both Christian believers who have had abductions. So I don't know where you're getting this information, but just from
they were doing other stuff as well, Chase. And I thought you were going to get to the point in which the alien abductions ended in the name of Christ. Have you heard about that?
I've heard of that. Yes.
And one of the things is did those people who went, did they willingly go? Did they say, okay, I'll go, or did they go against their will?
They were taken against their will.
Well, by definition,
I mean, Intel, you can
abduction is against your will.
They were talking. Well, I know one of them was intentionally reaching out and having a prolonged interaction with them. But anyway.
Yeah. So I guess when it comes to like them being abducted, that's why I was saying this was someone else's understanding of like just recording the abductions or whatever. But that is interesting. I had heard something about like when someone was abducted, they used the name of Jesus, and then like they were just something happened where they were returned immediately. I mean, it's pretty interesting, and that's not just one isolated incident. That's a lot.
Yeah, that was a whole study done.
So this is a last thing I want to say on that. It could just be you know, a higher intelligence knowing that you're going to believe these things if they let you go for saying this one word. So I would just be careful with that.
They never promote Jesus, ever.
I didn't say that. I said they might not do that because they know that we as people would take that as a sign that, you know, this one thing is true. I'm just saying it could be a control mechanism. Let's keep
why
that
would they do that
possibility open
if they don't promote Jesus at all?
to trick you into believing something else.
Then they would tell us that Jesus is true, but they tell us that Jesus is not true, which is very spiritual in itself.
Okay. We're moving on from the subject, though. Let's now, if I mute you about religious things, I'm just going to start muting people. Sorry. But let's stick to the UFO topic. And Logan, you've had your hand up for a while. What's up?
Hey there. Yeah, so I guess, what do you want to talk about?
What do you think about aliens, Logan?
Oh, come on, you can't ask me that. Ask me something different.
No, you gotta. I've actually never heard your take on aliens.
So I kind of have like a good transition. How's everybody doing tonight?
How about
What's up, Alexei?
How about
what's
NASA getting in on the UAP game and having a website devoted to UAPs on NASA.gov? And you can actually have a person that you can email your UAP questions to. His name's Daniel Evans.
I just wanted to say really quickly about what you guys were talking about. There's a concept called the Logos, which has a lot to do with the primal vortex of time and our processional cycle around the, you could say, the center of all conscious experience. And on processional cycles, certain alignments exist, right? And that Logos gets introduced into our galaxy. And so, like, that might have been what happened 2,000 years ago. And potentially that could be what's happening right now. So I think if you guys are really interested in looking further into what you're talking about right now, you should really look into something called a yuga. It gives like great insight into that, and that translates directly into experiencing UAP as our conscious experience drifts into denser realms based off the processional cycles.
Beautiful, yeah. It's like the stretching of and contracting of space-time.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like,
Hey, Alexei, isn't like the yugas are like I don't know, I think they have like the 4800 is like the gold, 3600 for like the silver, 2400 for iron, 1200 for like the Kali Yuga, where we're at like right now, and then it all adds up to like 920 years, and then like precisely like half the cycle of the processions is the procession of the equinoxes, I think, which is like pretty like fantastic math.
Dude, you're actually like really, really on point. And word up. That's all I can say. And it has to do with like how we experience the densities of matter and conscious experience. And so like as we drift closer to the center of all moments, we actually drift into a denser realm, and we harmonize with denser realms of experience. And at those times, well, things are going to be coming into our dimension. So like 100% is what you're saying, Logan. Straight up.
Density, mass over volume.
Yeah, they knew what's up. Like they weren't just making up like numbers back then. Like that shit adds up for real.
Hey, Astral, can you add Betmaster up? I for some reason can't. Intel, you got something on aliens?
Yes, I do. This has to do with the Ukraine and Russian conflict and UFOs. It's actually pretty cool if you hear me out. It'll make sense. So a lot of times these UFOs or whatever they are, they're very they like to like go to like nuclear sites. I've heard stories of them like shutting off nuclear sites, sometimes turning them on. But more really interesting is they've really taken an interest, I believe, in the Ukraine conflict. I've done a little bit of research, not too much, but there are like videos kind coming up recently of like on the front lines. There's like videos of like triangle craft in the sky in Crimea. There's also a observatory in, I think it's Kiev, Ukraine. It's somewhere in Ukraine, and it's just recently they've been observing a whole bunch of these different phenomena in the sky, and they were using some sort of technique when it comes to like looking at comets, and they've been seeing like a whole bunch of these objects in the sky, and they're not really sure what it is. Like they're not really sure what these things are. But it is interesting that I believe these things, these craft, I mean, they're very interested in what's going on in the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And I think that the more major world events that are happening, like surrounding nuclear weapons, these things are going to become more and more prevalent. And I mean, it may even be that these things might get involved in human affairs in a major way. I mean, I don't know. I think that they would be. I think there might be some sort of signs and things in the skies above where people are going to be like, "Oh my goodness, look at those signs and look at those wonders! Wow, look at those things!" It'll be a worldwide event. It's going to be a worldwide event, and I think that's coming soon. I'm not sure when, but I think the more closer that we get to the brink of destruction when it comes to a nuclear war, if we have any sort of understanding of how these things operate when they're going to nuclear bases and all these different things, I think we can see them becoming more involved in our world affairs.
I think we are going to see an increase in sightings. That's just my personal opinion. And I think there's maybe some data to back that up. I'm not sure, though.
Well, it would only make sense to that if they were interested in the nuclear weapons and have seen what it does based off of the ones that have gone off. And I forgot where I read it, but it was like, I think it's a large percentage of the actual damage of nuclear weapons. Like we don't know where it goes. And so like what a lot of people say in terms of experiencers about nuclear weapons is that it damages their dimension, other dimensions, stuff that we can't even fathom. And so like we just kind of have a thought of the damage on our reality. But, you know, I think the reason that there's so much attention is because that we're damaging other realities that we aren't even aware of. And yeah, it would only make sense that as conflict escalates and people start, you know, I would imagine that some of these craft are probably man-made, part of the whole conflict itself. But I would imagine too that there's also more of a presence there and more beings observing what's going on with concern.
Yeah, and I always kind of found it interesting. At least I was reading a story about some nuclear sites in Russia where like the nukes like turned on and like the launch process started, and it was turned off like just a few seconds before they were like launched or something like that.
Yeah, I think that like that's another aspect is like the toying with of it by whoever's like being able to do this is like they're fucking with people. Like they turned it on like it was going to go off and like mess, but it was almost like sending a message like you guys have the capability to destroy all of this, and it can mistakenly go off just like this.
Well, was that a dead hand signal that got interfered with at all?
Can you explain a dead hand signal?
It's like a dead hand. It means like, okay, if I have to actively hold my hand on a button. If my hand goes off that button, it's a dead hand, and I fall to the ground, and it launches nuclear warfare. It's instant. Like if I die, we all die. That's a dead hand.
Haven't you seen Terminator 2? Remember, like when he's in that thing?
The dead hand signal. Yeah, exactly.
I'm familiar now with what you mean. I just hadn't heard that term. I don't know. I just remember reading a story about the nukes being
I don't think they had any control over any of the electronics, and they just were observing it at the time of like, we can't do anything, so everybody stepped back.
Got interfered with. Like, was there a dead hand signal so that if like a certain signal got cut, like interfered with, like from a UFO or a magnetic anomaly or whatever, that that it interfered with that dead hand somehow, that initiated the launch sequence for those nukes, that somebody had to like actively say, no, this is not a threat, and get chastised for making that decision.
Honestly, that I've never actually thought about it like that. It could be like they were interfering with like exactly what you're saying, Matt, a dead hand signal, and and then they quit interfering right as, yeah, I've never thought of that actually. So no, it's a good point. And so what do you think about Russian nukes?
Well, obviously, I don't really like nuclear weapons. I was gonna follow up on talking about. I forget who was saying something about some of those crafts that we see in the sky. I mean, they're some of them are like very, very, very high level government projects or whatever they are. And sometimes when the civilian populace sees them or kind of gets close to like maybe taking a picture of something they shouldn't be, then maybe those government agencies are notified, sends them to someone's house and kind of like tells them to be hush hush about it. But there are those times where there are craft or things, whatever those things are in the sky, that are not government, that they are not controlled by a government entity and they have nothing to do with the government. So I think it's both. I mean, there is that side that there are secret government projects that are so far beyond any technological advance that we could ever possibly imagine. And then there are those crafts or beings, whatever, that are not government related at all. So I personally, I don't know how to differentiate between the two. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's something that I would have asked Stephen Greer in his last podcast. He talks about like all the bad and evil stuff is man-made, and all of the good and benevolent is extraterrestrial and interdimensional. But my question would be, well, how do you tell just by observing it? If they're doing the same characteristics of different unidentified type of aerial phenomenon, like how would you be able to tell? I guess the only way would be if there's that consciousness or psychic phenomenon or experiential aspect of it. But what you said was kind of interesting, dude, of like, it makes you kind of think of like, okay, if we are interacting with things that we aren't supposed to, and they're man-made and they're trying to protect it, it would only make sense that people would show up and know that, like the Men in Black or something. But then if it's extraterrestrial or something not of man-made origin, then you would have these type of experiences. So that's an interesting point that you brought up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how you feel about Roswell. That's kind of a touchy subject for a lot of people. I think that there are probably sometimes man-made objects that maybe governments try to bring about over large populations in order to pass it off as something that is extraterrestrial. And then you have these people who are in really high positions of power, and they're just kind of looking at everybody and looking at the news broadcast. I mean, they control all the newscasts anyways, but they're looking at the newscast, they're seeing what people are doing online and talking about, and they're looking at them like, oh man, we totally deceived them, we got them, and then they send out people on message boards and people pretending to actually care about this stuff that, we do. And they pose as people who are not believers in this extraterrestrial phenomena, and they put stuff out into into the public, like on like YouTube videos and whatnot. And sometimes if you know anything about our government, sometimes radicalizing people to the effect of like going out and committing acts of terror. Because they think that, there's this giant conspiracy against mankind, and I'm here to go and hurt. I need to go do something about it. I need to go take I need to go take.
I talked to a lot of users, and they're not like that.
Well, I'm just kind of giving I think I just got muted. I don't know. But I think maybe I was going too far down the rabbit hole with that. I think kind of drawing it back, that there are secret government projects, there are agencies out there that they do let these things just so happen to appear over a population to kind of, I don't want to say deceive, but it's kind of like showing people that they have the power to, they have these crafts, they have this technology that nobody else has access to but them, and they kind of rub it in our face, but at the same time, it's I think it's like almost like a game to some people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think about Project Bluebeam?
I really like that you brought up Project Bluebeam. I've heard a little bit about it, about like governments having technology to kind of make it look like there would be some sort of grandeur event and kind of introduce some sort of world system through this this mirage or this grandeur thing that everybody can see on like the world television. It's like, oh my goodness, that thing is real. Or I mean, there's different interpretations of what I've heard about Project Bluebeam, and it is there's technology out there in the world, drone technology, satellite technology, things that would absolutely blow our minds if we ever knew existed. It does exist. There's technology that does exist that would blow our minds into like drone technology, objects that can move in ways that we're just like, how is this even possible? Really quick, I know I'm talking really long. I was in this class down in North Carolina, and there was this guy who worked in Cheyenne Mountain. He was retired, obviously. He worked in the Navy, and then I guess maybe he did some work at Cheyenne Mountain. And he was telling me that when he retired, he got these retirement gifts, and I think this was back in maybe the 70s, maybe the 80s. I think it was the 70s, and he was given these photos, and it was a photo of the Earth, satellite photo of the Earth, and the next photo was like of the United States, and the next photo was a photo of his town, and the next photo was a golf course, and the next photo was a person, and these were high quality images, and the next photo was a guy. What's up? The next
if we
photo
could
was
stop interrupting him, that'd be great.
Oh, I'm sorry. The next photo was a guy putting a ball. The next photo was the ball itself, and the next photo after that was like the ridges, like high detail, high quality photo of the ball itself. And I mean, this stuff was like intense. Like it was down to the detail. This was back in the 80s, and this was like a going away gift to this guy. I didn't see the photos. This was just a testimony of our art teacher in a community college class that was just kind of nonchalantly telling us about his parting gift. And I was listening to him, and I was like, "You kidding me? we have that type of technology." But just to imagine that we had those types of high-powered satellites back in the day, I can't even imagine what kind of advanced technology they had back in the day that would blow our minds today. And even today, the type of technology that they have, oh man, it's good. I just don't know how good.
Yeah, and Taylor likes Bluebeam quite a bit. I'm not really on understanding what it would do per se, but some interesting thoughts. Matt?
Yeah, like from what I've heard, I mean, there's some holographic technology that is very advanced. I mean, if you think about some of the hologram stuff you saw back in the day, I mean, it was. I remember there was this hologram art place in my local mall, but whenever you can just compress certain dimensions into like a 4 dimension to a 3 dimension. I think that's something like how holography works. But that technology was back then. Nowadays, yeah, there's some very advanced holographic stuff, but I don't think the government is going to try to make an artificial alien invasion to bring about something. If there is a mass cycle, like, first of all, there's Nuremberg laws. There's ethical code for human experimentation. And if you do some psychological warfare, like Project Bluebeam, like holographic thing in the sky that influences all these people, that's against the Nuremberg code of ethics. So you can't do that. And so there is technology, but to assert or try to say that our government is trying to create this mass influence on the United States is laughable, in my opinion.
Well, I think if you mentioned Intel mentioned Roswell, and I think if you look at the days after and weeks after Roswell, you get an idea and a sense of a sort of disinformation campaign and a over stigma campaign that was launched, and it came. Red Panda has great videos on this, but he goes into a lot of like what happened in the rollout, like media, TV started, and so they had a lot of control over the media that and the narrative and how it was portrayed over the next 50 years. And I think now the internet, social media, people are able to get their information how they want instead of being given the information.
Logan?
We're in a binary star system.
Wait, where's the other star?
Wasn't Jupiter a feldstar or something?
We are the other star, guys.
You know, please educate, learn, but don't put out disinformation, okay?
Wasn't disinformation that was made up by the government, wasn't it?
A binary star system is 2 stars. Do we have 2 stars in the sky? Come on, don't be...
We do.
Educate.
One is 75% brighter than the other one.
Jupiter was a failed star or mass. Educate yourself, people. Educate yourself. I'm listening to some of this, and I'm like, it's an abhorrence. Come on, educate at the physics level at least.
Compared to our single star, it's kind of ridiculous. We're pretty rare to have a single star. It doesn't really make any sense. If you look at the other places around the universe, our star is somewhere. We'll find it.
Hey, Astral, I can't add anyone up, so if you kind of just want to keep...
Yep, I got you, bro.
Sweet. Intel, you've had your hand up?
I just wanted to kind of touch on the Nuremberg thing. So this is just a scenario for you. Imagine you're a very high level organization with, I don't say unlimited funding, but I mean you've got a lot of money and you got a lot of technology. Let's say the type of technology that you have is you can have vehicles that can fly in the air, can go which way you want, and they have camouflage technology, anti-radar technology. I mean, you could literally have some sort of flying vehicle in the sky. Hear me out. You can have some sort of flying vehicle in the sky, and you can conduct experiments inside of that vehicle that go against every known Nuremberg, whatever thing here on Earth, doesn't matter. You can literally take this vehicle out in the farthest reaches of space or wherever and do your experiments there and then come back and
still abide by all the rules that are here on Earth. I mean, if the government has this type of technology, or whoever has this type of technology, they can do crimes against humanity wherever they want, and they won't be held accountable by any sort of laws here on Earth. I mean, that's honestly, that's kind of where I'm seeing it. If they have this type of technology, what would stop them from doing all this heinous acts of like trying to clone humans, all this different type of stuff inside of their little vehicles that they have technology to? It's in their power to do these things.
And international law, like if Russia's violating Ukraine's international law, then the whole world would be against them, allegedly. So yeah, you can't just go do certain things without violating certain laws.
Yeah, I think he's saying if we had the black tech technology, that we would be doing it unbeknownst to anybody actually knowing what's taking place. So that's what people talk about too, of like, instead of the phenomenon doing this, that it's us doing this to fuck around with us and to do this narrative of this negative aspect.
I've seen technology in 1997 that I can't explain, and I have asked everybody, and nobody has denied that it exists. And I've asked some pretty high people, and I've seen those. If they could be TR3Bs, but there was no lights on them. There's no plasma movements. In 1997, I mean, you start seeing things move sideways, backwards, and on like a whole 360-degree axis, they could move. I mean, and you had like 6 of them doing formations. Somebody was doing some high business and doing formations over my house. So I think that somebody has that technology because it was near a major airport. And what I was seeing was not a normal plane. And I have multiple witnesses who testified to that too. So I know that there is that technology. Somebody has that technology. But you wouldn't have like 6 of them all together, because you wouldn't have had 6 F-117 Nighthawks or 6 B-2s. It's the cost for that would be so enormous, it wouldn't happen. So somebody has it. I've seen it, and I don't know what it is, but yeah, somebody's got that technology.
Oh, that's interesting, bro, when you talk about, because like there wouldn't be a point if you were going to test it to send like 8 of them. We'd only send 1. That's funny that you say that, though. Yeah.
No, I asked the director of Kennedy Space Center, my Uncle Bob. I put it up at the top. He was Mr. Shuttle. I asked him on one of his birthdays with my family there. And that was his answer, is that they wouldn't have had that many F-117s or B-2s together. And so, but he laughed. He was joking because he said, "Oh, your dad was drunk." And I was like, "No, he wasn't. I was totally sober, about to be valedictorian in my class. And I saw him." So it happened. I brought it to Jacques Villette. I talked to him about it. So I've talked to people up high about this, and nobody can give me a straight answer. And except I have heard some people talking about that we do have that technology. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But those things are out there. I've witnessed it. I've seen it.
Can I speak to that real quick? Because I think absolutely we know that these things are there. We have paid for them, the taxpayers of this country. We've paid, hundreds of billions of dollars into this, and that's just a fact. But if you believe Donald Rumsfeld, the day before the towers were attacked, that's $1.86 trillion. And that was just then. So I would say the budget's there. And I'm not saying it's all tax money. We've got a lot of money that defense contractors are wheeling and dealing every day. You can account for all the DUMBs, all the UGBs. You can account for a lot of anti-gravitics. And if we've got shuttles going back and forth to the moon or Mars is what I was really meaning to say. You can account for that's probably a lot of TR3Bs. And I would say the number, my experiences out here in the country in North Carolina tell me that when I witness a green craft cross all the way from zenith, like overhead as I'm driving, and that thing is on the horizon. It goes so fast that I barely have time to see it and go, what the? And I'm thinking, okay, that was holography. That's just somebody messing with me. That was one of my encounters. And then I'm driving home, and within 15 seconds, there he is on the left. Those same old guys I've been watching for years, low and slow. He's a jet, but he's silent. He's quiet. He's one of these, I call them they're all to me black ops. He's real quiet, and he's following that thing that I was thinking, okay, well, that was just somebody's holography test, seeing if I'm, being programmed by Bluebeam. And I'm like, well, if that's what it was, then why is the guy I call Spooky Joe over here, number one, following right over, because he's almost over the field that I'm going through out here past Carolina Farms. It's actually Anillarack, which is Carolina backwards. Been going to work there for 20 years. And within minutes, because I'm like, oh man, that thing must have come down in a cornfield over there somewhere. So I'm going to find out. There's got to be flames. If he came down that fast and he was in distress, that guy is he's got to be on the ground. I get up there before I can even get 2 miles down the road. Guess who comes around? It's either his buddy or it's the same guy again. Black ops, real low, real slow, not a sound. And I've seen them fly as low overhead when I was out there working one night, went out to smoke one, and man, that guy was so low you could have thrown a rock up and hit him. Looks like a Wonder Woman jet, has those straight wings, kind of like, I don't know if it's a gas tank at the end of each one. Either way, so quiet. He did it twice because, of course, they're coming out of Cherry Point or Bragg or something down that way, Pope Airfield. But they do it so low and slow, and you're like, where's the sound, bro? I know we've got the noise-canceling technology, but that's what your taxpayer money can do. That's what that can do. And here's what I just want to say one more thing. What Greer says is, look, this is a transnational group. Let's not try to scapegoat anyone. This is a group. That's how they get.
You're near Fort Bragg. You're near Delta Force, and so not Delta Force, JSOC. You're near JSOC Command, dude. If you've got like Task Force 157 or the Air Force, Special Forces, Delta, Navy SEALs, the Delta Force, dude, if there's those types of, it's not transnationals, you're talking about some serious black ops stuff there.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's my point. I've watched them for years, and I went out one night to just film those drones, and they kind of watch you. They know where your cell phones are, and they can track all that. But that's what somebody did. They sent a guy, same vector, came, and I'm just out there, making notes of within an hour. I think I calculated over 70. I couldn't tell you if they're drones or if they're manned, but I'm like, look, we don't have any local airports here. Why would these guys be out in the middle of Hillsborough in the country? So I'm watching these drones, and I got up to some number when the first guy comes over with that Wonder Woman jet. And after about 20 minutes, he did the same thing. And if you've ever been to an air show and seen like a Piper Cub go so slow, those guys, those stunt pilots will go so slow that you're sure that little Piper Cub is going to fall out of the air. It's just like, how does he do that? That's how slow this Wonder Woman jet was going, so slowly that I'm looking at him like, what the
hovering over my house? When you're hovering, dude, and you're moving on multi-axes. I mean, dude, you don't just hover. Planes, I see them go by to George Bush Intercontinental Airport all the time. These things were hovering. These things were, and they were in the house making dude, it was the freakiest shit I ever saw. I'm 42 years old, and that happened to me when I was like the edge of 17. And dude, whatever that shit was, it was not normal, and I got multiple people like, dude, this was fucking freaky. What the fuck was it? So yeah, dude, there's something out there.
You know that some of it can be, we got different types of choppers, and those are very quiet, some of them. There are planes that I know this. If they don't want you to see them, you won't see them. I don't mean to sound like, oh, I'm important. No, it's just they're kind of laughing at you to me. I just take it as, I've been paranoid most of my life, but especially for the last 20 years, and even before that for certain reasons. But this guy doing that thing is just like, oh, okay. So they're showing off. And I ask the obvious question, is this ET just wanting to kind of get a closer look? And they can look, man, I am sure that what they can do is appear as a jet. They could appear that low. They could appear probably as a rock sitting out there if they wanted to. That doesn't bother me because I'm not afraid of them. I'm really not. It's the people who are using this technology. They use it to manipulate. They use it to mess with us. And I know we kind of gone down the path. We have gone down that path here of Bluebeam. But I just want to touch on a real quick point. And I wanted to say that first, but we're into this. Yes, we could very easily be a binary system. I'll give you two scenarios, and they're both legitimate science. One, what we have is a black sun. That means that the sun that we are with in this local area is so far away that we think of it as far, but remember, that's not far, whatever I mean, by astronomical standards. It's invisible because you see at best, I've heard 6%, let's give it 10%. Most of the matter, whether it's dark matter.
We've seen all the stars.
Can I just finish my point? I'm sorry. I want to make a quick point.
You're talking Intel. I'm not sure what kind of. I want some of the drugs. You know, I smoke pop myself. It's all good. But you're talking nonsense, buddy.
No, buddy. Let me finish. If the sun is in a spectrum that we don't measure or that science has yet to either measure or even acknowledge or certainly to confirm, and I think you'll find, like Planet X, which is more than hearsay, they basically know there's planets out there larger than the demoted planetoid.
What the hell are you even saying, dude? I want some of that. I want some of the shit you're on.
Buddy, come find me. Come find me.
Let's try and respect everyone's thoughts here.
Yeah, but come on, man. We know what the stars.
Thanks for taking control back because Intel is going nonsense on us.
No, my name is Andrew, by the way. And I'll give you the second scenario.
That's not Intel complex.
Here's the second scenario. You believe in quantum entanglement, or am I smoking something that's too heavy for you? Because here's
quantum entanglement is a real thing, but it's not a legit. You know.
Gentlemen, it sounds like you're arguing with yourselves. Does anyone else feel this way?
No, I feel like I'm trying to make a simple point and I'm getting shut down.
Yeah, that's what I feel like too.
Can I just say it quickly? If quantum entanglement has us caught up with another planet, as the mythology tells you, we are the lost Pleiad. Please study mythology because it gives you the answer. If we're way over here and you say, yeah, but that's way over there. Yeah, but what's quantum entanglement? It's how things that are way over.
Entanglement is the idea that there can be multiple worlds existing at the same time. How do we traverse them, Andrew?
No, that's necessarily
correct. And again, I apologize. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I mean we're going off on so many tangents, and unfortunately, or realistically, there are so many tangents to this shit. This thing called reality, you know.
I'm just giving you two possibilities that are concrete science that we're still working to prove. One, we are a binary system because we are quantumly entangled with the entire Pleiades constellation. It's in your Bible. It's in the other scriptures. I can name it in the other languages, and I think it's concrete science, and we'll know it soon enough, too. There's a dark sun. It's close enough. It's in the mythology as well. Study the Thule. Study the Nazis. I don't really like them. That's why I use that word. I'm sorry. That's dark shit. I don't want to go there, but I know about it, and I'm just pointing out most of the stars in the Milky Way galaxy are binary or ternary or multiple.
And we know
stars.
where they are.
But we may be one of them.
Well, or we may not be, which would be super weird. That would mean half of us was in a black hole and half of us wasn't, which would be very weird. I'm going to stick with Complex Commander's reality, but Andrew, you're cool too.
Well, you say reality, but you're acting like, you know, it's like, okay, that's his reality. What if the reality is that what I'm saying is a little bit ahead and science is getting there, but it's easier to take the easy way out because you don't have enough to go on yet. And I just gave you two scenarios that we do have evidence for, and we have indications even in humanity's past before science even came about in the modern era, and it all points in that direction. And sometimes, like they say, you can lead a horse to water. Thank you.
I understand that, and thank you so much for explaining that to me. I appreciate it. It's real interesting that you feel that way, and thanks again.
Feel that way, and yet I gave you concrete science. Thank you, and I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, I think.
Is it all right if I
go ahead,
roll
bro.
up?
Thanks.
I'm actually rolling up right now. It's taken me a long time to understand where Andrew's coming from, and on this particular instance, I vibe with Andrew. I think that he's right. Did he leave before I got a chance to like?
Yeah, he did.
Damn it, he still blocked me. I'm trying to get on his good side. I'm over here nodding my head, doing like, this is it. This is my come up. This is my moment.
Come on,
and the dude dipped out.
Come on, bro.
It's cold.
Let's
No,
go.
you guys, no. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Matt and Complex, you guys got to read a book.
What
I
book?
understand all of them. All of them. There is a lot of astrophysics that is kind of up in the air, and we get very cocky and confident about the things we think we know. But these are falsehoods. So what Andrew's talking about is that there is evidence of another planet or another something out there that these wild orbits of these asteroids are going for. It's not theoretical. That's like
black hole
they have
stuff,
it.
dude. That's like Nazi shit.
It's not. It's not. It's real. And he's right that most and Chase or Logan said this too. Most systems that we find are binary. So all we have to do is say, what could be this object? It could be a Neptune-sized planet. That's the theory. But it could also be a very small, like, black hole. There's stars that orbit black holes. We know this to be true. We wouldn't be able to see it. We wouldn't know where it was at. So there's room for Andrew to be right.
Going towards the binary stars, because they would be coupled. There would be a magnetic influence between the two star systems.
What we have is incomplete data, so it looks like we're basically tugging at like strings and stuff. So we think we have a clear picture, but we clearly don't because we discover new things all the time. So there's room for a black hole in the mix.
Name an astrophysicist who's looking into that binary star system stuff, because if the subject matter experts aren't looking towards
They
it,
are looking into it. They are looking into it. There's a whole bunch of people looking into it. I think Taylor brought this up, but I mean, there was dudes on Chrissy Newton's show and other people's show. There's I forget his name, but there's scientists and undergrads and stuff that have been looking at this. There have been papers written on this that they found a bunch of rogue orbits of asteroids. And they found out that they're all aimed in the same direction. They ran it through an algorithm, some AI, and it determined with 99.9%, not accuracy, but certainty, that there was another object.
I'd just like to see the evidence. I'm just asking what astro.
Oh, for sure. I'll post it up. But this is as far as cool. Matt, if you don't know this, then you should catch up a little bit. Like, this has been going on for at least 10 years. This research, and it basically legitimizes some of this weird 12th planet business, but it's there.
I just want to see it.
Yeah, but no one has said, "Hey, this is a black hole." Nothing like that. No one has said. They basically kind of tried to figure out what kind of planet it could be, which is still probably the case. And it's probably like a Neptune-sized planet or something like that. But I'm just saying, there's some room for what Andrew was saying to be kind of like in the mix. And I did get what he was talking about. I did get it. Although he does go on rants and tangents, a lot. That one landed for me. But Complex, I can totally see what you're talking about. Like, you know what I mean? And I think it's important for everyone to acknowledge when you're talking about theoretical something, and when you're talking about established science. Because some people who love established science take offense to people presenting theories as if it's settled science or it's in the same caliber. It's been vetted the same way. And it hasn't. It hasn't. So it is kind of strange.
A scientific theory is different than just a hypothesis. So if someone is claiming this is scientific theory, then where's the evidence? And you should be posting it up to the Jumbotron if you're making the argument that this is legit, because I want to see.
No, not in this case, Matt. Not in this case, because this has been going on for so long that if you don't know it, that's on you. Like, that's on you guys. If you guys don't know about the study and all this stuff, no one can expect to catch everyone up. And, yeah, the idea of the other object out there. Like, it's not fringe and it's not new. That's the only reason. Like, I know some fringe stuff, and I know some stuff that's not going to be accepted, and I also know some new stuff that hasn't been accepted yet. This is not new or fringe. This is established. So there's a whole field of people looking into this. You know, I mean, there's people written their papers on it, gotten their degrees on it. I'll find their names right now. It's I think it's a Eastern European guy and his professor from like one of these colleges. Let me look it up.
Intel, you got something about binary star system?
No, about I guess UFOs. This is kind of like a request from any of you. It's kind of a lead that I'm kind of following. I guess on my own. Did you guys ever like watch that one NASA stream where like there was like this light that was shining? It was down near the bottom of the camera, and there was all these like little like they looked kind of like circular wheels within wheels within wheels. I'm not sure if you guys have the video to that. Like there was a bunch of them. Like they're all like moving slowly. But it was all just like a bunch of like circles, and they all kind of like became smaller and smaller and smaller into like one little tiny circle. I'm not sure. Have you guys ever seen anything like that?
Yeah, sounds
That
like
was
Orphan.
that was an old style NASA. Tether,
Intel,
tether experiment.
you're gonna have to keep your. There's some like really loud echo vibrations whenever if you keep your mic on. So I'm not trying to hopefully be too. Hopefully, I'm not saying this rudely. Just it's echoing. I kind of can't hear anyone. So
Thank you. Please, I would like to know what that video was. That guy.
Complex, did you know?
That was the NASA tether experiment, where they were trying to, pull energies, energy is everything. Radio frequency, your phones you're on. It was the tether experiment. You can look that up.
Power from like friction in the space where it would and it got very energetic and it blew up or something like that, right? That tether that was supposed to pull in electricity or something.
I have a theory that those things, I have to go look at the video, but I have a theory that those little circular wheels within wheels within wheels, that those were spiritual entities. I think they were. I think that those things, they might have been spiritual entities. I don't know. I could be wrong. But I would really like to look at it.
I knew they said that it was an electricity, like they were trying to generate like electricity, like from a tethered, like grabbing either ionized particles or something, but the charge buildup on the end of that tether like was like a static explosion or something like that.
Well, you're not wrong, and Twitter Spaces may be delaying, but you're not wrong when you're saying that. But it's the same thing as the antenna on your car, or the antenna in your window. It's a piece of metal that is attracting energy. That's why radio works. Everyone, let's learn about radio. RF, radio frequency. There we go.
Yo, Kyle, what's up, man?
Well, when I was listening to Andrew earlier, I did see the couple shows that I watched where these scientists were talking about a huge gravitational force that was tugging on our planets, and they measured this, so they assumed that there's a huge nether planet that was causing this gravitational force tugging on all the planets, and they assume that it's outside the asteroid belt to where we can't see it, and they think that it might be a brown dwarf star or something like that, but that's all rumors. And they're like, I don't know if this was like CIA papers way back in the day, but they were talking about it was Wormwood, where there is a dwarf star that has planets around it. They call it Planet X, that goes around our sun every like 3,000 or 10,000 or 15,000 years. It causes mass devastation to our planet because it flips our our planet upside down or something like that. I don't know. I heard research and stuff on that a long time ago. I just wanted to. I think that's what Andrew was talking about, but I'm not
talking
sure,
about like that the Nibiru planet or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's Nibiru, Planet X, or something like that. But they used to call it Wormwood.
Star system.
Toop, what you got on that?
I just real quick want to say, obviously, I respect Complex and Matt a lot. When I said read a book, I was just joking around and talking from Andrew's perspective. So I hope you guys don't think that I really want you to read a book. You guys are some of the most well-read and smart people in the room. So there's that. Yeah, total Nibiru vibes. They were talking about this planet for a long time. It's supposed to have this huge orbit, way different. This is all mythology and shit from Zecharia Sitchin. Take it with a grain of salt. But it's Professor Konstantin Badgin at Caltech, and then Professor David Jewett from UCLA, and they're the ones who crunched the numbers and found that there is a whole bunch of wild orbits and shit. And the only explanation for it is that there's a massive object way out, and they predict that the orbit of it is different, like the 12,000 year range, 25,000 year range. Some people even suspected 75,000 year range. It's all conjecture. It's just that they know that it's big and that its orbit is huge. So there is a lot of guesswork. You know what I mean? It's a theory at this point because there's data now, right? It was a hypothesis at first, but now I would consider it a theory because there's data, and they just can't find it. They can't see it. But there's so many things out there. You know, they're monitoring it. They're checking. They're having AI check the sky and look for signs of this thing. And that's the reason why I suggested that it could be something of a black hole, because of the random evidence that we have that, you know, it's rare to have a single star system. And here's another rare thing that people don't really talk about. I'm sure people know it. Complex and Matt, I'm sure you guys know this. Our solar system is very unique. Every single other solar system we've ever found, every one of them, all of them, the planets are much closer and kind of larger than our planets are to each other right now. So every other system we had, an object like Jupiter would appear like the size of our moon. That's how close these objects are in every other system that we've ever found. They're much closer. So we have this very unique thing. And to think, this is total conjecture, but the idea maybe that we have this huge binary star or bigger planet or something that may be like causing some of that, or could affect some of that. That would be an interesting thing. Like, I wonder, why is our system so different in that way? Why are our planets so far away? And there's a lot of theories. All right, hypothesis. I think that our system was like that. It used to be much closer. The planets were much closer, which is why we have a lot of descriptions of planets and the order of them in ancient art and stuff like that. They were literally able to observe it, is what some people think. Just a theory. Yeah.
No, thanks, Sam, for finding those names, because that makes a little more sense than saying that we're a binary star system. So I appreciate you looking up that.
Logan?
I'm glad me talking about binary stars started a conversation about them. Very interesting. And we have a weird moon, don't we? Like, there's no other planet that has a moon as close as we have ours, you know? And it's interesting. I wonder what the inside of the moon looks like, because no matter how big, you know, the size of a crater gets, they're always the same depth. You know, all over the moon, they're always the same depth. So there must be like some like really hard layer in there, huh? Anyway.
I think Logan's just trying to start another conversation. I like it. Intel?
Yeah, so I took a look at that tether video. First off, I just want to say I'm pretty sure those things are spiritual things that are flying all over this earth. I'm positively sure of that. I think those things are flying all over the place. I don't know how they captured that image of those things, but I think that they're all over the place. I mean, those things, they were like
they were flying all over the place. That was like, wow. I've seen other another video on YouTube somewhere, and I'm not trying to discredit anybody's faith in this or their thoughts in this, but it was some sort of video where they were talking about Nibiru or something like that, and then they showed some sort of like little thing or little something. I don't know what it was, but it was like some little like thing that was like flying into the screen. It was like moving around a little bit, and it flew away, and they thought that that was some sort of planet. And I was like thinking, I was like, no, it was really grainy. You could barely see it. It was like kind of like really fuzzy, very fuzzy. But I think that NASA tether video, I think that gives a clear view of what those things look like. And I think that there's probably other videos out there that show those things. And those things might be those things that you might see in the sky, like the UFOs, like the extraterrestrial crafts or whatever. They might be those things that you saw in the NASA tether video, except maybe they just light up in the sky. Maybe they can, those little things, maybe they just take the form of certain objects or people, or Lord knows what those things are. But that wasn't just like one hovercraft or vehicle. I mean, that was like thousands upon thousands upon thousands of those things. And I want to know again, if you don't mind answering this, what was that tether video about, and how did they go about capturing those things? Where about in above, where were they when they captured that video in space? Like, what was their mission? What were they trying to do? How did they get the capture video of those things in the heavens?
I know a little bit about it.
Please, I would love to know.
Okay, so it is like what the it's first of all, it's really long. I think it's something like 12 miles long or 7 miles long. It's one of the two, but it's way longer than it looks. Because it's capturing and reflecting the sunlight, it appears really bright, but it's really long, really narrow. And they did it to, what were they testing? I'm trying to read within right now so I can, they're just testing data, and they were like dragging this tether, I think, to see if there's a static charge or something weird, and it snapped. So then it's floating out. They got this great view of it. They're watching it. The people, looking at it that are in space, like, what the hell is going on? They're like, there's a lot of debris showing up, and here's what shows up. This is strange, okay? Because when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, this is odd. It looks like bagels or donuts, like made of like white light, and there's all these bagels or donuts like floating around, and there's a lot of, they zoom in, they zoom out, and they're kind of flashing. And at first, I thought they were just out of focus, like dust specks and stuff. But you see them all the time. And there was another guy who got to view these, because you can like rent time on like satellite for imagery or whatever. And this dude spun it around and then just looked at its face and saw a lot of this stuff. So what he saw was an infrared. Okay, if you change the lens to infrared, ultraviolet, these are the things that you can. These are the things you can see. And so this is what's interesting to me, and so I'd like your view, and also anyone else, right? Is that no matter where the camera was angled, these things always presented themselves as perfect, like toroids, face on with the camera, which is interesting, right? Because why would they all be perfectly perpendicular to the camera? So clearly they're spheres, but something about them you can see inside, that you can see the dark center of them. So they look like bagels, or they look like these weird like toroids. But they have to be spherical. Otherwise, some of them would be disc-shaped. Some of them would be oblong. But they all look like perfect circles. So it's very interesting that way. And the idea that they are like spirits and stuff. Dude, you should look up, if you haven't already, check out what John Ramirez has to say about these things and about orbs. And the fact that most orbs are visible in the 600 nanometer light spectrum, which is orange, which is the same color as our sun. It's interesting.
I would love to respond to that. I think, and forgive me if I try to go into talking about God, but hear me out here. With the rainbow, did you know that the rainbow itself is actually it's circular. It's actually circular. And if you were to look in an actual rainbow itself, it is the same. It is the same exact type of spherical type thing that you see in that NASA tether video. It's almost the same exact thing, except it's colorful, but it's not moving around.
And there's a book called like Rainbow something. Does anyone know what it is?
Wrinkle in Time.
It's a book about like rainbows and like how like our world is like it's supposed to be like a really awesome book. You reminded me of it. I keep forgetting to get it. Rainbow, like it's a rainbow world. It's like a rainbow. I think maybe it's a movie like about our world is like magnetic or electromagnetic or something. Anyone know what I'm talking about? Rainbow something.
I guess I'm not going down the path of saying our world is rainbows or made of rainbows. I'm just trying to show that there is a relationship in creation between those things that you see on the NASA tether video and how a rainbow, I mean, it has that same type of circular shape. I mean, you can even go to looking at your eyes and you still have that little like circular like shape to it. And just really quick, in the Old Testament, it talks about when someone's looking in like a vision and they see what looks like in the heavens a wheel within a wheel within a wheel. And you look at the NASA tether video and you see these things moving all around and it's a wheel within a wheel within a wheel.
Definitely something about spheres and circles when it comes down to basic geometry and the behavior of light, lens effects. Rainbows are just half circles, right? So you could draw some comparisons and the mention of wheel within a wheel within a wheel.
Well,
but I think some of that is like contextual semantic. It's there if you want to see it. You know what I mean?
A rainbow itself is not actually a half circle. I mean, it's a full circle, but you're only seeing half of it. So if you see the rainbow in the sky, like not like over the horizon, but if you actually see a rainbow in the sky, and you can look this up, you will see what an actual rainbow in its fullness is. It's like it's a completely circular object, and it has that same type of structure that you see in the NASA heaven. It's that wheel within a wheel within a wheel.
I found the tether video. I'm going to try to post it up here.
Hell yeah. Kyle, man, go ahead.
I didn't realize there was hands. My bad.
It's all good.
You know what else is crazy, Logan? You're talking about the depth of the craters on the moon. What I think is kind of weird also is when you look at the moon, full moon, and then in the daytime you look at the sun, they're like the exact same size. I think that's weird too.
Dude, that's Kyle. I didn't even recognize you. Oh, hey, what's going on?
No up, bro.
Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Are you guys familiar with the phenomenon called the bokeh effect? It's actually something that's been discussed in relation to Jeremy Corbell's video of those pyramid-shaped UAPs that flew over some hangar ship.
The bokeh is the out of focus like light source.
It is, and it has to do with the way the camera will basically interpret out of focus objects, and they will appear as pyramids, literally appear as pyramids. And it's quite easy to recreate.
Depends on the shape of the aperture, right?
Yeah, and I believe that video got so much attention, but it's completely fake, and it's easily explainable, but it's just really unfortunate that video got so much attention because it is very likely the bokeh effect.
I've seen those black triangles moving like that. That's why I gave it credence, because I'm like, dude, I've seen those black triangles hover over my house. It wasn't a night vision effect. It was something moving like that. So if it was a bokeh effect, let's say there was a drone, okay. But what I saw was moving like left to right, like it was like an equilateral or equatorial axis, it could move. So I've seen something that can do that, and
I believe you. All I'm saying is like that particular video, because of the way the pyramid is facing the camera perpendicularly to the camera, there's just something very fishy about that. The other thing I want to say about the tether incident, there's an episode on some show on the History Channel where they recreated that effect, and it's something to do with the camera, and it's quite easy to recreate as well. And the problem is like Chupacabra was saying, when those objects are all facing like the camera the way they are, like think about out in space. Why would all of those objects face the camera that way? It doesn't make any logical sense, right? So I think it's very likely to be some weird effect of the camera.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's the only explanation. And when I'm looking at the objects themselves, as they present, they're all the same shape. And sometimes a little different, I will say that, but there's only two explanations. One is it's just the shape of the sensor or whatever, right? Basically the back of the iris or whatever of the camera, and it's just showing up. Every light source will show that when it's out of focus. So there's definitely a high chance, in my opinion, that that's exactly what that is. And the other thing is that these are interdimensional spiritual beings floating around looking like spheres. And I need more data, but I will say that I would lean towards this is a camera effect. There is debris out there. Those objects could still be there, but do they necessarily look the way they're presenting, or are they just out of focus points of light? Most likely the latter.
And I personally believe there are some much more convincing TR3B videos out there that are much more interesting in terms of the angle at which they're filmed, how they're moving, things of that nature. So I'm just talking about these particular videos that I feel pretty easy to explain.
But it can't be bokeh because the model of the cameras they had didn't have that on it. They couldn't have the bokeh on it. Right?
I saw a paper that was talking about how there was the actual camera itself, and then there was the night vision adapter on top of it, and the two apertures overlaid each other did create a triangular shaped opening, which was
no false iris needed. It doesn't have it.
I don't know what you're saying about a false iris.
No, he's saying there was two, Logan. He was saying there was
there's one aperture
to the front camera and then one inside the actual camera.
It's like this monocular thing, right? It's not like a...
I don't know enough of the details about the video, honestly, or how the Navy ended up releasing it or how it was even shot. So
look at the PVF-14 monocular. Like, you'll see, like, their model doesn't even have, like, the bokeh effect. Like, there's no, like, adapter that'll make it that. They don't need it.
There's not a camera that exists that can't have bokeh. Like, if it has an aperture... Here, I'll post a link on this.
I don't understand.
I think what's funny though is like when people see the movie though, or videos like that, in the moment, it just gets you deeper in the rabbit hole of wanting to find more videos like it because it's just so interesting. Whether or not it's real or what it ends up being, I think it's a good video to get people interested in it and intrigued.
Yeah, I'm a little embarrassed. I'm new to Twitter Spaces. How do I share a link on here with you guys?
So you'll have to tweet it out and then post it up top. Normally there would be a little purple box in the bottom right corner.
Oh, okay.
You could typically do it there, but Shane needs to adjust his settings and fix that. But not in this space, unfortunately. And then to share it up to the billboard up at the top there, you click on your tweet and do the share thing.
Right.
It's in the box at the front, yeah. And then you can click the OldVet UFO Symposium, and it'll post it up here.
Gotcha.
I'd like to post something real quick. I was just looking at the video, so I don't know who was talking. This has to do with that video that you guys just saw, the NASA tether video. When I post this video, I want you to take a look at the... Don't worry about what the title of the video says, but just taking the hypothesis that those are spiritual things that you are seeing, look at what the video, like the person who made the video, look at the object and see those things that are moving inside of the objects, and have it in your mind that those things are the same things that you saw in the NASA tether video. Just hear me out, okay? They might be out of focus, but just you can kind of see it.
But the thing is that the tether was to generate electricity. It was a test to see if they could create a power source from space, and if there's like little particles that are energized, they will glow like that.
Well, just hear me out. These things are probably spiritual things. I don't know how they captured it, but these things are probably spiritual things moving around. All right, just hear me out. In the video that I'm going to post, don't worry about what the title says, but look at the object that the person who has posted the video, look at the object that they are focusing on, and look at the little objects that are moving inside of the objects, and tell me that does not look like the NASA tether objects that you saw. Okay, just hear me out, okay? We're going to do a theory. This is a hypothesis.
Hey, Kimball, what got you into the spaces, man, and into UFO Twitter? I'm curious.
I was mainly on UFO Reddit, and then they were talking about Chupacabra, and then someone mentioned that he had his spaces. Actually, I think it was on a podcast. Chupacabra was on a podcast, and they were praising his spaces. So, yeah, I joined the first one.
Tupac, it's getting big, bro.
Yeah, I just posted a link and then some images to what I'm talking about. Like, you can create any kind of, like, people will do hearts or pine trees, and you just literally put that over your lens, and anything out of focus will be that shape. It's really easy to do. I'm not saying they deliberately did that with Corbell's, Pyramid Navy. I don't think it was deliberate. I think it was an accident, but yeah, I mean, it's pretty. There are some cameras that have triangular apertures. Most of them have like octagonal ones, right? So they look like circles.
Reproduce that, so it's like, okay, maybe there was something about the camera, but whatever it was doing that attracted people's attention. So,
where can I post this this video, this YouTube video? Where can I post that to?
So you'll have to post it on your page, or you can, you'll have to basically just post it on your page for now, and then you can post it up top using the share button, basically, and you should be able to share that tweet up to the big screen up top.
Share it to the group.
So why are all the meteors only a certain depth? That's a good question Logan asked earlier. Or is that even true? I don't know.
What do you mean by meteors of certain depth?
Logan, what do you mean by that?
By what?
You're talking about how the moon craters are only a certain depth?
Yeah, what about them?
It was a white object.
Yeah.
I got.
What do you mean?
There's answers for that.
I was just saying that, like, the moon's, like, interior is probably, like... I'm sorry, my dog's having a fucking nightmare. Oh, it's okay, buddy. And so, like, the moon's interior is probably, like, super hard, right? Because shit never goes past a certain, depth.
There is alternative theories for craters than just impact. There's impact craters, and then there's what they consider to be electrical discharge craters.
Oh, you're right, because the moon has like an insane amount of, I guess, craters with I'm using the big finger things like towards like the north and south poles of the moon. There's they all gather around those places. It's so weird,
and they spiral. So they spiral in formation.
Yeah.
So like they're going along essentially the most intense Birkeland currents, which are the magnetic like ropes that connect, that are the magnetic field. So it was, a lot of people thought that the moon didn't even have a magnetic field for a while, but it does. It's just weaker than the Earth's. And it's out in free space. Its atmosphere is very thin. So essentially, we have this buffer of electricity, which is our atmosphere, right? And that allows storms and the water cycle and lightning. There's a healthy amount of discharge for it, and we can all survive here. We're all having a great time. But sometimes... Sure, and then we have all kinds of other things that create it. But on other moons, and you can find this on Saturn's moons, these moons are around planets that are very volatile in terms of their electromagnetic field. They're almost like mini stars, right? So they're very intense. And so the moons in their own little magnetospheres, right, within their larger gas giants, are very highly charged, and their planets are very scarred from electrical discharge. And so the moon is kind of not that dissimilar. And then if you look into the history, there's actually a lot of reports of people seeing little fireballs happening on the moon. And some people put in like blue jets and all this stuff, and those are essentially those discharges that can happen, and some of those can create craters. And there's hexagonal craters. If you look at the moon, there's a lot of very definite hexagonal craters, and that hexagonal shape is the shape that basically Birkeland currents are these magnetic ropes, right? The electromagnetic field is consisted of all these little ropes. And when you bunch spherical or cylindrical things together, they will create hexagons naturally, like a honeycomb shape. And so that's the reason why when you see hexagonal craters, it should be looked into where they're at, what part of the planet that they're on or moon that they're on, because that would be an indicative of a discharge crater versus a impact crater. And there's a lot of hexagonal craters on the moon.
Hey, Tupac, I have a question for you. You know the James Webb Telescope, when it took that pristine picture of all those stars, wasn't there like a six-pointed, didn't the stars look like a six-pointed shape?
Yes, but that would be due to the shape of the lens and the shape of the mirrors. Chris can probably speak to that. I'm pretty sure that's reflective of the mirrors. Because it's definite and it's visible in every little picture they take. Like every lens flare is like that.
Yeah, I think it has to do as well with the exposure length. Because the longer you leave your exposure open, like any lights, if you take your camera and do it, have a bunch of like flares out that aren't usually there. I could be wrong, but
I wanted to say that I just posted that video. I'm not sure if you guys want to take a look at it. And just like I said, focus on that object and look at the objects that are moving within that object. You can see that object that you saw in the NASA tether video. You can see that there are those same type of objects moving in that video, and they're the same. And you can probably find more videos like that from people thinking that that's like a planet moving or something. But I believe that those are spiritual things that are moving inside of that, whatever. You take a look at it, please.
And Until I will back you up a little bit on this, because I'm pretty sure I heard like stories from like Dorothy Izat and maybe a few others about beings up in kind of the stratosphere that get pulled down to Earth and can't get back up. But so I mean, it's definitely a possibility. But Sam, you wanted to say something, then Chris?
Oh, I just watched the video. Hell of a soundtrack on that video. I'm not sure exactly what I'm looking at, but I do think that bokeh, right? When you zoom in on a very far away light source and the camera isn't focused in the right way, and essentially what happens is it focuses on this weird reflection. And that reflection is usually the shape of the sensor or the shape of the aperture, or a combination of both. And in this, I think it's a combination of both, where the texture you're seeing actually might be the sensor, and then the shape of the might be the aperture. But I could be wrong. But I just watched it, and I don't think that that's necessarily it doesn't explain it all. I'm not saying that that's the only explanation for it either. It's just that I've seen I've seen it before, and it does look like bokeh, but the soundtrack is killer.
Yeah, those are some good beats. I posted some images and then another link on I tweeted that one on my page if you want the actual website, but you can see they just put little cutout stencils of Christmas trees or stars or hearts, and then you can see that bottom image that's like purple, all the little heart-shaped bokeh, and it doesn't matter like what angle you're pointing at, they'll all show up as a perfect heart shape. Any light that's out of focus, and I think that was kind of the tell on Jeremy Corbell's Navy Pyramid whatever video, is if you looked closely, all the stars were also triangular shaped, so it seemed clearly a bokeh effect to me.
And also the pyramids were blinking like the lights on an airplane, the traffic lights, whatever they're called on them.
Yeah,
so it's very consistent, very consistent with that. The other thing I wanted to say is, like, speaking of the moon, one of the most fascinating and freakiest stories about the moon was the time, I think in the 60s, when NASA dropped a lunar module on the moon, and it started ringing like a bell, like for hours, and they could literally detect it and pick up that sound from the moon as if it's like hollow or made of metal or something like that. That is super, super, super freaky and interesting to me.
Yeah, what are the possible explanations for that? The moon's hollow.
Well, yeah, that's a good one, right? Like when it hits like a certain distance, it's super hard, right? And then what if like a big portion of it inside is like a little hollow? It just rings it like a drum or something.
But I would want to know what frequency was it echoing on, because it wouldn't have been sound, it would have been a compression wave, because there's nothing in space that would transmit the sound. So the echo, I'm wondering what it was coming from, or that ringing sound.
Do you guys think you can?
I think it was just vibrating.
For sure. I was going to say something that was going to change the subject 100%.
I kind of like this. I kind of like this. I like this ringing bell idea, only because I think it would just be. I don't know.
But where do you go with it? Like, so it sounded like a ringing bell, but I don't know. What do you do now? You know what I mean? I don't know.
I think it would be isolated in it would be isolated in space. So imagine it would ring.
How would you compress the phonons? Or how would the phonons transmit?
What is a phonon?
A phonon is like a unit of sound. Like a photon is like a particle of radiant energy. A phonon is like a particle of compressed vibration motion or something. It's like the smallest sound particle, I guess.
See, I have switched to a different belief that there probably isn't, like, you can I don't think. Oh, I guess it would be space time. So, like, if the particles aren't space time, right? I don't know. I can't speak properly.
Quantum electrodynamics. This is quantum electrodynamics, like what Feynman won the Nobel Prize for. And you would have to have something that would transmit, like take that vibration particle and transmit it. So if you were in space, there's no mass to transmit sound. That's the reason in space no one's going to hear you scream.
Okay, now I'm following. Yes.
Now we're in our own territory, baby.
But you wouldn't hear the moon ring, so to speak, but it might be considered ringing to us. That's, I think, what.
Well, that's why I asked what frequency was the echo, or was there like some radio signal that was echoing? Because if that was a radiant energy that was sending a signal out that something was picking it up, then that could be different than a sound. But the frequency that's generating that sound is important.
It's a good
or
point.
emitting that radiant energy or whatever.
I think Event wanted to say something.
Yeah, it's there. I think they did. NASA said there was a atmosphere on the moon. I think they released that information in the late '90s. I mean, and I'm only taking that from that Uri Geller book, Penetration, that I'm reading now, because he talks about the moon and he talks about the ringing, and he says that they also have seismic measurement equipment on the moon, and that's how they detected it. They didn't actually. I don't think they said they actually heard a ringing, but their equipment detected a shaking on the surface. So, but there's apparently a light atmosphere on the moon. So that would mean that sound could probably travel.
It needs further study.
Yeah, I mean, well, and it wasn't Yuri saying this from his remote viewing. He was saying he was following stories on the moon.
Swan, man.
What's that?
I thought Penetration was Ingo Swann, not Uri Geller.
Maybe it's Ingo Swann. You could be correct. I could be completely wrong here. Sorry, but that's the book, though, Penetration, right? So
you're reading the book, not the title. So I guess that's or the author. So I guess that would make sense.
Well, I'm glad it's the author's been picked up, because there's some very weird language in the book at one point when he's talking about the female alien he encountered, and I'm like, wow, this guy's a perv. And so I started feeling like, oh, I should maybe not follow Yuri anymore, or Yuri, so it's not the same guy. So now I feel a little bit better.
Dale?
Yeah, like Penetration's definitely by Ingo Swann, and Ingo's not with us anymore. I think he may have been gay. I won't be quoted on that, but yeah, the sexy alien story was interesting. But after we were talking about the moon, look, that conjecture's been going on for a long time. Isaac Asimov said, well, how is it possible that the moon's the exact right size to produce a total lunar eclipse? Like, the fact that you would have that level of synchronicity, it's one of the most bizarre coincidences that you could imagine, and I'm pretty sure you're not going to find any other planet that's got that. Also, some Russian scientists conjectured before we landed there that it was hollow, based on, some of their theories. There was also an Australian scientist. He was interviewed on Australian national media back when it was still black and white TV, and he conjectured that the moon was made out of plasma. But for me, it's clearly a Death Star, and Star Wars was clearly disclosure.
Okay, so here's another theory I just thought of because Dale said.
Hold on a second. Rewind. Were you being serious?
Hold on, Logan. Don't let me
half serious, half joke.
Okay.
Don't let me move. Okay, so if the core of
Kaifi was like, I know something.
If the core of the moon was heated, it would be expanded, and so as it cooled down, eventually, like it cooled down all the way, basically, wouldn't it kind of like open up little cavities in the moon, basically? Is my thought process wrong here?
Dude, I'm just looking at gravity, and if something was cooling, unless you had some gas that like expanded at the time that some liquid was like molten stuff cooled, you could possibly have a cavity inside, like a bubble. But it's like the odds of that, you would have some gravitational attraction after all this time that would pull things towards the center, and you would have some tectonic activity that would collapse the bubble, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can see that too. Astral, can you add peaceful up? I guess when it gets to that last one, for some reason, it just doesn't let me do it.
Got you.
Have you ever heard of Credo Mutwa? Okay. He has this like cool prophecy where he talks about a lot of stuff. There's a lot of prophecies, really. My voice going dry all of a sudden. But yeah, we should talk about Credo Mutwa.
I don't know who that is, but peaceful.
Yeah, as you folks are talking about the moon, something just, I don't know, just jumped into my brain, and it's pretty far out, but I don't know the density of the moon in terms, geologically, but all of a sudden, I was thinking of, like, when you're looking at a Christmas tree ornament, and some of them are made out of styrofoam. I got to thinking the moon might be like styrofoam, in that it might be very porous towards the center, or even the whole thing be kind of porous. And so therefore, if something like within the core, and this is my imagination playing tricks on me, I think, if the core of it were all of a sudden there was molten whatever, like kind of like the Earth, molten lava somewhere had formed at way back, and then it cooled. If you look at the way bells are made, and therefore the ringing, the way bells are made, they're formed, they're molten, and then they cool, and then the bell ringer hits the bell, and it goes ding. It's far out, I know, and I don't mean to be, weird about this, but okay, and then it produces, somehow there's a sound is produced, but Matt said that you really can't hear anything because it's in a vacuum. Therein lies the problem, other than that it puts out a vibration versus an actual sound per se. Just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Allegedly, there's some helium-3 on the moon, and so like I think it's helium-3. I think I'm right about that. Anyways, but no, it ain't helium-6. It's got to be helium-3. So, but like I said, I just want to know what they recorded that echo. Like, if there was actually a microphone, because I don't think they would have a microphone in space. Now, they could have a detector of something that could be like making those pings or scintillations or whatever, but I don't think that anybody from NASA would be putting microphones in space, in my opinion. I could be wrong.
It wasn't a microphone. It was a seismograph thing. And that's in that story. I think it was Event who brought that up earlier. It was just, it kept on echoing. They could tell it was reverberating. It would like go and then quiet down and come back again less, and then go and then come back again even less. So it was reverberating and dissipating over time. So they were like, "This is." I think that was the reading.
I wanted to just let you guys know I posted another video of those little tiny circular shaped things. It's just another random YouTube video. Someone's saying, "Oh, it's Nibiru." No, it's those same objects. They're just moving really slowly because the whatever device was used to capture that image. And I think there's something that is happening that is allowing the camera or human technology to capture the image of those things. It has to do with light entering into some sort of I don't know how to explain it, but it has something to do with light and light entering into the camera that will allow the device to kind of get a glimpse into what those things kind of look like the spiritual, whatever those things are. But you can clearly see that there's some sort of resemblance in this video to the last video that was posted to the NASA tether video. I mean, it's very, very, very similar. If you guys want to take a look.
Kyle?
Well, noise in space is transmedium, and when there's a lot of noise, it creates vibration, and that vibration creates energy, and that's what we can pick up on is that energy. And I've seen this one video. Actually, space in some parts of space, they can pick up noise because, like a star explodes or something like that. That energy we can pick up on and we can read it.
You know that the moon is older than the Earth?
We don't know any of that.
The oldest age for the Earth is like estimated to be about 4.6 billion years old, while moon rocks were dated at 5.3 billion years.
I had heard that one, and also the fact. Look, I mean the dark side of the moon, the fact that there's so little film of it. I mean, we can get all the way out and snap shots of Pluto and Saturn, and yet we've got fuck all photos of the other side of the moon, excuse my language, of the other side of the moon. It's just ridiculous. Look, it points to something fishy, in my view.
It's 100%. It's 100% a base. That's where you put the bases at, where no one can see them ever. No human being.
We're going to probably put somebody's go put them there.
Well, that's where you would put. That's where you would establish a base for extraplanetary travel. You know,
yeah, but at the point in time when people were doing that, they wouldn't have like pointed them outside unless there was a telescope like James Webb. You would have put a telescope on the dark side of the moon because that would have been some like perfect sunblock. But I don't think you'd put a base back then. Now you would, because it's like you could, like if China wanted to go further, you could put a freaking plasma beam or pulsed like beam technology that would take out one of their space voyagers or whatever.
I would suspect that there's multiple bases on the moon and that they sometimes have battles. We don't. I mean, I would suspect that China, America, have outposts on the moon already. Like they just don't talk about it, and they just hang out up there, and they do all kinds of science stuff.
Dude, that would be like the freaking Skynet. Like, what if you had robot wars on the moon already? Like,
China, like I thought everyone knew that. Aren't they already established out there drilling?
Yeah.
Not that's acknowledged.
I swear I posted like a video about it like a couple months ago. I'll pull that up.
You know, there's already. I'm gonna sound like a know-it-all. I don't know any of this stuff, okay? But this is what I've heard, and I've heard this from like bankers. These are videos I can find online again and post them in here. It wasn't like conspiracy people. There's theories already that there are offshore bank accounts, that there are off-world tax havens. There are platforms, space platforms on satellite dishes that they have their own tax thing. So there's already stuff going on when it comes to that.
Elon Musk has the first exoplanet ATM.
For sure, 100%. But like the technology to get us off the world has most likely already been invented, and they're already planning for the unrolling of that type of idea, that wave of technology. There is people talking about how people have already been off-world. We've been off-world for a minute, but there's no way that they're ever going to like let us get off-world as like separated nations. They want us to unify under one world government in order to like allow us essentially to like to go down these channels.
Cool? Like my Uncle Bob, right? He was director of Kennedy Space Center. He was director of shuttle operations, right? And he was giving this speech to our hometown at the Tullis Library in New Caney. And he was talking about, his contribution to the world.
What year was this?
Huh?
What year?
Oh, damn. It was whenever I was working KRTC. I want to say it was between 2010 and 2013. But anyways, he was talking about the International Space Station. You know that the Chinese can't go there. Like the patents on the like the locks, like to connect to the International Space Station. Like if you had a capsule or something, like the Chinese could not attach to it because they didn't want to sign on with the International Space Station. So you have no China wanted to create their own space station, and so Russia now wants to like book trips to the Chinese one, and they want to let the ISS go to shit. But yeah, like the way they connect to the ISS is like you have to have like legal partnerships in space for that kind of shit.
Chupacabra, were you essentially talking about like a breakaway civilization type thing? Like, where are you at as far as like extraterrestrial, ultra-terrestrial?
Oh, on that stuff. Like, yeah, man. I think that there is another level of life that we have yet to acknowledge through our main brand new, all right, since like the 1500s, the scientific thought, we have yet to address these things in this new wave. And I think what's happening now is we're starting to use our intellect, right, in order to like address some of this stuff that's been seen or felt for a long time. This external influence, this other force, which I don't think is necessarily aliens from another planet. I think it's most likely other life forms that are here that are on a higher level of life. You know.
So, would you call it extra dimensional or ultra-terrestrial?
Extra-dimensional, ultra-terrestrial, yeah, that's what I would call it. I would not call it extraterrestrial, but ultra or extra-dimensional for sure. You know.
But as far as like stuff on the moon and all, do you also believe in like a breakaway civilization type thing, or is that just super black government stuff?
I think that you could. I don't think it's a breakaway civilization. I think it's like a scout. There's a scout civilization. There might be a breakaway, but that's not what I'm talking about. I think that there are scouts. There are pilot programs that exist that we're not really privy to, and if they work, then they essentially lay the groundwork for a new way. But I personally have heard from financial people, you know, one of the ideas of this new world order is to get everyone under the same umbrella, so that way when we go to space, we're not fighting with each other, you know, for planets, and it's not just new wars.
Right now, it's not cost effective. You've got to, like, right now we can put it like a satellite or a drone. Like you got the drone space shuttle that's up there, right? And the X-35B or whatever, I forgot what it was called. But you don't need humans to live out there. That's like my uncle. He was like a man operating laboratory they were going to put like astronauts in space and spy on Russia, but they canceled the program because they could put a satellite up there. So you don't need like a breakaway civilization and have to have a life support system. You just put a drone up there. So right now, unless you've got somewhere you got to be, there's no reason to like have a person hang out there when they don't need to. So they don't have breakaway civilizations. They might have a drone satellite, artificial intelligence satellite. Like they might have artificial intelligence satellites out there, like Brilliant Pebbles or something.
I don't know. I don't think you know what you don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I look at what they're doing. They're developing that
for sure. In my opinion, like obviously this is probably well-worn territory. I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but the gap between moon visits is suspect, right? And that like all those things, right? Those technological developments that have happened, yet no return visits, no established bases, no off-world bases. Like if you wanted to even test out a life support system, you have to do it on the moon. There's no other candidate. You can, you know, I guess the space station, but it's like a tin can. Robert Bigelow himself 10, 20 years ago, maybe that's an exaggeration, but at least 10 years ago, was designing better, luxury units for like space travel back then, because he took on some other patent and shit like that. But his inflatable habitats in space are already way more advanced than what they have these guys up there in right now. So I think there's a front, like the face of NASA has. And then there's probably like a back end that does the experimental stuff that we don't even know about. And the same thing would go for like test pilots of experimental aircraft. There's probably already a base on the moon. Just if you just extrapolate the information we have and use like logic, you can. I think there's a reason to suspect it, which we all probably suspected. But I agree with you, man. There's not a lot of evidence for it. I would still say
we were booking rides with the Russian on the we didn't even have a way to space. Oh, dude, we had to beg and plead with the Russians to go to space for a while. So until we had SpaceX, launching up again, we didn't have an American space program.
Well, so, wouldn't you say this is all just a...
You go to moon. So anyways, go ahead.
I mean, I haven't looked into this much, but I know that there was a dearth in funding for NASA for decades, and couldn't you just say it was a lack of funding? I mean, that's why, SpaceX is private, and so they're kind of, he gets a lot of government money too, but the lack of funding from NASA makes me believe that maybe that's why we haven't been up there as much.
I don't want to get conspiratorial, but it wasn't there like missing trillions of dollars that we didn't know where.
I keep thinking of that. That's been in my head like numerous times.
Yeah, that's defense. That's not necessary.
If you consider space a territory to defend, if you consider space a resource,
you can't weaponize. There's international laws allegedly over that.
I love that you threw the word allegedly in there. Let's just stick with that.
Yeah, there's all these like rules and conventions we like pretend to abide by, but they don't care.
Russia doesn't even pretend.
Yeah, well, I mean, we don't either in some cases, but yeah, there was something like 2 trillion just a couple of years ago that they couldn't figure out like where it went.
I mean, obviously, there's experimental aircraft and weapons and all kinds of stuff. It's really silly to sit here and say, oh, it's for sure for this space exploration. But I think we all know in the back of our mind, there's a small percentage of us, or there's a small chance, right, that they're doing things off the books, so that there's no paper trail for the spies and for the enemy to find, not just for us.
You use subcontractors for everything, third-party contractors. That money gets lost real quick.
Yeah, man. I mean, they're already working the logistics out of how would you, well, for instance, right? Doesn't Diana Pasoka speak of a psychologist, a space psychologist, who initially was
Aya Whiteley, I think her name is.
Sick, right? So she's a real person, and she's meant to analyze all the the astronauts who were like leaving Earth's orbit for long-term space travel in order to like assess when they snap or to figure out all the signs of stress and concern, and like that was her job. But now what she does is she's trying to develop a way to analyze the language of animals, and according to Diana, she's made a lot of headway. That's caught a lot of attention, especially as it pertains to determining the language of like an alien or something, right?
Where did you hear Diana? Where did you hear her talk about that?
It must have been a podcast. No, it was a podcast. It was well before.
At the Archives of the Impossible, she mentioned Aya Whiteley.
Oh, that's it. It must have been.
It was the Archives of the Impossible.
Yep, and that's on YouTube.
Artifacts? What is it called?
Archives of the Impossible at Rice University. Diana Pasoka is
okay.
Intel, you've had your hand up for a minute.
Sorry. So I just posted another video. This is like in 1986 footage. You can look at these like little objects. They just kind of appear out of nowhere all over the screen. Like it's, satellite or whatever it is, looking at the Earth. or a video of the Earth, and it's moving, and these little things, you can see the little wheel within a wheel within a wheel things. It's the same thing as the NASA tether video. You can take a look at it. They're literally the same exact things. They're just appearing and disappearing. Some of them are doing a little flashing thing again. But you guys can take a look at it and judge amongst yourselves.
See, now this is a good soundtrack.
Dale?
Hey, wait, by the way, I just posted Dr. Aya Whiteley's
oh, nice.
talking about analysis.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, I'm just tracking back to when Tupa Sam was talking about the off-world civilization. I think he used the word ultra-terrestrials, which is that was the title of Hal Puthoff's recent paper, and in that he talked about the crypto-terrestrials and recommended a certain book. Now, I haven't read the book, but I read the synopsis and read some reviews, etc. And I think sometimes when people are talking about a pre-existing civilization, that's what we're talking about. Again, right, I never back any of this stuff. I'm just piecing together disparate pieces of data, like, Admiral Byrd's diary. He said he met those people. That's probably fraudulent, but it matches up with what a crypto-terrestrial scenario would look like. He goes to Antarctica. He ends up getting escorted by these spheres, which were metallic and could turn into light. Let's go back to Patrick Jackson on that one. He goes under the ground. He meets some Nordic, classic sort of Nordic alien who pretty much says, look, you're the surface people, you guys aren't allowed to have this and that technology, we keep an eye on you. That whole crypto-terrestrial theory, it's really interesting. It does tie in. And the elongated skull beings, I know a lot of people think that's binding, but you don't get increased cranial capacity with binding. And I chat with a guy named Orestes, a Greek scientist who has samples of the elongated skulls from Peru. He's analysed them, photographed them. It's a completely different bone structure. The structure where the spinal canal goes into the head is not the same as it is in any modern human, Cro-Magnon, Neanderthal. It's a completely different bone structure. The jaw structure is different. The anatomy is different. The DNA is different. Orestes claims that these elongated skull beings, which Nefertiti, Akhenaton were probably of that group. Certainly in South America they existed. A lot of European royals, these paintings are kind of hidden now, but there's early 13th, 14th century pictures of European royals with elongated skulls. So, that whole crypto-terrestrial, ultra-terrestrial thing, I think it's got legs. Again, I'm not going to back anything all in, but when you piece all those bits of data together, I think that's a theory that's got some legs. And it was Rumsfeld, wasn't it, in the day before 9/11, who said, "Oh yeah, we lost 2.3 trillion," and then kind of sat down. And wasn't that building, wasn't those records in the Pentagon, that part that got hit? But anyway, there's lots of dots to connect there, and I think that crypto-terrestrial, ultra-terrestrial theory, I think it's got some legs. It's interesting.
Well, it even involves the interdimensional aspect of. He sort of hints that that's how that some have been able to hide from us and have still been able to live amongst us at the same time. So that's interesting too.
I mean, they could be like avatars. You know what I mean? Like biological hybrids for literally built to be controlled by these like higher dimensional beings.
Isn't that what
It's interesting because what Orestes said, he's the Greek scientist, he said that based on his analysis of the DNA, they could breed with us, but the resulting offspring would be sterile in the same way as a mule is sterile. So, he claims that they are a hominid. They certainly were native to this planet at least, or that they've been long enough here that they've integrated to this planet. Or maybe we came from elsewhere, let's not even rule that out.
It seems like I've heard a lot of people say the Greys are like an avatar type thing. They're like these biological drones that are controlled by something else, which kind of makes me sad. I wanted the Greys to be like sentient, cool dudes.
I mean, it's still cool if they're being controlled by somebody. You can be like, yo, are you there? They're basically like a walking intercom, you know?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, I think some of that. You guys ever consider that, like, and this is like the thesis, I made a video about it, and like it's this concept I haven't been able to shake, which is that we all dream, and we dream so much that like these virtual worlds are probably safer to engage with us in. And the wonder of like if an alien or different dimensional or thought form type creature, whatever it could be, right? All the different options for aliens. Couldn't there be some that would only engage with us in this virtual world of like REM sleep?
I think for sure it's possible. I had a dream in like 2009 that no, it was like 2014 that Obama like went on the news and was like, yeah, there's like this other civilization that lives at the bottom of the ocean. They come out of these thermal vents, and it seemed so real. And I was like, damn, I hope that was like a prophecy of some kind.
So I think I had a dream like that about like Lou Elizondo saying there's a spaceship coming this way. I think I was telling Tupa that a while back. But Esther, you got your hand up, and then I think it was Kyle, then Peaceful.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hang out tonight. Y'all have a good evening.
Oh, thank you for coming out.
Thanks for having me.
And have a good night. Kyle?
I was just reading this article, and it's about China. China has developed an artificial sun, and I know you guys were just talking about breakaway civilizations and stuff like that, and I'm like thinking, why the hell would China have build an artificial sun? And I was reading it, and it said that this artificial sun got up to 70 million degrees Fahrenheit for about 1,000 seconds, and then they said that it reached up to 170 million, or was that maybe 150 million degrees Fahrenheit? And I'm like thinking, well, that would be like the first step to terraform a world, especially a place like Pluto that's just like ice and land. If they shot that artificial sun out to Pluto and kept it a certain distance, they can melt that ice and stuff like that. And also in this article, it mentioned that the UK and 37 countries, they developed the world's strongest magnet. And they said this magnet can create a magnetic field 178,000 times stronger than Earth. And so I think right now, as we know it, there's scientists and stuff like that already thinking about breaking away or terraforming a planet. I think we're just steps away from doing that, from what I read and see and stuff like that.
Didn't the U.S. Have a fusion reaction that was significant also?
I'm not sure about that. I know that they did like crazy experiments where there was that, what was it, the Philadelphia experiment? I don't know how true that is, but they created like some sort of power that supposedly made the ship disappear, and then it came back, and there's the cellars that was melted in the ship and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know if that's conspiracy or what all happened to that.
Kyle, there's a way to tie those together. What you said about developing an artificial sun, and then also this magnetic situation, and believe it or not, terraforming. So I looked into a lot of weird electrical stuff because there was some obvious electrical elements to what was going on, like in space and the things that you could see. So looking into all that stuff, randomly came across something called the Sapphire Project, which was this attempt to build an artificial sun based on reports of a lot of different things. And one of those things was like people finding old electrical engineers, the old geniuses, the gods of electricity, right, from the 1800s and even more recently, had these weird like tubes, these vacuum tubes, these weird fuses and stuff that when you turned them on or plugged them in, that they would create like little galaxies and these weird formations inside, like in like this gas, right? So they would essentially create stars in a jar. And that's what they call them. So it was just this. They tried to like redo this within the Sapphire Project. And I thought that was interesting, based on like all kinds of stuff. Some of it is like electric universe theory or whatever. So, you know, people have it's debated and should be until proven. But they looked into it, and Hal Puthoff was on the board of people looking into that. So that was very fascinating. And the idea is essentially you can create these little powerhouses by figuring out that stars are electromagnetic phenomena, not necessarily these nuclear fusion type things that they were like theorizing. Of course, this is all up in the air. Again, debated and should be. Yet, you know, one of the guys that I consider an interesting figure in this field happens to have a crossover with it, right? Hal Puthoff. So that's an interesting thing. And that's not secret knowledge or anything. You guys can look that up. But super cool, in my opinion. And the idea of creating an artificial star is creating like an artificial magnet, electromagnet. So both of those things kind of work together in an interesting way.
What's on your mind, Peaceful?
Kind of like the Neanderthal of the group, if you will. You folks are miles ahead of me. But has it ever been posited that the sightings of either beings or UAPs, the craft, has it ever been posited that they could be a projected hologram, in that they're not real, in the sense that you're viewing them in real time, that they're a projection, and so they pop in and out, being able to give the illusion that they're here, rather than being far away and projecting from great distances, or intradimensional. Has that ever been posited?
Yeah, it's certainly been posited. I think it holds some validity. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Alexi always talks about the shrinking and stretching of space-time, and that could be one of those things. Kimball?
Yeah, I've got a friend who actually is a vet, and he and his wife and kids saw a UFO in Virginia like 4 or 5 months ago. I tried to get him to come on here, but he's kind of funny. He's got like this huge Twitter account, but it's like really, I don't know. It's like a anonymous account. Anyway, he hasn't come on yet, but super huge tangent. I just want to know, have any of you guys seen UFOs? And if so, I'd love to hear some of y'all's experiences.
I saw like 6 of them. I saw black triangles.
Tell me about it. Like, how many times and what do they look like?
Well, I saw it once, but like I posted it at the top of my I pinned it to the top of my my page or whatever, me talking to Jacques Vallée, but I can post the YouTube. But no, like I came home one day and I was over at my friends. I was like around 16, 17 years old. It was like 1997, like May, June or whatever. And I come home, my stepmom was like, "Oh, Matt, we've been seeing these like black triangles," and they're like going wom 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 wom. I'm like, "You're fucking with me." I was like, I've got to go do my academic decathlon stuff. So I go up to my room on the 2nd floor in this brick house. And this takes me some time, I'm like, get home, there ain't nothing going on. And I start like studying for academic decathlon, get on my computer and shit back then. And all of a sudden, and you're like, what the fuck is that? and I'm on a second story brick house. So whatever I'm hearing is pulsating in this room on second story. So I'm like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go outside because whatever this shit, it's vibrating shit. I was like, so I go out there and I'm like seeing these black fucking triangles. They're like phantoms. Like the Ukraine got it right on that. They were like phantoms in the sky, and they moved like an equatorial axis. Like they didn't just operate with like Bernoulli's principle, like where you've got to have air going over the wing. You're traveling distance or traveling a certain vector, but these things were like just hovering. And then they were like going around each other and doing these weird formations and shit. And near George Bush Intercontinental Airport of Houston, that's a major radar. That's a major airport. And so to be within like 15, 20 miles of that airport, I see shit all the time. But this shit, like I said, I got home and they were telling me they were seeing this. I didn't believe them. It takes time for me to go up to my room and shit. But then I come back down and I'm like seeing these things. It was a cloudy night and they were these black triangles that were doing these weird formations. And the sound they made, you don't forget it. It just doesn't leave you. It's like it's a pulse. I was like, dude, it's just like, fuck, what the fuck is that? Because no fucking plane moves like that.
Did anyone else see it? Were you with anyone
Yeah,
else?
I've got it on my Facebook. I've got 2 other people that acknowledge that this shit happened. My dad and my stepmom.
Okay.
So
That's great. Were there lights on the tips of these triangles?
No, they were not. Okay. There was no plasma thrusters.
Gotcha.
It wasn't like the Belgium ones where there was a plasma, like I see.
Yeah, the red dot in the middle.
No. These had no plasmas. These were just solid phantoms, and they were just
that word "phantom"? Is it you're saying "phantom"?
Phantom, like the Ukraine.
Phantoms. Okay.
Like if the Ukraine said there was 2 different types of UFOs they were seeing, and they talked about the phantom ones. That's what I was like. I got a picture. I found this video on Twitter. It was the first time I ever saw something that looked like what I saw. And I don't know if this was a hoax video or what, but this was the closest thing that I saw that came close to what I saw, but I saw 6 of them.
Was it posted yesterday?
No. Dude, I talked to Jacques Vallée in 2019, right? At Contact in the Desert. Right. And so whenever they were talking about the USS Russell stuff that happened in July of 2019, what I was talking about was before that. It was before, like, the Boki and all that. So, like, I've got it documented that I'm talking to Jacques Vallée when he was stuff at Contacts in the Desert 2019. So, it wasn't that I was influenced by this Boki bullshit at the USS Russell or whatever. Yeah. I saw, I'm like telling what my family saw.
You should find that video and post it here.
Video of what? Jacques Vallée and me?
Well, no, you said you saw a video that looked really similar.
Yeah, well, I have a picture that I took, and I did make a video, but it's on my Facebook, and so it doesn't really come across. But this is what I saw. Like,
that's crazy.
I just posted it to the top. That's what it looked like.
I'll check it out. Anyone else see a UFO? I want to hear y'all's stories.
UAP, I see a lot of unidentified aerial phenomena. Orbs is the majority of what I see.
Okay.
Lately it's been... Look, I do... At night time, I've got a night vision camera, and I think they're different. Look, I don't know if they're ships, but they're pretty responsive. They do some flamboyant things sometimes, but I've never seen a physical craft. But I see the orbs and the plasmoids all the time. Like, that's just part of my life now.
You see them through like CE5, or you just see them randomly?
all the time. Like, you know, they are very responsive. CFI was never really my thing. You know, I went to one and it was like, oh yeah, okay, maybe it's satellite. And then after that, it was just a solo thing. I could just go out on my balcony or go out to a park and say, can you come? And things would show up more often than by chance, and sometimes instantaneously. And since then, they're pretty sticky. You know, I can film them pretty easily. Like if I wanted to film them, I can just go up to the roof and film some now. I have to set the camera a certain way, but the orbs and the plasmoids are pretty sticky. I see them all the time.
Can we talk about spheres? The metallic orbs?
Patrick spheres. Did anyone see the Russian video recently? That guy who was holding a bit of glass over his thing, and there was all these metallic spheres flying in formation above these chimney stacks. It's about a 6-minute video.
Whoa. Can you send me that?
I'll try and dig it up. It keeps sort of like getting deleted and reposted all over the place. But those metal spheres, well, look, I think there's a good reason Gary Nolan's involved on this, and there's a good reason he continues to retweet and post tweets in support of Patrick's theories. He's a very cautious guy, as he should be. I've heard on the grapevine that there's some preliminary data which is pretty solid, and I'm a member of a few groups which Patrick chats on, and he shares private data, and there's something to this, all right. I can't say if it's there's stuff I can't share. You know, it's private groups, but keep your eyes on that one. Keep your eyes on the metallic spheres.
Is Patrick the guy that was in the Ross Coulthart documentary with the metal sphere?
Patrick was mentioned in it. He didn't feature in it, although I think there's a little shot of him having a Zoom call with Gary Nolan. But yeah, Patrick's the guy who wrote a book called Quantum Paranormal. He's got a website, Facebook page. And so he was the guy who sort of came out with this theory that he's had access to the samples. Some of them emit radiation and binary code. They roll around by themselves, just like the Bet sphere did. Look, in my humble opinion, there's definitely something to be researched further. Is it AI tech? Patrick thinks it's alien tech, and they act like guard dogs. They take out UFOs which aren't authorized to come in our airspace. Gary Nolan's mentioned that when you look at some of the historical photos, you see these spheres around historical photos, so he finds that compelling. It's not like someone can go and hoax photos from the 70s, 80s and 90s. Look, in my opinion, there's something to it. I've seen plenty of video. I've seen people holding up radiation meters against these things, and they go off, they jitter, they move around. Patrick's binary code seems to attract them. I think there's something to it.
I saw Charlie was laughing. I think he likes the idea.
I want to comment. So you said that there was a certain special thing that he put in front of the camera that allowed the camera to see those type of craft. I mean, that would make sense because, like, with the NASA videos, like in space, like there's something going on with the camera that is allowing the camera to see these objects appear, however it happens. And I know there's other stories of people out there where they're like looking through it's just maybe binoculars or something like that, and there's some sort of event that happens, like the light is shining in a certain way that allows these things to kind of appear, or it refracts in the glasses themselves that let in some sort of light. Don't know exactly how it happens, but it allows the user to see some sort of objects or something that are like moving, and then they stay there for a little bit, and then they move and they go off screen somewhere, and there's some that just appear and they just disappear. That seems to be like a common occurrence in all these videos. But I would really like to see that video.
Some people allege that it's basically dicyanin in between two pieces of glass, and then they hold that up to either you can look through your eyes or you can hold it up to a camera lens. I think Patrick claims that it has something to do with the way the spheres cloak. He claims they have cloaking technology and quantum tunneling technology, and that they can transform in between plasma, atomic light, and metallic as they like. Claims that there was testimony of pilots during the world wars, saying that the Foo Fighters, the metallic spheres, they would turn up, they'd be metallic or glowing either red or white next to them, but they would actually come inside the cabin, so they'd actually come inside the plane. So they're alleged to possess very sophisticated technology, cloaking, quantum tunneling, the ability to emit atomic light, plasma, signal relays, and this lens, apparently, this isn't coming from Patrick, it's coming from the Russian researchers. He deleted it because he's since been spooked off, and some people are yelling fake, 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 so he deleted that post. But look, I think there's something to it, but I'm not going to go all in on anything. I just think some things have more data that we should pay attention to than others.
And what is this person's name, and where can we find this video or information at?
Look, I'll dig around while you guys chat, and I'll try and post it on the thread. I'll try and find the Russian video for you. His name's Patrick Jackson, so I'll Patrick Q Jackson, I think, is his tag on Twitter, but you won't have any trouble finding him. Just Google Patrick Jackson. Quantum Paranormal's the name of his book. I'll just drop you a link to Patrick's website, and if I can find that Russian video, I'll put that up as well.
I'm about to post Patrick's website right now. I found it.
Yes, the old pictures are kind of interesting, I will say. You can see some of these spheres. Some of them kind of just look like... Yeah, you got to be careful, though, when identifying the spheres, I think, just because some of it, I think the old pictures can get a little staticky and stuff, but it does seem like there's something to it, in my opinion.
I just posted Patrick's website at the top. Should be there.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of actually have a little plan, Dale. I kind of want to test his theory a little bit, but that's going in my own adventures.
Yeah, let me know how you go. He posts on his Facebook group. Plenty of people get these spikes in the electromagnetic. They get radiation. They get the shit scared out of them. Doors get banged. Chairs get knocked over.
Dale, actually, you might find this interesting. I don't know if I've told you this story, though. Like, when I went to that haunted house out in Mineral Wells, ended up running across some weird things.
No, look, I'd love to hear the story, so if you're not going to share it now, share it with me later.
Yeah, well, I just don't want to bore other people. It's nothing crazy, but one of the guys did, he was upstairs, he took a picture of an orb. It's interesting, and then I ended up conversing with something. It claimed to be like a demon, and it was kind of interesting, so I'm wondering, like I'm literally kind of going there a little bit to test out Patrick's, a little bit to test out my own. I want to go back, I should say, to ask more pertinent questions. Let's say that and write it down so that way I have accurate responses, and not just...
Very cool. I found that Russian video, so I'll post that in the thread.
Yeah, post that for sure. I want to see that. I want to hear your story, man. Tell us about...
Hey, I just want to... whoever wanted me to post the video of what I saw or whatever, I just uploaded it to YouTube. And I posted it to the top. Like, this video I found on Twitter, but I added the sound of what I heard. So this may be a hoax video, but I saw this craft, and this is how it moved, and this is what it looked like. But I added the sound. But if you put that in a police lineup, that is what I saw, and something out there looks exactly like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll have to go back and watch that because I can't ever click on the videos. Otherwise, it'll like cut the Twitter. But yeah, Kimball, to answer your question, it's kind of a long story, but I don't know if you can hear my dog, so I apologize if they get a little rowdy. But we were going to a haunted house out in Mineral Wells. So this is I think it was next to, my friend was telling me it was next to a old psychiatric ward or something maybe. And there was a couple wells on it. Like a kid had fallen down in one of the wells. So it was kind of like a creepy place. There's supposedly like, it was a brothel back in the day and had a couple of murder, suicides, stuff like that. And apparently there's a couple entities living there. And so I was going to check this place out. I brought a telescope because they're also doing like sky watching stuff. But I wasn't interested in that. I have a couple friends, who take some cool pictures of stuff in the sky anyway. So it's like, okay, I know what that is. So I wanted to go investigate inside the house, and it was cold. And so I'm inside the house. Daniel has another friend, and his dad or her dad came along as well, because he was kind of into this stuff and wanted to check some stuff out. And so he goes inside the house, and me and him are talking for a little bit, and inside like the middle of the house, and then all of a sudden he kind of gets he just kind of starts wandering around, like he's very conscious at first, like he knew where everybody was, but then at that point he got like focused in a way, I don't know, and started just kind of running around the house looking, like went up the stairs, and then got like pulled into a seat and sat down, and got this visualization of this dude kind of walking by him, like murmuring some like some evil things, so to speak. Not evil, but just, well, yeah, it was evil, it was racist. And then the dude, he got a very visual like name and a face, and so like he got a face, and then he comes like sprinting out of the house. And at this time I'd kind of walked outside the house and I was chatting with someone else, one of the ladies there that was running the thing. I'm not sure exactly what she did, but he comes out like dripping sweat, and there is a so he Googles this name. It's like William Poole, and it like, yeah, he was like, yeah, this dude is pacing around me, like saying all this stuff. And the owner of the house, we find the owner of the house to like try and figure out who this dude was that he was talking about, because nobody was familiar with him. The owner is like, oh, no, we had bought that at we actually have that, because he Googled the name. Sorry, he Googled the name first to just show us exactly who he was talking about, see if he could find him. And it was Bill the Butcher. His name's like William Poole or something. And it turns out, I think the owner of the house had bought the axe and medical bag in a auction, like like one of those auction houses or whatever. So that kind of caught my attention, and he said he was like terrified to go upstairs. And so like at that point, I'm like, I kind of want to go check upstairs. And so I go up there. They have like a ghost box. And if you don't know what that is, it's like an FM radio station just getting constantly changed. And it's hooked up to, I don't know exactly how it works, honestly. But it was weird how it did work. So I went into a room, a little closed off room, to kind of give whatever it was upstairs some space. And we started, the owner was with me at this time, because actually I ended up following the owner into that little small room, so we could end up kind of seeing what was up. There ends up being like a battery thrown, something like that. I didn't see that, but I definitely heard it, and I don't think any person threw it. But, you know, I obviously can't verify that, although everything was, that whole house has cameras all in it. But then I start, so we're trying to elicit a response, and the owner keeps like kind of insulting the demon. And at this time, I didn't know it was a demon. I thought it was just like a ghost or something. Oh, and sorry, I missed this part too. This dude came in and like he got like scratched by something, and so that's what started the conversation with the owner. Is like the owner was trying to figure out who had ended up scratching this dude, and like over the voice box it said like James, and the owner was like, no, that wasn't James. James doesn't do that. And he had a suspicion it was Toby, so he started saying, Toby, did you do that? And then like this rocking horse started moving and stuff. It was kind of strange. And yeah, because there's a couple different things to set up. So sorry if this story's making a little... It's been a few days, so my memory's kind of like, I got to put a story back together. But we stay in that room. We keep kind of asking it questions. And yeah, okay, so we're really trying to just elicit responses. And what I was trying to do at that point was just determine, like, what is this thing, right? Like, is this even a real thing, or am I just kind of hearing stuff in my head, you know, like, because I don't want to just buy into everything, because that is not smart for any of us. But it seemed to really like the color red, which was strange. It didn't, and it also seemed to respond more to the owner's voice than like my own, which was interesting, although it would respond to me at times. And especially it would get an immediate response if like I asked a question and then the owner repeated the question. And the owner of the house, not, you know, the demon.
Wait, Chase, come on. I can't, you keep going on, but I got questions, bro.
Yes, go
Where
for it.
were you at?
Okay, so it's a house out in Mineral Wells.
Okay.
I'll send you the link. It's Murder Hill House or something like that.
Where's Mineral Wells?
Mineral Wells is a city out in Texas, so it's kind of yeah. It's, if you think of Dallas, if you go south and then a little south and then mostly west, it's kind of out there. It's a small town, you know. They used to have flowing mineral water underneath it. I don't know if it still. I'm sure it still does, you know, but there's some water connection there too. So I start kind of asking it my own questions. So my first question is about the Greys, and it seemed scared of the Greys. I can't really tell you why I knew it was scared, but the response sounded scared. And then me and the owner were just talking to the Greys, and or not the Greys, sorry. Me and the owner were just talking about the Greys, and over this box you hear like a couple girl voices say like "help us," and so that was kind of strange. And yeah, there was,
dude, like, that sounds like, man, don't be messing with the mind parasites, bro. Like, if it's a ghost, that's one thing, but once you get into like demonic, like NHI shit, bro, that's a different like world. Like,
yep.
one time at my job, like, we thought we had a ghost, but nobody died. I mean, this was a big plan or whatever, and like, we bring in these EMF readers and shit. Somebody had a ghost reader, and I go, "Is anybody out there?" And boom, that thing pinged like a motherfucker. I was like, "Nope, I'm out. Nope," because there ain't nobody that died, and it ain't an echo of anybody. You start messing with some demonic NHI shit, that mind parasites, bro. Like, nope, Stanislav Grof shit. Nope. I can't do that, bro.
Yeah, and there was some other aspects to it after doing some research further that kind of convinced me that this is a little bit more real than not. I'll put it that way. Yeah, I'm not doing this lightly either. So I do want to go back and ask some questions. Though.
This just happened a few days ago.
This happened roughly about a week ago. I want to say, yeah.
Dude, did they follow you back? You got any hitchhiker stuff going on right now?
I haven't seen anything. I mean, I've been kind of keeping a lookout just because I'm curious, but I'm just not going to stress about it, even if I do see something. Because I think it's, I guess I'm a little deluded. I don't know.
Just don't let them
not worry about it. I don't know.
Don't let them infest your place, man.
No, they're not. They're not allowed in my. They're not allowed in my home. And I did
make it well known, bro.
Yeah, they can leave. Dude, they have somewhere else they can go.
I've heard some stories about people who went to haunted places and to check shit out, and next thing you know, they're seeing things in their backyard, and I'm not joking. Right, you may not be able to just say no, don't follow me home. They kind of, it's never happened to me, but from what I've heard, they do have a will of their own. But just a little warning.
Yeah, close that portal, man, dude. Once you open that yourself to something, bro, you're open to that energy. Unless you find a way to close that circle, bro, I ain't messing with that. Nope.
Yeah, maybe I'm just a little stupid.
Maybe, bro, but dude, maybe that'll be your ward of protection.
Yeah, and I've been trying to think of questions too, and I will say thinking of questions has actually been quite difficult. I didn't realize how difficult this would be. I got a lot of ideas, but no real questions yet. Peaceful, what's up?
Yeah, I'd like to reiterate a story. Story to me, factual. And maybe if you folks have heard it before, cut me off and say go home. I was stationed in South Korea a number of decades ago, and we had a gentleman who was our unit sergeant, if you will, and he would call us all in one by one into his office, and he said, look, I'm just going to dabble here with you guys, and I'm just going to tell you a few things. And each one of us that left, our jaws dropped down, because he somehow was able to say that he knew a secret that only we would only know amongst our with a loved one, let's say, like a sister or brother or loved one, and he was able to say things. So when every one of us that went in, and there was 5 or 6 of us, came out just with our jaws dropping. And this particular sergeant, if you will, I would pass by his barracks accommodations, his room, every morning, very early in the morning, and there would always be a light on. His light was on 24/7. So I went in one day, he invited me in, and he said, hey, he goes, just want to share some stuff with you. And he started sharing some what would be called white magic, and where he dangled like spears and needles like over his palm, and they would move just on their own, without moving it physically. And so he goes, oh, I want to show you this book. So he shows me this book, and he said, he goes, this book, there's only like 5 of them in the world. I think he mentioned the name. I want to say Alistair Cromwell.
Alistair Crowley.
Maybe it was Crowley. Okay,
yeah.
Maybe it was a medium or something.
No, he was like the most evil man in the world.
Okay, all right. So this guy's showing me this book, and it's got a pentagram on the top of it. And he goes, there's only like 4 or 5 other copies. I said, what are you getting at here? Because I didn't know what the heck he was talking about. And he goes, well, I'm a warlock. I said, what the hell's a warlock? And he goes, well, you've heard of witches? He goes, I'm a warlock, and I got into it when I was stationed in England. And and then he starts telling me about these stories. He goes, well, there's white magic and there's black magic, very dark magic. And he goes, so he tells me, and I'm telling you, I'm not lying. I heard this with my own ears. He goes, he was in Germany one time in a barracks with a bunkmate, if you will, and he decided he was going to try to conjure up something. So he's laying in the bed, goes in some kind of a trance, and this like hideous being came out from the ceiling. And the guy that was in the bunk next to him was stone cold, like pretty much drunk. But it even woke him up because the room went icy cold, like it, and the being came out of the ceiling, and the guy woke up and he says, and this thing went away because it must have startled him, and he came out of the trance or whatever he was in. And he goes, I don't know what you did or where that thing came from, but he goes, don't ever do it again. Because he went from being like drunk to sober, I guess, in the flash of a... So I'm just telling you folks, because I never went back into his room. I decided, I said, Sarge, this stuff is not for me. There was something in my inner being that said, walk away now. I'm just telling you folks that stuff is there's something to it, the dark side, and Ouija boards and all that stuff.
Well, white magic is more like yoga. It's the science. White magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will, using means not currently understood by traditional Western science, for the purpose of obtaining the knowledge and conversation with your holy guardian angel. Now, black magic.
That's a direct quote from what you just said. Is a direct quote from Aristocrat. But what you just said is
it's a direct quote from Donald Michael Craig. But
yeah, look,
in the book
they work together.
Modern Magic. But the black magic is the science and art of causing change to occur in conformity with will, using means not currently understood by traditional Western science, for the purpose of causing either physical or non-physical harm to yourself or others, and is done either consciously or unconsciously. So, like, white magic is to converse with your guardian angels, but the black magic is to cause, like, harm to yourself or others, and either consciously or unconsciously. So if you like intent, like that's yoga, and it's like manifestation of your will. And so it depends on how you manifest, and what you're trying to manifest is magic.
Yeah, I take this actually quite seriously because, I mean, yeah, I don't want to fuck around, basically, fuck something up.
Yeah, you should take it seriously.
Matt,
you really should. That's wise.
If I can jump in here, Matt, if I hear what you're saying is that with any of this, be it dark, black, white, you're saying it's a projection of yourself. Aren't you discounting like real beings?
It's a projection of your will. So if you pray, like people pray to God, well, that's white magic. You're praying for something. You're intentionally trying to focus a will. So prayer is a willful act. And according to Dean Radin, like in real magic, that like prayer or whatever intentional act you're trying to do to cause a increase in chance to an outcome,
that you would like that's magic.
Yeah, but I'm still not tracking there, because then you're almost discounting actual beings, if you will. I mean, whether it's like what Chase just recounted to us, or let's go out there, the
Personification of
Amityville horror, or haunted homes, haunted businesses, haunted whatever. I mean, aren't we going under the assumption that they're detached beings, that they're not a projection of your will?
Right, but there's like in magic, you can invoke certain personifications of, because everything's a personification in religion, and whether it's a creator being or whatever deity, it's a personification of something. So in a lot of
are you talking about incantations?
Well, you can, you can.
Okay, somebody wants to do a spell on you. I mean, I'm going way off, but like voodoo.
Yeah, you ever seen those people like sitting in fire, like in a friggin' fire in Africa, and you're like, what the fuck? These guys, are their clothes not being oxidized through thermal oxidation? I mean, that's some serious stuff. These people just sitting in a burning fire in Africa.
Well, that's not unlike yogis,
right? There's something force field or something around them, so that field form, like I was looking at this DTIC, or Defensive Technical Intelligence College, or something like DTIC stuff, and it's like, if you have a field form of life, if there's a field that a spirit, can, I don't know, but you incant something and you create spirits, because you can create spirits. People did that like back in Spiritism, like what's his name, Crooks, and what's the guy who wrote Tarzan. Like, these people were testing spirits, and they created spirits. And so you can conjure spirits, and they can have an effect on things. And
so is that to say, when people are doing seances, they're not, it's from the person's imagination, if you will, rather than actual beings?
But the group, like a church, you could have a church, and you could the spirit-filled church, like a charismatic church, and that group of people, like if two or more are gathered in a spirit's name, it is there. You can create this material form of consciousness, and they were doing this back in the 1900s, and so
Spiritism.
Yeah, I mean, Allan Kardec, Brazilian Spiritism. You start going to what's Kardec's book, the Spirits book, the Medium's book, the Gospel according to Spiritism, Heaven and Hell, Genesis. So yeah, like Kardec, they were doing some table turning rituals back in the day, and automatic writing, and you start creating spirits. You could people. It's been shown to happen, but you got to be very careful what kind of spirits you're opening yourself up to, and there's mental shit that's beyond what we really know. And you're just messing around with stuff. There's things that are out there that you don't know. If you don't know what you're doing.
Well, I mean, people say that the Ouija board, which was like mass produced by Milton Bradley, it's a company, and I think it goes back to
or is it Parker?
Or Parker, excuse me. You're right, right, not Milton Bradley, Parker, and some of them, if you go back far enough, they were actually manufactured in Salem, Massachusetts. Whatever. But but I mean, there's warnings come with that. I mean, kind of I mean, people warn, once you get wrapped up into that, you don't know what you're dealing with.
You want to hear something weird? Is like my grandma, like when she was at UT Austin, like her and her sorority sisters were messing with the Ouija board, and she asked the spirit board, the Ouija board, what the name of her husband was going to be, and it told her my grandpa's name. I don't know if that was a good thing because she lived a life of hell, but she her some of her children changed the world. I'll just leave it at that because I can't really describe that in more detail.
You don't want to?
What?
Never mind.
No, there's reasons I can't talk about certain people.
Yeah, that's fair. Sorry. I don't know. Have any of you guys ever experienced anything like that?
Is anyone speaking? I might have to leave and come back.
I'm here. I mean, that was cool to talk to you and Chase. At least Sam's alive.
I'm here. I'm mostly listening, but like I said, I don't have any personal stories other than that third person. You know, with me being with the sergeant in Korea. That's my extent.
Pretty peaceful. I mean, if you were in Korean War, man, you're pretty.
No, I was not in the Korean War. I served over there. No, I'm not that old. I'm getting there, but I'm not super ancient. I'm old as dirt, but not quite moon dust.
Well, the Korean War is still going on, right?
Oh yeah, we're stationed. We have people there all the time. There's bases all over there.
So you're technically still a veteran.
Yes, I'm still a veteran, but not of the actual war itself. No, I would be in my 90s. But anyway, I am vintage though. Let's leave it at that. Oh, here, if I can add this, you guys were talking about spheres, and I couldn't help but think of. And now this happened again. This is secondhand information. It happened to a family member of mine. I don't know if you're all familiar with, because I guess it's a very odd phenomenon. It's called ball lightning, and it's where there's a thunder or lightning storm in your area, and the ball lightning is literally a ball that can be anywhere from, let's say, couple of inches in diameter to a couple of feet in diameter. And so this family member recounted a story how she was near they had a fireplace and there was an electrical storm, and this ball came down the chimney out into the room, circled round, went back up the chimney and out, and it was gone. And there's been other accounts of what they call ball lightning. I guess there was a gentleman on a flight going from New York to Washington, and he said that they encountered an electrical storm, and this ball about 8 inches in diameter or whatever came out from the pilot's cabin and went down the aisle right past them. And he said, and I don't know where it went from there, but it just like kind of lingered. So the ball lightning doesn't have to be like a lightning strike where it's like a millisecond and it, kills people. It's just like a contained energy, and I don't propose to understand it. I'm not a physicist or a meteorologist or anything, but I'm just telling you what I heard of. But I don't know if anybody else has had that an experience with it.
Look, just before you came up and spoke, I was relating Patrick Jackson's. Well, he was relating stories from pilots who saw the Foo Fighters, and he said that's exactly what what you just described is exactly what Patrick said. The spheres do, these metallic spheres, they can transform into balls of lightning or balls of plasma and go inside the planes. So I was just, if anybody wants to listen back, they would hear that I just related that story, and here you go with even closer testimony to exactly what I'd heard from Patrick.
Yeah, and from what I understand, it's happened throughout, millennia, I guess, or whatever. But it's just not a so common thing. It's not an everyday occurrence. I guess it happens. It doesn't happen. People that were maybe in other civilizations, unadvanced civilizations would take that as being some kind of a sign rather than a natural occurrence.
And then the two pieces of glass, is the Dicinian just a dye that you basically paint on the glasses or the glass, and then
yeah, look, mate, this may be urban myth. They sell Dicinian goggles on eBay and Google, although strangely enough they are hard to find. When you look them up, it says out of stock. It may be an urban myth, but the rumor is, or the allegation is, that Dicinian, if you apply it, you put it in between two pieces of glass and push the pieces of glass together, then you look through that glass, that it reveals cloaked objects or objects which are cloaked with a certain type of technology. Now, beyond saying that I've heard other people say that, I just can't verify at all. But back to the ball lightning, the fact that it went inside the plane, I mean, what are the chances of that? And the fact that they used to hover along next to the World War II planes and come inside the cockpit.
Yeah, and don't you think it's odd, because I had another family member say that one time lightning hit the house, and the bolt came through the window, and I'm thinking, how could it go through the window without melting the glass, because glass is made from sand and also other stuff. And I found it odd that it could go through the window and then cause some kind of damage on the inside of the house.
Patrick calls it quantum tunneling. He believes that these spheres, these metallic alien tech spheres or crypto-terrestrial tech, I think he leans towards crypto-terrestrial, but he believes that they have the ability to quantum tunnel. So basically assume a phased, this is fringe frontier science here. We're not going to get the right words, and I'm not a scientist. But essentially, he claims that in his book and his interviews that he uses the term quantum tunneling, that they somehow can manipulate the quantum field and pass through solid objects. I mean, I think I've heard. I think Ponty has said that the Greys do that, if I'm not mistaken. I think Ganga might have said that as well. So it's allegedly real tech, but again, alleged.
The spheres that you're Dale, the spheres that you're talking about, though, they're on the form of like either extraterrestrial, as opposed to maybe to what I think I'm talking about, the ball lightning being literally ball lightning from a lightning strike, if you will, or some kind of an electrical storm or thunder electrical storm within an area, and then it happens.
I need,
Yeah,
I
look,
need, I need, I need to speak to somebody really, really intelligent, real quick. Like, I have a question. Okay, so the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Like, if you have like a certain uncertainty in the Planck length, because you have to be below the Planck's constant. So, is Planck's constant really constant? Like, if you like the Hamiltonian, the Schrodinger's equation equals h psi equals e psi, and the psi expression of the wave function, like if you like the you can't determine the position or the speed, like under a certain statistical probability, statistical mechanics. And so below the Planck length or the Planck diameter, you get into that fuzzy area. But what happens if you have a particle, like a magnetic unit, like a craft, right? That's a particle in a box. And inside that particle, you have that uncertainty fluctuating, whether it's like changing that up and down spin of the unit, and like if you keep fluctuating it so much, it's outside of the it's a big uncertainty area. But the Planck constant is, I wonder if you can change it depending on the size of the particle.
Wow, trying to follow that.
Do you know what I'm talking about with the Planck's
Are you talking
constant?
about oscillation?
Yeah. But Planck's constant says in statistical mechanics, you can't identify the position or the momentum like at the same time. You know, that's the Schrodinger's equation, right? It's like the particle in the box. It's the cat in Schrodinger's cat. You can't determine the position and the momentum. Like throw a cat up in space, you don't know if it's alive or dead, right? It's the particle in the box.
But is the observer influencing the observed?
Right. Well, but it depends on. But everybody likes to throw out some quantum shit, but that's below a Planck length. That's below the Planck's constant stuff. That's where quantum mechanics really comes into play. Now, if Planck's constant could be changed based on the size of the particle, like the energy density of the particle, then you could throw all kinds of like funky like quantum wave functions in on a macroscopic scale. But quantum mechanics and Newtonian mechanics don't work until because we still haven't figured out that the grand unified theory. So therefore, quantum mechanics has to stay in the realm of the below the Planck length, and so we haven't yet united Newtonian and quantum worlds. But if the Planck's constant wasn't really constant, you could fluctuate it based off the size of the box, then perhaps you could create some like craft that operated inside of that fuzzy quantum world or multi.
I kind of get it in my Neanderthal cranium here.
I mean, that's some deep shit. It really, like, if you don't know what you're talking about, that's some really deep shit.
Oh yeah, but would it go along with this ball lightning? Okay,
yeah, because you can create a craft that could act like ball lightning if you had it contain plasma.
Lightning is instantaneous. It's milliseconds, if you will, and and it usually has a force of like a gazillion
Depending on the
volts.
observer,
Right.
Depending on the observer.
So having a concentrated ball of lightning, literally ball lightning, being able to float down.
What if the saucer was the ball?
Yeah, and like I said, that one guy he recounted how it came out from the pilot's cabin. So it must have came through the door, because the pilot's cabin, they don't necessarily have the door open, and if it came in the pilot's cockpit, if you will, and then came through the door and floated down the aisle within inches of him, and just acted like that. And the same with my family member that said it came down the chimney, came out from the hearth, floated around, and then went back up and out, and that was it. But not in a millisecond. It happened happened in real time, in seconds, if you will. So it's weird. But so I kind of get your concept. Yes. Thank you.
There's people who've had them come in their cars as well, right? It actually did hurt them.
Yeah, and with the skinwalkers at the Pentagon, it was noted that a guy was driving down like a road, and his daughter was in the vehicle.
Yeah, and then I think he died or something. Like they had some really adverse.
Right?
What? Yeah, something like that.
Well,
Damien John Knott in Australia, one of Australia's most prolific experiences. He got blasted by either an orb or a vessel with so much radiation it burnt his arm, and he's got cancer now. It was featured briefly on Ross Coulthard and Bryce Zabel's Need to Know podcast. They actually put pictures of the radiation burn. So, I mean, and if I'm not mistaken, Gary Nolan said that maybe 25% of the people who had that close exposure that he'd studied, I think 25% of those people died from their injuries. I might have the stats wrong, but that was the figure that was quoted in a Daily Mirror article.
Yeah, it sounds right.
Oh, and keeping in the vein of lightning, I'm sure some of you, or maybe all of you, are familiar with Daniel Brinkley.
I'm not.
No, but Daniel Brinkley was hit by a lightning strike, and it literally knocked him out of his shoes. And afterwards, he started being able to experience things. I think he called them the beings. He was in the tunnel or whatever, like near death, if you will, because it really did almost take him out, and he was revived. And after that, his whole world changed. His whole life changed, because he was hit by this lightning, went into this near-death experience, saw these beings, which I think he called them the beings, if you will, the beings of light, I think he called them. And afterwards, he had like precognitive abilities, all kinds of things. And at one point in his life, he said, "Oh, okay, well, let's capitalize on this." He goes, "We're going to go to the racetrack because we're going to figure out how to beat the horses." And that was a no-no. That fell on his foot, because apparently once you're giving these abilities, you're supposed to use them for good and not necessarily for your own gratification.
Well,
and
you want to go ahead?
Yeah, no, I mean, he actually saw like a life review, because I guess he was in Vietnam or something, and he was a sniper, so he was able to feel and remember people that he had killed while in combat, and it kind of like it was kind of a wake up call of him and his own humanity,
That's a little like eerie, because remember how I was telling you about my grandma, like with the Ouija board or whatever?
Yes.
Like, okay, so her son, he was a killer. He was Navy SEAL, right? He's in Desert Storm, and one night my grandma Deshawn, she wakes up in the middle of the night, and she just feels like she's got to pray for my Uncle Daryl. And so she starts praying, and
anyways, like a little bit later on, my Uncle Daryl, because he couldn't know where he was. He was Naval Special Warfare. So he was like, she's talking to him, and she's like, Daryl, when you were in Iraq and on this such and such time, she's like, I just felt this need to pray for you. And he's like, Mom, thank you for your prayers. They were much appreciated. And she knew that my Uncle Daryl was badass. He was JSOC. Those who know SEAL JSOC stuff, I mean, this is some serious shit. And so, my grandmother Sean, she's waking up to pray for him, and he was the one that told me back in like 97. I think it was about 96, 97, about Noriega and remote viewing and shit. And so yeah, there's stuff that's out there.
There's stuff we don't know about for sure.
Oh,
I mean,
of course.
this Danian Brinkley recounting that the humanity side of, I mean, where he empathized with those he shot. It was almost like he could see their faces again or something, like, and he had this empathy come over him. I'll share this with you, and I can't confirm or deny or whatever, but it was recounted to me how a gentleman who was in Vietnam, he actually became a believer. From this, he was between a tree and a bomb blast, and the bomb blast should have killed him, but instead it's almost like the shrapnel went around him and tore into this tree, but nothing happened to him.
I will say that whenever, like, I do have uncles who are American heroes on both sides of my family. And one thing I learned from my Uncle Daryl, like, he was an unknown badass. He's won the Silver Star. He was there in the Panama invasion. He was the ultimate badass, and he still is. And but one thing he gave me when I was a little boy, it was like the first time I got to meet my mom's brother, and he came in from Hawaii or something. And my Aunt Lori gave me this little Bible. It was an NIV Bible. It was just a small little Bible. But looking back on it, that is what got him to escape Sears School at Bath, Maine. It's what got him through was his faith. And he gave me that little Bible. But looking back, it's like, that was a lot. And whenever it took me 10 years to graduate college, and whenever I finally graduated, he wrote me in my graduation card or whatever, he said, Matt, you have the resiliency and tenacity that the American eagle of the trident bows its head. And that sticks with you. Like, I was like, that is the best thing somebody ever told me. Because it was not easy getting through college. When your uncle tells you have the resiliency and the tenacity that the American eagle of the trident bows its head, that means something. Like, I can't even make that shit up that quick. That was an honor.
It's got to mean a lot from an uncle who's been through combat.
Yeah, and I was recycled. It was like, dude, it took me 4 times to get through thermodynamics. I think it took me 4 times to get through biochemistry, but finally got through that and got my degree in chemistry. And I went to Poland. I got research doing like DoD stuff. I got published in a physical chemistry journal, and it took me a while. But I
I found my swing. And sometimes it takes you a while, but you just got to keep recycling and just say, I'm not going to ring the fucking bell.
Nice.
No, it sucks because I got the scars, and, and everything. But, that's what I would try to preach to people is hope. Don't ever give up. Nothing is over until you can't have until you give up. It's not over.
Yeah.
Even if you give up, there's something that'll carry you if you keep trying. I learned that in life. That's one of my life lessons. Maybe one day I'll write them down.
Sorry, something Dale said got me researching, so.
You know what's cool is this space has been going on for so long. Nobody is going to spend the time to go through this fucking chat. You know that?
The chat or like the recording?
The recording.
Yeah,
Dude,
I jumped in
this
late.
recording is like taking up like a fucking like server at Twitter.
Are you drinking tonight, Matt?
When
Fuck
did you
yeah,
guys
dude! I
start?
got 48
I could tell, dude.
When
I
did
got
this
48
start?
hours off. Oh, I don't even know if I took my Ambien or not yet.
Oh, you got to be careful, man. Don't be mixing stuff.
Why, dude? I'm in my house and.
No, I mean you can. It's just it might hurt you. You know.
It sucks. It sucks because then I wake up the next day. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? I don't know if I.
Yeah,
I took
don't know,
half.
man. Just be careful. Take care of yourself. You know.
Dude, you know what shift work disorder is like? When you have to keep flip flopping your circadian rhythms on command. It
Oh my
fucking
gosh.
sucks, dude. I hate it. It's like
Mine's way off right now, and alcohol never helps me.
I can tell you, Matt, that has to be terrible for your health.
Dude, whoever came up with the DuPont schedule for plants or whatever was smoking something they shouldn't, because with the overtime and the fatigue management rules, it is brutal. Dude, you have to become chemically dependent to fucking, well, I did, to operate. Because you have to be focused on command. So you have certain times you have to sleep, and you have to go sleep on command. And it sucks because no one just flip flops their day nights. Like,
I've tried. It's so hard. I was going to sleep at like 4 or 5 in the morning. I was waking up at like 4 or 5 in the afternoon. I was an alcoholic earlier this year. I had a business that went under, and I turned to the bottle, and it just was not good for me, you know.
well, I know what I'm doing because I've been doing it for years, and I'm under my doctor's care. So I know what I need to do because I had 48 hours off starting at 6 o'clock. So 48 hours to flip flop my day and night, and I just get to a point. It's like 1:30. I've been up about 24 hours. I'll go lay down a few and crash for as long as I can, and then try to stay up all night tomorrow night.
I'll be honest. I'm about to crash, so
I'm about to head out too.
I know Shane is.
Shane's gone, so if you better get Ginny up here to speak, get Screen up here to speak, Ocean, Laura, Terrace, get everybody up here. So who wants to speak? Because once you go to sleep, there ain't nobody to carry the flame.
Well, where's old vet?
He's asleep, probably.
I think he fell asleep on the floor.
Yeah. Well, how long? When did this start? When did you guys start this?
Oh, we started it early at like 3. It's almost been 12 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, guys. Thanks for the chats. Good listen.
Hey, good talking to you, and thanks for coming by.
Cool. Later.
No, stay in. They ain't shutting down. Like OldVet may have passed out, but like you get up
The
here.
party's just starting.
Screen, get on
No,
up here.
Matt, can you tell me how hard it is to synthesize like basic like chemical? Because it seems like I was looking up the thing Dale was talking about, and you can't buy. It's a dye, so it's like a colored dye. You can't buy that colored dye anywhere except for like some weird funky glasses.
Well, some of those dyes are not good dyes. Like there was some lead paints, I think, like McDonald's toys that the lead acetate or the certain paint colors. I don't think it might not have been lead acetate, but some of those dyes are not good dyes. So I don't know what you're trying to do.
I'm just looking into it. Like, I'm just sending it to you because you have the chemical knowledge that I do not.
Certain, yeah, but you got to be able to get precursors. I don't know. What are you trying to synthesize it from?
But yeah, see, that's another great question. I don't know.
Dude, I've got some good books. Like, dude, I'm like looking at my fucking like library, dude. This is my library is me, dude. I got industrial organic chemicals. I got modern synthetic reactions, advanced inorganic chemistry. Oh, dude, it's like, what do I want to do? Is the question. Everything's so regulated now. You can't do shit. You say you want to do colors, you start getting into some transition coordinated chemistry, but yeah, you can't do shit now unless you got all kinds of licenses. It's not even worth doing it unless you want to cook. If you want to cook some good edibles, some good food, some good wine, hey, have at it.
Well, I don't know how to make any of this stuff. Like, I wouldn't even attempt to unless, like, for some reason I really needed to.
Unless you know what you're doing, it's science and chemistry, don't. Because there's, especially if it's something you consume, there's different conformations of certain things.
Oh, no, this isn't something you consume.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, you just want to color? You just want to paint some good colors?
No, so you're saying you can put this dye in between like 2 pieces of glass and then possibly see some of these spheres. So I was just looking up the
dye
stuff, and you can't find it anywhere.
You trying to talk about the diacyanin or whatever?
Yeah.
Oh.
I sent you a thing in your DMs. So
I'll look at it later, but I can't do chemistry. Well, back in the day, I could.
Oh, I'm not asking you to do it. I'm just asking for your thoughts.
I could do chemistry in my sleep. My sister put me to the test one day. She actually got me to do her chemistry homework, and I was fucking asleep. That was pretty cool. That was in high school. I was like, it was like 4:30 in the morning. She needs her chemistry homework done, and she comes and like taps me, and I'm just like, she's asking me the questions, and I'm like giving it to her in my sleep. The answers. I scored a 770 out of 800 on my SAT 2 chemistry test. I was like a little chemistry whiz kid. But shit happens in life.
What, and you don't know chemistry anymore?
No, I got my degree in it. It took me 10 years. It wasn't because of fucking class. It's because of fucking life. Fuck life. Sometimes you gotta go to fucking Poland to get away from the stressors and just get your shit together.
Yeah, that's why I'm about to go to Colorado.
Dude, I loved Arizona, dude. I went to Arizona. I want to go back, dude. Seriously, bro. I want to go back to fucking Arizona. If somebody, dude, there's a job out near Jerome But the problem is the fucking cost of living. Dude, those houses ain't cheap, bro. Those houses in Colorado, those houses in Arizona, bro, you're talking about like $350,000 to $750,000 for a decent house. So whatever you're gonna make, you got to take out taxes and then look at how much can you apply towards your principal of your house, and that's the truth.
Hey, Dave, we're not doing hands because honestly, I'm probably going to pass out here in a little bit. But
Cool. Hey, man, I just real quick question for you because I was in earlier, but I think somebody was talking demons and stuff, and I can't hear that tonight. It's too much for me. So I popped back in, and you guys were talking about some compound or dye or something, and I was like, well, what the fuck are they talking about? But then you mentioned something about some glass, and it helps you see orbs or whatever. I got somebody that I know they're kind of big with the chemistry, and they might be able to help you out. So do you have like a chemical, like a compound?
Yes, dicyanonin. Dicyanonin. Like, it's probably like a blue, like two blue dye molecules put together or something like that.
Okay, so I follow Chase, I'm pretty sure, and I just followed you, Matt. So if any one of you wants to send me a DM or throw anything out there, I might be able to fish something out for you.
Yeah, I'll shoot you what I have. It's like a article. Maybe that'll at least help kind of get it started.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll just throw it at my buddy. He's a biochemist, but he's a PhD. His wife's a chemistry professor.
What do they do?
And he might have something on it. I don't know.
Like what do they do?
Oh, he's in North Carolina. I'm in Seattle, but I met him in Seattle. He had to move back to North Carolina some years ago. She's was out there, but this dude's done a lot, man. He's told me some stories of shit he's had to do with drugs that he's come up with. He's got Alzheimer's drugs on the market or worked on shit like that. So he's just one of those guys. Like, he knows his stuff. So, if you want to throw me something in a DM, I'll ask him about it. He might even have an idea of how to like synthesize it somehow or something. I don't know.
Dude, I love talking to science geeks because I live in the fucking sticks. And so I work at a freaking plant, but they're all this people like to connect to. I love it, dude. I love talking science, especially when I'm drunk.
Yeah, I heard you talking about the uncertainty principle, and I wanted to jump in, but I was like, I'll just let this roll the way it's gonna roll.
Dude, I just was letting it like just a free thought. I think Planck's constant is a constant. But I was like, what if it wasn't? And so that's why I was just like, what if it?
The thing is, the constant describes a phenomenon that is a constant. It's a mathematical equation that has to do with.
It's a model. And the models have their limits.
Yeah, sure. It just, these things that exist in nature just exist in nature, and we create theories to describe them and mathematical models to make sense of them. So who knows? It could be interpreted a lot of different ways. I don't know, but yeah, it's definitely fun stuff to talk about, and when you're drunk, it can be even more fun, I guess.
Hey, I love your metaphors. Legit science, protect the weak, honesty, spread hope. Dude, straight up getting followed, bro.
Cool, man. Yeah, I followed you. Since nobody's talking, I'll bring something up. Maybe you can chat with me, Matt. I don't know. I got to really fall asleep. But are you into like UFOs and all that?
Dude, I've got you can actually see at the top of this the video of the black triangle I saw. I put it on YouTube tonight.
Oh, no shit. You got a YouTube channel?
Yeah, so I posted this up on my YouTube, but I had it on Facebook and nobody could ever. So tonight I put it on YouTube. This was the type of UFO I saw. I need another half of Ambien. Do y'all
Good tonight.
do y'all know what it's like to be a legal drug addict?
Yes.
I had. Do you know that the government paid for me to have 27 psychiatric pills a day, 9 different types of mood stabilizers, antipsychotics, antidepressants, uppers, downers, sleepers, amphetamines. They gave me the full fucking gamut. 9 different types of psychiatric drugs, 27 pills a day, and you're trying to get your fucking chemistry degree. You tell me that's not the handicappers general. And I beat that shit. I had to go to fucking Poland to get away from all that the hell that was causing it.
You know what's getting me off Adderall, actually?
What?
They want me to go do a drug test, and really it's like I would pass the drug test.
Yeah.
I don't want to go do a drug test.
Well, if you've got a doctor's signature for your Adderall, they can't do shit because that's the American Disabilities Act.
I don't need to know that. I'm just not gonna go do the drug test and be like, yeah.
If you got it from a doctor, it's legal. Hey, they cannot. They have to.
Yeah, but it's more like I don't want it. You know, it's like I know mentally I don't want it,
Yeah.
and like, so I'm just not. I'm gonna just let it ride off. You know.
Well, you got to make your own choices, Chase. And for me, the time whenever I had my wake up call was they were going like, "Oh, you can't drive anymore." What the fuck? How am I going to drive to work? I'm trying to get my degree, and now you're going to tell me I can't drive? What, you fucking smoking something you shouldn't? I'm like, man, this fucking sucks. So I was taking pharmacology, toxicology. I was taking quantum mechanics. I was taking the mental masochist chemistry course. So anyway, so I finally was like, dude, this is fucked up. They're going to take my fucking license because of all the shit the doctors are pumping in me. So I was like, fuck this. I'm done. I'm done, son. And I let them know, I'm like, hey, I don't take this before I drive. Ride the fucking bus. You know, I'm fucking handicapped, allegedly. But whenever I went to Poland, fuck, it took me a little bit. I worked it. It wasn't just, I was 7 years in hell with therapists and everything. I worked 7 years to get through this shit. It wasn't just overnight. I went cold turkey. No, I went to Poland and I titrated myself off 3,000 miles away. And at the end, I've got like my friends who were from France, Belgium, Netherlands, all over, and Germany, Ecuador, and we were like United Nations, Austria. And I said at the end, whenever I got off my meds, I said, do y'all think I'm weird or strange? Like after a month of straight, like done with the drugs? No, you're mad. And so I knew it wasn't me because I isolated the variable. But whenever I went back home, across the pond and go back home, like, Matt, you need to get back on Social Security. You need to get back on this drug, this. We got your doctor's appointment. Fuck that. I said no.
Matt, you know what happened the other day for me? It's like my mom was freaking out so much, and like literally it was like, because I'm believing all this UFO shit, that she had me go to a doctor of some sort to get a psychological evaluation. And the lady in there is like, she recommended I was hospitalized for my beliefs. And I was like,
hey, Chase.
If I was going to tear into those doctors.
Should. If you ever get in that position, text me and I will, Deb, we will have I guess I'm with the UAP Medical Coalition, and if there's ethical stuff, so if there's some malpractice going on, now the question I would ask you is: is your fixation with UFOs interfering with your social, your family, your normal day-to-day interactions? Is it affecting them?
So hold on. So I mean, I've had to have
Chase
some
is trying to cook.
I've had to have some serious conversations with like some of my friends, but no, it doesn't. Like we work past that, and like no, it doesn't. But I think there's
You have a problem
other things.
that you can't cope with life, like your friends and everybody, because you're obsessed about UFOs. Well, that could possibly pose a problem. It could be something that you could talk about with somebody, and it doesn't ever hurts. I'm one of those people that says the only person you hurt when you don't talk about something is yourself. But you can be really hurt if you talk to the wrong person. So I'm one of those people that you might need.
Yeah, real quick,
no,
Chase.
I
As long as you don't sign anything and don't claim to hurt yourself, they can't hold you against your will, and you could fight against them if that's the case.
Side of reality, threatening to hurt yourself or others, they cannot do any. They cannot hold you.
Oh yeah, and like I'm not really too worried about it. I think it was more just my mom's anxiety, truthfully, and that
Dude, that's how it
I've had
happens,
because
dude.
you know, in reality, I have changed.
Dude, my grandma's anxiety got me all like fucked up because she was so codependent. She couldn't let go of me, so she's going to have her anxiety about me that triggers me, and then it triggers it's called a codependency. And lots of people have a codependency with people they love, and especially moms who don't want to let go. Some of those kids, they don't get the rite of passage and they get coddled for too long. But sometimes you gotta have that fucking, like, I'm gonna go in the middle of fucking South America and I'm gonna fucking kill a jaguar if I need to and eat. I'm gonna go through my rite of passage and know that I can survive shit that they don't think I can do. They don't think I can handle it. I can. I've done it. And sometimes you just have to build those, lift those weights to say, yeah, I can handle that stressor. But it takes time, it's not easy, and it's good to have a good coach.
And Matt, I wanted you to know, like, I do trust you and would definitely talk to you about that shit.
I'll give you.
Yeah, I'm
right, but I'll give you what I have to say anytime. Chase, call me day or night, anytime. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you, bro.
And I even got off like my SSRIs recently, so like because those were put on me, and oh geez, that's so much better.
The doctor.
I told the doctors beforehand, yes.
Okay.
Now I kind of went cold turkey a little bit, but not too much because like the SSRIs, like they'd give you a headache if you didn't take them.
How long has it been since you went cold turkey?
Oh, okay. So when I say cold turkey, I mean I did still end up taking some for a little bit, but it's been over like about a month at least.
Okay. How many per day are you at now? And what?
Oh, I'm completely off of them now.
Oh, you're completely off. Took you a month. All right, you did right, Chase. Good job.
Hey, Chase, don't be surprised if you feel a little funky from that for a lot longer than they'll tell you, because it could be a year to 2 years. Some recent data and research is showing that some of those pathways that are affected by those drugs take a lot longer than they originally thought to completely fully heal, even if the person isn't experiencing any clinical symptoms of withdrawal. But because every single person is a little bit different, you know, what works for one person might not work for another. So someone could be fine in a month, another person could have issues for another year. So don't be surprised, man. But I'm glad you're
Hey,
able to get on.
Chase. Yeah, Chase. What, if you don't mind me asking you, what type of drugs? Because it's important. Like an atypical antipsychotic versus a mood stabilizer versus an SSRI versus a you know, an amphetamine. They all have different like factors in getting back to homeostasis.
Yeah, so I don't mind telling you. So like my Adderall, which this is the last bottle pill I have that I'm going to use. It's dextroamphetamine tablets, and then my SSRIs were sertraline. Does that make any sense to you?
Until next time, y'all, I'm out. Appreciate y'all keeping me entertained tonight.
Later, man. Hey, Chase, that sertraline, that stuff, I know a lot of people who've been on that just because I roll in circles and know a lot of people who have long COVID. And there's some of the symptoms that we deal with are actually really simple or similar to kind of more well-known like neuropsychiatric problems, at least in the like clinical presentation sense of it. And so,
hey, Dave, what medicines are you talking about?
well, he was talking about SSRIs, which are selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, and they basically stop the degradation or the reuptake inhibition. So they stop serotonin from being reabsorbed and allow it to sort of build up in your system. And they don't really know exactly how they work, to be honest with you. They just know that they have an effect that's beneficial to the person who takes it for whatever reason. And they can be tricky because they're all a little bit different, because we have, you know, patent medicines, and of course one medicine might be similar, but it has to be molecularly different to be patented. So there can be some different effects that happen on a really small scale in the body. And yeah, so he's talking about it specifically, that SSRI that allows for the buildup of serotonin in the system. There could be a lot of things going on with somebody. They could be producing not enough serotonin, or they could have a situation where their body's not responding to serotonin or whatever. But the effect is that the more serotonin that builds up, there is a benefit.
Yeah, and that was a sertraline, Matt, if you didn't hear that one. But yeah, that's yeah. I was able to get off nicotine for a little bit by smoking weed, but then my dealer had to go move, so I haven't been able to really find
you live in one of those states, man?
Yeah. And so like I had like a panic attack basically the other day.
Come on, man.
It wasn't quite a panic attack, but
hey,
it was
dude,
like,
listen, man. I'm going to tell you, and I know that this says old vets, so I'm sure there's some vets in here. I'm not a vet, and I never had any anxiety or stress problems in my life. But when I got sick, part of this syndrome that I have now, man, I experienced that shit for the first time in my life. And I went through basically a 1.5 year, almost 2 year long panic attack. I ended up going to get tested at the University of Washington with Dr. John Oakley. He's a autonomic specialist, one of the best on the West Coast. They strapped me to a table and checked my body. You know, they couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on because nobody knew anything about this stuff. And when we went over all the lab results, he was like, and this is early on, now it's a little more commonly known with this long COVID shit, but he said, so your body is acting like some of the worst PTSD, like war vets and people like rape victims that I've ever seen in my life. And he said, we don't know why it's doing that. We do see it sometimes in post-viral patients, but he said essentially your body is freaking out. because of this. And so I had to deal with it. And dude, before I went through that, I'll admit, I was like the dude that just was like, oh man, it's mind over matter. You know, you can conquer this. Like, just quit stressing out, quit tripping. Until I went through something where there was like literally physiologically, chemically, something in my body not working. I had no idea what it was like. And so, funny enough, early on, the doctors kept saying, we want to give you some kind of like head med, you know, we want to give you some SSRI or something, because I was losing my fucking mind for that first year. And I kept saying, no, I don't want. Hold on, Matt. I'll let you speak. Give me 1 second, bud. I said, no, I don't want any of that, man. I've never needed anything like that in my life, right? And then a couple of months went by, and I actually was losing my shit so much. I mean, my girlfriend had to lock up my guns, like everything. It was fucked, man. Because I couldn't walk. I couldn't do anything. I was just having panic attacks all day. And I went and asked my doctor. I was like, hey, look, I think it's time. I think I need something. And I made the mistake. I was like, I feel like I might, you know, do something dramatic or whatever. And they said, well, we don't know enough about this to give you anything. So they spent like almost a year telling me that they should give me something. And I said no. And then when I finally did ask for it, they said no to me. So I actually never went on anything. But I mean, dude, if you need that shit, you need it. There's no joke about it.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Sorry, Peaceful.
Oh, I was going to say, Dave. So they weren't able to find if you have some type of chemical imbalance.
No, everything. I mean, it's an autonomic nervous system problem, and it's immune mediated. So they're kind of starting to figure it out. They just don't know. Most people tend to normalize. Some people go off into this like world of chronic, it'll never get better, and it gets worse. So yeah, no, they have no idea, man. They're just throwing darts in the dark. They're starting to get a handle on it. In fact, I actually could get an SSRI that's now approved for treatment, but it's hit and miss because of my condition. So it's called fluvoxamine. And as a side effect of it, it has a sort of an anti-inflammatory effect on the blood vessel linings.
Are you OCD?
No, man.
You're not. You don't have obsessive compulsive disorder?
No.
But you're taking what the?
No, you're right about Fluvox. It is. It's prescribed for OCD. You're right. Yep.
Yeah, that's why I'm curious.
Yeah. No. It has a side effect. The drug, you know, it's an older SSRI, and so it wasn't as clean, if you will, as some of the newer ones. But one of the side effects
from getting COVID.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing.
Is have a COVID perimeter.
Yeah, it acts on some specific inflammatory pathways and that are blood vessel related. So, it's being handed out to some people, and there's some people who see benefit from it.
Yeah, that's kind of why, like, I'm careful with a lot of drugs. You know, because like the SSRIs at least kind of taught me like it takes, you know, you got to be at least a little careful with it because you can. It gave me some headaches when going off of it.
Yeah, my girlfriend is she can't function without it. I don't know. She had a brain surgery back in like 2014, and she's had some issues with depression over the years. I think it runs in the family or something. Her dad's on it, but he actually is. You know, he's got PTSD. He's an old Vietnam vet, and but like she tried to come off. She's on Prozac now, and she's been on all kinds of different ones. She tried to come off Prozac, man. Oh my God, no. And
sorry,
no.
Real quick, Chase, can you get Terrace up here?
Who?
Terrace to talk. I'd love to talk to Terrace.
Yeah, I could shoot him. I shot him I
would love to talk
an invite, but anyone else want to come up and speak? Because, I mean, we got some space. But yeah, Dave, honestly, it's kind of, I didn't know about this long COVID stuff either.
There's more COVID shit coming out, allegedly. I heard some COVID's past the friggin' veterinary vaccine shit. Where it's moved beyond. So what's the fucking point of a vaccine? And so you might hear some journalistic, what do you call it? Journalistic polemic rhetoric to talk about plus minus for the vaccines. I don't give a fuck. I've had it. All right. I've had the vaccines. I've been exposed. So at some point, you just gotta gamble this life. It's like, okay, if this is it, man, throw me in a fucking like little happy cell with some good books. But if I'm not, hey, let's party. It's fucking Halloween.
Yeah,
This is my I'm looking at my friends like the 8 to 16, 24, 8, no 4. Wait, 4 times 4 is what? 24. 4, 8, 6, 4, 8. 8 plus 8 is 16. So these are my top 16. KG, Caring, Terrace, Jenny, Peaceful, OldVet, Chase, me, D Dave, Kai, Estimate, and BTC Mao, Jalen Cow, Crypto, and Scout. That's all the people I care about.
Well, I care about you, Matt. And everyone else, obviously, but because you'd said it first.
I got some good weed smoke. And it's not Delta 9, so don't be throwing your DA agents at me. I got a little Delta 8 goodness.
Matt, I literally did a whole recorded episode telling everybody I was on mushrooms, and they didn't come for me, so...
Dude, they really don't care. Unless you've got like a kilos... Unless you got the kilo bags ready to transport across America, they do not give a fuck. You're not a threat to national security if you've got like a quarter ounce of fucking mushrooms. You ain't worth it.
Well, and I could just say I'm on mushrooms now, and like they would have no way of actually knowing.
Just chew them. Get rid of them. Fuck it. I'm gone. I'm gonna eat them all.
I found mushrooms was much better for my mental health than any other drug.
Do you know where to get some good sacraments? You know where to find some sacraments?
Maybe. I kind of like. I always when I get these sacraments.
Chase, if you find some sacraments, bring some to Houston. We got some church business.
Matt, did you see that thing that was up close to Houston? The praying mantis that was photographed, allegedly?
I will ignore praying mantis.
You don't want to go check it out?
Hell no, dude. I'm checking out this fucking J right now we got some Hometown Hero in the play. Hometown Heroes, my peeps, man. I contribute.
I will say I liked. So I found the Delta 9. We do at least have Delta 9 now, although it does not hit like the Delta 9 elsewhere.
Hey, you know what, Chase? One thing you should do is know all. If you want to do learn all the fucking laws. Not halfway. Learn the actual fucking laws about it. So that you can give guidance and you could go work for a
paralegal team, if you're just like that one guy that like talks and preaches the message, and somebody like gets bugged, like gets taken in, it's like, hey, you tell your people, hey, my buddy, he got brought in, wasn't there to get him out. And so that knowledge that with inside that community, it's already been taken care of.
What are you talking about, Matt?
Okay. We are going
I'm not slinging any large amounts of any substances of any sort. I'm not actually selling any substances.
I know what you're doing. You're just like wanting to see where how it goes. You ain't slinging shit. I'll tell you what I am doing, and I am doing in my personal house under my personal recourse or whatever, and I'm doing it with no one around. I have a locked environment, and I have an outlet for monitoring through my iPhone. People monitor my iPhone. So, if I was a threat to myself or others, it would be noted and a medical thing could be checked out on me. But I have my emergency numbers. I know my doctors. And I know my weed. I am an expert at this shit. I'm really like.
You've done a good job, Chase.
Shane.
Oh, he's woken up.
Are you there?
I don't know what the fuck's going on. Where am I?
Where's your edible, bro? You need edible. I'm about to smoke a toke.
I think he's still on a couple of edibles.
Where did you just? I can't hear Chase. I haven't been able to hear him all night. The internet's cut in and out, so I've just been listening.
Did you have some good lucid dreams?
Dude, I don't know what the fuck happened.
The aliens get you? Maybe.
So Shane can't hear me right now?
Tell him how much of a bitch he is. Oh, Shane's just a fucking bitch. You know that? And see, he doesn't even respond. Shane is a bitch. You really can't hear me, OldVet.
I can't hear anybody but Matt.
Telling you get a little bitch. He can hear me, y'all. He can hear. He knows.
Yeah, Matt's had a few drinks tonight.
Dude, you missed the party. We explained so much shit tonight.
Yeah, Shane, you got to go back and listen to it. It was a good discourse tonight.
Specifically the last end portion, because Matt thought nobody would go back through and listen to it.
And I spit truth. I really did. I gave y'all some honest stuff. Now I'm about to smoke an ounce of Delta 8 hemp in the freaking street in, say, America.
See, I don't do the Delta 8 hemp because like what they do is they like respray the Delta 8 back on. That's like that scares me. That scares me.
No, it's because dude, there shouldn't be anything that scares you.
Do you know about Delta 11, 0, and 10?
Yep.
Those scare me too.
And
man, I am feeling really undereducated on the weed, and I've got like a quarter pound in my neighborhood. Come lighten up. What is this? I don't read. I mean, I just go. We can buy weed. It's like candy falling out of this. It's crazy here in Washington.
I'm in Texas. Okay, I'm about to take a picture.
What is this Delta 9?
Delta 9 is the original marijuana. All right.
Sounds like
And then
Well, I'm gonna be smoking this shit. And I
You
need
sure
to
it's not a paramilitary unit?
me,
No.
dude. I'm lone wolf, bro. If they call me, I'm ready to go. But I'm never
not
ready.
tonight.
I'm ready whenever. Isaiah 6:11. Anyways, ready? Look, let's see if it gets me. So I'm under this light.
No, the delta 8 is like one of the carbon molecules is just shifted slightly in the arrangement, so it's like not even a different molecule. It's literally the same molecule. It's just at a different angle, from my understanding. And then the 10, 11, the lady at the store said the 11 was the edible high when you eat edibles, but that also concerns me because it was a vape pen I got and like tasted like soap, and also yeah, you eat an edible, so that goes through your liver. It gets filtered through your liver instead of like, well, I guess your lungs would go to your liver too, but at least you have some filtration beforehand.
Yeah, it's definitely a different metabolic pathway before it hits those receptors. So I'm wondering if the different location of the how the molecule shapes affects how it binds to receptors or whatever. I'm sure there's something to it. I mean, I smoked plenty of weed back in the day, and I still have plenty of weed, but I'm not the connoisseur I used to be, I guess. But that's pretty crazy. There's different shapes.
Yeah, and it changes in your body too. So like it'll get activated and change shape or something like that in your body. But that's more natural. And I don't know how they derive these things. I actually really don't trust a lot of the companies doing it.
Damn.
Yeah, I'm kind of old school. I mean, my girlfriend's got a bunch of Maui Wowie, literally. So that's about as far as I take it. Although I can tell the difference between an indica and a sativa. I can tell the difference.
See, I can't tell the difference between those, but I can tell the difference between like I can pick out like the flavor of like the woods, or like a flavor of like you can get like a sweetness sometimes, or like a tang, or like like you get the orange sometimes.
Oh yeah, different strains will have different terpenes and a lot of different flavor.
Exactly. And then the Delta 9, you can get those in edible form here. And as long as it's derived from hemp, it's legal for whatever reason. And in a concentration that's like...
I'm walking down the fucking street, okay? I'm walking down the street with...
Where are you walking?
Down the street with... Am I on video thingy? I don't have a video thingy here.
You know what?
I'm walking down to the freaking water holes.
You gonna go to the watering hole?
Yeah, well, they sucked up all the water. They're doing some work.
There's the hole.
Yeah, there's a big old asshole. I should throw out that this is above 6 feet. You need wooden boards to make sure there's no capsizing. I could own them at an OSHA level, but I'm not. I'm just walking down my street. I need to do this again.
You need like a live feed, Matt.
It's here. You see it? Y'all see it? Wait. I don't know how y'all see it. You see that?
No.
Oh. I don't know.
But I mean, I can hear you walking.
Well,
you're moving with purpose.
No, dude, this is what I'm doing. Hold up. Ho up. Ho up. Ho up. Where's the picture thingy-majiggy? Oh, I'm gonna own this shit one day. It's sucks because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but damn, I'm gonna fucking figure it out and own this shit.
Does anyone know what they're doing?
I'm trying to take a fucking picture. I know they're sucking up all the water. Wi-Fi. No, fuck it, man. I'm just gonna take a picture where I'm at and then just send it to y'all. But I gotta get this.
Was that a fucking bat that I just heard?
Maybe.
That was awesome.
Nope, that's not it. Got a bunch of me.
So I'm pretty new to all this in this community. I've just been dropping into these jams, and they're really cool. I love everybody. This is awesome. But yesterday, I think I was in a spot, and they were talking about some dude named John Ramirez.
Yep.
Yeah, and so I don't know how to do all this stuff on the phone or whatever, but I tried to get on YouTube because somebody said look him up on YouTube, and the only thing I could find was this dude who was like a preacher. And I couldn't find anything else on John Ramirez. So if anybody has like another link way to find that guy or whatever, because somebody was like,
I'll send you some interesting stuff.
Okay.
Ganga did a thread on him today, so Ganga always has some interesting things to say. Let's put it that way.
Y'all see me?
Where do I find your feed, Matt?
Where's the ones?
Does Matt have a feed going somewhere?
I don't know what Matt's doing.
Okay.
I'll delete the ones with John Ramirez.
Yeah, just whatever you got, man. I mean, I was digging through YouTube and I was like, why am I not finding anything? It's just this like some preacher dude, like literally like a Christian preacher.
Let me
Do y'all see my picture at the top?
Yeah, I see your picture.
Y'all know what I'm doing?
Smoking?
Smoking what?
Delta 8?
Yeah. Walking down my neighborhood, got a little D8, a little hemp. Yep. I'm feeling good. Time to walk back towards my house. I was like player pimp for a minute. But, you know, it's my way of connection. It's so simple. I wish I had some what do you call mushrooms? Scientific name for a mushroom.
What is it? Starts with an M. Mycelium?
Mycelium. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm looking up YouTube videos.
It's that purple head. You do that little scratch. You see that purple, man? That's a psilocybin, bro. You see some purple on a fucking mushroom, bro. That's an indicator. That's better do your sport count and everything to make sure, but yeah, you can see that. You see a little scratchy scratch of some purple dye. That purple dye is royalty.
I wonder if that's why they valued purple so much. This is the fucking way a damaged basilica mushroom looked when the psilocybin was right.
Mushrooms are beautiful. I love, honestly, watching them. And I know, like, there used to be some, like, massive ones. I wish there was more massive ones. Like, I mean, I know they can go big, but, like, there used to be, like, trees that were mushrooms, you know? Logan posted something earlier about that.
One day we're all going to jail. Because we'll be too advanced for the teetotalers. Just think about it. It's people who say, no, I ain't going to do this stuff. And then you have people who do. And then next thing you know, they're like awakened. And they're like, okay, this was part of our rite of passage back in the day. And now we went through our rite of passage. And we see what our ancestors saw. And we got to like clean up this world. And we know how to do it. But you guys that aren't seeing the same things we're seeing, you're going to be left behind.
Oh, and Dave, I sent you two.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. That is definitely not the same John Ramirez I was finding.
Oh, yeah. No, it's, yeah. I follow at least a few different channels that have had at least a few videos. And I know Shane got to meet him.
Right on.
Jerry Garcia got to meet him too.
Yeah, I only ever went to like one. I didn't even know it was an accident. We do this. There's like a UFO paranormal conference out here on the coast. And my girl and I were heading out to the ocean and we were hanging out. And then there's this like a casino hotel. And I'm a gambler, so I was like, you know, and a drinker back then. And I was like, let's go in the honey. And we went. It turned out they were having a paranormal conference, and super cool because I'm into this missing 411 guy, and he ended up like being a speaker there. But we got like really lucky because we were walking around. You had to pay like $50 to get these big, you know, VIP things to go into the main area where all the speakers were. And we were like, yeah, we're not going to pay for that because we just happened upon this conference. And fucking these two girls come out and they go, hey, we're done. You guys want our little tags? And we're like, yeah. So they gave them to us. So we went in and I got to hear whatever David Politis, and he was doing like missing 411 stuff. And I think he's a Bigfoot guy too. But there was nobody like major that I would recognize from the UFO world. I guess it wasn't big enough.
Yeah, and they kind of all have, like, you know, their own separate things sometimes. I know there's a few. Like, I'm going out to UFO Congress with Shane and them. Not UFO Congress, that was the one they're just at. UFO Expo. So that should be interesting.
Where's UFO Expo?
It's in Roswell.
Oh, when?
March 2023, so...
You know, hey... I'm going to tell you something, okay? Make it near April 1st. And the reason I say that is because...
Well, it's not up to me.
Nope. It is up to you because you better fucking, like, raise a red flag real quick. I'm telling you, this is why. The Trinity site is open April 1st and November 1st. So, where they dropped the first atomic bomb and where the Trinity site landing that Jacques Vallée talked about, the Trinity with the confetti and him and Paola Harris, they wrote a book on it. It is open April 1st. So, if you want to go, get it around April 1st and... have a group that go out there with some motion detector or magnetic detectors and find some pieces because you might find something cool.
But the Trinity site is open April 1st and November 1st. So if you in the end of March, if you could organize a party, that might be cool.
Are you in a tunnel?
Nope, but I am talking in my I don't know what you call it. It's my dining room table studio area. I'm trying to grind some herbs. Good vibrations.
Hey Matt, this is pretty cool. I don't know if you know this. I just found this out not too long ago. But you know, like Las Vegas used to be a destination spot for people to visit to go basically watch the Nevada test site bombs going off all night.
It was mainly for like veterans who needed a place to get away, and it was out in the middle of fucking nowhere. So these veterans from San Diego and stuff could drive to to Vegas and party and get laid before they go to World War II. So that's how like Vegas really got on the mark.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. I mean, there's all kinds of cool stuff about Vegas. I'm saying that for a time, I think it was in the 50s when they were dropping lots of, doing lots of testing at the Nevada site. You could see the flashes in the sky, and you could hear the test bombs going off. And so they would have like rooftop parties. People would go out, and it was like a big fucking event.
Sure.
Yeah, it was like nuclear testing tourism.
But they were probably out of range for the feedback from it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody was getting, flashed or burned or anything like that. But I mean, that would have been kind of cool. I think I would have been cool to be there.
I wish Terrace was speaking right now. I always see Terrace listen to me. I never get a conversation with Terrace.
At least he follows you.
Does he?
I assume so, because he doesn't follow me. I don't know how he finds these spaces. Maybe he follows Shane.
He's your CIA. Taylor talking about everyone else being CIA. Terrace is CIA. Actually, he's friends with Chris Bartlett and what's his name, Brandon Fugel, and who else is he involved with? Not the Aladdin. I know it. I was just drunk. He's part of the Astro program. Should be the Astro program. The Galileo project. He's the art guy from the Galileo project. He's the one that if they see some weird art somewhere, he's got to like give them the background. Then you got Ahsoka with the religions aspect. There is a reason, but is it the real reason? That's the thing. I could give you a narrative, and we could make a fucking show about this narrative. It doesn't make it right. Nope. Because the people the people who are in the know are not on Twitter. Twitter may hear a few things, but UFO Twitter is not the truth. Anybody who wants to sit and argue on what's all said on Twitter, nope. The truth is still behind closed doors. People may see a glimpse of the shadow, but they don't see the actual. So, I'll let somebody else speak.
Peaceful here.
Delta 8.
What'd you say, Peaceful?
No, I was just going to say this old vet here is fading fast, so I wanted to say how nice it was to talk with all you folks. Just want to leave a parting thing. I don't know if anyone knows about Alzheimer's research, but it's grinding real slow, and it's a frustrating thing. I mean, you talk about them trying to come up with drugs to help.
Hey, Peaceful, do you have Alzheimer's?
No, I do not.
I'm going to tell you, if you know somebody who does, you want to know how to communicate with them, you speak to them in music. Music therapy goes through a different brain channel than just trying to talk. So if you sing a song, the person who is going through that will understand what you're talking about. My cousin's a music therapist, and I thought I'd pass that on.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, because I'll tell you this: with all the research they're doing, it's really grinding slow, and I don't understand it. You know, we can put a man on the moon, so to speak, but some of these diseases, like the neuro diseases, like ALS and Alzheimer's, they can't come up with not even close to a cure on them. It's a death sentence. And it's frustrating because we have members of our family that have both. There's Alzheimer's and ALS. And the two people,
we can.
I don't understand with all the science we have.
Are you covering your mic?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I was just saying, with all the science that we have, I don't understand why we can't get these neuro diseases under some kind of wraps. You know, whether it be Alzheimer's, ALS, MS, all those things. It's just real frustrating. And you know,
sorry.
No, they talk about, you know, this amyloid plaque. And, you know, slowing it down. How about reversing it, you know? I'm just getting on my soapbox here, but I'm about to leave, and I just, you know, wanted to take out some frustration. Because where I am, it's 3:37 in the morning, and I think my brain cells need some sleep.
You're in North Carolina, right?
No, I'm in New York.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in New York. So I'm East Coast, and I dare say the sun will be coming up pretty soon. But you know, it's been really great talking with all you folks.
Dude, I wish I could go live. Listen to this shit.
You can go live, Matt. You have the ability. Hey, thank you, Peaceful.
Dude,
you know, hope you have a good night.